Extension of the Combat Zone, on the Coming Insurrection and the Need to Prevent It, by Frederik Glas. Let us assume that what is becoming increasingly likely will happen, and that the looming crisis will be greater than its predecessors in the last 60 years. Then that means impoverishment, destitution, death before its time. But also personality disorders, suicides, and seemingly completely unmotivated individual outbreaks of violence. Where there is still work, control and mistrust are on the rise. Competition played out as a struggle for survival finally turns wage labor into drudgery and neighborhood into a nightmare. Who could want the bad to get worse? Who could want their whole life to be devoted to the struggle for survival and have to accept that everyone else is just hostile towards them? Who would want to live in a society that is overcome by fits of mass panic? To be allowed to take revenge on the world for once and let a wave of disappointment, rejection, and hatred wash over their fellow human beings. Such fantasies of omnipotence of the failed bourgeois subject are often, but not necessarily accompanied by loneliness, drug abuse and tics, and only exceptionally a case for psychiatry. For the most part, this antisocial need is adequately satisfied by the opinion business. Reporting on catastrophes offers enough opportunity to line up on the side of providence against a depraved humanity that has fallen apart with nature. Sometimes the natural disaster is a warning sign for more humility towards creation. Then a war is a cleansing bath for a finally morally purified community, and so on. This misanthropy of the late bourgeois individual is especially cultivated by a species with which the course of time has not meant well. A species whose members, after a chain of missed or forfeited opportunities, rely on their special qualities still awaiting discovery with a bohemian arrogance or belief in being chosen. This species not only manages to paint the future of the crisis in the darkest of colors with relish and to overlook the personal horrors of millions with an "ugh, we've always said that." It also declares itself to be seriously called upon to show the way from night to light. The magazine, whose advertisers, following a hint from their editor, have just excluded a publisher from the left-wing book fair because it has the Bahamas on the book table alongside its own production, which is not much loved by left-wing book lovers, has an infantilized Karl Marx sticking his tongue out at the world proletariat on the cover of its November issue in view of the horrors that lie ahead. This is what you get now for having put down payments on cars and homes, or for finally wanting to do so if there were a few more rupees. Standing one's ground in battles on the safety of the commander's hill, of course, and defying the elements. Such adolescent fantasies of omnipotence are by no means limited to people who see themselves as politically left-wing. It is reported that soon after his triumphant enthronement in Versailles, German Emperor Wilhelm I fell into a depression as the victor over his archenemy, because his hands were tied during the normal course of political business and there were simply no more decisions of historic proportions to be made. Helmut Kohl is known to have been more elated by his brush with the mantle of history in 1989 and 1990 than by any other event in his political career. And his predecessor, during his never-ending career as a talk-show-attending elder statesman, was driven by two events in which he really felt the full weight of responsibility on his shoulders: the Hamburg flood disaster of 1962, when he was Senator of the Interior, and the Stamheim/Mogadishu days, which he moderated as federal chancellor. The longing of the bourgeois politician, a role that even the old Kaiser was forced into, is for a state of emergency. To be freed for once from the constraints of cabinet discipline, budget bottlenecks, and a parliamentary and fiscal system that works as if by itself and, as the savior of the people and the nation, to grasp the spokes of the wheel of history at a fateful time. This is the politician's dream, shared by his supporters and his critics. If it comes true, the hour of the tribunes will dawn, who, in league with fate, are responsible only to themselves and the people, who, organized as a plebiscitary rabble, will provide legitimacy and want to strike a blow of liberation. At present, such longing, if it wants to become practical, expresses itself rather ridiculously in the West, for example when Helmut Kohl wanted to single-handedly arrest an egg thrower in 1990. The Middle East has long since demonstrated what the gentlemen of Gazprom are capable of as the residual administrators of an empire of bureaucratic and terrorist despotism that stretches from Ivan the Terrible to Vladimir Putin. The fate of Georgia, which no one wanted to help when it was almost wiped out and robbed of a third of its territory, confirms the fascination that the state of emergency, here on an international scale, can exert at any time. The clever parable of the Gordian knot has become an exemplary act of liberation in the language of the most dangerous mob, the journalists. Yet it stands for the destruction of a connection created by the gods, which should have been wisely dissolved instead of smashing it, as Alexander the Great did, and thus consecrating a war of conquest that could bring no blessing. This is the fate of Georgia in 2008, which is so eerily similar to that of Czechoslovakia in 1938 and 1939, where there is no knot because the gods have not created a solvable riddle, but resentment and brutality have combined against any solution, where the state of emergency is to be perpetuated and thus only the sword can help. In the Middle East, an Alexander Act is expressly not wanted. The Gaza conflict is simple, the Georgia conflict is primitive. In the one case it is about military self-protection, in the other about the consolidation of an empire. But in the case of Gaza, a country is acting whose population, although at home in many countries of the world, claims only the one Jewish state with its easily negotiable borders for itself. In the case of Georgia, a despotism is setting about ethnic destabilization, taking subjects under its wing and, because there were no Russians abroad, producing them en masse through naturalization. Israel is defending itself against the state of emergency imposed on the country and its people by the anti-Semitic international community, while Russia, with stronger battalions than those available to Hamas, is already demonstrating that its grab for Georgian territory, which incidentally only replicates what the Soviet Union had already brutally enforced against Georgian independence aspirations in 1922 FF, is the highest expression of the reason of state in the crisis. Hamas and Putin's Russia stand for the apocalyptic revenant of a human dream, the unification of the world beyond state borders, national mythologies, or folkish communities. The Soviet dream of a world republic, which in reality was little more than a great Russian one, corresponds to the Islamic one. The aspiration is for world domination that derives its legitimacy solely from the assertion of followers of the faith to be protected by the empire. And in both cases, the path is the goal. As long as Russia acts as an Oriental despotism, it will never come to an end. New sacrifices will always be made to the raison d'etat and new land masses will be incorporated into the hegemonic sphere without peace being achieved. The Islamists, on the other hand, want to extend their jihad to every spot where followers of Islam live. Both will wage endless civil wars in their territories and, unlike in the case of Israel, the West, represented by its opinion makers and politicians, will react with understanding for the misguided seekers of a just world. The friends of the state of emergency, who take pleasure in its warlike form because they discover the potential for world revolution in Putin's Russia just as they do in the pious popular resistance of the followers of Islam, have always wanted to know. They present themselves as a revolutionary army in waiting, and not only applaud Hamas as a people's liberation army, they also recognize the beginning of something completely new in the increasingly panicked crisis interventions of the capitalist states in the economic field. For some, it would be enough for the time being if the postal service, banks, and heavy industry were to become state-owned, while others, and by no means only the unfortunate Jürgen Elsässer, have long been predicting an anti-capitalist popular front. The insight that capitalism must produce the crisis of its own accord is of no use if the crisis is there. For the communist knows just as little as the normal crisis politician how to end it in a way that is intrinsic to the system. The fact that there are communists who in all seriousness recommend revolution as a solution to the crisis in the autumn of 2008 is lasting proof that all they are doing here is wishing for an end with horror for Western societies, even if only to throw the majority of their citizens into a materially similarly precarious situation to the one in which they themselves find themselves, with the flattering personal advantage for communists of finally being seen as prophets and itinerant preachers. Among the miserable, the nasty accusation against critical theory that it failed in the world economic crisis of 1929 FF. When, instead of initiating practical politics against fascism, it only had ideological criticism on offer, this eternal accusation of complicity, which is still leveled today by alarmists against ideological criticism, i.e. the form of criticism at the height of the post-bourgeois era, is a sure indication of how sealed off from any reality the community of those who call themselves communists today really is. It does not make sense to their members that criticism, which is supposed to lead to the abolition of capitalist socialization, could only have been successfully achieved in the somewhat calmer times before the crisis as a critique of ideology, so that something better than the panicked mass moods in the crisis and the restoration of or even the regression behind capitalism could succeed. Instead, they stick to the masses' critique of capitalism and not the necessary critique of the anti-capitalist masses. Because the masses do not want communism, but the state economy, because at best they long for an orderly community in provincial confinement, in which the heroes are postal workers, as presented in France's most successful film, Welcome to the Sticks. Criticism cannot help but disenchant the seemingly utopian, In reality, not even nostalgic peacefulness, and denounce the authoritarian longing that lies within it. Like the dream of the masses, so is the utopia of the book publishers and magazines advertising in concrete. With the difference that in communist circles, they keep a close eye on dissidents within their own ranks. For as much as they are each other's enemies, solidarity remains unavoidable in the exclusion of those who speak of the psychopathology of revolutionarism. Incidentally, this is nothing new, and in the grimacing popular tribunals, such as the one in Nuremberg against the CAIRA publishing house, refers to a tradition that has continued unbroken at least since the elimination of the left-wing opposition in the Soviet Union in 1926. The betrayal of the intelligentsia in relation to the left was always exclusion, slander, character assassination, and sometimes even the literal murder of dissidents. This tradition of Stalinism, for which National Socialism came in handy, of concealing its own crimes, the most horrific of which were significantly committed after 1933, and muzzling anyone who wanted to talk about them. This exclusion of criticism, popular in the West in the name of the Popular Front and anti-fascism, extended beyond the official end of Stalinism. The enthusiasm for Maoism right into the 1970s demonstrated this just as much as the intellectual kowtowing to Che Guevara or the bloodthirsty enthusiasm for Fanon. And even when highly corrupt and completely paranoid satraps and Lanzknecht leaders had long since eclipsed these figures of light, the enthusiasm for the Third World did not diminish, as one could feel the heart of darkness beating too strongly in one's own chest. This was bound to produce dissidents, quite a few of whom, in understandable bitterness, really made their peace with conditions that, despite a bloodthirsty left that often had worse plans than the preservers, were still not ones under which one could have lived in peace. The failure of criticism with communist intentions is not so much due to the unwilling masses who have been clouded by the culture industry. The grotesque offer that was and is usually made to them in the name of revolution, this mixture of contempt for their meager prosperity and private pleasure on the one hand and promises of salvation on the other, which in language and content fall far short of an ordinary blessing at the end of the Catholic service, has led to an almost insurmountable hurdle separating the individual dissatisfied, both with his personal circumstances and the general outlook, from the sources of criticism. The curse of the communism of the gulags and killing fields still lies over critical theory, because the memory of the crimes committed in the name of communism also includes those who today are accused of betraying the chance of a revolutionary new beginning in times of crisis because of their excessive criticism of ideology. For even where bourgeois socialization and, with it, real socialist societies are only negatively negotiated and rejected, the demand for self-consciously organized production and distribution, which has been so heavily discredited, necessarily resonates. Not as a revolutionary program and certainly not as an instruction for action to persuade the masses, but rather in the constant, thoroughly negative insistence that conditions offer nothing more than, at best, their continuation under constantly more unpleasant conditions. This also applies to the proof that the globalization-critical or otherwise authoritarian ideologue of the revolution and the apologists of the existing conditions are preparing programs for the future in which the threatening call for community and cohesion with the corresponding declaration of enmity is aimed at the exclusion of elements lacking solidarity, which, significantly, are always called Ackermann and Zumwinkel. The people in question should be defended against such declarations of hostility because they reveal why they go to work in the first place. Namely, to get as rich as possible and not to serve the community. This is what the apparent critics, who have long since returned to the socialism of Deutsche Post, as it was before the aegis of Zumwinkel and which once inspired Lenin, if not already to Kim Il-sung's Jewish ideology, have in mind. Even in Hans Werner Schin's IFO Institute, embarrassing attempt in November 2008 to shine as a critic of ideology, when he drew an analogy between the German persecution of Jews in the 1930s and the vilification of bankers and managers so popular today, there is still some truth to be found that the revolutionaryism of the Nazis and the KPD before 1933 was indeed aggressively directed against the bosses, and that the Nazis' antisemitism became so popular not because it was first sparked by impoverished Jewish refugees from Poland, but because it recognized the bad qualities of the capitalists, which were also highlighted by their revolutionary competitors as Jewish. In the 20 years after 1990, the critical potential necessary for commenting on the next major crisis and criticizing the crisis managers has not matured. What was once called anti-German now resurfaces as an apologia for the somehow resistant actions of migrant gangs of thugs, as an attack on the Bundeswehr's deployment in Afghanistan, or as resentment filled with social envy against German retirees who have settled in Mallorca. And even solidarity with Israel is now a noble concern of friends of the Palestinian people such as Gregor Gysi and Petra Pau, who emancipate themselves from anti-Zionism, but send their pro-Israeli fighting reserve of the AK Shalom Party to the front when it comes to delegitimizing a CDU motion that sought to combine official government solidarity with Israel with a rejection of anti-Zionism. In reference to the title of Max Weber's famous lecture from 1919, Criticism, which, as we know, must be autonomous if it does not want to degenerate into ideology, has been given the perverse motto criticism as a profession among people who claim to be in solidarity with Israel or opponents of left-wing revolutionarism. This mixture of criticism and business leads to the tingling tension between seminar and career and ultimately propaganda and association activity. When Professor Wolfgang Benz, the biggest anti-Semitism specialist in the country, who is in reality a prejudice researcher, exposes so-called Islamophobia as a new form of anti-Semitism, then this is not a reason for Israel solidarist ideologues to be ashamed and turn back as quickly as possible, but an opportunity to open up an exciting new field of discourse. What November 9th has been since the November Revolution, the Pogrom Night and German reunification, September 11th has now become through the Islamo-fascist attack on the World Trade Center. A symbol of history. While Pinochet's coup against the government of the Unidad Popular in the fall of 1973 gave the radical left the memorable image of a reformist with a Kalashnikov and thus made dreams come true that only Trotskyists and other Stalinists still harbor today, Osama bin Laden and his comrades signify the liquidation of hope. While the downfall of Allende, the last social democrat, who seemed to be quite serious about the dialectic of reform and revolution, opened up the prospect of a learning process despite all the misery, bin Laden is already the harbinger of a new barbarism before the old one, that of the Nazis, has even been understood in its final consequences. And while the bankruptcy of reformism was still an occasion for reflection, for example in the brilliant essay Chile, Our Paris Commune by Lada Continua, the historical appearance of Islamic fascism is less an opportunity for the left to take an ideology-critical inventory of their stock of thought than for the diligent repetition of ingrained schemata. Between September 11, 1973 and the year 2001 lies the pointlessly wasted time in which the left, as in the years between revolution and pogrom, could have become something after all. In order to understand what this is, the left, it is helpful to understand it as the extreme pole of socially possible stupidity. A stupidity that is not understood as one of the intellect, but as that of a prompt willingness to rationalize, to make oneself theoretically comprehensible or even anti-reason. It is the unthought thoughts, Freud, that provide the measure of this state of affairs. And it is only the respective degree of ideological instinctiveness or academic sophistication that allows us to differentiate between wildcat or indie media on the one hand and Noam Chomsky and Antonio Negri on the other. This stupidity, in its differentiation, is the precise function of knowledge, another word for forgetting fascism, and for the reluctance to consider anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism with Marx and Adorno as the practical and ideological anticipation of the negative sublation of capital into barbarism. The left always knows. If bin Laden had not flattened the Twin Towers, it would have had to be initiated to prevent the growing worldwide criticism of the capitalist system from growing into a mass syndrome, wrote Indomedia Info. Anti-Semitism is a pretext. And the left knows about it because for them society consists only of class struggle and other interests, including the conspiracy theories of Matthias Brockers, Jürgen Elsasser, and Andreas von Bülow. Anti-Semitism is an afterthought and a trifle to a massacre. It has gone badly with the left when Antonio Negri, the Zampano of the submissive subtropics, is able to explain the New World Order on hundreds of pages without saying more about fascism than a single half-sentence, according to which it, the Utopia for and Frank, has monstrously reduced people to the bare minimum of life. And there is certainly a lot more that has gone wrong when the discussion not only fails to note that the concept of the epic can do without barbarism altogether, but, even more so, like Elfriede Müller, praises the left's total damage as the special merit of this anti-national platform, which is directed against every form of ideological abbreviation. The left is characterized as the extreme of socially possible and necessary stupidity by the fact that, postmodernly trimmed, it rejects the Enlightenment and the materialistic concept of truth implicit in it, and at the same time quite necessarily elevates the dogmatics of relativism and deconstruction to the total criterion. Ultimately, of course, this leads to the proposition that anti-Semitism is a matter of taste and opinion. September 11th then brought to light how far the progress of counter-enlightenment has come. This provokes the certain feeling that the fascists, in contrast to the left, possess precisely what the latter claims: historical memory and a consciousness of the stature of "we go home defeated, our grandchildren will fence it out better, i.e. a truly epical program that regards the defeats, especially those of May 8th, only as the way of the cross to the final victory. This program of fundamental counter-enlightenment, which wants capital without capitalists and the political sovereign without the citoyens, this policy of forced homogenization of bourgeois subjects into people's comrades, and this abysmally anti-Semitic strategy, which, as German Palestinian, since Hitler and the Mufti of Jerusalem, aims to have the accumulation of capital without the crisis of capital, this is the project of the negative sublation of bourgeois society by means of its destruction, which the left has never wanted to admit, that in order to make it understandable, it declines to the machinations of the capitalists. The fact that anti-Semitism has become the inverse of the social revolution in a horrible way is something that the German left has slept through, ignored, rationalized, and repressed. First of all, it lacked the intellectual means in the face of the obscure dialectic of reform and revolution. The history of capital is not the history of the self-alienation of social labor. Then, when this could be understood after 1968, it failed to grasp the dialectics of the value form as a mandate for critique, rather than as an invitation to a new, affirmative ontology, as evidenced by the writings of the Croesus group, among others. What is value is understood as the anti-reason, as the irrational, crazy form, and not as an invitation to theory. Between September 11, 1973, which proved the sense and coherence of the critique of reformism, and September 11, 2001, which drastically demonstrated the inadequacy of its concept of fascism, the left found no new epical program, no historical mission. The militant project of counter-enlightenment, which began in 1789, culminated in the Wannsee Conference and is now, not only in Islamic fascism, lurking for a new boom, is confronted only by bored contempt for enlightenment from the left. Adorno lived in vain. Therein lies the dialectic of this counter-enlightenment. As Wolfgang Port empirically demonstrated 10 years ago in his study on mass consciousness, it has gone mad to the left. For the left is, from a strictly sociological point of view, an assembly of sociologists, cathedral-socialists, and social pedagogues whose basic intellectual law is not to criticize the result and its objective validity, but to dissolve it into its conditions and the process that led to it, i.e., into nothing but subjective intention. One may study this in Heidegger, Foucault, Derrida, and Tutti Quanti on the one hand, and their German adepts on the other. The counter-enlightenment has triumphed by exorcising its opposition from the concept and the cause of truth, and its ML faction has been demonstrating how this works not only since such brilliant feats of rationalization as the Mujahideen of Value or Ernst Lohoff's Black September. Suddenly you're leafing through Adorno. To make prey, politicians, whose interest has always been in theory, never in criticism, rush through the dialectic of enlightenment and look for passages such as these. The dialectic of enlightenment objectively turns into madness, or the citizen is the logical subject of enlightenment. These are the finger exercises of quasi-Stalinist quote acrobatics, because the aim is to prove that the anti-German zombies have become the Huntington left, Lohoff. The best part, like waste, is wiped off the table, namely the anti-authoritarian tendency of the Enlightenment, which, admittedly only subterranean, communicates with utopia in the concept of reason, and which makes it so that, in Marx, the Enlightenment turned against the bourgeoisie as soon as it was forced to oppress as a system of domination. There is no need to elaborate on this here, but it is clear what is to be thought of the Enlightenment phobia of the left, which, unwilling to criticize the concepts with the concepts and then the German ideology as a form of thought, crosses out precisely that which, as the utopia in reason, motivates Marx's materialism to the sublation of philosophy in the Critique of Capital. The aversion to the Enlightenment, to truth and its necessarily insistent penetrance, the talk, for example, of anti-Semitism as a figure of discourse, as Diederik Diederiksen writes, is in its point against materialism a stage victory of the counter-Enlightenment. In this, the left is subaltern, a moment of a hegemonic strategy of which it is not the subject. Those who maltreat enlightenment reap disenlightenment. Thus, September 11th could only open up the abyss of enlightenment betrayal that continues to open up today and reaches its blackest depths with regard to Israel. If the pleasing promise of the right to exist, which promises a makeshift, tolerated subsistence and which the Israeli state monster is allowed to enjoy, albeit under conditions of critical solidarity, shows that the left has a legal worldview and what old Engels called typical German legal socialism, then the fixation on judging everything and anything according to categories of law, will and interest is almost chronic. In Oliver Tolmine, for example, who is of the opinion that the event still stands largely free in space as a signifier without a signified, so to speak, it stands there all alone in space, as an act without a sign, a perpetrator without a program, but who at the same time knows precisely what the American turning away from a liberal constitutional law means, namely the betrayal of the ideals that the state of critical justice has to embody. Somehow, the significance of September 11th is like that of Nazi fascism. Only then did the meaning of the event become clear, when Hitler's diaries were made public, when the German atrocity was given significance and the crude fact was given meaning and interpretation. It's all very simple. You just don't have to believe Osama bin Laden when he says that the Arab masses have been enslaved for over 80 years, since 1917, since the Balfour Declaration. This is the dialectic of counter-enlightenment, that the left surrenders to mockery, and that every occasion is the right one for it, especially September 11th. So it takes only a slight exaggeration to arrive at the certain suspicion that this left is the best left that Nazis could wish for. The fact that the mass enthusiasm for the pamphlet The Coming Uprising could be seamlessly replaced by enthusiasm for the Arab uprisings in this country, without even asking whether there are not some differences between the Islamist terror in the banlieues, which the Invisible Committee has chosen as its model, and the revolts in the Arab states, makes it evident to what extent the uprising fetishism, which is no longer limited to the left, obeys the laws of pathological projection. Their fans believe they can recognize in the Arab uprisings what they have already eavesdropped on in the diction of the Invisible Committee. The authentic expression of a vitalistic youth movement, animated by unleashed spontaneity, power-mad contempt for encrusted structures and hatred of mediation, which is finally getting serious about its own longing for disinhibition and self-abandonment, which has become obdurate and brutal between political craft groups and dull wage labor. Whether the next committee, as one blogger hopefully posted on the Jungle World Facebook page, will actually write Arabic, is by no means certain. What does seem certain, however, is that the majority of citizens in Western countries are increasingly willing to complicitly allow the left-wing partisans, who act as the avant-garde of their own self-hatred, to carry out their coming uprisings. French situationism and the anarchist cult of violence of Georges Sorel, to which the Invisible Committee is equally linked, meet in their glorification of spontaneous action, which is supposed to tear apart the web of mediation, allow spontaneity and arbitrariness to converge and, instead of abolishing the narrow-minded form of the subject, lead it to its deserved demise. But while anarchism and situationism were still able to invoke the largely unbroken empirical supremacy of the bourgeois subject form in such destruction, their postmodern heirs sanction its virulent disintegration and celebrate the collective regression behind the state of bourgeois socialization as an anti-bourgeois revolt. Danton's death is a revolutionary play as an epitaph to the revolution. It no longer has any protagonists in the sense of bourgeois drama, who, in carrying out the contradictions that motivate their actions, would close the arc of tension and lead the sequence of scenes to its necessary and meaningful conclusion. The character's dialogue does not follow a mode of self-expression, but is itself already literature, collaged by Buchner from chronicles and archives. Where an expressive moment nevertheless permeates the language, it turns lyrical. The drama, however, is no longer the genre form that would be appropriate for the acting individual, but a manifestation of the rigor mortis of society, a backdrop for a play that has been decided in advance. The characters' narrow-mindedness towards each other does not lead to a reconciliatory resolution of the contradictions, but rather to the totalization of powerlessness. Danton, the irresponsible man of pleasure, whom the propagandists of the terror of virtue present to the resentment of the mob as an example of those revolutionary parasites who, otherwise lived in garrets and now ride in carriages, realizes for himself what would be the epitome of human happiness in general, but in return betrays the happiness of others, functionalizes his wife and mistress as only a left-wing gang leader can, and in this betrayal also fails himself as an individual. Robespierre, as a merciless ascetic character mask in the service of the cause that has coagulated into an end in itself in exchange for personal happiness, also liquidates everything that gives that cause its only legitimacy. The people, who hate their own misfortune just as much as they hate any sign of happiness in their neighbor, idolize Robespierre at will as a fighter against parasitism or Danton as a fighter against renunciation and shout sometimes "Long live Danton," sometimes "Long live Robespierre," mere agitation and acclamation masses of the respective tendency. The fantasy of Lucille, Camille Desmoulins' wife, who goes mad in the face of the betrayal of the revolution and the imminent execution of her husband and his companions, is as absurd as any truth. The word everything appears 7 times. Everything, including my mosquito and the bird, is allowed to live, which is why everything would have to stop if just one drop were spilled. Every single death, Every prevented happiness would have to cause the whole to freeze in fear and horror of itself as an irrefutable refutation of the whole. The stream of life, which does not mean the subjectless and objectless flow of the philosophers of life and their Deleuzian adepts, but rather the individuated life in which everything does not cancel out the individual, but rather allows it to come to itself, would have to negate itself in the face of its own failure. However, this stream of life is not something given, but something to be created. The everything that is given, however, moves, like people walk, the water runs, the wind blows and the clouds drift, according to the beat of the clock and the empty progression. This is the second nature that has become a totality, as it pleases the people, in which they gain a foothold, let themselves drift, and from which they would have to free themselves in order to become human beings. To come to oneself would mean not to run along, but to pause and, in the moment of motionlessness, to decipher the general agitation as rigor mortis. Nor is the endless trickling of water its destiny, but its curse, like that of man, the senseless passing of time. That is why in this scene the sinking down is an expression of the living, but rising up is synonymous with resignation to what happens anyway and what one must suffer well in order not to perish completely. The double meaning of Lucille's "we must suffer it well," which incidentally names the identity of affirmation and agony, is not even present in traces to the libertarian hedonist, ascetic Leninist Danton and Robespierre simulators of today, because they have never sunk down to cover their eyes from the glaring pain of reality and have never had to overcome the longing to simply stop getting up so that they no longer have to suffer all this. They delirious about the coming uprising, as if it were the Messiah, whose promise they want to get rid of once and for all. The Messiah, as Franz Kafka sums up the subtle but decisive difference between messianic and apocalyptic thinking, will only come when he will no longer be necessary. He will only come after his arrival. He will not come on the last day, but on the very last day. He would not be a prophet of the apocalyptic transition from doom to redemption, but the first guest of a liberated humanity that has itself ensured that he is no longer necessary by renouncing the death-defying hope of the last day in the name of the very last, which would also be the first day of that humanity. If she needed the Messiah, he would not show himself to her, just as you can only give yourself to people who desire you not out of need but out of freedom. Apocalypticism longs for the convergence of progress and decline at the moment of crisis, of which it warns people with a murmur, and can only imagine redemption as the total redemption of what is happening anyway, as the unleashing of all the forces that accelerate and bring about the crisis of the end, in which history is completed by collapsing. The crisis here is not simply a caesura, but above all the culmination of the development towards catastrophe, which is not to be avoided, but rather to be driven out of the historical process, because it has always been part of it anyway. Messianism, on the other hand, which Kafka seeks to save from being appropriated by apocalyptic traditions, replaces the total consummation of the bad present with the hiatus, the interruption that radically separates redemption, which can only be understood in negative terms, from empirical reality and thereby saves it for this world. Believing in progress does not mean believing that progress has already happened. That would not be faith. According to this point of view, which Kafka shares with the early representatives of critical theory, namely the insight that in truth nothing has happened yet, that history in the emphatic sense has not yet begun at all, revolution can never consist in driving so-called tendencies of the real historical movement to extremes or leading them to their end, but only in the interruption of the blind process that only appears as the history of human beings. Walter Benjamin, in astonishing agreement with the "it must not happen" of Buchner's Lucille, consequently defined catastrophe as the normal case, as not what is imminent but what is given. The fact that it goes on like this is the catastrophe, as a process that must be halted instead of hoping for its end from the catastrophe that is identical with it. And consequent Kafka diagnoses that only our concept of time allows us to call the last judgment that actually it is a law of the land, not something that would only come at the end of time and towards which people would have to orient their lives, but a merciless process that is constantly taking place in the here and now in a double sense. Kafka was thus able to express the truth of positivism in sarcastic parody long before its real triumph. To do the negative is still imposed on us, the positive is already given to us. No path leads from the curse of the given to reconciliation, just as the negative does not denote a heroic act, a cult of destruction, but rather its abolition in the name of unheroic, almost frightened life. Despite their phrase-like, Agamben-filtered recourse to Benjamin, the propagandists of the coming uprising are not messianists but apocalyptics and integrists in personal union. Their manifesto, which is displayed at Dussmann between Loki Schmidt and Hans-Olaf Henkel as a cultural industry joke under the label Flugschrift, is not a postmodern Hessian messenger, but the urban guerrilla version of Botho Strauss and Schwellendem Boxgesang, which was wrongly perceived at the time as a manifesto of a right-wing backlash against left-wing impositions, whereas it was actually working towards the left's final betrayal of the truth. Like Strauss, the committee evokes the hopelessness and decay of civilization in a murmuring and unintelligible manner in order to encourage people to drive the failed project against the wall once and for all and to annihilate themselves as the appendages of capital, which they are in any case. Just as Strauss welcomed the Iranian Revolution of 1979 as the first sign of upheavals, as a result of which the hoarse hissing of the indignant, the sham words of criticism that had become stale, the hissing, barking, whispering, would finally be stifled, as which the everyday language of fellow citizens degraded to the level of lower animals appears to the prophet of foreboding. The Invisible Committee celebrates the riots in the French suburbs, together with their well-known accompanying phenomena: anti-Semitic pogroms, gang rapes, abuse as a bonfire full of promises and authentic action at the height of the situation, which the mob is more likely to live up to than its puppet-like representatives. Quote, "Even in their silence, the population seems infinitely more mature than all the puppets squabbling to rule them. A random Chobani from Belleville is wiser in his words than any of our so-called leaders with all their explanations." End quote. Whereby the longing for leaders, who are no longer just called leaders and who act instead of explaining, can hardly be ignored. Just as Strauss indulges in indifference to the dull parliamentarism of mass democracy. You can do what you want, murder or pray, revolutionize or elect free parliaments, the committee declares the dully disenchanted, who give the impression of only wanting to blow up the ballot boxes by voting purely out of protest, indeed who in reality only vote against the election itself, to be nameless folk heroes who are merely not yet aware of themselves. And how Strauss identifies the mass cultural world show business, the circus, the regime of the telecratic public sphere, as agencies of a shadow society working in conformity with the system, which creates indifference and fatigue. The committee sees a brothel light emanating from the metropolitan parts of the territory that illuminates the whole planet, while the militias multiply ad infinitum while enjoying ever more outrageous legal cover. End quote. Like Strauss, however, the realization sometimes dawns on them that the left may have been the avant-garde of the conformist self-discipline of individuals throughout its existence. Just as Strauss quite rightly castigates the left-wing intelligentsia as world modernizers and illiterates who can write well, whose language that is transparent on all sides does not even come close to a state that is like Mars on Earth, the committee polemicizes against the eco-movement in the successful passages of its pamphlet. There is no environmental catastrophe. There is this catastrophe which is the environment. The environment is what man has left when he has lost everything. We have become neighbors in a planetary co-ownership assembly, or against the left autistic networking chatter with its universe of cybernetic solitudes. Her writing also contains a wasted attempt to criticize the spiritual wasteland and poverty of meaning with which the left has covered the world. However, like Strauss, they end up with a right-wing, left-wing actuality, which is noticeable in the kitschy larmoyance that pervades the manifesto. Strauss finds the faces of his fellow citizens haughty and cold, and would like to desecrate a few genuine feelings out of them. How would, I often think, my snobbish neighbor look if he were struck by sudden pain or sorrow? Perhaps then his dignity would come to light. You have to have seen it at least once before you include it in your legal creed. End of quote. The committee is pleased that people are already further along today and no longer hide their despair behind the facade of civilized arrogance. Everywhere it discovers looks of suffering in the face of the great cold. Quote, "This society will soon be held together by the tension of all social atoms towards an illusory cure. It is a power station that draws its turbine activity from a gigantic backlog of tears that is always on the verge of spilling over." End quote. As if the catastrophe consisted in the fact that people were forbidden to cry, and not in the fact that crying and mourning have long been as alien to them as Mars, where they actually live all the time. And if Strauss struts along like a Holderlin parrot, while the committee cultivates the cynical jargon of left-wing guerrillas, this does not speak against the comparison, but rather that the scattered remnants of anarchism have become just as much templates of rebellious self-expression as the ruins of the history of bourgeois ideas. The difference is not that Strauss is on the right and the committee on the left, but that he is a left-wing educated citizen and the committee is a left-wing commune. Their intellectual trajectories are identical. From half-digested materialist criticism via Foucault, Deleuze and Baudrillard to Heidegger and Junger, from critic to partisan. The critic vouches for the binding nature of his words by signing with his civil name. The partisan needs anonymity. An anonymity that is not simply a necessary protection from the grip of domination, but a matter close to his heart. Strauss's desire to help express the selfhood corrupted by decadent civilization by making himself the mouthpiece of the greater whole is linked to the invisible committee, in whose misunderstanding of collectivism the ideal of free collectivity is just as much at stake as the praise of the individual in Strauss's presumed outsiderism. However, if Strauss sees the poet as a weak voice in the brothel of eternally misguided lusts, as a hermit who feels like a marginal occurrence in a long-filled book, whose people is therefore initially imaginary and has nothing in common with the citizen-like people who cavort in civil society, the committee believes that the people, whose echo it makes itself into, is to be found immediately in reality. One of the most sinister passages of their manifesto reads, "This book is signed with the name of an imaginary collective. Its authors are not its authors. They have contented themselves with bringing some order to the commonplaces of the age, to what is muttered at the tables of bars, behind the closed doors of bedrooms. They have made themselves the writers of the situation." End quote. For Strauss, the poet is the prophet of an imaginary people of insiders. The committee sees itself as an imaginary collective that speaks on behalf of the real but silent people. The intellectual point of reference for both is the theorem of the disappearance of the author, as put forward by Barthes and Foucault, from whom they take the keywords for their self-understanding. Barthes replaces the author with the writer and the individuated word with the book. The writer who succeeds the author no longer has any passions, moods, feelings, or impressions in him, but that enormous dictionary from which he draws a writing that can know no standstill. End quote. And Foucault concludes his reflections on the change in function of the author category with the utopia of a de-individualized speech that would be indistinguishable from white noise. One can imagine a culture in which discourses would be disseminated or received without the function of author ever appearing. No matter what status, what form, and what value a discourse would have and what treatment it would receive, all of them would unroll in the namelessness of murmuring. End of quote. This oppressive counterdraft to the messianic language of names, which would abolish the bourgeois name by giving everything in the world of appearance its true name, has become practice in the anti-Semitic pogroms and misogynistic excesses of violence that the invisible committee takes as its model. Since the mob can no longer be united by belonging to a class, race, or neighborhood, but only by hatred of existing society, the coming uprising, in the spirit of Barthes and Foucault, must not know any individuals with passions, moods, feelings, or impressions, but must be a pure expression of the only remaining passion, the hatred that welds everyone together by annulling them. Idiosyncrasies are individual like linguistic expression. Hatred is anonymous and prelinguistic. A murmur that can never condense into a moment of realization, but finally into a cry of annihilation. Then the revolutionary situation has arrived. The fire of November 2005 is their model. No leader, no demand, no organization, but words, gestures, complicity. Being nothing socially is not a humiliating situation, the source of a tragic lack of recognition, but on the contrary the condition for maximum freedom of action. Seeing the faces of those who are somebody in this society can help you understand the joy of being nobody in it. End quote. Faces can be stroked, food must be punched. The perhaps poor but vital longing to be somebody, to be at least formally recognized as an atomistic individual in the society of competitors, is declared null and void in the name of the manly honor of being nobody in it. It is therefore not criminal, but a sign of heroic partisanship, when women who, instead of vegetating under the yoke of Islamic morality, want to become somebody through education, career, or individual love, are summarily murdered. When boys distinguish themselves at school solely through brutality and stupidity instead of performance. When citizens who do not want to be harassed in public are beaten up as spits. This is what they look like, the coming uprisings hoped for by a collective that sees in the formula I equals me only the claim to be yourself and drink Pepsi, because it cannot distinguish between identity compulsion and self-identity. They denounce the effort to preserve remnants of a coherent self as a state of permanent semi-decay, which is preferable to total decay. But my weaknesses, taken as facts, can also lead to the destruction of the hypothesis of the self. They then become acts of resistance in the ongoing war. They become rebellion and a center of energy against everything that has conspired to normalize us, to amputate us. For those who refuse to manage themselves, depression is not a state but a transition. From then on, there is no reconciliation other than medication and policing. That is precisely why this society does not shy away from forcing Ritalin on its children who are too alive. End quote. It is revolutionary to develop one's own weaknesses as an energy center in order to smash the society that has the arrogance to impose such a self on one with the smashing of the self. The self, the subject form in which the living ego misses itself, but which also establishes it as a market subject and enables its continued existence qua self-utilization, is not to be transcended, but liquidated in the regression that knows neither subjects nor names. This anti-psychiatric delusion explains the paranoid warning against medicine and pharmacy that runs through the entire manifesto. Where weakness and depression are labeled as acts of resistance, every attempt to alleviate them with medication is a form of collaboration. Anyone who consults medicine because they want to go on living, indeed simply to continue functioning so as not to perish before their time, is a coward, while the brave give free rein to their delusions of grandeur. The deepest affinity between Strauss and the committee lies in this contempt for the citizens, who cling to their poor egos instead of giving themselves up in identification with the whole. Both are preparing, each for himself and against the other, the alliance between the mob and the elite that is to bring civilization to its deserved end. The rhetorical trick underlying the entire manifesto is to imagine everyday life in Western societies in the here and now according to the model of the squalid suburbs of Latin America or the all-pervasive manipulation and criminalization in Detroit in the not in vain popular crime series The Wire, where the state of emergency is indeed the norm and society has regressed to chaotic gang rule. According to the Nietzschean motto of overthrowing what is already falling, which has always been a call for self-barbarization and a counterprogram to saving criticism, the bad is made bad once again in order to magically allow the positive to shine through. When it comes to the depressing status quo of civilizational achievements, especially within the history of emotions, sociological commonplaces, which in a different context would come close to a real insight, are collaged into a diffuse overall feeling of deception, fraud, and frustration, with which one wants to confirm the masses in their contempt for the remnants of sociality so that they can get rid of them once and for all. Basically, criticism and insight are no longer necessary because everyone is sure of the validity of their own hatred. Quote, "It would be a waste of time to list everything that is dying in existing social relationships. They say that the family will come back, that the couple relationship will come back. But the family that returns is not the one that left. Its return is only a deepening of the prevailing separation, which it helps to deceive, making it a deception itself. The couple is like the final stage of the great social fiasco. It is the oasis in the middle of the human desert. You come there because, under the sign of intimacy, you are looking for everything that has so obviously left contemporary social relationships. Warmth, simplicity, truth, a life without theater and spectators. But when the amorous giddiness has passed, intimacy drops its old frock. It is itself a social invention. There is no more truth there than elsewhere. Lies and the laws of strangeness prevail there too." End of quote. The fact that intimacy is not an oasis, but a relatively recent and constantly threatened result of individual and collective efforts, i.e. actually a social invention in the emphatic sense, can be learned from either Elias or Luhmann, and the entire field of sociology deals with the law of strangeness as the law of society across all fronts. It is also conceded that those who regard family as a warming natural association and love as a relaxation exercise misunderstand themselves and the world. However, the committee is not concerned with such work on disillusionment, but with using the mere fact that something is a social invention as propaganda against society in general. The disparaging talk of an infatuated feeling of dizziness, which is void and conceals reality, is treacherous. Infatuation can only arise under the law of strangeness, which is by no means only destructive. One does not fall in love with people one has always known. Infatuation is the enthusiasm for a stranger who is similar to you as a stranger yourself. In it, the momentarily free individuality recognizes itself by forgetting itself. One can only ever fall in love with the unique, unrepeatable. Those who do not know the unrepeatable have never experienced it. This is why anyone who wants to destroy society and reanimate the collectivity it has suppressed must hate intimacy and infatuation as those feelings in which civilization succeeds, even if only for moments. It is only in the blood sacrifice of intimacy, which takes from everyone what fell to them alone, that the longed for unconditionality, unmitigated by any social mediation, comes into its own. In the death of the couple we see exciting forms of collectivity emerging, now that sex is completely worn out, where masculinity and femininity are wearing old, moth-eaten costumes, where 3 decades of constant pornographic innovation have exhausted any appeal of transgression and liberation. What there is of the unconditional in kinship relations, we certainly intend to make into the scaffolding of a political solidarity that is as impenetrable to state interference as a gypsy camp. End of quote. Anyone familiar with the impenetrable family relationships in the real gypsy camp, where under the pressure of poverty and fear, minors are encouraged to rob and prostitute themselves, and parents, aunts and uncles are always gang leaders who extort the unconditional loyalty of their racket through effective devotion, will have an idea of what is meant here by unconditional kinship relationships. Only in the twilight of our civilization, when there is nothing left of sexuality but the imitation of a role-playing game that has become routine, does the hope awaken that even those who are still integrated might have accumulated enough self-hatred to swap the vertigo of falling in love with the vertigo of running amok and the happiness of intimacy with the delusion of collective fusion. This is why the committee hopes not for self-knowledge, but for the self-hatred of the Republican citizen, who sees his saviors in those who want to erase him. The Frenchman, more than anyone else, is the dispossessed, the wretched. His hatred of the foreigner merges with his hatred of himself as a foreigner. His jealousy of the suburbs, mixed with horror, only expresses his resentment of everything he has lost. He can't help but envy these so-called problem neighborhoods, where a bit of community life still exists, some connections between beings, non-state solidarities, an informal economy. End quote. What are in truth moments of a happiness to be saved, the sublimation of dull affect into intimate feeling, the transcendence of narrow-minded communal life into the bourgeois public sphere, the development of the subsistence economy into a commodity economy, the liberation of nameless beings into individual human beings, are defamed as dispossession. The real thing that is taken away from the citizen is embodied by his ghostly accomplices, the gangs who accost passers-by on the street, commit shoplifting and set cars on fire. These gangs who flee from work, take the name of their neighborhood and resist the police, are the nightmare of the good citizen, individualized in the French way. They embody everything he has renounced, all the joy that is possible and that he will never achieve. End quote. The joy of finally playing the role of criminal and martyr at the same time by giving up one's name in favor of that of one's stable. Knocking down whatever disturbs one's tunnel vision and taking whatever one wants. Abandoned houses, abandoned cars, abandoned women. In doing so, the committee actually turns itself into the guerrilla avant-garde, as Porte described it, as a collective of professional thugs who declare their own illegality to be the only true legitimacy, so that collective self-subjugation gives rise to social coherence. It is not only this fantasy that is uncanny, it is also uncanny that it is met with growing sympathy by the citizens to whom it appeals, as if the old man who was beaten up by adolescents in the subway because he asked them not to smoke found his truth in this violence. While the committee is intoxicated by the image of burning cars, which is repeatedly invoked as a leitmotif in their manifesto, Benjamin and Buchner saw the allegory of revolution in the shot-up tower clocks with which the July revolutionaries of 1830 brought linear time to a standstill, as it were, for the moment of the new. An allegory that had, of course, already been denied by the time the French Revolution turned into terror, accompanied by the introduction of a new calendar. Nevertheless, the juxtaposition of the two images is indispensable in order to distinguish the betrayal committed by the committee and its adepts not only against Benjamin, but against revolutionary messianism in general, from the unfulfilled promise that lies at the heart of Benjamin's reflections on the connection between revolution and time. Those who set cars on fire are not stopping time, but mobility. Pascal Bruckner was the first to see that the seemingly wild attacks in the French suburbs were decidedly directed against the promise of urban mobility, against the promise of escaping one's own clique, whose compulsion is sedimented in the natural cycle of the same daily routine bound to the rituals of one's own milieu. Milk-bearded rioters, some 12 or 13 years old, attack bus, train, and metro conductors, systematically vandalize public facilities, terrorize the my people and working people who live next to them in the housing silos and then get to watch their only work tool, their car, go up in flames. Setting cars on fire is not only intended to strike at a myth that is sacred to the French, it also completes an isolation by preventing residents from leaving their tenements. All mobility is obviously to be prevented. End quote. The suburbanites' cars are set on fire, not to bring them to themselves, but to deprive them of the few poor means they still have to cultivate their narrow-minded selves, and to subject them entirely to the dull rhythm of the barren milieu. The milieu, the neighborhood, my piece of neglected land within the neglected city, the ugly successor to the already ugly clod, is the place of cyclical time, where everything repeats itself and where not citizens but drifters live, hyperactive refractors who, precisely because they are deprived of any mobility, circle around in themselves in a permanent hectic and pent-up aggression. For them, constantly seeking variety means having to do the same thing all the time at short intervals. The initial impression of bustle and activity evaporates as quickly as the suspense in the memoirs of real gangsters. As soon as the story begins, it becomes endless. The gang boys incessantly graze the same places like guards on a patrol, and the territory becomes as cramped as a cage. End quote. Their central medium is not the car, which makes it possible to streamline the pointless time in order to finally arrive where one wants to go, but, as Port already recognized, the cell phone as a fetish of a restless motor activity that treads water and perhaps not coincidentally plays an important role in the violent excesses that arise from boredom. Accordingly, the committee perhorses the metropolis, whose only revolutionary place is the neighborhoods, precisely those terms in which the negative sublation of the contrast between city and countryside has been most successful. The paradox wants the places that are most obviously uninhabitable to be the only ones still inhabited in a certain way. An old, squatted hovel will always seem more populated than those comfortable apartments where you can just put your furniture down and perfect the decoration while you wait for the next move. The slums are the last livable places in many megapolises and, unsurprisingly, also the deadliest. End quote. Only death creates life, only neglect allows everything to blossom. Just as space must be deurbanized and made uninhabitable, so that it can be truly populated, time must be returned to its inescapable cyclical form from something technically controllable that can be gathered or stretched or skipped. That is why houses burn out there just like cars. The life that populates such territories, however, is no longer that of individuals, but that of weeds, which in fact do not know space as a structured ensemble, but only as a territory, and time not as a meaningful form of experience, but as aimless vegetation. Just as linear time, which clocks both measure and generate, is the counterpart to the commodity form, its equivalent form of perception, so to speak, cyclical time reflects the narrow-minded life cycle of tribes, ethnic groups, and cultures trapped in the autochthonous stupor, which has been shattered by linear time like the idiocy of rural life by modern means of transportation. Since it is not possible to restore this, but the aim is to regress to the same level, war is declared on mobility and implemented as pseudo-mobility, in the form of sport, garns, fitness, and permanent self-mobilization against one's own ego, in the everyday life of the drifters, who already gesturally become the aggressively charged bundle, the time bomb that some of them later explode as, they can do anything but sit still, watching is torture for them. They have to join in and get involved. They have a strong need for sheer physical activity. End of quote. The committee appeals to this activity, which has become congested and evil due to the dullness of cyclical time and which has long been felt not only by the gang boys, but also by many good citizens, when it writes, as if in mockery of Buchner and Benjamin's idea of revolution as interruption. It is no longer a question of waiting for a ray of hope, the revolution, the nuclear apocalypse, or a social movement. To wait any longer is madness. The catastrophe is not what is coming, but what is here. We are already in the downfall of a civilization. That is the point at which you have to take sides. End quote. The image of the shattered clock stands for the failed, but also preserved in the allegorical image, attempt to freeze the empty progression, as which time has detached itself from people whose form of perception it is, and made it independent, and to open it up to a time that would not be a cyclical or linear process of constant repetition, but a mode of unfolding truth. It is, as it were, the attempt to enable the lingering in reality that the angel of history longs for, so that the catastrophe that appears before us as a chain of events no longer incessantly piles rubble upon rubble. Benjamin's angel, however, moves away from what he is staring at and is driven blindly into the future with his back turned. This gaze of impotence, which, today in particular, is unavoidable and obligatory for every cogent thought, is transformed by the committee into a complete untruth by calling on us to throw ourselves into the arms of the catastrophe, which it defines against Benjamin and with Heidegger and Agamben as the doom movement of a civilization. The double optic of Benjamin's angel, namely that what he recognizes as catastrophe appears to us as progress, is abandoned in favor of a forward-looking gaze that sees redemption in the consummation of catastrophe. Benjamin's angel counts the dead and is constitutionally incapable of prophecy. The committee, however, decrees as an apocalyptic collective of prophets. The day will come when the capital, this horrible petrification of power, will be completely destroyed, but that will be at the end of a process that will be more advanced everywhere than there. End quote. And incidentally reveals whose side it is on in Buchner's drama by deriding governing as the ability to postpone the moment when the crowd will hang you by 1,000 clever deceptions. End quote. So one thing is clear. Everything has to get worse for everything to get better. And there will be deaths. Extras will be found for the followers of Robespierre and Danton. Only the role of Lucille is vacant. At the end, shortly before the scaffold, in an absurd redemption of the concept of revolution, which means turning back, just as Benjamin's angel turns his back on the future and turns back to progress, which is a storm, she shouts, "Long live the king," against Robespierre and against Danton, but not for the empirical king, but for the real, the individual human being. Powerlessness gives birth to fantasies of omnipotence, and the absence of revolutions fuels the cult of revolutionary will. It becomes particularly absurd when members of the precarious guilds, the humanities and social sciences, hope for this kind of revolution to remedy their insignificance. The professional image of the professional revolutionary, as projected by Lenin, i.e. the one the masses would only have waited for if things had gone right, i.e. left, in world history, is always tempting. Even today, it seems, or even more so now, in Leipzig, for example, a so-called communist construction has been up to its mischief at university for some time, while in West Berlin schools the Young Struggle Group, closely linked to the Turkish MLKP, agitates against Israel in the same way as the KPD/ML once did during the Munich Olympic Games. And it is not only in the intellectual swamp of Stalin, Mao and Hoxha that things are currently flourishing again, but also in that of Trotsky, the failed Stalin, Willy Huhn. The group Arbiter, Innenmacht, formerly Arbitermacht, which recently celebrated Palestinian lynchings at the Berlin University of the Arts, made a name for itself. At the beginning of December, the Revolutionary Communist Party was founded in Berlin under the sign of the hammer, sickle and keffiyeh, with the declared aim of helping the working class to achieve revolutionary victory. There is only one thing that all named and unnamed groups, the process of cell division, fusion and renewal was and is completely confusing there, agree on: the continuation of the type of party that Lenin projected in What to Do, 1902. According to this, a determined group of professional revolutionaries overcomes the inertia of the working masses by freeing them from mere trade unionist consciousness through education and, if possible, kicking them in the ass, and by preserving and administering their actual consciousness of the real, objective class task and course of history as a kind of proxy for the empirically unwilling class. In peasant Russia, this idea also had a special punch-line for the revolutionaries who thought they had been chosen by history. The politically minoritarian vanguard of the working class was to bring it up to scratch, while the socially minoritarian working class was in turn to lead the peasant masses, certainly one of the most adventurous ways of transforming powerlessness into omnipotence. And not only adventurous, but also absurd in its conception. What kind of objective process is this? What kind of historical materialism, which can only be set in force and motion by the subjective act of will, by idealistic voluntarism? A few decades earlier, Marx had decisively contradicted those who believe that the will, not the economic conditions, is the basis of its social revolution. The person being criticized here is of course not Lenin, but Mikhail Bakunin, the progenitor of modern anarchism. There are many myths surrounding the fierce controversies between the two spokesmen of the International Workingmen's Association, 1864 to 1876, especially about the maliciousness of the authoritarian German Jew Marx, as Bakunin, with his penchant for anti-Semitic stereotypes, called his antagonist. This controversy has traditionally been wrongly narrowed down to the question of the state: yes, Marx, or no, Bakunin. The problem was merely that Bakunin, influenced by Russian despotism, could only imagine the state as something grafted onto independently producing individuals and small communities. The idea that an industrially producing society based on the division of labor needs some kind of organization, which Marx and Engels referred to as a commonwealth or semi-state for clarification, did not occur to Bakunin. This is also linked to his completely archaic economic ideas, according to which it was not private property that had to be abolished first, but the right of inheritance, so that the perfect individual could keep the proceeds of his labor for himself. One can hardly blame Marx for considering such ideas to be sophomoric folly. In fact, the dispute over materialism was decisive, and Marx was accused of being too hesitant, of betraying the revolution, of remaining attached to the status quo. In fact, Marx insisted that, for us, communism is not a state to be produced, an ideal to which reality will have to conform. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state. The conditions of this movement result from the present existing condition. Bakunin, on the other hand, saw this precondition as always and everywhere given. Social revolution required only the will to end all authority, which was hidden in the popular instinct that Bakunin attributed primarily to the Russians. Quote, "Poverty and despair are not enough to bring about the social revolution. It also requires a popular ideal, which always emerges historically from the depths of the popular instinct. If such an ideal and such a belief can be found in the people, together with poverty that drives them to despair, then the social revolution is inevitable and near, and no power in the world can prevent it." End quote. But who interprets the popular instinct that seeks an abrupt break with all forms of political mediation? After all, according to Bakunin, the state was to be abolished before private property. Those who move among the people, who virtually lead them to discover themselves. Bakunin writes, "As invisible pilots in the popular storm, we must guide it not by a visible power, but by the collective dictatorship, a dictatorship without sash, without title, without official right, which is all the more powerful because it has no semblance of power, but for it to act, it must exist, and for this it must be prepared and organized in advance, for it will not arise entirely by itself, neither through discussion, nor through arguments and debates of principle, nor through popular assemblies." End quote. The ingredients of Leninism, disregard for all obstacles, the cult of the will and the dictatorship of the small group of determined professional revolutionaries, are already listed here, as is the historical situation in which Lenin's hour was to strike. If the workers of the West hesitate too long, the Russian peasant will set them an example. Bakunin. It is therefore less surprising than one might otherwise assume how generously admirers of Bakunin overlooked the suppression of anarchists in the Soviet Union until the 1930s in order to claim Bolshevism for themselves, as an ally against the reform-minded Bismarckism, Erich-Musum. Precisely because he saw Bolshevism as non-Marxist, the anarchist Erich-Musum called for the unification of the revolutionary proletariat in Bolshevism. The libertarian socialist Bakunin biographer Fritz Brutbacher was particularly clear in 1929 when he called Bakunin the grandfather of the Bolsheviks. He laid the foundations of a revolutionary building, on the top floor of which the Bolsheviks came to live. Bakunin infected the Russians with the sacred fire of revolt, and in 1917, as Frederik put it to me, the Russian Revolution took place in the way the prophet Bakunin saw it. End of quote. This prophetic predecessor was repugnant to Marxism-Leninism, which was canonized in the 1920s, not least because Bakunin had never made a secret of the mythical core of his revolutionary inclination when he often referred to himself as the messenger of God, whereby he meant God in the form of Satan, Lucifer. This basic religious impulse had to be eradicated, but this was only possible at the cost of the arid formulas of Marxism-Leninism itself taking on the function of a religious revelation to be believed in under the guidance of the high priest, i.e. the party leadership. The constantly repeated personality cult of the ML sects reveals this much. The abolition of God only led to the self-deification of the revolutionary Superman, one could also say, to Bakunism in Marxist garb. After a dinner, as the initial situation in Fernando Pessoa's short story, An Anarchist Banker, the conversation threatens to come to a standstill. As always, recourse to the Vita promises salvation. One of them, a great trader and renowned racketeer, who smoked like someone who doesn't think, is a banker, but the other has heard that he used to be an anarchist. To the amazement of the second, the first logically explains that he still is, that being an anarchist and being a banker are not mutually exclusive. The anarchist banker's argument is based on what is natural. People are born to be themselves, not poor, in solidarity or the like, which is why anarchists stand up for justice. Because justice is what is natural and true, that is why the anarchist rebels against injustice. However, the anarchist struggle is not only a social one. After all, the real evil is the social conventions and fictions that are superimposed on natural conditions, simply because they are not natural and thus hold down and suppress what is natural in man. According to the anarchist, It is up to each individual to overcome conventions and fictions in an act of spiritual self-liberation. Once they have liberated themselves and their own from fictions, society can also be liberated from them. The anarchist banker also tends towards individualism in other respects. Because people tend towards tyranny as a result of society's perversion of their natural characteristics, it is better for each individual to work towards a common goal. The anarchist banker waged his battle against the most important fiction of our time, money. By acquiring money in such large quantities that money is no longer perceptible to him, he has freed himself, in relation to my person, from the tyranny of money. Quod erat demonstrandum. In order to be an anarchist, he had to become a banker. It is not known how Pessoa, 1888 to 1935, according to the Dictionary of World Literature, the most disturbing and most discussed figure in modern Portuguese literature, intended this text to be understood. It is just as suitable as a satire on anarchism as it is as a literary anarchist manifesto, as it contains the basic outline of the anarchist worldview and practice. Precisely because the anarchist glorification of selfhood is taken to extremes in the anarchist banker, the story could trigger a process of reflection among followers of the libertarian worldview. Perhaps some do not want their anarchism to be understood quite so naively individualistic and naturalistic after all. However, the fact that Pessoa's depiction of anarchism is by no means far-fetched, but rather captures essential aspects of it, albeit in an exaggerated form, becomes clear when you pick up the new booklet Anarchism from the Dure.org series published by Schmetterling Verlag, which sees itself as an introduction to anarchist theory. One of the authors, Hans-Jürgen Degen, has been working as an author and editor of anarchist literature for many years. Together with Uwe Timm, he has published the magazine Espero Forum für Libertärgesellschafts und die Wirtschaftsordnung since 1994. Of course, Degen and Knobloch also only provide one version of anarchism, as there is no such thing as anarchism, the authoritative version of it, as the authors emphasize. Anarchism is something for self-thinkers and self-decision-makers, who nevertheless think the same thing to an astonishing extent. The authors promote their cause and therefore make an effort to cultivate their image. For decades, they have been assuring us that anarchists are neither bombers nor terrorists, that anarchy does not mean chaos or despotism. On the contrary, the majority of anarchists advocate nonviolence, pacifism, and anti-militarism. They also like to point out that they were ahead of the game very early on when it came to ecology, a topic that has become mainstream. The anarchist has not only been working peacefully on himself and his environment since today, he wants to be a good example for a different life and would like to anticipate the better society we are striving for. What is appealing about anarchism? The rebellious, negating, ruthless, breaking away from everything, shaking everything up is also naive. Because it stops here, because it remains at this stage in the development of its thoughts, and because it stirs them up again and confuses this with their further development, that is why what is naive about anarchism is also terrible. Because what outrages and resists, what negates, that is no longer unambiguous and emancipatory from the outset. Anyone who sympathizes with anarchism must overcome it. Anarchism sees itself as the eternal youth. Unbound, wild, unrestrained, and anti-authoritarian. In other words, as intangible and unfixable, constantly renewing itself. At the same time, however, it is characterized by an astonishing conservatism that not only historically cultivates the lineage from William Godwin to Eric Muzzum, but also seems to have committed itself to treading water when it comes to theory. His naivety is disconcerting, bordering on resistance to enlightenment and giving rise to the suspicion that the claim to innocence of sincere impetuosity is being stretched to the limit. Anarchism is almost completely deaf to any criticism. This is astonishing for a school of thought that lives so strongly from negative references to the existing, but is only surprising at first glance in view of the demonstrative free spirit. Skepticism, which is close to anarchism as a philosophical attitude, is a particularly shrewd way of settling into the status quo while still paying close attention to distinction. Degen and Knobloch only mention Marx and Engels' criticism of anarchism in passing. Their criticism of Max Stirner is only mentioned, but not developed and countered with Peter Sloterdijk of all people. Yet the confrontation with Marx and Marxism is one of the two elements on which anarchism has historically thrived. It is the revolutionary movement that, in opposition to Marxism, propagates a radically different society without forgetting to abolish the state. Anti-estatism is the pound with which it grows, even if it has already acquired a lot of patina. For there are also tendencies within Marxism that criticize Marxist statism and, above all, in contrast to anarchism and Marxism, mind you, do not regard the state as a neutral instrument of control, nor do they see it as an appearance of the economy, but rather define the two in a mutually necessary relationship to each other. Likewise, nothing is said about a now ubiquitous topic, antisemitism, which can be traced biographically in anarchism, for example in Bakunin and Proudhon, and which is structurally rooted in the criticism of the alleged transformation of the sphere of circulation through money and interest from Proudhon to Gessel and his successors. The chapter on the critique of anarchism is generally very narrow and embarrassing, because it bears witness to how little one, as a free spirit, can even comprehend other views. For here only positions are mentioned by stringing together quotations, and what one does not understand, and that is most of it, is dismissed with abstract assertions to the contrary. In general, the abstractness of Deegan and Knobloch's argumentation is striking. They are content to classify statements on the basis of a cataloging of worldview content. If some mean this, then the anarchists mean something else because they start from something else. The extent to which the one is able to respond to the other and thereby cancel it out, and the extent to which it is at all justified to assume one or the other as an absolute ground, lies beyond the horizon of the further thinkers. This is precisely what characterizes the pre-critical state of consciousness of anarchism. Even if there can be no generally binding definition of the content of anarchism or anarchy, a catalog of thought and behavioral rules that are certainly laudable in themselves, but can probably only be reeled off at any time and are therefore devoid of content, such as anti-authoritarianism, anti-statism, anti-centralism, anti-capitalism, anti-militarism, anti-patriarchalism, anti-racism, anti-sexism, is nevertheless routinely applied. This schematic is no accident, because anarchism is essentially a doctrine of principles, with basic assumptions about naturalness, the state, and the individual. The basis is a form of thought that has become second nature to him. The reference to naturalness, an imagined state of nature, not in ecological terms, that is applied as a normative measure to current social conditions. Godwin proceeded from the anthropological assumption that man is free by nature. Bakunin wanted to use revolution to put people in a state in which they could resume their original freedoms, which had been lost as a result of manifold domination. Kropotkin saw man as a fundamentally solidary being. For him, mutual aid in the animal and human world was a natural law and a factor in the development of all life. From bourgeois society, of which anarchism understands as little as it vehemently rejects it, it has thus adopted one of the poorest intellectual sleights of hand, which is as intellectually weak as it is popular, which is frustratingly reflexive for the critic and has become a quasi-natural point of view. But this is not the only area where anarchism and liberalism come close. The authors also note that both pursue the ideal of the free and equal market individual, which should be able to realize itself without systemic distortions of exchange through the state, interest, and monopoly. The fact that their ideal presupposes a productive ground that undermines precisely this ideal, this critique by Marx in the Philosophy of Misery, at the beginning of the Grundrisse and in some places in the so-called Urtext, has not yet been understood or even noticed by any anarchist or Marxist. But because a feeling of unease and suspicion remains, assurances are quickly given that anarchism goes far beyond liberalism. After all, it is resolutely anti-capitalist. But if you understand so little about capitalism, what might its anti-capitalism look like? After all, not all anti-capitalism aims for an emancipated society, and that of anarchism is alarmingly similar in tranquility to the wishful thinking of the folkish movement. According to Deegan and Knobloch, here following Kropotkin, the utopia of anarchism also consists of decentralized production cooperatives, where people should find a natural relationship to the products. An emphasis on directness, concreteness, manageability, and immediacy pervades this ideal. Like some branches of liberalism, anarchism sees the state as the root of all evil and therefore as its main opponent. The wickedness of the state is not simply deduced from its coercive and oppressive mechanisms, but above all from its unnaturalness. Deegan and Knobloch quote the relatively unknown anarcho-syndicalist Arthur Muller-Lenning, who described the state as an extra-economic means, as extra-economic violence. The state was unnatural because it was not an organic product of society. It arose through the usurpation of the commonwealth of individuals by a group with the will to rule. This group created, or alternatively conquered, the state in order to have an institution at its disposal, by means of which its own groups procure their livelihood from the inferior groups. This means that for anarchists critical of the state is just as external to bourgeois society as it is to Marxists fixated on the state. Anarchism thus creates a dichotomy between the society of individuals on the one hand and the state on the other. Both are actually incompatible with each other, but the state nevertheless simply equates itself with society. This is where anarchism senses deceit. Institutions such as the rule of law, the ideological disguise of violence, and parliamentary democracy, a form of class rule that only serves the circulation of the power elites, are part of the state's deception, but the ruled are also made compliant through the manipulation of needs. Because anarchism is unable to distinguish capital relations, where the elites enrich themselves through value skimming by private companies, from a cliched image of feudalism, it permanently operates below the level of the conditions it wants to criticize. The state plays the role in anarchism that the commodity plays in neo-Marxism. Of course, the latter also cultivates the common talk of the commodity, but only in the cultural critical context of reification and alienation as objectification of the living and denaturalization of the original, alternatively of venality, corruption, and manipulation through consumption. The so-called commodity structure, George Lukács and followers, on the other hand, refers to something else: impersonal relationships, abstract dependencies, social forms into which individuals are forced to integrate and which they then reproduce through their everyday acts. Where people act in their natural social form as individuals, they create their oppression, not for someone by tolerating them, but for something from which they live. What is to be criticized about this form of social domination, however, is not its abstractness, and this is also sometimes overlooked in neo-Marxism, but the fact that it is domination. The emphasis on the abstractness/mediatedness of social domination and the relationship to abstractions in general must be an essential difference between critical social theory and anarchism. This important difference can prevent further ideological productions. For the tendency towards conspiracy theories arises almost automatically from anarchism's view of society, even if not every anarchist may subscribe to them, which invites logical puzzling. How and why it could come to the fall of man, that the state of nature was abandoned by some people so that some rise above others, quickly becomes a dangerous ideological pattern of thought. The critique of anarchist individualism must be set against a critique of the individual/subject, such as the value critique. It is true that the individual as a form of human being is a product of capitalist relations. It is true that it is what capitalism naturally produces for its purposes and then destroys again, but this does not mean that the individual should be rejected toto silla. Firstly, such a critique of the subject commits a peculiar error of reasoning, and secondly, it is based on a certain pattern of thought. Firstly, even if capitalism is the productive ground of the individual, the origin of a historical form cannot delegitimize it. Secondly, to say that the individual is basically nothing but this is always the suspicious formulation intended to draw attention an effect or similar of the form of socialization, sounds like fireworks and deflagration, as if the individual were an empty appearance, behind which the hard actuality waits, from where one could denounce the effect. The individual is considered to be independent, insubstantial. Everything it will ever do, or imagines it can do, will be nothing other than a reproduction of its productive ground. However, the fact that the individual is logically deducible and historically derivable does not by any means undermine it. The criticism of anarchist individualism should not serve to allow anarchism's most important means of struggle to disintegrate into sand in its own hands, but rather to enlighten anarchism to the fact that the strange and undesirable consequences of its theory are homemade, that it cannot avoid them and should therefore look for something else. For anarchism has the problem that it is driven by its own abstract principles into consequences that it did not want, but whose connection with the principles from which it started is also not seen. Anarchism knows that human beings are all kinds of things. What they like to point out, namely that the various schools of thought have a more or less positive view of humanity in common, is a lack of freedom that anarchism carries within itself and that will exert domination and coercion if it is ever able to assert itself. As well-intentioned as it may be, every positive anthropology tends towards unfreedom because it fixes people in what they were and are. For the more concrete anthropology appears, the more deceptive it becomes, indifferent to that which is not based in man as the subject but in the process of desubjectification that has run parallel to the historical formation of the subject since time immemorial. The transformation of society by means of a change of consciousness, evolution rather than revolution, rather than by violent means, first in oneself and then in others, seems to be much more humane. But anarchism, as it says itself, includes the whole of social life in its calculation of social change. It is not just a matter of changing social forms of communication in order to give people freedom, but not of prescribing these and their content. With reference to Proudhon, Deegan and Knobloch know that anarchy is made possible through systematic individual changes, i.e., when people have reached the point where political life has become one with private life, in other words, when everyone has become the state and the individual has been eradicated. Anarchism must reach every person and permeate all areas of their lives. This is initially a contemplative game with concern for the self, with the effort to establish one's own identity. But those who have an identity will also demand it from others. William Godwin, the forefather of anarchism, was already blurting this out in 1793. Everyone should educate everyone else. Everyone should monitor the behavior and thoughts of their neighbors in order to correct and point out errors. Everyone must take upon themselves the duty of calling themselves and others back to virtue with all the lessons that truth allows them. And these are some of the reasons why Godwin wants everyone to become the general inquisitor of the moral behavior of his neighbors. Anarchy and the Chinese Cultural Revolution are indistinguishable. Deegan and Knobloch can only see this as a blatant contradiction between Godwin and his individualistic attitude. The contradiction does indeed exist, but it is a contradiction that is identical with the beautiful naivety from which anarchism takes its starting point. At a time when a Christian democratic chancellor is converting to state socialism on her own responsibility, tens of thousands of demonstrators, most of whom apostrophize themselves as left-wing, are calling for a hunt for locusts under the slogan, "We won't pay for your crisis," and the majority of the population is longing more aggressively than ever for the warming feeling of communal deprivation. The hour of anarchism has finally come, one would think, be it because of its skepticism towards any kind of state-organized welfare, be it because of its aversion to socialist work fetishism or its plea for self-indulgence and pleasure. Nevertheless, there can be no talk of a renaissance of anarchism either as a life practice or as a theory. Jürgen Mumkin, a participant at the recent Anarchism in the 21st Century Congress in Berlin, commented on this in an interview. In an interview with Jungle World 15/09 on anarchism as an idea in crisis, Jürgen Mumkin was critical of anarchism's blanket criticism of the state. If you overcome power relations, the state also disappears, but if you overcome the state, power relations do not disappear by a long shot. But was hardly able to cite more examples of anarchist practice than the protest against castor transports or the desire to change conditions so that people can live in a free society. But aren't the same people who would prefer to nationalize the entire private sector immediately agitating against the state in the name of the people under the slogan of civil society? Haven't politicians from pro-government parties long been involved in the ecologically correct blockade of railroad tracks? And thanks to the digital bohemia and various unsavory beach bars, hasn't living in shared flats or store windows long since become a lifestyle for happily precarious freelancers? Are we perhaps all impotent anarchists? In the following, we will formulate the assumption, necessarily sketchy and fragmentary, that the decline of anarchism in the 20th century went hand in hand with the triumph of a deceptive double, which is already present in large parts of earlier anarchist theory, but only comes into its own in the conceptless madness of post-structuralism, as it is most authentically reflected in the language and thought of Deleuze and Guattari's Thousand Plateaus. If the contradictory nature of earlier anarchist theorizing can be explained by its defensive position of powerlessness in the face of circumstances, the success of its postmodernist counterparts can be explained by the fact that powerlessness and disintegration have long since become general experiences rather than marginal ones. With postmodernism, powerlessness goes on the offensive and becomes potentially murderous, while anarchism, despite its better possibilities, threatens to annul itself. What distinguishes anarchism from a critique of power that calls itself communist is not its critique of the state, but the specific form in which this critique of the state is articulated. While communism, still in its popular version going back to Engels and calling itself scientific, advocates the sublation of the bourgeois state, which presupposes the existence of developed forms of bourgeois socialization, i.e. the formation of a certain subject form, the concept of the autonomous individual, a high degree of social and economic differentiation, but above all the genesis of a kind of socio-psychological disposition towards freedom in the individual anarchist approaches, have the inherent suggestion that all of this can only be developed underneath the bourgeois state and its institutions, as it were. Strictly speaking, the state should not be dissolved here, but rather subverted or undermined. This figure of thought, whose regressive consequences only came to light in post-structuralism, is the reason for the pervasive grassroots, network and rhizome metaphors in the relevant texts, as well as anarchism's affinity to various subcultures and its simultaneous distance from organized labor and the bourgeoisie. Of course, there were syndicalist and individualist currents within anarchism, but these were unable to develop a tradition of their own. There is still much to discover in this field of heterodoxy, from Franz Jung and Otto Gross to Simone Weil. In the German left in particular, however, only the communitarian variant of anarchism has been successful to date, and it is on this variant that I am concentrating here. The subcultures and the lumpenproletariat, or in postmodern sociolect, the minoritarian, the nomadic, play the role in anarchism that Marx assigned to the working class. Talk of the withering away of the state is interpreted quite differently in the communist and anarchist traditions. In Engels' formulation, which otherwise contains numerous questionable analogies between historiography and natural science, there is no question of an organizist interpretation of the metaphor. As soon as there is no longer a social class to be kept in oppression, as soon as class rule and the struggle for individual existence based on the previous anarchy of production have been eliminated along with the collisions and excesses arising from it, there is no longer anything to repress that would make a special power of repression a state necessary. The intervention of state power in social relations becomes superfluous in one area after another and then falls asleep of its own accord. Government over persons will be replaced by the administration of things and the management of production processes. The state is not abolished, it dies away. End of quote. The state therefore dies off, not like a withered leaf that the plant pushes away in order to regenerate its vitality, but like a tradition that has become anachronistic, which may still be sedimented in empirical reality in many different institutions, modes of action and habits, but which, like church buildings in a society emancipated from religious needs, increasingly appears to all people as an ornamental, comical, or even imposing relic of a stage of their incarnation that has been overcome as a remnant of their own prehistory. In contrast to abolition, however, the talk of dying off and falling asleep also recalls the preserving moment of sublation. What has been happily abolished does not have to be killed because it has made itself superfluous out of its own dynamics by realizing what was only conceivable through itself and yet at the same time prevented. By making their social relationships, which confront them in the form of the state as something alien and heteronymous, their own affair, people realize their freedom in a double sense, which consists in nothing other than the very relationships that they had previously experienced as dependencies. Anarchism in its various forms usually counters this image of the state dying or falling asleep with an iconography of the revival, blossoming and becoming of heterogeneous individuals who are no longer related to a fulfilled universality, as in Marx's talk of world society or world traffic, but are presented as a dispersed multiplicity, as a swarm of nomadic peoples, who are not bound to any territory. Through their everyday practices, they cause the state to die like a parasitic form that prevents the living multitude from breathing. On the concept of everyday practices, Michel de Certeau, Art of Action. As a classical philologist and Jesuit monk, the author is one of the more tolerable representatives of postmodern anarchism. Deleuze, Guattari, and Lyotard, on the other hand, in their search for the strength of the weak, always ended up with the oppressed peoples, according to whose image they modeled their perception of lunatics, children, women, and other minorities. From this fetishization of a plurality that is only abstractly defined but conceived as vital, which is already omnipresent in the anarchist rural communes and life reform projects of the turn of the century based on the philosophy of life, and which celebrates a joyful comeback in Hart and Negri's multitude juxtaposed with empire, anarchist social concepts gain their distinction from the supposedly rigid collectivism of their communist counterparts. To resolve this misunderstanding, it suffices to read Marx himself. Only when the real individual man takes back into himself the abstract citizen and as an individual man in his empirical life, in his individual work, in his individual relations, has become a generic being, only when man has recognized and organized his forces properas as social forces and therefore no longer separates the social force from himself in the form of political force, only then is human emancipation accomplished. End quote. The sublation of the individual as an abstract citizen therefore means neither the liquidation of the legal and economic form of state citizenship in the name of a natural comradeship or fraternity that is imagined to be more humane, nor the infiltration of the bourgeois state and its economy through more vivid forms of production, just exchange or solidarity economy. as this is then regularly called in anarchist-inspired revolutionary theories, but rather the withdrawal of the abstract citizen into the individual human being and the abolition of the sphere of the political by returning the social power that has been split off from the individual as political and delegated to his function as a citizen into the individual himself. If the individual human being recognizes his forces properes as social forces, it is not in order to subject them to a heteronymous purpose, that would be nothing other than politics, but in order to make them a social force by dissolving the sphere of heteronymous purposes. The fact that the administration of things takes the place of the government over persons does not mean that persons are treated like things, but rather that the individual human being breaks the bourgeois subject form of the person and thereby puts himself in a position to determine the conditions of his life as his own thing and the thing of humanity. It is precisely by breaking through the perpetuation of the generic constraint and moving from prehistory into history that the individual human being becomes a generic being. The individual human being is therefore not a mere function of the emancipation of the species, but its precondition and goal, and remains the gravitational point of the entire process at every point. The existing that communism creates is precisely the real basis for making everything that exists independently of the individuals impossible, insofar as this existing is nevertheless nothing but a product of the previous intercourse of the individuals themselves. This raises complex questions which have not only led countless anarchists astray. If, in order to become individual human beings, individuals have to take back the abstract citizen within themselves, even though the form of abstract citizenship alone makes it conceivably possible for them to become individual human beings, would they not then, each individual for himself, have to become completely different people before they can become what they are? If the existing independently of the individuals of the world that confronts people heteronymously is nevertheless nothing but a product of the previous intercourse of the individuals, i.e. their lack of freedom is the unconscious product of their own conscious actions, then by what standard should it be decided when their prehistory ends and their history begins? And if humanity can only fulfill its generic destiny by each individual person stepping out of the constraints of the genus, what does the concept of genus mean? To answer this question would mean untangling the Gordian knot or solving the riddle of the Sphinx, the answer to which is contained in the question and therefore seems impossible to find. The linguistic density of dialectical philosophy, from Hegel to Marx to Adorno, with which anarchists were rarely on good terms, is due to the attempt to actually walk through the entire labyrinth that must be traversed by anyone who wants to explain the simplest of things. The objection that Bakunin, Stirner, or Bauer were dialecticians is unfounded. The contradictions in their thinking, such as Bakunin's abstract anti-authoritarianism or Stirner's solipsism, can rather be explained by the problems they had with dialectics. For a dialectical critique of anarchism, see, in addition to the passages in German Ideology, the Marcuse critique by Hans-Heinz Holz, Utopia and Anarchism. Anarchism reacts to this challenge by seeking a shortcut through the labyrinth and supposing that basically all people, as they are already capable of realizing a free human society of their own accord, if only they were allowed to do so. In this respect, anarchism is nothing more than a liberalism with a libertarian twist, a liberalism with a guilty conscience in view of the army of the impoverished and disenfranchised. This applies not only to its idealistic variant in Stirner, for example, but also to its supposed counterpart, communitarian anarchism in the tradition of Kropotkin, which has always been particularly popular among German anarchists with their preference for down-to-earth forms of production. Even Erich Muhsam, anything but an orthodox anarchist, in his programmatic essay Freedom as a Social Principle from 1929, does not take the diagnosis that no social movement could ever successfully recruit followers for itself if the commitment to freedom is not invoked on its standard, as an opportunity to turn the concept of freedom into a problem in the way alluded to here, but rather as proof that the longing for individual freedom is rooted in human nature itself. Quote, "For this reason, and because in primitive humans as well as in differentiated ones, the striving for refined community is felt to be the same as the striving for increased freedom in the solidarity of all. Freedom, although now the shallowest of all public phrases, as an anthropological category describes the natural form of association of all living beings that is merely immobilized by state and society, which he describes with reference to Kropotkin's philanthropically reinterpreted social Darwinism. Solidarity is a naturally given characteristic of all living creatures. All companionable animals base their communal existence exclusively on the natural predisposition to companionable brotherhood, which represents the form of life that complements the struggle of species against each other for the preservation of species. The hunting communities of wolves, like the mass migrations of fallow deer to find fertile habitats, are examples of social life organized in freedom. There is no state at work here, i.e. no central government machinery, but anarchy. End of quote. Although Muslim is explicitly concerned with the freedom of the individual, not of the people or an abstract humanity, he speaks of the longing for a personal increase in the values of life as a living force, which advertising and propaganda would still have to take into account. This longing itself is not understood as a socially acquired ability developed in the process of mental and physical labor, but as a natural quality. Social freedom is thus not only defined as a disposition of all creatures, detached from the genuinely human capacity for reason-guided reflection, but as a complementary form of life for the preservation of the species and thus, despite all invocations of the individual, subject to an imperative that is as conformist as it is regressive. In the struggle of the species, which in Muslim's work, just as in Kropotkin's beehive communitarianism, is not deciphered as an anthropologization of the logic of capitalist socialization, but merely renovated in a human-friendly way, it is simply not the selfish and heedless who win, but the solidary and considerate, or, as the Christian democratic state socialist would say, the communal. Because he is unable to grasp the aporia of the concept of natural history, which defines man's vocation to transcend his species as a privilege of the human species, Muslim ends up nolens volens not with world society, but with the ennobled community, not with solidarity, which has nothing to do with whether you know someone, but is a strictly social determination, but with comradeship, not with free association, but with fallow deer. He comments on the formulation that government over people should be replaced by the administration of things as follows. The task of those who wish to raise freedom to a social principle consists, therefore, in turning the common economy of men dependent on one another from the management of a duty of obedience to orders received into the fulfillment of a mutual service of comradeship. End of quote. Compared to the bourgeois commodity economy, the common economy exudes the odium of vividness, craftsmanship, and enthusiastic group experience. However, where people are still dependent on each other for obscure reasons, i.e. where they constitute themselves as a community of necessity under the pressure of the subsistence struggle, the struggle of species, and the logic of obedience and command, which in bourgeois society certainly knows its mediating instances, is suspended in favor of a mutual service of comradeship. It is less the time of freedom that seems to be dawning than the time of obedience without command, in which, in the face of a state that is dying, but which leaves individuals at the mercy of social entropy in impotent panic, everyone sees themselves forced to become a self-helper who only knows comrades instead of friends, because friendship is purposeless and knows no service. In order to realize their personality, as Muslim puts it, as a perfect unity with the social totality. Quote, the society of freedom is an organism, i.e. a unified and therefore harmoniously functioning living being. This distinguishes it from the state and every centralized power, where a mechanism seeks to replace the functions of organic life. End of quote. The socially produced fusion of mechanism and organic life, which destroys all free sociality, has become so total to Muslim's horizon of experience that he lapses into a Manichaeanism that contrasts the organism as a harmonious unity with the mechanical state as a representation of abstraction and repressive unity, a relapse into romantic criticism of the state, albeit without the dialectical potential that was still inherent in it, for example in Schelling's work. When a modern, left-wing, critical weekly devotes its Christmas edition to the phenomenon of gift-giving, readers can be sure that sentimental things like Christmas presents are at best the subject of irony. This pleases readers insofar as they share with members of the non-critical majority of society the constitutional inability to give anyone anything, let alone themselves. The tawdry nature of so-called gift items, the annual family get-togethers on Christmas Eve, the degrading presence of noisy festivities at what is actually the quietest time of the year, and the whistle-blowing idiocy of masses of young people in red-pointed hats, have long since become pretextual arguments to reject the coercion imposed by tradition to summon up the patience and imagination needed to surprise the people around us with what they have always wanted without knowing it. The disdain for gift-giving as a purposeless and therefore gratifying act corresponds with a sympathy for giving and sharing, which is particularly popular in times of scarcity and is intended to show solidarity with those who have fallen on hard times. A glance at so-called gift stores where people without money, spirit, and taste dispose of the part of their household goods that has become unbearable for them so that others with even less money, whose spirit and taste are as little cared for as their own, can pick them up shows what this solidarity looks like. Such stores relate to the gesture of giving like Protestant scout songs to the Catholic liturgy. Giving, in its genuine sense, a testimony to generosity, in which abundance and wealth seek to transcend one's own narrow-mindedness, is reduced in them to a morally dressed-up celebration of one's own and collective narrowness. Because one assumes that others are just as undemanding as oneself, one always has something to give them and is just as indiscriminate as the recipients may be. Instead of an economy of waste, gift stores therefore belong to an economy of recycling. They are the garbage dumps of a society that is in the process of liquidating the difference between garbage and property. While the Protestant faction of gift lovers invokes communitarianism and economic theories of sustainability, the opposing, quasi-left-wing Catholic school of thought on gift-giving likes to invoke the French ethnologist Marcel Mauss and his creative adept Georges Bouteille to legitimize their supposedly subversive economy of waste. Marcel Mauss himself, who was an honest empiricist and whose 1925 study, The Gift, which thanks to Bouteille and his postmodern successors has become a myth, is, according to its subtitle, nothing more and nothing less than an investigation of the form and function of exchange in archaic societies, is least to blame for this mythologization. From a historical materialist perspective, his study can even be interpreted as a phenomenology of archaic forms of rule, in which social violence is neither mediated by institutions nor by the exchange of equivalents and is therefore always violence that is immediately tied to people and acts out on people. The guiding concepts of Mauss' theory of the gift, which he develops in recourse to the rights of tribes from Polynesia, Samoa, Melanesia, and elsewhere, are not purposelessness and wealth, but performance and duty, and these in turn do not refer to individuals, but to collectives organized as tribes. In archaic economic and legal systems, according to Mauss, one almost never encounters the simple exchange of wealth, goods and products within the framework of a trade concluded between individuals. Rather, archaic exchange only knew collective subjects, clans, tribes, families, which Mauss somewhat misleadingly calls moral persons, and what circulated between these groups were not primarily economically useful things, but feasts, rituals, military services, women, children, dances, the exchange of which was not market-mediated, but followed a logic of obligatory gift. Mauss describes this economic order as a system of total services in order to contrast it with the market of bourgeois society, which is dominated and regulated by instrumental reason, and the circulating gifts as a potlatch in reference to American ethnologists. Although it is not based on a calculation of utility, the gift in the potlatch is doubly obligatory. There is a duty to accept it as well as the need to reciprocate. A clan, a household, or a guest does not have the freedom not to take advantage of hospitality, not to accept gifts, not to trade, not to enter into blood and marriage ties. The duty of giving is no less important. To refuse to give something, to neglect to invite someone, and to refuse to accept something is tantamount to declaring war. It means to refuse friendship and fellowship. End of quote. In contrast to the gesture of gift-giving, which is, at least in appearance, a purposeless counterpart to money-mediated exchange in bourgeois society, the gift in the potlatch is not contradictory to the order of violence that produces it, but is its immediate expression. Anyone who gives something to someone, who is not yet someone but only a group member, takes the recipient and their clan into custody, as it were, and obliges them to reciprocate the gift. In the potlatch, the gift is not a mode of self-expression, but a means of collective extortion, which in the societies of the potlatch has not yet differentiated itself as a complementary contrast to the exchange of goods, but is an immediate political and economic act. This results in a further insight by Mauss that is particularly attractive to Bouteille. In order to buy himself out of the obligation constituted by the gift, which extends to the recipient and his group as a whole, i.e. not only to their possessions but also to their bodies, the recipient must give back to the giver more than he has received. Mauss describes this rule somewhat euphemistically as a system of generosity, and it was precisely in this that Bouteille thought he could discern the seeds of an economy of waste that undermined the logic of the capitalist economic order. While Bouteille, particularly in his studies, The Abolition of Economy, Eroticism, and The Theory of Religion, seeks traces of that economy of expenditure in erotic self-expression, in the remnants of natural religious spirituality, in the archaic elements of Catholicism, and in real combat, which had not yet known soldiers but only warriors, which he wants to see unleashed again in the alienated present. Mauss soberly describes the destructive cycle of the potlatch, aimed at nothing other than collective self-destruction, which could lead to the extinction of entire tribes within a short time, who robbed themselves of their own conditions of reproduction with the potlatch economy. The collective suicidal character of the potlatch, which in Butterly's work is still concealed by romanticized praise of luxury and ecstasy, comes to the fore in Jean Baudrillard's theory of subversive sacrifice, as he developed it in his 1976 book, The Symbolic Exchange in Death, with explicit reference to Moss and Butterly, in which he praises suicide as a means of bringing society to implosion and short-circuiting its cycles. In anticipation of his sympathy for suicide bombers expressed after the attacks of September 11, 2001. The sacrifice-loving celebration of the gift as a mode of subversive expenditure wants to achieve in an instant what the friends of the communitarian gift economy are striving for in the long term, i.e. sustainably. The abdication of bourgeois society, which has gone mad from its own contradictions, not its overcoming, but its self-destruction. What the bourgeoisie understood by giving at a time when its ideologues were still halfway up to scratch, and still resonates in Friedrich Nietzsche's maxim, already inflated to pathos, of throwing oneself away in order to gain oneself, preserves, albeit only as an impulse, the memory of the connection between purposelessness and happiness. In order to appear as something that has escaped its purpose, the gift of an exchange that only appears to be equal requires its counterpart. Only where things are normally calculated, compared, exchanged, won and lost can gift-giving function as a promise of something better, the realization of which it simultaneously prevents. The fact that this sounds old-fashioned, boring and disturbing today is not least due to circumstances that make every reminder of happiness seem just that, old-fashioned, boring, disturbing. While Muslim, who in his polemics against vegetarianism and in his praise of idleness left no doubt that he was concerned with liberation to enjoyment and sensuality, was ultimately unable to define free society as anything other than a community of necessity. Gustav Landauer, who also appreciated Kropotkin and whose rural commune projects today appear to be helpless attempts to become practical, projected a concept of anarchism in his theoretical writings that is immune to such misunderstandings. Landauer starts from the aporia that is developed in detail in dialectical thinking, but also in Hannah Arendt's theory of the public sphere, for example, and tends to be ignored by Muslim, that as soon as what Marx calls intercourse arises between people and what is the precondition of all human freedom, it is by no means simply a network that develops, but rather a thread, Adorno, that always necessarily goes beyond people's individual purposes and intentions, not only connecting them, but also separating them from each other and thus creating intersubjectivity, i.e. that no one ever achieves with their actions only what they intend, but always simultaneously less, more and something else. The autonomous space that is created in the process and that has sealed itself off from individuals and their actions in all of history to date, even liquidating individuals in their freedom, nevertheless remains a necessary prerequisite for individuals to finally be able to realize their destiny as individual human beings. However, this also means that people are not disposed to freedom as such in their narrow-minded particularity, which Muslim fixes as nature, but only through externalization to that space that is alien to them and yet constituted by them, which Landauer calls ether or universe, and which in turn can only give up its coercive character by being shaped by people in a self-empowered decision. For Landauer, therefore, anarchism and individualism correspond. Quote, "The basic insight of anarchism or individualism is the following. In human society there are only individuals and the actions of individuals. It is anarchistic to say that the so-called conditions are only the behavior of people. Anarchy is only the negative side of what is positively called socialism. Anarchy is the expression for the liberation of man from the idol of the state, the idol of the church, the idol of capital. Socialism is the expression for the true and genuine connection between men, which is genuine because it arises from the individual spirit, because it blossoms as the same and one in the spirit of the individual as a living idea, because it arises between men as a free union." End of quote. For Landauer, anarchism is therefore not a rival project to communism, but rather describes on the part of the individual what socialism describes on the part of society, and both terms, which by no means describe immediate social practice, but rather its intended goal, converge at the moment when the individual spirit can express itself in society, which Landauer defines as a free union, i.e. in accordance with friendship instead of comradeship. It is not the anthropological nature of all creatures that is geared towards freedom, but rather the same and one in the spirit of the individual as a living idea, the unity in non-identity that keeps this union alive. Landauer's ideal of a community without community, devoid of the character of community, which has hardly been developed in its radicality to this day, arises from this idea. Quote, "We can only find the community that we long for, that we need, if we separate ourselves thoroughly, if we as individuals immerse ourselves deeply in ourselves, then we will finally find, in the innermost core of our most hidden being, the most ancient and universal community. End of quote. This community, which has always existed as long as people have been in contact with one another and yet has never yet become a reality in itself, abolishes every particularistic concept of community, which can only ever be conceived in isolation from other communities, in the oldest and most universal community, the human race, since it is only constituted through the separation of individuals. This is why Landauer can write, "Our most individual is our most universal. The deeper I go home into myself, the more I become part of the world, and yet speak of the nothingness of the concrete, of the isolated individual, as the individuals are nothing but forms of appearance and points of passage, electric sparks of a great and whole. Individual is a rigid and absolute expression of something very mobile and connected, because only his most individual connects the individual human being with all others as something absolutely incomparable. There is no other instance of appeal for such a free union than this most individual. This, however, is not immediately present in the isolated individual, as it is presented in the bourgeois subject form, but can only be realized by dissolving the concreteness, by destroying the appearance of its rigidity and releasing the mobility and vitality stored up in it. The only language Landauer could find in his era to formulate this relationship was that of mysticism. However, what may appear to the vulgar materialist gaze as an expression of social remoteness, inwardness, or spiritualism is in reality nothing other than an attempt to formulate from the perspective of the individual what Marx had developed from the perspective of the historical process itself. By seeking to expose the materialistic, inner-worldly content of Christian and Jewish mysticism, as probably only Walter Benjamin did after him, Landauer makes it clear at the same time that the practice it envisages is more cut off from empirical reality than ever before. The greatness and integrity of his thought cannot be grasped without an awareness of this powerlessness. In contrast, what happens when this awareness is driven out of anarchist thought, 80 years after Landauer and 40 years after Auschwitz, is illustrated by post-structuralism in the variant of Deleuze and Guattari. In order to explain why they organize their book not in a good bourgeois way into chapters, but in a bad anarchist way into plateaus, Deleuze and Guattari fall back on the anarcho-communitarian root metaphor at the beginning of the 1,000 plateaus, which they want to surpass with their concept of the rhizome, in contrast to the pseudo-manifoldness of trees and roots, which remains related to an organistic unity. The rhizome represents a manifoldness that knows neither subject nor object, but only determinations, sizes, dimensions that do not grow without it, the manifoldness changing. Of course, a multiplicity that knows multiple determinations, but remains undetermined for itself and is constantly changing, even though it is at the same time the completely unchangeable as the undetermined, may escape the traps of dialectical natural philosophy, but loses sight of any critical concept of nature as the non-identical, unconceived by instrumental conditioning. Such thinking exposes itself all the more blindly to the late bourgeois decay of nature when it no longer defines subject and object as antagonistic poles of one and the same process, but liquidates them in favor of a substantive multiplicity, conceived as a state. The principle of multiplicity. Only when multiplicity is actually treated as a noun, as multiplicity, does it no longer have any relation to the one as subject or object, as natural or spiritual reality, as image and world. End of quote. Because any recourse to the one, i.e. to universality, is rejected as repressive, the celebration of multiplicity, which had its historical meaning as an anarchist objection to the glorification of the socialist state until the 1920s, is reduced to a relationally unrelated particularism in post-structuralism. Its historical complement is the disintegration of bourgeois society into groups of disintegrated dropouts, with which neo-anarchism prefers to identify. Just as the affinity of early anarchism to Bohemia and the lumpenproletariat was a reaction to the disintegration of the workers' movement, the fetishization of a dispersed multiplicity of schizos, nomads, etc. reacts to the threat of the negative sublation of bourgeois society, which is not to be prevented but rather advanced by mobilizing the minorities who are no longer committed to any concept of universality. The idea of unitless multiplicity, which becomes practical in such mobilization, in no way helps the non-identical, which Landauer's ideal of anarchism aims for, to achieve its right, but rather lets it drown in the subjectless stream of desire and language, which can easily be deciphered as a mystification of the capital process that has become tautological. The affinity of post-structuralism to the philosophy of life, including its fascist offshoots, lies in this adoration not of an unconceived nature, but of a life that only arises from the destruction of this nature, in which the subjects are nothing but particles. Compared to such a concept of life, the idealization of natural life contexts in Muslims and Kropotkin's communitarianism appears as a romantic scurrility. The unconscious but happy cooperation of all forces, in which Muslim sees the model of free association in wolves and fallow deer, is replaced in Deleuze and Guattari's work by an appeal for the self-barbarization of individuals, who should not abolish the bourgeois subject form, but rather discard it by organizing themselves as in a social pack. Quote, "When becoming an animal, one is always dealing with a pack, a gang, a herd, a population, in short, with a multiplicity. The wolf is first and foremost not a property or a certain number of properties, but a pack of wolves. The louse is a swarm of lice, etc. What is a cry, independent of a people for whom it calls or whom it makes a witness?" End of quote. Pack is therefore not a counterconcept to diversity, but its realization, which always announces itself when a population, in a self-responsible rampage, not only gets rid of the form of citizenship, but also of all special characteristics in order to become a swarm, which, of course, only powerless people acting out their unconsciousness in blind hatred can make themselves into. Becoming an animal has nothing to do with a romantic longing for nature, but is the project of individuals who are going mad because of their disintegrating sociality, who long for death and annihilation because they only know freedom as a dream of fear. What this project amounts to becomes unmistakable when Wolfsdwimmel pounce on Losdwimmel, and Schrey, and Voke celebrate their debut. Anyone who wants to save what can be saved from anarchism must realize without illusion that the longing for such a withering away of the state has always been virtually inherent in the hatred of the bourgeois state, i.e. that displeasing the citizen is not enough. Nazism was also a completely uncivil avenue. Following the publication of the book The Coming Uprising by the French authors collective Invisible Committee, there was much debate in the German arts pages as to whether this book was a reactionary work of art or a left-wing polemic, as if the two were mutually exclusive. The pamphlet was enthusiastically reviewed in media as diverse as the FAZ, August 11, 2010, the SZ, November 11, 2010, and the Freitag, November 17, 2010. However, an article published by Johannes Thumfert in the Taz, November 22, 2010, and Jungle World, November 25, 2010, which sees the intellectual legacy of Martin Heidegger and Carl Schmitt as having been lifted in the book, caused anger among its supporters. Klaus Bittermann considers this to be nonsense, Jungle World, January 13, 2011, and Jürgen Kaubine also considers this thesis to be absurd, as Schmitt was, after all, an editist, whereas the committee wanted to take up arms against the state. Kobe seems to have missed the fact that Schmitt is the author of a theory of the partisan. Likewise, that Schmitt contributed to the destruction of the German state through his option for National Socialism and also wrote an obituary for it with his anti-Semitic book Der Leviathan in 1938. Nonetheless, the assertion of the eternal statist enjoys general popularity, and Cord Riechelmann also postulates that for Schmitt there is nothing worse than the end of the state, only to add enigmatically, in The Coming Uprising, the term state of exception is used in exactly the meaning that Walter Benjamin gave it. End of quote. To point out that Benjamin is not even mentioned in passing in the book is to stoop to the level of Riechelmann, who stated, Carl Schmitt does not appear in the entire text, neither explicitly nor implicitly. End quote. Which is why the book cannot stand in his tradition, Riechelmann concluded. It is more interesting to look at what the purpose of this Schmitt-Benjamin castling is. Riechelmann draws on a much-quoted sentence from the Theses on the Philosophy of History. The tradition of the oppressed teaches us that the state of exception in which we live is the rule. This more than questionable sentence is perhaps chanted like a mantra by the enemies of the Enlightenment today because the reference to a Jewish victim of National Socialism is seen as proof of a good attitude and the quote is therefore considered to be beyond reproach. Nevertheless, its constant repetition does not improve a sentence that seeks to declare National Socialism a constant of history, which was already wrong at the time it was written. But it is this equalizing moment that makes the Benjamin thesis so attractive for authors such as Agamben and the Invisible Committee, which Riechelmann quite rightly lumps together. This is because it enables Agamben, for example, who has dedicated an entire book to Benjamin's thesis, to equate Auschwitz and Guantanamo. The fact that Agamben is a student of Heidegger and that Badiou, whom Riechelmann also places in the committee's line of tradition, calls him his master, should only be mentioned here in passing. For Riechelmann, it is important to see the book on the supposedly coming uprising as part of a tradition that is less suspect than that of Heidegger and Schmidt. After all, the collective draws from other literary sources, so there can be no question of re-importing German forms of thought, and the book therefore does not belong in the dirty corner of German ideology. If the idea that a French line of tradition could protect against German ideology testifies to a naive conception of what is German, the attempt to give the committee a good report card is completely absurd in view of the supporters who are cited, since they include only avowed Heideggerians, including Kojève. However, it becomes completely ridiculous when Riechelmann claims in a small column in Jungle World on January 6, 2011 that Adorno got his lace tablecloths, which are supposed to stand for aesthetics, from Heidegger, which is why he also speaks of a Heideggerization of Adorno. If Riechelmann had read the other works by the group of authors who wrote them under the name Ticken before giving free rein to his anger at Thumfert's supposedly unobjective review, he could have found sentences like this: Panic shows the plural and inorganic body of the genre more than any other phenomenon. Sloterdijk, this last man of philosophy, takes this positive view of panic further. He also seems to have overlooked the following statement by Sloterdijk, which the committee quotes with approval. From a historical perspective, the alternatives are probably the first people to develop a non-hysterical relationship to the possible apocalypse. The current alternative consciousness is characterized by something that could be described as a pragmatic relationship to catastrophe. End of quote. With Sloterdijk, the committee also believes that panic could bring about an intensification of relationships. Following Elias Canetti, the authors try to give the general panic a revolutionary content. Canetti illustrated the consequences of panic using the example of a theater fire, in which every single theatergoer rushes to the exit, fighting against the others who obstruct you on all sides without consideration. Ticken, aka the Invisible Committee, does not agree with this depiction, not because of the acts of blind rage that Canetti describes. They see these as an expression of civil war in all its nakedness, as they want to unleash it, but because Canetti has assumed a closed milieu. If the panic did not break out in an enclosed space, but in the open air, its full potential could unfold, just as Canetti has already indicated. If one were not in a theater, one could run together, like a herd of animals in danger, and increase the energy of flight by moving in the same direction. An active mass fear of this kind is the great collective experience of all animals that live in herds and save themselves together as good runners. End quote. The combination of fear and herd instinct should therefore give direction to the revolution. Canetti considered a common direction of escape for the panicked masses to be impossible and feared a struggle of each individual against all others who stand in his way. The danger, which until now has had an exhilarating and unifying effect, pits one against the other as an enemy, and each tries to save himself for himself. End quote. The herd of the coming uprising of the Invisible Committee, however, is not a fleeing mass, but a pursuing mass. The enemy is certain. The masses form up to attack and fight against anyone who stands in their way. Having just been isolated by capitalist competition, the individuals lend themselves to the herd, which instinctively chooses its direction. Anyone who is not a good runner and fails to anticipate the direction will be trampled underfoot by the pursuing masses. This describes everything that characterizes the coming uprising according to its authors. The civil war is the status quo, which is neutralized and continued covertly by the state. The aim of the coming uprising is therefore to unleash this covert war. The competition in the economy and the opponents of the uprising in the public debate are to be fought in existential hostility as the democratic anesthesia. While the debate about whether Heidegger and Schmidt comparisons were appropriate or unseemly was still going on, Der Spiegel spoke out with unusual clarity. In its issue of November 22, 2010, several pages from the coming uprising were printed and commented on as follows. This text comes at a time when cars are burning almost every night in this country too, when citizens are demonstrating against government decisions. End of quote. Consequently, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, the central organ of the Wutbürger, recommended the book to its readership with the following words. People's displeasure with the powerful is once again being expressed more frequently in demonstrations on the streets. The text by a French committee now gives the diffuse anger a theoretical framework. End quote. Despite the largely positive response, not only Riechelmann and Lionel Vico from Retro Situationist magazine were outraged by the few critical voices. The committee itself was also not satisfied with the course of the debate and therefore decided to largely withdraw from it with the justification, "We don't give a shit." not without threatening its own critics from the relaxed perspective of the supposed victor in the world historical struggle. The distance to the street will catch up with you. At some point. End quote. Lionel Vico countered the criticism with the astonishing argument that the book paints a picture of the world with the magic of words, which is why no text interpretative procedures could be applied to the book. Because the Invisible Committee believes itself to be on the side of the victors by agreeing with all the tendencies of a coming catastrophe, which they imagine as a world civil war, it was easy for it to give its pamphlet about the coming uprising the universally admired force. Their resource is the affirmation of what is or threatens to be. The committee openly admits this when it claims that it merely wants to be a recorder of the situation. The conditions described are actually already revolutionary, but we are constantly being talked out of it. It is the privilege of radical circumstances that accuracy leads to revolution in good logic. It is enough to say what you have in mind and not to avoid the conclusion. The suburban riots in Paris in 2005 were the concrete reason for writing the book, as they opened the gap between politics and the political as wide as possible. Today, it no longer takes much insight to know that coexistence will soon end, that a decision is near. In Seven Circles based on Dante, the authors play out the contrast between politics and the political and the analogous distinction between the real and the unreal in the book The Coming Uprising. The first circle is entitled, I Am What I Am, and offers the oceanic feeling of existence in the masses as a remedy against the identity compulsion of the ego. Because ego identity goes hand in hand with the isolation of the individual from their surroundings, meaning that society is dissolving into a multitude of egos, into fine paranoid particles, a new understanding of what one actually is required. For the committee, the problem is not so much the legal and economic coercion that forces each individual to be a legal subject and a container of labor in one, but rather the stupid belief in the permanence of the ego and the little care we give to what makes us who we are. For we are not actually ego identities at all, a statement that certainly contains a moment of truth, even if Adorno probably meant more in different things when he said that, for many people it is already an impertinence when they say I. However, the committee is not concerned with denouncing a state in which everyone has to experience their powerlessness on a daily basis, but with welcoming this powerlessness as the form adequate to being. The ego should finally let go and accept that it is not itself but others who exercise control over it. Everything that binds me to the world, all the ties that make me up, all the forces that populate me, do not weave an identity that I can carry wagging before me, as is demanded of me, but a unique, shared, living existence from which in places, at times, this being emerges that says I. The committee does not reveal how an existence determined by its environment is supposed to gain an awareness of itself at certain points, only to disappear again in the swirling mass of bonds and forces of which it is composed, only to reappear at another time and in another place as that very self. It must therefore also remain a riddle as to who the self is in the following quote. Freedom is not the gesture of detaching ourselves from our bonds, but the practical ability to act on them, to move within them, to make them and to cut them off. End quote. What is it that acts, moves, produces and cuts off here, if existence knows no principium individuationis? On the one hand, existences must be capable of action in order to be able to influence the environment and, at the same time, they cannot be traced back to an acting individual. The common, living existence apparently uses the individual body merely as an executive instrument. If the weakening of the ego is the path to healing from the illusion of the ego, then society, which weakens the ego and makes it ill, is the energy center of rebellion. It no longer just has to be, break what breaks you, but also, what breaks you helps you to free yourself. Lars Quadfassel tried to make a similar point at the Bremen Congress, how shitty is Germany? Referring to Walter Benjamin. Benjamin writes, Antiquity still knew the true practice and Scipio, stumbling on Carthage's soil, shouts the victory slogan, spreading his arms wide in the fall. Tenio, te terra africana, what should have been a sign of terror, an image of misfortune. He binds bodily to the second and makes himself the factotum of his body. End quote. Just as Scipio turns his fall into a victorious pose, the weakening of the subject by the circumstances should be reinterpreted as a victory. The promised liberation from the inauthentic society thus lies on the line of development of this society, and the revolt against society is its own extremism, which does not question the basic social principles, but over-affirms them, which is why the coming revolt would be a typical conformist revolt. Everything inauthentic obscures the actual and thus prevents the decision for the actual. For the committee, the promise of happiness of bourgeois society is such a veil of appearance and thus a mere lie. Instead of holding on to this appearance as an indispensable moment for the revolution that points beyond bourgeois society, it wants to stage the endgame in order to establish itself as a group of rump existences in the desert of reality. Morpheus in the film Matrix. Mark Felix Serio wanted to recognize parallels between the pamphlet and the film Fight Club in the SZ of November 24, 2010. However, the right-wing section noted that the main character of the film, Tyler Durden, was fascinating, dangerous, apparently resistant and free, but as it turned out in the last third of the film, he was nothing more than the pathological fantasy product of the narrator's sick brain, the split-off ego of a paranoid schizophrenic who was in fact the child of a sick, pathogenic society. End quote. Otherwise, the secessionists were also satisfied with the pamphlet and only complained that it was obviously aimed at a left-wing readership, which is why they preferred to recommend Ernst Junger. In fact, the parallel to Fight Club is incorrect, as the committee still does not seem to have woken up from its delusional dream. Other feature articles have also pondered similar films. None of them have come across the movie Matrix, although the parallels are obvious. Quote, "Our lack of adaptation, our tiredness are only problems from the point of view of what wants to oppress us. They rather indicate a starting point, a connecting point for entirely new complicities. They make visible a far more destroyed landscape, but one that can be shared infinitely better than all the mirages that this society has on its account." End quote. In the second circle, this connection is viewed from the perspective of the state. The ego, already familiar from the first circle, is presented as the result of the cruel, centuries-old individualization work of a state power, an idea that is dealt with in detail in another book by the same authors. As Norbert Elias showed in his book On the Process of Civilization, it says, the monopolization of violence by the state is also accompanied by a mockery, and the population copies the good manners of the court and thus learns to control itself. Quote, "Through the spread of this self-restraint, this fear of licentiousness, the state succeeded in creating the economic subject, in enclosing everyone in his ego, i.e. in his body." End quote. The aim must therefore be to go back behind this process of civilization and undo it. Quote, "In reality, violence exists for us only as something that has been expropriated from us and that we must reappropriate today." End quote. A state of generalized and omnipresent violence, in which gangs exercise violence and maraud through the streets, is the concrete utopia of the committee. Quote, "These gangs, fleeing from work, taking the name of their neighborhood and resisting the police, are the nightmare of the French individualized good citizen. They embody all that he has renounced, all the joy that is possible and that he will never achieve." End quote. The gangs are therefore only the nightmare of the citizen insofar as they allow themselves what the citizen still denies himself. But in reality, the citizen is looking forward to the time when he can throw off the shackles of civilization and finally strike out on his own. It is because this possibility is actually inherent in the citizen's only laboriously restrained asociality that the committee is so convinced of the prospects of success of its revolution. Accordingly, the arsonist gangs of the Parisian suburban riots were only the avant-garde of the expected uprising, which had merely ignited the first bonfires as a promise of more to come. Quote, "In this sense, in a less subdued way, the undifferentiated hostility of some gangs only expresses the bad mood, the bad basic attitude, the desire for saving destruction in which this country is consumed." End quote. The coming uprising must be read as the invisible committee intended, as écriture automatique. For it is not itself the author of the writing, as it freely admits, but bourgeois society, as whose automatic pen it acts in order to write down unfiltered what is thought in this society outside the sphere of the public. Quote, "This book is signed with the name of an imaginary collective. Its authors are not its authors. They have contented themselves with bringing some order to the commonplaces of the era, to what is mumbled at the tables of the bars, behind the closed door of the bedrooms." End quote. In the third circle of the study, the distinction between actuality and inauthenticity is explored using the example of work, and the problem of political economy is solved in passing. The dual character of labor, which the Marxists never understood and which ultimately explains the indifference of workers to Marxist rhetoric, does not lie in concrete and abstract labor, but in the fact that the concept of labor has always encompassed two contradictory dimensions: a dimension of exploitation and a dimension of participation. End quote. There can therefore be no liberation from work, and non-actual work cannot be subtracted from the actual dimension of work by force without also destroying it. Therefore, the solution offered is to put work aside and focus on other ways of existing. The following are offered: familiarities of the neighborhood, the profession, the village, the struggle, kinship, ties to places, beings, seasons, ways of acting and speaking. End of quote. All of these ways of existing in their own right had been destroyed by the dominance of work in centuries of systematic annihilation. Anyone who associates this utopia only with reactionary homeland films does not want to see the revolutionary implementation of an actual homeland under Pol Pot's regime. In the fourth circle, the committee becomes a little more concrete and describes very vividly what it imagines the other ways of existing to be. Quote, "Trapped in the meshwork of the metropolis, a few fragments of the city and a few remnants of the country remain. But the living has taken up residence in the so-called social hotspots. The paradox is that the places that are most obviously uninhabitable are the only ones that are still inhabited in some way. An old, squatted hovel will always seem more populated than these comfortable apartments where you can just put your furniture down and perfect the decor while you wait for the next move. The slums are the last living, livable places in many megapolises and, unsurprisingly, also the deadliest." End quote. What is striking about these repulsive remarks is their apparent consistency with critical thought. In its polemic against modern housing, the text is strikingly similar to Adorno's aphorism Asylum for the Homeless. But where the committee sets out to discover the right life in the slums, Adorno ends his aphorism laconically with the sentence, "There is no right life in the wrong one." Adorno refuses any reconciliation with the existing conditions, while the committee glorifies life in more than just social misery as the best for everyone. Seeing the negative principle of society in its most inhospitable places is also a bad Marxist tradition, but this tradition at least stood for eliminating misery and not, as the committee does, declaring it to be the source of elan vital. The explanations of the metropolis and its slums allow the authors to project the image of their coming uprising and establish a link with the existing uprisings. What they are longing for is the aforementioned civil war situation that prevailed not only in the Parisian suburbs in 2005, but also in Somalia, for example. The metropolis is the terrain of an ongoing low-intensity conflict, the highlights of which are the capture of Basra, Mogadishu, and Nablus. End quote. In all these places, the West took action against those insurgent forces that had taken up the fight against the state as the vanguard of the coming uprising. However, this list also makes it clear in which tradition the committee sees itself and on which side it will stand should a confrontation with Islamic forces occur in Tunisia, for example. Although the metropolis is a battlefield prepared by the police and military, it also provides the means with which it can be fought. Because the metropolis has a network structure consisting of connections and nodes between which people, material, and information circulate, it is only necessary to stop the circulation so that the fabric implodes. Circulation is seen as the essential element of the new economy, and by negating the dystopian social order based on this economy, the committee's utopia becomes visible. This new bioeconomy is the theme of the fifth circle. The committee reports that it wants to transform the entire planet into a closed system, and thus into a cyberneticist's wet dream in which all ego particles can be controlled without any problems. Only passionate violence cannot be integrated into this system. Wherever it manifests itself, the system short-circuits. As with the riots in the Paris suburbs, nothing more needs to be known about the perpetrators than that they are united by little other than hatred of existing society, and that the attackers no longer listen to anyone. This is the minimum requirement for the revolutionary subject of the coming uprising. What opens up beneath the fabric of the net is the real world. It is explored in more detail in the sixth circle. The perfidious thing about biocapitalism is that it tries to align itself more and more with what makes up the world. The system has spread across the world like a spider's web, and biocapitalism is slowly sucking it dry. Capitalism has dissolved all remaining social ties for its own profit and is now reconstructing them on its own foundations. End of quote. What remains after the reconstruction is a zombie-like environment. Biocapitalism weaves its web out of people's identities and relationships and resettles them in the ecomilieus. By taking care of the environment and fighting for its preservation, ecologically minded people are becoming stewards of biocapitalism. Because, The environment is what people have left when they have lost everything. Those who inhabit a neighborhood, a street, a valley, a war, a workshop, have no environment. They develop in a world populated by presences and dangers, by friends and enemies, by points of life and points of death, by all kinds of living beings. What has solidified as an environment is a relationship to the world that is based on administration, that is, on strangeness. End of quote. In its criticism of environmental ideology and ecologists, the Invisible Committee comes closest to a critical theory of society. Insights like these can be found here. Quote, voluntary asceticism is on their banner, and they work free of charge to adapt us to the coming ecological state of emergency. The round and sticky mass of their guilt is loaded onto our weary shoulders to help till our garden, separate our garbage and organically compost the remnants of the macabre feast in which and for which we have been indulged. End quote. This insight has obviously grown out of experience and is not the product of impotent fantasies of omnipotence. It is they who obscure these few real insights because they feed the chimera of inauthenticity, which can be wiped away by a stroke of force. It is not surprising that the committee's utopian concept of society is indistinguishable from the adaptation to the ecological catastrophe driven by biocapitalism, which it has just denounced. The reappropriation of the world should not only take place through the catastrophe, but should also result in the same ideas as the ecologists. Quote, what is called catastrophe is only the forced interruption of this state, one of those rare moments in which we regain a little presence in the world. End quote. If the catastrophe has kept its promise and the coming uprising has reclaimed the world within it, human existence will organize itself into self-sufficient communes, as the committee wishes. Because gardens will then have to be cultivated again and waste composted organically, the committee is already rightly asking itself how everyone can be fed. But because they are realistic and death is always part of life, its members are probably not wrong in assuming that the number of people will be significantly lower after the coming uprising. So the practical question is, how to restore the food cultures of the rural zones until they can again support the population density they had 60 years ago. End quote. So all the inhabitants of this post-apocalyptic world will have to remember the specific ingenuity of the slums and, in addition to self-sufficiency from the urban gardens, will have to live from shoplifting, from collecting useful items in the bins of supermarkets or at night in the warehouses of industrial areas, in short, from scavenging. There is no free time either in preparation for the uprising or after it. Everything serves the sole purpose of surviving the deadly competition in the Mad Max land of the communes. The committee calls this misanthropic adaptation to the state of exception educate and be educated, meaning that leisure activities should be stripped of their absurd character, so that they become something other than leisure activities. In the spirit of John's National Revolutionary Gymnastics Clubs, it suggests learning boxing not for television but for the uprising. In general, the small communes do not control their livelihoods and must therefore encourage their surplus population, as the Greeks once did, to found new colonies and expand in this way. The individual community, thus simultaneously prevents an unhappy end. Just as well that the earth is then depopulated and there is enough space again for such imperialist adventures. In the seventh and final circle of hell, into which this post-apocalyptic world is to be transformed and which the Invisible Committee wants to sabotage, it is announced that this project will only be possible because of Western relativism. If the committee ever succeeds in imposing its truth, it will certainly be right about that too. The committee's chutzpah in claiming this is hard to beat, given the fact that truth is a matter of taste for them, i.e. they are relativists themselves. For the committee, truth is merely a question of force, because they will only be right if the coming uprising proves them right. The weakness of the criticism directed against such a theory of violence is, as National Socialism proved, that the committee could win the right of the strongest. The prevailing conditions work in favor of the committee. The stronger and older a state is, the less it is a superstructure, the ectoskeleton of a society, and the more it actually shapes the subjectivities that populate it. End of quote. A very similar and apt formulation in the introduction to Civil War. There it says, the modern state is thus first and foremost the constitution of every body as a molecular state. End quote. Capitalism and its states do produce this subjectivity, but this is not an immediate act of creation. It requires the active empathy of the individuals themselves. They can only become what they are according to their political economic ideal if they transform themselves into a function of capital on their own authority. In the crisis, this means that only the committees and gangs, in opposition to the state, lead the ruling subjectivity to its imminent telos. In the crisis, capital can no longer rely on the mediated violence of the rule of law, but requires the passionate violence of the unleashed gangs. The capital relationship can no longer be saved imminently, i.e. taking into account the rules of surplus value production and commodity exchange. It requires existences liberated from the illusion of the ego, which execute all-round competition without the exoskeleton of the state and without pursuing a selfish interest. These existential subjects accomplish the breakthrough in the same direction in which capital tends, but in which it can only advance by means of the existences that consciously take this step. The result is no longer capitalism, but the state of nature, which the bourgeois contract theorists placed in front of the state and which they hoped to tame through it. However, the historical location of this state of nature would no longer be the beginning of bourgeois society, and violence would no longer be an economic potency to get accumulation going, but the end of this accumulation, where violence decides how the wealth that was once created is divided among the communes as spoils. In this state of nature, everyday life would be an even bloodier struggle for existence that would no longer be alleviated by mediation. Interhuman intercourse would only be possible between people who are already connected to each other by family ties, or, as the committee puts it, between a bond of life and death of brothers and sisters. All others would be strangers. Quote, "Every commune can only aim at self-sufficiency and, within itself, find money ridiculous and downright inappropriate. The power of money is to establish a link between those who are without ties, to connect strangers as strangers, and thus, by making everything equal, to put everything into circulation." End quote. Ex negativo, the committee's statements make clear the civilizing effect of money, which universalized trade and with it the traffic between people even across borders. The communes, on the other hand, were large families that demanded unconditional obedience. "We intend to make the unconditional in kinship relations the framework of political solidarity." End quote. In other words, the aim is to create a situation in which members of the family ties unconditionally go to their deaths for their brothers and sisters. This loyalty is to be bought until death through almsgiving, and, of course, the Islamic terror rackets were the inspiration for this idea. Quote, "Today, the Islamic parties are never as strong as when they were able to wisely replace the weakness of the state, for example during the provision of aid after the Boumerd's earthquake in Algeria, or in the day-to-day support of the population of South Lebanon, which was destroyed by the Israeli army." End of quote. The radical Islamic groups probably served as a model for the Invisible Committee, and not only here. After all, who is most successful at sabotaging the lines of communication on which goods and people are transported? What were the targets of the parcel bombers from Yemen and the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York, the trains in Madrid and the subway in London, to name just the best known? The pamphlet reads like an attempt by the committee to appropriate the practices of Al-Qaeda. However, the committee could also have started out from the Nazi theories of Heidegger and Schmidt and only then drawn inspiration from the terrorist acts of the recent past. It is impossible to judge from the results. And as Helmut Kohl already knew, the decisive factor is what comes out at the end. The name Tikkun, which is used by an anonymous French collective of authors, is a striking one, as it comes from the Hebrew and means something like healing a catastrophic state or repairing the world. This idea is closely linked to the group's concept of the political, which they use to describe that which is to be restored in confrontation with the politics of the state. The term tikkun is used today in Hebrew to denote social engagement or advocacy for social justice. Originally, however, the word was used in the tradition of Kabbalah and Messianism. According to the Gnostic concept of Kabbalah, the divine unity is broken due to God's withdrawal from the fullness of the world, and the spirit is trapped in the matter of the world, from which it must be freed again. Tikkun Ha'olam refers to the process of redemption, the healing of the world, which the Jews can bring about through the conscientious and mystical fulfillment of the Jewish laws in order to return to the pre-catastrophic state. In fact, this pretty much outlines the political program of the Tikkun group, which is also detailed in the coming uprising of the Invisible Committee. Tikkun writes in the book Introduction to the Civil War about the ethics of civil war, formulated therein that it was one day given the name Invisible Committee. It designates a special faction of the imaginary party, its revolutionary pole. End of quote. Whether this circle of authors is identical to the other one is secondary in view of this declared agreement in terms of content. Even if the intention to reestablish a world in disarray is to be found in the group's name, this in no way answers why postmodern intellectuals from France associate themselves with the Jewish tradition. After all, they could have found role models from other sources, such as the Christian tradition, which would have served a similar, if not better, purpose. Apart from the connection to Jewish messianism established by the group's name, there is no reference to Judaism in the group's writings. With one exception, Israel. In the group's writings, Israel is accorded the dubious honor of being the most advanced counterpower to the coming uprising it longs for. Israel not only fights against the vanguard of the coming uprising, e.g. in Nablus, but is also the state from which all other states go to the school of counterinsurgency. Israel is thus the enemy of the uprising and, as Rainer Trampert noted in Jungle World, the Jew appears in the pamphlet on the coming uprising in the form of the Israeli soldier, as the world's internal architect of the state order. The supposedly good, messianic past of the Jews thus provides the tradition from which the group draws in order to programmatically name the real existing Jewish state as the enemy. There is a prominent example of this playing off of the Jews' past against their present from pop culture, which has parallels to the writings of the Tikkun group in several respects. It is the movie Matrix and the double episode The Second Renaissance of the comic series Animatrix, which tells the prequel to the movie. In Matrix, the entire world is ruled by machines, and the last refuge left for humans is an underground city. This last, militarily defended human base is called Zion. The Animatrix series tells the story of the triumphant advance of the machines, borrowing from the history of the Jews, but also of Black America. As the story begins, the machines once lived among humans, they had human form and served them as a slave race, building their pyramids for them, as the Jews once did for the Egyptians. One day, however, a robot rose up against the tyrannical rule of humans and killed its master, whereupon all robots were to be destroyed. In depicting the mass destruction of the robots, the series makes use of familiar images from the history of freedom struggles and the Shoah that have passed into the collective memory. The only place of escape left to the robots is a city in the Middle East, their promised land, which lies slightly east of present-day Israel. In their own city-state, the machines shed their human form and instead focus on technical requirements. But the economically highly successful robot state, which soon outdoes all other states, remains excluded from the family of nations. Its successes lead to monetary and financial crises for the human economies, so that the humans decide to boycott and isolate the robot state. The machine beings offer to the UN to live peacefully alongside humans is rejected by the latter and answered with war. In the war, which turns out unfavorably for the humans, they try as a last resort to deprive the solar-powered machines of energy by darkening the sky. The machines respond by making humans their energy source, turning the human body into a resource. The machines are now the new masters and the humans are their slaves. The last place they have left to retreat to is their Zion underground, near the Earth's warm core. Like Tikkun, the Zion in Matrix refers to the failure of Jewish messianism at the moment of its realization. Although the story of the Jews and the robots is told with a certain sympathy, understanding ceases as soon as the Jews and the robots have their own state. According to the accusation, Israel and the robot state misuse their justified claim to self-protection to legitimize excessive crimes and thus become the revenants of their former persecutors. As a result, it is no longer the Jews or robots but the non-Jews or humans who are the pariahs, which is why they adequately identify themselves with a word from Jewish history. Israel appears in the postmodern film and the accompanying comic as the enemy of all those who fight against oppression, just as it does in the postmodern revolutionary theorists from France. The robots in Matrix are the rulers of the world who will not rest until the last small bastion of humanity, namely Zion, is destroyed. In Tikkun, Israel is the state that teaches all other states how to put down uprisings. Because every state in Tikkun's definition means institutionalized counterinsurgency, Israel is the epitome of the state in general and thus also the enemy par excellence. Israel must be punished for its arrogance. This is also clear from the naming of one of the last ships of the people in the Matrix, which bears the name of the Babylonian ruler during the time of the Jewish captivity, in whom the Jews saw a scourge of God to punish their sins, Nebuchadnezzar. The self-victimization carried out with reference to Jewish history and tradition and the license to resist that goes hand in hand with it can be illustrated by another current example. When one of the intellectual role models of the Tikkun group, Alain Badiou, was accused of antisemitism in France because he had accused Israel of particularism, namely wanting to be a Jewish state, Slavoj Zizek defended him. His argument followed the pattern already described. The Jews of the past were the role models for today's critics of Israel. As long as the Jews were weak, their cause was just, but with the state of Israel, the situation has changed completely. Quote, "It was not the abstract universal character of their monotheism, but the fact that the Jewish intellectuals never quite fitted into an organic nation-state community that made them the embodiment of universalism. It is therefore not surprising that with the emergence of the Jewish nation-state, a new Jewish figure appears on the scene, the Jew who refuses to recognize the Israeli state as his true home. For these Jews, and Alan Badiou is one of them, the state of Israel is one from which they consciously distance themselves because they want to live in the gaps, in the interstices of this state. That is why it is uncanny to many and is targeted by a way of thinking that can only be described as Zionist antisemitism. To the Zionists, he appears as a sinister Jew with that too much foreignness that disturbs the nation-state community." End quote. Badiou thus stands in the tradition of the persecuted Jews who were in league with universalism, while the Zionists today, as racist nationalists, have betrayed universalism and stigmatized Jewish critics as anti-Semites. The name Tikkun is also of interest for another reason. As already mentioned, Tikkun means to repair or to heal, and thus refers to a past state in which the world was whole. The Tikkun group understands the uprising it propagates entirely in this sense. It is intended to bring together whatever resistant potential is still present and restore the original state of salvation. In one of the group's texts, she describes the world as a desert in which there are still a few oases of resistant life. These oases are to be the starting point of the coming uprising, like Zion in Matrix. With Tikkun, postmodernism returns to its starting point, deconstruction becomes destruction again, which it already was with its German teachers and which it should have become again according to Derrida. Derrida answered the rhetorical question of whether deconstruction was something like a revolution, a general strike, with a decisive yes, because on the one hand it was a strategy of rebellion against constitutional certifications, and on the other hand with no, because deconstruction is still unfolding in the academy, in the academic sphere. However, Derrida already knew where it had to go in order to make a real splash, namely to the fringe zones. In the book The Coming Uprising, the desert stands for the metropolis and the oases for the slums in the peripheral zones. Quote, "But the living has taken up residence in the so-called social hotspots. The paradox is that the places that are most obviously uninhabitable are the only ones that are still inhabited in a certain way. An old, squatted hovel will always seem more populated than these comfortable apartments where you can just put your furniture down and perfect the decor while you wait for the next move. The slums are the last living, livable places in many megapolises and, unsurprisingly, also the deadliest." End quote. The reason why these oases of life are also supposed to be the deadliest places is that violence is what gives life the intensity that makes it alive in the first place. The slums are therefore considered to be the havens of real life because violence is commonplace and omnipresent there. Armed gangs, drug wars, and robbery thus become a sign of intense life, and they are transformed into the purely political at the moment when violence is directed against the state. For the state monopolizes violence and thus deprives life of the special quality of being intense. It is only to people who have been molded into pets by the state, whom Tikkun calls the decadents, that violence appears as violence at all. In the past, before the state monopolized all violence, traditional societies knew theft, blasphemy, parricide, kidnapping, sacrifice, shame, and revenge, but not violence. We decadents are the first to see this strange thing. In the wake of the monopolization of violence, the state negates the political on which it is based. It pacifies the territory it controls and in this way neutralizes the civil war, whose last refuge is the slums. The politics of the state is therefore the opposite of the political because it aims at the socialization of immediate violence. Tikkun logically concludes from this that there is no longer a distinction between economics and politics. The prospect of forming gangs does not frighten us. Being considered a mafia rather amuses us. There are also some similarities with the machines from Matrix when it comes to defining the state. In the Tikkun group's imagination, the modern state is above all an administrative apparatus that resembles a large computing device. Computer, politics, and the state are an expression of the catastrophic state of the world, which Tikkun would like to heal. This cure can only be achieved by the uprising, and the state it is intended to bring about is generalized civil war. This also explains the titles of the books The Coming Uprising and Introduction to Civil War. In the uprisings that precede the coming civil war, the purely political is revealed, and with it the potency of immediate violence to execute all those who are on the wrong side. And because, as in the Matrix, every person who has not yet been freed from the Matrix can become an agent of the machines, only fellow fighters can be on the side of their friends. Quote, "It is not appropriate to distinguish between cops and citoyens. In the Empire, the distinction between police and citizens has been abolished. Every citoyen of the Empire can reveal himself as a cop at any time, according to the taste of a Blumesque reversibility in the true sense." End of quote. Since the Tikkun Group or the Invisible Committee has been crushed by the police, it can no longer comment on current events in the Arab world, which are often placed in the context of the coming uprising. In order to answer the question of how Tikkun would have assessed these uprisings, Alain Badiou, who is ideologically close to them, will therefore be consulted again. He has commented on the Arabellion in several articles as well as in a lecture. The argumentation developed therein fits into the pattern described above. Badiou initially welcomes the revolution in Tunisia because it proves that history has not yet come to an end and that the Hegelian formula of the end of history, which re-emerged after 1989, is proving to be false. He collages a similar image of worldwide protests to that seen in the coming uprising in order to deduce the dawn of an interim period in which the dissatisfaction of the masses takes the form of revolt. The uprisings are supposed to be a search for a new collective idea. In this respect, the present is similar to the period from 1820 to 1850, which preceded the phase of revolutions and became the source of Marxist theory. This parallelization of different historical epochs stems from the desire to restart the movement where it began. However, Badiou could have learned from Marx that world historical events only repeat themselves as farce. In this respect, one could speak of Badiou as the Louis Bonaparte of political philosophy. But the history to which we are returning here can shed light on the concept of the political to which Tikkun and Badiou adhere. The movement of the French socialist workers was important for Marx above all because it made a mockery of the reconciliation of social opposites in the bourgeois state claimed by Hegel. Their misery and their uprisings were proof that the end of history had not been reached, that the enlightened constitutional state was not yet the promised reconciliation. But alongside early socialist authors and movements and idealist German philosophy, Marx questioned the English economists about the nature of society and, by criticizing their categories, came to understand the fetish character of the commodity, through which social products take on the appearance of natural facts and the people of this society relate to each other as to first nature. They don't know it, but they do it, from which movement theorists of all stripes draw their optimism, was for Marx an expression of such fetishistic behavior, which could only be dealt with through relentless criticism. Tikkun, on the other hand, continues to adhere to the belief in progress that Walter Benjamin, for example, had settled in his theses on the philosophy of history. Quote, "If man had not been pressed by the fact that in reality everything leads us to communism, we would not be able to explain why man has been pretending again for 50 years to discover Stalin's crimes in order to proclaim, 'Look what communism is.'" End quote. Tikkun can believe in this progress because the group is completely indifferent to what the protagonists of the uprisings want to achieve. The means, the violence itself, guarantees the goal it is striving for, because the means and the end are identical. Consequently, it is in solidarity with every violent group and organization. Criticism, on the other hand, requires distance. Not distance in the sense of stepping out, but one that becomes possible through reflection and which Alain Badiou wants least of all in relation to the uprisings in the Arab world when he decrees, "What criterion can we apply in order to evaluate the uprisings? First of all, we need a definitive empathy with the uprisings. This is an absolutely necessary condition." End quote. Another criterion should be the recognition of the negative force of the uprising in Tunisia. Real history serves him only to illustrate a mystical conflict between the real and the unreal, the oases and the desert, as whose incarnation the West appears. Quote, "If Marx's assessment is correct that the space for the realization of emancipatory ideas is the global space, which, incidentally, was not the case with the revolutions of the 20th century, then the phenomenon of an enclosure in the Western order cannot be regarded as a true change. A real change would be an exit from the West, a de-Westernization, and it would take the form of exclusion." End of quote. According to Badiou, the West that is to be excluded is the totality formed by the market economy and parliamentarism, and set as an insurmountable norm, i.e. what Tikkun calls politics. Only if the revolution is directed against the West will it be a revolution in the sense of Badiou. However, because the revolution in Tunisia had democracy, equality, and the rule of law on its agenda, at least this is what was communicated in the Western media, it is less interesting for Badiou than the revolution in Egypt, which made less reference to Western concepts from the outset. Quote, "It is therefore obscure to say, this movement demands democracy, i.e. subliminally that which we enjoy in the West, or this movement demands an improvement in the social situation, i.e. subliminally the average prosperity of a petty bourgeois in our country. Starting from almost nothing and resonating everywhere, this popular uprising is creating unprecedented opportunities for the whole world. The word democracy is barely heard in Egypt." End quote. The new thing that is supposed to reveal itself in the Arab uprisings is the pure movement of collectively organized groups that share one thing above all with the communes of the Invisible Committee: violent rebellion against the state. In this perspective, the state appears as one violent actor among others, which wants to assert its limited validity against the boundless masses of the oppressed. It represents a false generality, which is not countered by a real generality, but by the presence of immediate multiplicity. The violent uprising guarantees the happy outcome of the movement it initiates, because the oppressed violence that the uprising brings to light is what is to be generalized. The final state, or the restored state of salvation, is civil war in permanence. Or to put it another way, the civil war that the uprising is supposed to unleash is the original state of the political that Tikkun wants to restore. Civil war is the free play of Vormsdevij, the principle of coexistence. End quote. The Vormsdevij refers to the different forms of life, cultures, and subcultures into which the existences that have shed their state-imposed identity come together. This is where another aspect of Tikkun's program comes into play, which it shares with the Gnostic concept of salvation, the contempt for matter and thus also for the body. For these existences do not have a body, but only naked bodies. And even these are negligible because the fundamental human unity is not the body, the individual, but the Vormsdevij. End quote. Those who come together in a life form or the Vormsdevij have no subjectivity. What forms them is the collective life form of which they are a part, but which they have not chosen, because that would presuppose a personality endowed with consciousness. Rather, the naked body is affected by the preset form of life. Since the I as a mediating instance to the environment is extinguished, the individual must accept what happens to him as fate. True freedom is realized in acknowledging contingency, and even more to draw the consequences from it. End of quote. In Heidegger's sense, human freedom is the freedom to die. Quote, "There is only one thing that runs counter to the rule of Bloom, which refers to both the state and the individual of the present, namely the observation that even man, dispossessed of everything, still possesses in his nakedness an irrepressible metaphysical ability to refuse, namely by killing others or himself. Every time death occurs, it tears a painful hole in the biopolitical fabric." End quote. The authors can truly claim to have thought the situation through to its end. The superfluous should eliminate each other, and if not that, then at least themselves. They should carry out this fate that capitalism has planned for individuals as an expression of the highest freedom. Neoliberalism has become synonymous with bad capitalism. Increased competition and growing concentration of capital have led to a kind of hegemony, to the omnipresence of criticism of liberalism and the market. Whether it comes from the right or the left can hardly be distinguished. Whether Rolf Hochhuth presents the economy as the true dictator of the present from the stage in December '99 in Salzburg, or the Berlin Schaubahn director Thomas Ostermeyer asserts that successful cultural policy should not completely surrender to the dictates of the market, there is a consensus. The worldwide protests against the World Trade Organization, WTO, meeting in Seattle were another opportunity to articulate this mass consensus. The activities against neoliberalism and deregulation reached a peak in November/December. The protests met with approval because of the mass participation, the organizational effectiveness, the continuity achieved in the meantime, simply for the sake of justice, but also because of their militancy. However, the radical left is perplexed about the content and future of internationalism. The abolition of political foreign rule in the periphery, i.e. the end of direct colonialism or the comprador regimes of a neocolonialist character, the former central demand, is being brought to an end by capital itself. All that remains of the hope for popular liberation, as a criterion for the suitability of a movement or party for solidarity, is the question of whether it raises social demands. So little has remained that internationalism can be regarded as expropriated. If there is occasional criticism of the substantive orientation of a campaign, such as the nationalist preparations for the International Investment Agreement, MAI, the objections remain half-hearted. The campaign at the time warned of the end of national sovereignty, federalism, and democracy. At the anti-MAI Congress on April 25, 1998 in Bonn, Maria Mies performed the egg dance. We reject any chauvinistic glorification of the nation-state, even though the resistance is directed at the nation-state, TZ April 27, 1998. In the shadow of anti-Americanism sailed not only the hope of the old continent as an alternative up-and-coming superpower, but even worse, leaflets even circulated that spoke of a question of the existence of our people and warned of the destruction of the nation-state of Germany through the admission of millions of dispossessed people from all over the world. But the reference to nationalism, put forward by left-wingers and liberals, did not disavow the protest against globalization, the necessity of which was agreed upon. If the patriot believed that the violence of the capitalist world market confronted him in the form of the foreign state, today it is feared that the state as an institution in itself is in danger of failing to protect against the immediate influence of the world market. The widespread criticism of global monetary transactions and the borderless market leads to the common good and to statism. In apparent contrast to this, a genuine NGO scene has developed in the last decade, which sees itself as a lobby for issues beyond internationalist radicalism and state interest politics. Although the specialization of NGOs is met with mistrust, the statists also share concerns such as the fight against poverty, environmental protection, and human rights. Considerations on how to radicalize the protest are limited by the insistence on remaining part of a diverse but large international movement at almost any cost. In this form, the existing protest represents a disposable mass for the NGOs operating with a dual strategy of street protest and expertise. The Cap Animer descendants need not only the mass media but also the solidarity scene to sell their grandiosity and the associated public legitimization. This is depressing in view of the self-assessment of the solidarity scene as the initiator and promoter of conscious intervention. In Germany, the battle in Seattle was often compared to the campaign against the fall meeting of the IMF and World Bank in Berlin in September 1988. At that time, however, there were two demos. A large alliance demonstration with 80,000 people, demo call. That is why the political and social movements that have to assert their vital interests against the power cartel of corporations, banks, IMF, World Bank, and elites need our solidarity. And a militant demo with 8,000 participants, motto, organize resistance, fight internationally for liberation. The smaller anti-imperialist demonstration was based on criticism of the peaceful nature of the broad alliance, which also included social democrats, trade unionists, Greens, and churches. However, this division was less noticeable in the implementation of the days of action and the holding of several conferences. The final declaration of the International Counter-Congress called for a comprehensive and immediate cancellation of the debt, and called for the development of a new internationalist movement. An eco-congress dealt mainly with the destruction of rainforests through World Bank programs. German groups criticized U.S. environmental groups in particular, saying that it was illusory to try to push through a more environmentally friendly policy together with the World Bank. The Permanent People's Tribunal, Lilio-Basso Tribunal, which was also held and whose 12-member jury included Ludger Vollmer, then a member of the Green Party, found the defendants, the IMF and the World Bank, guilty because they had violated the United Nations Charter, the sovereign right of countries, the right of people to self-determination, and their own proclaimed goals of ensuring prosperity and low unemployment. In contrast to those days, today's movement hardly concentrates on criticizing the old torture instruments of imperialism, the IMF and the World Bank, but acts as a participant in a worldwide debate on globalization, neoliberalism, free world trade, and democratic deficit. The WTO is criticized as an undemocratic club of rulers under US and EU dominance to enforce neoliberalism. The protests, which were usually accompanied by counter-summits, are, unlike 10 years ago, presented by NGO staff at the conferences themselves. In Seattle, no fewer than 780 NGOs were officially accredited. The lobbying organizations develop their effectiveness through their co-optation by the state authorities. Either civil society rushes to the aid of governments or the state itself founds an NGO. The World Bank, which is concerned with the promotion of structural reforms and direct investments, has increasingly fallen out of the line of criticism since it has increasingly adapted its work to the acceptance of civil society, and has thus also been able to integrate former critics. Today, the World Bank is seen as a role model for institutions that have been hit by protests and want to change this. The institutionalized involvement of NGOs, has given the World Bank the reputation of a serious international development aid organization in wide circles. The NGO strive for political conditions for the poorest countries, which are intended to increase their efficiency as good governance. The World Bank has gained in reputation through the debt relief campaign, in which irrecoverable funds are converted into political and economic influence, with the promise of increased sums in debt relief if the respective government fulfills its voluntary commitments, e.g. to combat poverty. The fight against corruption, also under the assessment criterion of good governance, is seen as a requirement for civilization. Governments should ensure the protection of property by combating poverty, effective administration, and executive power. The green grassroots-oriented U Shi-id, State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, says, "We should move away from always looking at external causes. In recent years, we have also recognized that it is above all failed economic and social policies, i.e. internal causes, that are responsible for poverty." Is 3W April 99, page 8. Civilization is a prerequisite for development cooperation, which sees private investment instead of public loans as its credo. Although the IMF is repeatedly criticized by the Solidarity Movement for the conditions attached to its loan commitments, some of its most active critics come from the world of politics and finance itself, given the ever-increasing amounts of intervention in financial crises and currency collapses. After the IMF had praised the Thai model in high terms shortly before the outbreak of the crisis in Asia by devaluing the Thai baht in July 1997, its cluelessness was demonstrated in a manner detrimental to its authority. The former head of the World Bank, Stiglitz, also accused the IMF at the time of having exacerbated the crisis. Both institutions, the IMF and the World Bank, are striving for reforms to reduce the high costs of the last stabilizations and to adapt to the increased importance of the acquisition of private capital for the locations in the Third World. Business is to be done with the corrupt administrations of the classic development regimes. The business partners of the future should have comprehensive creditworthiness. Location factors such as poverty reduction, democracy, transparency, corruption, human rights, or environmental protection serve as proof of this. This is intended to provide an investment incentive for the increasingly concentrated capital funds. Of course, there is no way out of the vicious circle of impoverishment. If public deregulation and cost-cutting actually succeed in attracting investors, it is either a case of simple outsourcing by a global corporation with no effect on the location, or the army of superfluous workers is even increased, in which case production is actually for the respective domestic market. The increase in productivity ruins obsolete industries and traditional trades. Both the means and the interest are lacking for the civil disciplining and mobilization of these superfluous workers for the community. What is commonly called civil society in Western societies is now being promoted as an export article for the South. After the battle in Seattle, the grassroots revolution saw itself in its element. A true celebration of resistance was the headline. The determination with which the blockaders organized by the Direct Action Network, no physical or verbal violence, no alcohol or other drugs, no damage to property, no weapons, stood up against the curfew and massive state violence until the conference was called off, made headlines about the strength of the resistance. Social and environmental groups, internationalists, farmers, religious groups, pacifists, human rights groups, and the U.S. trade unions, which were particularly well represented, amounted to a large number of heads. 50,000 was the most common figure. Friends of the Earth had mobilized the support of around 1,500 organizations from 89 countries for the demand to break off negotiations within the framework of the WTO and first evaluate the consequences of liberalization. The mobilization against the WTO was not anti-capitalist, but for a contained, sustainable capitalism, for the utopia of just exchange and socially responsible ownership. This thoroughly constructive impetus of the protests, which were limited to demands for justice, did not escape the attention of politicians. Not only Seattle's mayor showed understanding. Before imposing a ban on going out after 7 p.m. and calling in the National Guard, he affirmed that he was a child of the 1960s and understood the demonstrators. President Clinton appealed to the WTO, "Open your doors, let civil society in." In his Millennium Thoughts, former SPD chairman Hans-Joachim Vogel described the mass protests in Seattle as an encouraging sign of the beginning of a worldwide reform movement. Jacob Mineta did not miss the connection either. Quote, "In Seattle, where the WTO conference failed, proof was provided that the globalization of trade has also created a world union of resistance." End quote. In the face of ongoing protests at the World Economic Forum in Davos, the shooting star of expert criticism of capitalism, who once contributed to the British pound's exit from the European monetary system with his financial transactions, George Soros, also spoke out. He saw the answer in a split personality. As part of the company, managers are forced to comply with the rules of the system. As private individuals, however, they do not have to represent their own economic interests, but the interests of society. The commitment to splitting the personality into a ravenous monster and a community man stands for the recognized realist. In a similar vein to Soros, Michael Walzer calls for a communitarian correction of the wolf society. Since George is supposed to keep Soros in check, the search for rules of conduct, values, and security is a basic need. The requirements of this security generate a general fetishism of law that is particularly rampant among civil society activists, as if without racist law there would be no racist society. Since the guarantee of globally active, highly concentrated property extends beyond the legal relationships of local guarantors, its guarantee appears as universal, as human rights or democracy to be anchored globally. The international community should not only have a criminal court to hear disputes, but also one for civil law, which would make the relations of force appear as legitimate legal relationships on the basis of the treaties of sovereign states. However, to add social justice to the legal equality of equal and free exchange is in itself an insoluble contradiction. A restriction of exchange by custom, laws, etc., is necessarily overthrown by capital as a merely external and artificial barrier. According to the trade unions, the demand for social clauses is necessary to prevent social dumping by third world countries. In view of the state of the productive forces, catch-up primitive accumulation is no longer possible there, which is why cheap labor is the prerequisite for being able to participate in production for the world market at all. The opponents of social clauses in the South find allies in the entrepreneurs of the North. It does not help to point out that cutthroat competition mainly takes place between North-North and South-South. The NGOs are not deterred in their activism by the insolubility of the task. They draw their raison d'etre from declaring themselves managers of unsolvable problems at the government court. In a position paper on the WTO agricultural negotiations, the Trade Working Group of the Environment and Development Forum of the Network of German Non-Governmental Organizations, WEED, demands no trade with hunger, sustainable agriculture, and humanization with the help of trade in the non-trade sector. For the South, this means food security, which must be guaranteed as a legal right worthy of protection. Reference is made to the fact that this status has already been achieved for the protection of life and health. In the North, sustainability means taking into account consumer protection, environmental protection, and resource conservation. Economics Minister Muller confirms that tangible state interests and the values upheld by NGOs do not have to contradict each other. It is not purely philanthropic to dictate ecological standards to developing countries, as this would also force them to import German technology. The fact that NGOs can be Trojan horses of the respective national government recently prompted Egypt to pass a law specifically against foreign NGOs and associations. It imposes the official registration of all non-profit associations and NGOs. Organizations that compete with state, trade union, or party-sponsored projects must expect to be dissolved. NGOs are children of privatization, even in the most literal sense. Development aid, like energy supply and building maintenance, is subject to the outsourcing of public services. From the left, which fought for the liberation of the people from imperialist robbery, the lobbyists of humanity in the forecourt of power have inherited the belief in the possibility of self-regulating economic communities as their only legacy. There is no such thing as fundamentally good free trade or bad protectionism, or vice versa. There will be fruitless disputes as long as there are barriers. In contrast to Engels' time, protectionism can no longer be credited with the ability to produce factories. Nevertheless, both European statists and American trade unions feel like prisoners of free trade, which today is often referred to as globalization and neoliberalism. The American Trade Union Federation AFL-CIO has long been a critic of free trade because, it says, competitors only respond to U.S. free trade policy with protectionism. The U.S. technological lead is reduced and jobs are exported through foreign investment. Some 43 million jobs were lost in the USA between 1979 and 1995. This leaves a feeling of insecurity. The WTO is seen as an instrument of international corporations that have made the state their beetle. There is a fluid transition to conservative isolationists. The arch-reactionary Pat Buchanan, for example, fears that the WTO as a global syndicate would rob the USA of its sovereignty and global standing. For Le Monde Diplomatique of April 1, 2000, Seattle is also a success, but not yet a victory. The French WTO protest ties in with a long tradition of preventing national sellouts. From 1962, General de Gaulle tried to prevent foreign direct investment, as the French economy was not as competitive as, for example, the German economy. As he was unable to assert himself at EC level, this had to be largely abandoned. In France today, against a similar background, the restriction of trade liberalization is justified by US-EU competition, just like the deregulations of the Jospin government on the domestic market. Pierre Bourdieu presents the expanding Europe as a victim of the US. An entire value system is being destroyed, which is characterized by a striving for the common good. He wonders whether an even more efficient economic power could not be developed through capital managed by cooperatives or trade unions. The social movements in Europe must be held up against the concepts of modernizing social democracy. End quote. There will be no new statist association for social policy, any more than there will be a reinvented new homeland that transforms a new departure in the name of solidarity among producers into a community of shopkeepers' souls. These attempts always ended, as did the alternative movement, with the more or less conceited insight that capital manages its own managers. Such a primacy of politics must suspiciously be presented as the more efficient economic power. Not a primacy of politics, but a primacy of needs could be combined with fundamental criticism. The intensive courting of the German left by LMD and Bourdieu as an ally against neoliberalism amounts to the offer of an alliance of neo-editists, communitarians and regionalists who together call on the state to make it possible for self-regulating communities to survive globalization. The NGOs, in turn, become promoters of a superstructure for a regulated market of communities. They want to extend the powers of the WTO with NGO participation, as the Belgian professor Ricardo Petrella, for example, prototypically formulated. In the global dimension, the reconstruction of the political could consist of addressing the promotion of the common good as primarily the preservation or restoration of the indispensable conditions of existence of billions of people. This means that air, drinking water, the oceans, solar energy, etc. must be declared a common good of humanity and managed as such. In addition, there would be other political issues that affect the whole world. Securing the common supply in the areas of food, environment, finance, health, maintaining peace, cultural diversity, the prosecution of crimes against humanity, LMD October 9, 99. This utopian super WTO with an attached world court is probably the logical consequence of regulation and regionalization and thus a grotesque component of the WTO protest of all things. Within the spectrum of resistance, all of this exists in coexistence because there is a common denominator, the belief in the fundamental usefulness of exchange for those involved in it. Some see this as guaranteed by the intervening political state, statists, while others locate it in the natural, cultural, ethnic, and autonomous unity of the region. The striving for manageable economic relations is understood as a reversal of globalization, and yet is an affirmation of the regionalization that accompanies it. In case of doubt, however, all political identities are preferable to the supposedly natural constitutional identities. French-style statism at least retains a distorted image of early bourgeois universalism. The regionalists, on the other hand, celebrate the unquestioning group identity, the Blutsenj. Calling the protest in Seattle World Citizens Against World Trade, as LMD, April 1, 2000, does with agitational intent, satisfies its own claim and serves the vanities in the movement. However, this ignores the fact that the initiators of the protest are largely a collection of regionalists and lobbyists, and that Seattle is by no means an event with a universalist background. What used to be the tedious list of greeting addresses are now the lists of internationally involved organizations or international parallel actions against world trade. Networking and coming together, the virtual and the experienced instead of the well-founded commonality, is often only a thin varnish over the dull homeland security that resistance to globalization has become. The simple will that all should be well for themselves is just a form of ignorance and can hardly be distinguished from new right, ethno-pluralist attitudes. It is no coincidence that regionalists make up the more radical part of the protest. The militancy is due to the strength of the resentment mobilized there and was not carried by provocateurs, as is nevertheless claimed by NGO representatives and grassroots activists. One of the more radical groups is People's Global Action, which distanced itself from all negotiations, emerged from the worldwide Zapatista campaigns and, together with people's movements from all continents, wants to bring together the warmth and depth of movements, from indigenous peoples and oppressed ethnic groups to leftists and animal rights activists. Letter from the Geneva Reception Committee for the Conference Against the WTO dated March 1, 1998. But this radical network stands for the simple unwillingness to agree on anything other than friendly formulas. The Manifesto of the PGA, March 98, is a compilation of all the regionalist criticism of globalization currently in circulation. Biodiversity, as it is called in relation to people, and cultural particularities, today it is called culture instead of Volksgeist, are invoked. The nation-state is denied the ability to serve as a representative of the common good. Capitalism has freed itself from all reins and is only maintained to control people and for repression. As a replacement for this, autonomous forms of organization with immediate democracy are called for. In local communities, residents live instead of citizens. International solidarity among communities should be declared a duty. A U.S. anarchist commentary on the victory in Seattle, Counterpunch, July 12, 1999, commented, "There is nothing as simple as the slogan "End the war" in the 60s. Capitalism can end the war and survive. But American capitalism can't give up trade and survive at the same time on terms it still considers livable." End quote. Ending capitalism is understood to mean paralyzing its worldwide spider web, which encounters blockades everywhere through guerrilla actions. This elevates a regional reference to a comprehensive strategy. However, because the desired state has unmistakable similarities with the isolationist effects of a protectionist trade crisis, a truly free trade is called for at the end. Quote, "Then young people from Mexico and elsewhere will be able to compete with our lawyers, accountants, and doctors." End quote. Grassroots activists and anarchists cheer on the localized and life-reforming free economy. None of this triggers any dispute among the protagonists of the anti-globalization protest, not even protest or clarifying discussion. Does this actually bother anyone? For some time now, the reunified Germany has wanted to make a grand gesture to demonstrate that it is back in the 21st century. Expo 2000 was only elevated to the status of such a national project after the 2000 Olympics in Berlin, favored by Chancellor Kohl for this purpose, came to nothing. Kohl's preference for the Olympics was probably not only due to the considerably higher publicity value of the Games as a peaceful competition between nations. The reference to the 1936 Olympics made by various parties was not shied away from, on the contrary. It was believed that the new Germany could be presented as a purified and useful member of world society against this negative backdrop. Incidentally, the medal table expected at the time, resulting from the merger of two successful national sports federations, was intended to place the new sporting nation in the very top world league. The rejection of the Berlin Olympic bid in September 1993 was welcomed by a broad Olympia campaign at the time, for which the comparison with the 1936 Olympics acted as a driving force. If the Expo is now to convey a positive, innovative image of Germany, this places special demands on the exhibition concept. With a great power exhibition, Germany would probably send shivers down the spine of even the most unbiased observer, rather than launching the intended sympathy offensive. And that is why the responsibility that the Berlin Republic is assuming, naturally only for the good of a changed world, is being invoked according to a tried and tested pattern. The EXPO sticker "Ich bin ein Welti," I am a world citizen, therefore sends out a rather tired message of demonstrative harmlessness, and everything else that is massively spectacular has to take a back seat, even if it costs masses of spectators. The first world exhibition on German soil was opened by Chancellor Schroeder with the defiant assertion that 55 years after the end of the Second World War, the Expo would demonstrate Germany's openness to the world. At the opening event, Birgit Brühl also warned that we have to say goodbye to the principle of faster, higher, further. In the 21st century, that no longer works, a hackneyed image that, if it had been intended as a commentary on Olympic sport, might even suggest a sense of humor, which Ms. Brühl is not credited with. The reactions were in line with the blandness of the concept. Many felt that the German pavilion was not spectacular enough, but also too big. According to the Tagesspiegel, June 26, 2000, it contains a pleasingly arranged nothing of a Germany that knows nothing about itself. The SZ, July 6, 2000, saw an absolutely aimless euphoria triumphing over all approaches to content, and a multimedia spectacle of truly overwhelming technical bravura and downright devastating intellectual paucity. The multimedia spectacle in the form of a large all-round projection was installed as an emergency solution after it was not possible to agree on a form of the actually intended presentation with a scenically prepared concept of the German economy. The business representatives involved did not want to accept the inclusion of anti-business representations. Now the German economy presents itself in a less centralized, but more self-determined way, in the mosaic Germany, alongside the 16 federal states with screens on which comic figures, Fox and Goose in the leading roles, convey the overwhelming main message that figures with conflicting interests can nevertheless be successful through cooperation. The German economy agitates within the framework of the Alliance for Jobs and the Nuclear Consensus, and the joint performance by the Scorpions and the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra with schmaltzy hits such as Wind of Change also conveys nothing else. Although environmental technologies became the pride of made in Germany a few years ago, they no longer have the image of innovation and modernity attached to them. The EXPO proudly points out that it is not just an economic show, but that its 766 international branches in 122 countries offer local solutions to global ecological problems. The type of presentation, enhanced with modern animation techniques, was as sobering as everything else. On the central site in Hanover, ecology and the future are presented in such a way that the SZ, July 6, 2000, noted that even the opulent additional shows of the theme parks are dedicated less to dreams and utopias than to the problems and horrors of the future. Instead of the universally demanded visions, only videos, instead of new beginnings, only German depression. An apocalyptically dark cloud that only creates drowsiness, but leaves no joy behind, also noted the SC. It does not overwhelm, it continued, evoking the desire for show, spectacle, fireworks. SZ, September 6, 2000. As a thematic bracket for the individual structures, the theme parks offer scenic representations of all too familiar views of the global environment and the future tasks for the 21st century, spectacularly prepared and garnished with sponsor messages. According to SZ, May 30, 2000, the theme parks performed a balancing act between sophisticated content and Disney World. Even the national and industrial pavilions cannot fulfill the desire for grandiosity. Reports such as, "The biggest," are few and far between. Ambitious but unsatisfactory is the tenor of Expo reporting. Nevertheless, or precisely for this reason, the Expo can already be considered a success. Solidity, down-to-earthness and boredom is what is expected of Germany and what is actually on offer. The cultivated boredom of the Expo has to do with the fact that it has perhaps come a little too late, because what it can communicate has already become the consensus. Nobody really finds anything wrong with it. Everyone is a little dissatisfied, but that's half the battle. The economy is responsible and innovative. The Greens are discussing that they have to get away from their anti-technology image. The 7,000 police officers are underemployed, and the environmental movement is complaining that despite the motto Man Nature Technology and a self-commitment to Agenda 21, a mixture of industrial show and leisure park has now been created. TZ, May 17, 2000. We would have done better is the usual offended reproach, but the cancellation of some large environmental organizations does not change the fact that everything they would have had to offer is present at the EXPO. The historical experience that national awakenings in Germany derive their appeal precisely from their predictable failure and futility only became an accepted national project in view of the masses of visitors who failed to show up. In the face of a feared national embarrassment, it became our EXPO after all. The deficit that became apparent also silenced the criticism of the costs that had been repeated for years. The anti-EXPO resistance initially operated in an environment of shallow Expo criticism and a public that was anything but enthusiastic about the EXPO. True to the credo of movement politics, it was believed that it could build on latent Expo criticism and radicalize it, but all these attempts proved ineffective. At the end of 10 years of preparation supported by a wide variety of groups and initiatives, there was an oath of revelation. Everyone tried, parties, initiatives, NGOs, and the radical left. However, the first broad and regionally based action alliance against the World Expo did not simply dissolve out of frustration over the narrowly lost Expo referendum in Hanover in 1992, as anti-Expo activists often try to make people believe. After the announcement of the 51.5% result in favor of the EXPO, the Greens transformed their rejection into the unique opportunity for global dialogue, and thus accelerated the dissolution of the alliance, but did not cause it. What deprived the countermobilization of its foundations was the generosity of the Expo planners, who warmly welcomed the counterconcepts and proposals for alternative regional development that had been worked out with great enthusiasm, including in seminars at the university, and declared them fully compatible with their ideas. The motto Man-Nature Technology was already used in 1988 when the first application was submitted. When the bid for Hanover was announced in 1990, Birgit Brühl immediately announced that there would be no purely technical exhibition, and at the end of 1995, the Expo organizers announced that in their search for concise key points of content for the exhibition, they had discovered that Agenda 21 of the 1992 UN Climate Summit in Rio de Janeiro already contained everything they were looking for, which is why it should also provide the framework for the content of the EXPO. It was about combining economic action and social responsibility. With Agenda 21, on the basis of which the NGOs asserted their claim to global civil society participation, sustainability, a much-discussed non-word in eco- and third-world groups since 1987 Brundtland Commission, was declared a key concept. In the second phase of the anti-Expo mobilization, the strong regional reference of the original activities was abandoned and the focus shifted to super-regional issues such as biopolitical social concepts, patriarchy, population policy, communication technologies, neoliberalism, or the claim to leadership of the northern countries. As in the past, the mobilization against the Expo as a cross-sectoral crystallization point was used as a means of reforming the left. Once again, it was believed to be the appointed spokesperson for latent social dissatisfaction. In this incorrigibly optimistic spirit, the Bucco newspaper Alaska, which has been providing conceptual orientation for some time, formulated, "As long as a halfway useful call for a demonstration is published, a story like the Expo is a surefire success. Even the most meaningless mobilization can at best limit the number of participants." December 1999, page 36. A left that intoxicates itself with the illusion of its social and cultural hegemony, instead of striving for objective truth, only senses its powerlessness because of the reactions of those around it. When they turn their backs on them, then it is high time for self-criticism, which always ends with the stereotypical statement that they did not try hard enough and were taken by surprise by their opponents. As the editors of the Berlin version of the mobilization newspaper Expo NO write, "Many formerly critical groups are now part of this process and are now practicing critical cooperation, and not only at the EXPO." End quote. The EXPO critics adjusted to this and simply lowered their standards. From then on, it was only conditionally about the Expo as an exhibition, but about the ideology it was supposed to convey. The Alaska editorial team, for example, criticized the fact that the Expo was an advertising event and symbolic politics, not a UN conference or GATT round, the concrete results of which could perhaps be influenced in detail. The logic of domination was to become the object of the anti-Expo mobilization. In addition to the points mentioned above, the criticism of acceptance of technology or feasibility and the concept of sustainability were included in the anti-Expo work. In the case of sustainability in particular, it was difficult to clearly distinguish it as a concept of domination from original left-wing essentials, as the environmental and development movement had always scrutinized the emancipatory aspects of this concept. The only thing left to do was to make a powerful statement. At EXPO 2000, the concept of sustainability is unmasked. What it has always been becomes openly visible, an attempt to modernize and expand domination, a modern business as usual. Sustainability leads to pseudo-ecological concepts. Let us remember, in Agenda 21, which was adopted by 179 states in 1992, the signatory states committed themselves to understanding economic frameworks as the basis of international relations, to promoting multilateral liberal trade, and to working towards behavior that is conducive to both the environment and development. It calls for policies that ensure that economic growth and environmental protection are mutually supportive. End quote. Although the results of the Rio Climate Summit set out in the agenda were criticized at the time for the lack of willingness to provide financial resources for their implementation, the agenda was recognized as having the potential for a fundamental turnaround, and the system-breaking part of the agenda was discussed far into the supposedly radical parts of the left. Criticism was voiced, for example, about the fact that the global economy was emphasized as an appropriate partner for global development as opposed to nationally narrow-minded politics. All in all, however, it is to be welcomed that the industrialized countries have recognized their great responsibility towards global environmental and development deficits. In plain language, This means that the environmental and development organizations saw themselves and their concerns promoted to the rank of quasi-governmental bodies. Responsibility is always talked about when someone wants to get to the top, which is why the associations mentioned saw their entry into national and international bodies, which was already taking place, fully confirmed by the agenda. The environmental associations derive from it their authority to subject the economy and society to an environmental impact assessment, the development initiatives, the authorization to offer their advisory services. What had been announced globally as a broad consensus was also to be reformulated locally at the environmental and development policy base as political will. Given the agenda's environmentally friendly promotion of nuclear and genetic technologies, this was not a matter of course. The agenda policy took the form of a development policy campaign that lasted for years far beyond the circles otherwise concerned with this topic. Driven by political parties and environmental associations, local agendas 21 were demanded in many municipalities. The agenda work in the Berlin district of Köpenick with a PDS Environmental District Council was regarded as exemplary. The Köpenick Initiative presented a projection for an action and declaration plan in 1996. It not only advocated the creation of an extensive lakeside hiking trail on the Mughal Sea, but also the creation of East-West and North-South partnerships for the exchange of know-how and technology. At the ceremonial signing of a Hamburg Declaration of Intent in January 1996 to have a Municipal Agenda 21 drawn up, speeches by the mayor and representatives from business, science, trade unions, the Chamber of Commerce and Crafts, and environmental and development policy associations called for more courage for new thinking, and finally Bishop Jepsen also gave her blessing to preserve creation. The Nature Conservation Organization Bund and the Catholic aid organization Miserior had a study entitled Sustainable Germany drawn up in the Agenda Fever, which propagated the equal right of everyone to drive a car, turn on the heating and sit in front of their oak cupboard, and that this right must also apply to future generations. 5 years after Rio, criticism for the lack of action prevailed, but this mostly related to the inadequate implementation of the more than 100 agenda agreements, which were estimated to cost DM 6,000 billion a year. At some point, however, even the last person noticed that emancipation was not really progressing. 5 years after Rio, an alternative location debate was the motto under which SPD leader Lafontaine invited 500 representatives from the environmental and development policy spectrum to a conference in Berlin in March 1997 and called for a new development policy and a new world economic order. Once again, only the left remained completely undaunted. True to the motto, "We'll carry on as if nothing had happened," the Expo opponents wanted to build on their initial mobilizing successes by invoking Agenda 21. They also saw that this issue had been badly burned in the meantime, but the blame for this was of course once again borne by others. When the anti-Expo reader claims that the Expo organizers only discovered Agenda 21 relatively late in their search for content to justify this mammoth show, then the offended accusation reflects the belief that the Expo is adorning itself with other people's feathers, namely the feathers of the left. Instead of criticizing the content of the agenda, they claim ownership of it and complain about its alleged misappropriation. Sustainable development is a program driven from above to modernize power relations, and this program must be countered with visions from below. Of course, they forget to mention that some of the Expo NO actors were themselves involved in the successes of the agenda policy, in which they now all the more clearly identify the logic of domination or internal colonization. When the reader complains about the fading out of socio-political alternatives and laments that the possibilities for further revolutionary policies are generally being reduced, then the left should take a good look at themselves instead of pointing the finger at others. But it is much more pleasant to wallow in one's own delusions of grandeur, and so one writes that the Expo first has to gain acceptance for its topics and is only being organized because the ruling elites are already on their last legs. The ruling elites see their acceptance dwindling in the face of growing ecological and social problems. How unworldly can the left actually be in a situation in which democratic hope for good political leadership is growing rather than dwindling? In line with mainstream ecological thinking, the Expo resistance denounces the apology or even fetishization of technology, as it is done at the EXPO, and sees this as a contradiction to the officially declared ecological concern. The Alaska editorial team criticized the Expo propaganda of "everything is possible if only we all join in." It believed it could tap into the widespread resentment against the 19th century and its belief in progress, which postmodernists and other obscurantists like to nurture, when it claimed that Expo 2000 is mentally set in the 19th century. The market and technology will sort it out. Abolish the dragon slayers. At the 1876 World's Fair in Philadelphia, for example, the Dragon Slayers arranged a large steam engine in such a way that it was enthroned in the middle of a hall as the toy of a titanic race. But the expo is by no means a return to the ghosts of early industrialization. The belief in the unity of science, technology, and civilization, which for about 2 decades after the Second World War drew breath as a de-ideologized ideology of practical constraints, was finished by the end of the 1960s and beginning of the 1970s. Even before that, it was politically present in the context of the system confrontation, as a fear of the nuclear exchange of blows, and escalated in the anti-nuclear movement as a universal critique of civilization and technology. What this criticism has achieved socially can now be admired at the EXPO. You will meet a sculptor there who is working on forming a sphere from a stone cube with an edge length of 1 meter, which is intended to symbolize the unattainability of utopias. It is not the assertion of feasibility that determines the EXPO, but rather Ulrich Beck's techno-ecology of the so-called second, ecological modernization after the declared conclusion of the so-called first, the social one. In Beck's concept, a society reflects itself as the second, without understanding itself as such. Beck's doctrine of the risk society deals with what happens when industrial society becomes a natural constraint on itself. He describes the freedom of the individual to voluntarily submit to the current demands of exploitation, because there is no alternative, as the evolved role of the subject beyond traditional large-scale organizations. The subject is subject to the process and at the same time independent. Quote, modernity has also taken on the role of its counterpart, the tradition to be overcome, the natural constraint to be mastered. It has become a threat and a promise of liberation from the threat that it itself creates. End of quote. Between threat and promise, however, lies the new quality of risk. The industrial use of scientific results not only creates problems, science also provides the means, the categories and the tools of knowledge, to be able to recognize and present the problems as problems at all, or to make them appear as such or not. Finally, science also provides the prerequisites for coping with the self-inflicted dangers. Thus, again referring to the example of environmental problems, little remains today in the professionalized parts of the ecology movement of the formerly propagated abstinence from action towards nature. End of quote. Anthony Giddens writes accordingly, risk is not merely a negative phenomenon, something to be avoided or minimized. It is the driving force of a society that has torn itself away from tradition and nature. End quote. The concepts of ecological modernization, however, devalue the individual by subsuming it to the securing of survival as a human task, compared to which the rifts of the industrial world order, i.e. classes, parties, etc., appear to be merely a disruptive obstacle. Sustainability now formulates the same context of ecological modernization, from a more ordinary perspective, so to speak, and thus betrays its barbaric implications. It identifies society's ability to reproduce with the first nature, regrowth. All social phenomena and institutions are adapted to this understanding of reproduction and understood as means to its realization, regardless of whether they are machines, chemistry, living people, science and economics, or values that guide action. As is modern, everything is seen in a holistic context, which has also spread to the president of the Federation of German Industries, the Amnesty International donor Henkel. German industry is a world leader and has made a decisive contribution to our society as a whole, being able to adorn itself with the title of environmental world champion. The principle of sustainability in environmental protection is firmly anchored everywhere in our society. Why is sustainability actually only applied to environmental protection? End of quote. That's right. The economy is also a subsystem that is necessary for the preservation of the whole, and despite all the criticism of the partial failure of industry, the eco-movement nevertheless addresses it as a partner in negotiations. The civil society institutions have moved from selective campaigning to comprehensive regulation via the UN. Business is becoming the preferred partner of this capitalism on the road to justice. For example, compensation can be demanded from local oil extraction and processing companies for destruction, pollution and devastation, and international pressure can be organized in the process. However, if you want to prevent people living near pipelines from smashing them up and filling the leaking contents into portable containers and selling them at the risk of their lives, things look very different. The so far unsuccessful attempts to increase the price of natural products are being countered by pressure from industry to reduce the cost of labor. Now that attempts to enforce international standards for labor have led to the well-known results, it is the turn of ecological standards. Labor not only competes globally, but also against the natural advantages of other regions. While some regions are disconnected from demand, ecology unites subsistence and production as long as they have to do with regrowth and circulation. Political ecology stands for disaster, but with longer lifetimes than nuclear power plants. In the Agenda 21 context, social responsibility is reflected on the basis of nature. According to this, its condition should provide information about right or wrong action. Action is therefore understood as technical intervention or as responsible and forward-looking government action, stripped of all social determinations. Technology and politics are ultimately indistinguishable. Just as, on the one hand, there is no contradiction between idolatry of nature and idolatry of technology, because both conceive of society as a purely material object that can therefore be worked on with material means, there is no contradiction between nature and the economy, because ecology as thinking in self-regulating systems is based on capitalist cycles as a secret model translated into nature. In terms of sustainability, nature becomes the measure of human well-being. Biotechnology also fits in wonderfully with this by demonstrating the changeability of society using natural substances. The society of the second nature is taken into the service of the first nature, whereby all the standards of barbarism celebrate their resurrection. The freedom of social individuals is only relevant as voluntary submission to the standard of nature's unhindered ability to reproduce, and where it is not voluntary, it is helped along with the available means of coercion. Those who declare nature to be the standard for people thereby unleash their subjugation to the second nature of capital and the state. The reconciliation of man and nature, on the other hand, requires that people really have autonomy over resources, and this in turn is the condition for that people and things come into their own by facing each other, and things with the sovereignty that makes the attitude of the violent plunder superfluous. Up until now, the left had managed to get by throwing itself into the arms of the eco and development scene in the mistaken hope that this would promote social emancipation. This is now a thing of the past. The affirmative and system-compliant character of the movements once courted is so obvious that it hardly needs to be named. And what does the left learn from this? That theoretically it has not yet disarmed enough. A criticism voiced shortly before the opening of the expo by Hanover Initiatives, MAP, Mamba, RAK, and individuals, of the then already foreseeable failure of the resistance criticized the left for its alleged folkloristic presentation of a minority opinion. This raises fears of the worst for the future. Germany likes to present itself as the moral focal point of a world that has lost its balance. Not only since the human rights wars in Yugoslavia has German great power politics seen itself as committed to the most noble moral principles, human rights, overcoming Auschwitz, anti-fascist decency. The old perennial theme of the ecological turnaround, in which Germany plays the environmental missionary and, because it is also the world export champion, lets the world recover from its own environmental technology, also comes back into play here. In Germany, green is simply the trump card, whether with the green dot, ecotax, or the red-green nuclear phase-out. No one who wants to make serious policy in this country can avoid it, regardless of whether they are negotiating on car or immigration policy. Engagement for the environment is also understood as social engagement, because protecting life, saving humanity, and justice are undoubtedly related. So don't be fooled by the fact that the ecological turnaround has repeatedly been characterized as a typical 1970s and 1980s issue that no one is interested in today. The only thing that is true about this is that the Greens no longer have a monopoly on the ecological question. They have suffered the fate of almost all German alternative movements, in that those who have brought a life-reforming issue onto the agenda in the first place lose importance the moment their concern is translated into official policy. No one should complain about this, because the ecological question has always been a committed contribution of the 68 heirs to German supremacy, which is openly recognizable as such today. The strictest purity law, the most well-founded ecological awareness, the most powerful resistance movements. When it comes to how the Germans can teach the world morals, anti-nuclear protest also becomes a branded product made in Germany, with which one can gain an international reputation, an asset that can be used to gain ground. In France, where the identification of social and ecological protest has never taken place and instead the local Roquefort is defended in an openly nationalistic manner against the global beef burger, the SZ, for example, recognizes an ecological developing country on the occasion of the first castor transport to the WAA in La Hague since 1998. Although here as there the Greens head the Ministry of the Environment, the ecological awareness of the French and thus the mobilization power of the environmentalists is far lower than on the other side of the Rhine. They are not quite there yet. It is not without admiration that the French activists see that on the German side, even in this decade, thousands can still be mobilized around the controversial issue of nuclear power. End quote. Klaus-Peter Klingelschmidt, in the TASS of April 11, 2001, is almost critical of the state when, on the same occasion, he looks across the Rhine and sees an elitist land of horror on the other side of the border. Quote, then, across the border, suddenly silence. There is not a single uniform to be seen in Lauterbourg, France, nor any opponents waiting for the nuclear transport. Such transports are the norm in France. This is the other kind of nuclear state. End of quote. In Wendland, resistance to nuclear policy regularly reaches a widely publicized climax on the occasion of the Castor transports. This is when the true Greens of all parties take on the Rialo Greens, who are accused of having betrayed their own standards for the preservation of humanity with the nuclear consensus. In Wendland, it is not simply a prominent citizens' initiative that is fighting alone against a final repository in Gorleben, but the protest can count on broad support. This constellation is not only attractive for resistors, who take part in the widely accepted games without borders that the anti-Castor protests have become, but also for anti-capitalist leftists who believe they are offering practical resistance. What the Greens have always welcomed in the past, creative and imaginative extraparliamentary resistance, is now turning against the government and trampling on the Greens' guilty conscience, but at the same time giving them the opportunity to prove that they are capable of realistic and results-oriented politics. The dilemma in which the Greens find themselves, according to both the bourgeois press and the left, can still prove to be a veritable strategic advantage. Although the Greens as a party as a whole can never completely take one of the two sides, legal nuclear phase-out or extra-parliamentary protest, it is precisely this contradiction that challenges them to act as moderators and mediators and to claim extra-parliamentary protest with a generous attitude as an indication of ecological awareness and civil potential. So it is not the Greens who are in a profound dilemma, but those left-wingers who undauntedly believe that they can radicalize something in the anti-Castor protest. They have to get their message across to the people via the unavoidable detour of ecology or immediately sue for an ecological fundamentalism of humanity, in either case affirming the consensus against which they want to compete. Every policy has its lies, but some politicians lie to themselves the most, as for example when an anti-Castor activist says about the nuclear consensus. This consensus only exists between those in power and the nuclear companies. This appalling lethargy under red-green, when, for example, Germany acted as a war party in Kosovo and simply nothing happened, has not prevailed at this point. Bremer Kasseber, May/01, page 35. So is the left returning to the FRG via Wendland, as Marx once did via the PDS? From Wendland of all places, where all parties are critical of nuclear power and the strongest of all impulses on this issue. Not with us radiates right up to the Prime Minister? Of course, the leftists want to go beyond this and therefore place their fight in a larger framework. However, they prefer to retouch out the brown corners in the picture. If the left-wingers in the nuclear power plant movement were to ask themselves why right-wingers rightly see the ecological issue as a traditional field of activity, they would not use all kinds of harebrained explanations to valorize the Wendland protest as an example of an increasing willingness to resist and present it as a superordinate left-wing context. Such freely delirious statements can be read, for example, by the group Annelies Marburg, which wants to launch a new international as follows. The resistance against the Castor transports to Gorleben is at the end of a long international chain of resistance against nuclear facilities, which extends to the indigenous peoples of Micronesia, Australia, and Nevada, where the victims and main sufferers of nuclear colonialism live. A somewhat more traditional approach is taken by Stiftung Unruh, which calls for, let's turn the absurd nuclear consensus into a loud no against the circumstances, interim August 3, 01, page 9. Of course, there is another way. A citizens' initiative against nuclear facilities in Lüchow-Dannenberg, which is not blessed with such strategic foresight, distanced itself from an action in which a piece of rail was cut out before the expected Castor train, at the same time as Green leaders, for fear of being associated with the chaotic ones with the words, that could also have been a provocation by right-wingers. Of course, the BI was only looking for the most anti-totalitarian-sounding distancing possible, and in doing so, it cut off the usual state-loyalist nonsense. But at least, unlike the left, no politicizing slingshot price metaphysics obscured its experience. In fact, her statement is by no means made up out of thin air. In fact, the old game of don't leave important issues to the right is back in full swing. Left-wingers are desperate to highlight their involvement or even their prerogative in defending and saving the future of humanity and defend it against right-wing competition. In March, an alliance right against Castor, spread the slogan "Environmental protection equals homeland security" and called for support for the anti-Castor protests in every way possible. The anti-nuclear movement in its diversity is no more or less nationalistic than the representative cross-section of the population that sees itself as German. The group Analyse Marburg knows how to analyze. But no consequences are drawn from this. Once things get as far as they have in Austria, counteractions within the anti-nuclear framework are no longer possible. There, on the occasion of the trial operation in Temelin in the Czech Republic, a large authentic Austrian coalition, fueled by the government's official threat to block the Czechs' access to the EU if the nuclear power plant was put into operation, consequently blocked the border crossings along the common state border. In Wendland, on the other hand, the idea of the people as a resistant community is still intact. When Gruppe Analyse, in view of the national fever diagnosed as normal, finds that the left is at best accused of acting in a regionalist manner, then for a movement that does not think in terms of liberated zones, but of liberated spaces and houses, this is of course not a criticism, but an accolade. The resistance in Wendland has created a social place, as it is called in the jargon of the intermission. Sometimes there is no stopping them, as the UNRU Foundation, which mobilizes for the Castor tent camps, proves, opening its poetic sphincters with enthusiasm. For them, Wendland is not only a place for anti-nuclear resistance, but also a place to promote self-determination and self-organization, for a social place against the cold capitalist conditions, which is created through action, through movement, when everyone moves and produces the necessary frictional energy. The occasions for which should be as arbitrary as the conditions are diverse. For the scene, the Wendland became the hopeful relay of resistance, which was not practiced by the obdurate population on the occasion of the transport from Rainsburg to Lubmin near Greifswald. One leaflet identified the core of the problem as the lack of willingness to resist the use of nuclear energy, as well as xenophobia, patriarchal power structures, striving for power, destruction of the environment, and many other things was a consequence of the prevailing attitude. The great thing about social places of resistance is that they can or even must multiply according to the rules of regional competition. Interim camps in particular are currently providing occasions for multiple suburban mobilizations. For example, according to the FAZ, the mayor of Neckarwestheim, Der, CDU, complains as follows: "It would be a personal difficulty for him if, as the local police authority, he had to have a sit-in blockade lifted, even though he had previously voted in the local council for a demonstration against the interim storage facility. The interim storage facility was imposed on him by the federal government and nuclear power plant operators because it would save on transports to the central interim storage facilities in Ahaus and Gorleben. He now fears that the nuclear waste will remain in Neckarwestheim in the long term." Der is acting in line with Ulrich Müller, CDU, Minister of the Environment in Baden-Württemberg, who considers it nonsensical to store thousands of cubic meters of radioactive waste above ground for 30 or 50 years instead of transporting it to the underground final storage site at Gorleben in Lower Saxony. On the other hand, the father of Lower Saxony, Gabriel, who is also responsible for police operations in Wendland, is calling for the burden of waste disposal to be spread across all federal states. After the energy consensus, he also wants a waste disposal consensus and, as the person responsible for the police operation, justifies this with the citizens' unwillingness in the district to fill up with nuclear waste. The nuclear consensus is linked to the written concession that the Gorleben salt dome could well be considered as a final repository. The people of Wendland thus feel compelled to prove on their own initiative that the district is not suitable as a nuclear waste repository. If the geological reasons don't hold water, then the political ones will. It is therefore Wendland against Germany. But this does not mean that the secession of a Republic of Free Wendland is imminent. The exercise of regional ownership works so well in Germany that it is something that is being expanded and is also seen as an export product for the EU. Well-known sports reporters were also sent to cover the announced spectacle with the secret title, "Attack on the German Timetable," for the media. The images on television often played up a level of drama that was hardly achieved even away from the cameras. The 12 teams of police conflict managers deployed, 1 police behavior trainer and 2 press officers, are a manifestation of the moderating state of conflict democracy, or what is the same, consensus democracy. While, fueled by show actions with water cannons and imaginative false reports by the police, a great drama was feigned, other media representatives were irritated by the social partnership and media-centered character of the resistance, as for example a correspondent of the British Times in a report for the Tagesspiegel, Roger Boys, 31.3. 01 in an information tent. A lady appealed to my conscience, please go to this blockade and that blockade. The police are exhausted and will use force. If they see journalists, they won't beat anyone up. Like a faithful St. Bernard dog helping injured skiers, I trot to the blockade. In the end, the reporter felt cheated of the authenticity of the event. There's nothing they won't do if they spot a cameraman. Then they throw their stones and bottles, shoot off their flares, and look around to make sure that everything is being broadcast live on NTV. Despite Joschka Fischer's verdict, the autonomists were the five-mark whores and not the journalists. In supplying the media with terror and violence, the autonomous protest and the state authorities pulled together, but the staging of the anti-Castor theater turned out to be rather tired. However, Greenpeace and Robin would ultimately save the movement's cause with their skillful performance interludes, abseiling from a bridge or setting it in concrete and chaining it up. Before their blockade actions, all other attempts at action seemed to cause only minor delays. The great deeds of the tried and tested service providers in the eco-spectacle also correspond to the need for deviations from politically suspect protest rituals. Although the left-wing radicals had entered into a competition and, in comparison to the transport 4 years ago, had worked their asses off this time, Bremer Kasseber 5/01, page 40, the scene was considerably unsettled by the success of the competing, athletically, technically, and logistically complex citizen protest, as the actions of the NGOs made them look like a resistance guild operating with prehistoric tools. As one Sergeant Pepper summed up in an evaluation paper, the comparatively archaic time of tree trunks, straw bales, and museum-worthy blockade tractors seems to be coming to an end. The resistance actions are at a very high technical level, and not just with Greenpeace or our friends from Robin Wood. This is welcome, enriching, and complementary, effective anyway, but such specialization also comes at the expense of a possible massification of actions and what we call the "we can do it" effect, i.e. experienced, practiced, and ultimately successful joint resistance on the ground. Similar concerns were also expressed in the TAS. Ulrika Herrmann complained that the resistance had probably never been so professionally staged. There was a lot of staging and hardly any demonstrating protagonists. How can that be? The opponents of nuclear power plants have simply arrived where all other movements of the 1970s ended before them in the institution. This does not correspond to her idea of civil society. The Lujo-Dannenberg Citizens Initiative almost disappeared behind the omnipresence of Greenpeace. She also lacks authenticity. She sees a patriarchal gesture and too much bourgeois comfort when only a few people camp out in Wendland in the middle of working hours, even in cold March. And still this passivity, which already got on the TAS's nerves during the uprising of the decent. Quote, "More civil society here does not mean less state, but less paternalistic status thinking. I am concerned here with further steps towards a democracy of negotiation and consensus. Negotiating in the shadow of the law, mind you, not outside the law, but also not in the belief that a law must be made for every social problem." Gerhard Schroeder, SC April 4, 01. In line with the appeals for more personal responsibility, flanking the abandonment of status guarantees, a sense of entitlement, passivity, and delegation on the part of the citizen are also under suspicion where the nuclear consensus is concerned. Participation and involvement are the order of the day, and so citizens are not only allowed to collect signatures against foreigners and embody the uprising of the decent, but also to demonstrate their ecological sense of responsibility in Gorleben. All these are forms of negotiation in the Schroeder sense. The engaged person who protests in the name of ideals and general principles has always been a de facto pillar of the state, and the lean state of today explicitly recognizes engagement as its most reliable pillar. The quintessence of the discussion about Tritton's, Fischer's, or Scheele's past is that engagement must be steered in the right direction. The fact that this is also the direction taken in Wendland shows that the state did not feel challenged despite the generally acknowledged success of the movement. Although the government was somewhat disgruntled, the FAZ summed up, "In reality, the demonstrations and blockades were unusually peaceful this time. What happened in Wendland was not violence but civil disobedience. Even among the chaotic and autonomous demonstrators who had supposedly arrived, a frivolous and snotty tone prevailed. There was hardly ever any violence." End of quote. Anti-nuclear initiatives have been confronted with the state since their inception. Not only was the nuclear program seen as a question of national sovereignty, and not just since the time of Atomic Energy Minister Strauss, but the state also saw its monopoly on the use of force challenged by the protests and demands of the anti-nuclear movement. Today, nuclear energy has a different significance for the state. The German nuclear program, which for a long time gained its strategic importance in the FRG frontline state through the acquisition of know-how and the technological prerequisites for building bombs, has lost its national indispensability. The FRG has plenty of weapons-grade fissile material, and the EU has a ready-to-use nuclear armament. Siemens is involved in the WAA in La Hague. In addition, Siemens and Framatome merged in 2000 with regard to their nuclear business. An exit in Germany would in no way mean an exit from the international nuclear business. With its decades-long protection of the nuclear industry, the state itself has therefore created a problem that it would like to get rid of, and not just because of social acceptance and the attempt to make Germany more environmentally friendly. There has long been considerable overcapacity of nuclear power and electricity in general, with relatively high retail prices. Whereas it was once possible to justify strategic reserves, without the Cold War these now only drive up prices. As the liberalization of the electricity markets in the EU progresses, German nuclear power must become cheaper, both in comparison to other types of electricity generation and to the electricity importing competition. Because nuclear power is too expensive or the costs are difficult to calculate, in contrast to other subsidies for e.g. coal-fired power generation, there have been no new applications for licenses for nuclear power plants for a long time. The state and industry began to look for ways to keep the operation and follow-up costs of existing nuclear power plants low. The phase-out of nuclear energy is therefore a phase-out due to the uneconomical nature of nuclear energy. The government also ends the special treatment of nuclear energy and guarantees that it will not take any unilateral measures to discriminate against nuclear energy. It also guarantees the undisturbed operation of the plants. The time of shutdown will therefore be determined by the wear and tear of the plants, which will often be before the 32-year period of the nuclear consensus, especially as the depreciation period is 25 years. In this, too, the anti-nuclear movement has made a constructive contribution to the common good by preventing the German energy industry from realizing its ambitious and uneconomical project of a national nuclear cycle. In doing so, it unintentionally gave it the strong and profitable position it enjoys today. The location for the German energy industry has been strengthened in the face of European competition. In the process, the nuclear power plants are losing their prominent position for the location and the nuclear industry is eating its fat-buttered bread of mercy. Future power plant constructions are to be operated without such far-reaching state regulations. In this respect, the question arises as to how attacks on the Castor transports for the purpose of making them more expensive by means of extended police operations are to be turned into practical lobbying for the immediate decommissioning of all nuclear plants by the state. Of course, electricity generation will not simply be left to the market. On the contrary, reports of the collapse of the power supply in California have reinforced an existing mistrust. A government program is currently being developed for energy utilization through combined heat and power, CHP, in which the waste heat from electricity generation is used as district heating. The CHP program, with subsidies of up to DM7 billion, is regarded as a key element in reducing CO2 emissions. The German government has threatened the electricity companies with a legal order to increase the proportion of CHP plants in electricity generation if they do not commit themselves to this. In view of this, one wonders how the anti-nuclear movement actually intends to beat the government in ecological terms. After all, with the country's ecological awareness, it also excels in foreign policy. That is why Schroeder immediately became a dazzling environmental chancellor when the USA announced that it would not sign the Kyoto Protocol on the reduction of greenhouse gases. He addressed his criticism to the US government on his own behalf and on behalf of the EU. Schroeder benefits from the fact that the energy-saving policy agreed in Kyoto is in line with EU interests vis-a-vis US policy. While the United States reacted to the last shortage by increasing supply by selling oil reserves, the Europeans, who are more dependent on foreign sources of raw materials, have tried to curb demand with a combination of austerity measures and limited price increases. According to the Tagesspiegel, Schroeder's self-confident presentation of the European point of view to Bush during his visit to Washington means that he sees himself on the side of the future winners. Quote, Bush is pursuing an anti-European policy without feeling it himself, whether on climate protection or the death penalty. Nevertheless, Bush will not prevent the Europeanization of America. Opposition to his policies is growing, human rights and environmental organizations are mobilizing. Eco-supermarkets are springing up. End quote. Greenpeace also immediately jumped to the Chancellor's side and called for EU trade sanctions against US products. The ground for a large-scale social consensus has therefore long been prepared here too. The supposedly radical anti-castor protest will not refuse to join in sooner or later. I understand that there are still people who decide in favor of an individual world and fight for it, writes one person in the internet forum of the Berliner Tagesspiegel. This understanding person is probably not busy setting other people's cars on fire at night, nor can it be assumed that he is one of those who have spent 2 years preparing to throw stones at banks and police officers in Rostock. And yet the seemingly harmless Tagesspiegel chatterer is driven by a brooding and, in the event of an outbreak, unbridled hatred that would, in case of doubt, first affect those of his fellow citizens who think little of highly ideologized chatter and the communal events that go with it, the individualists. The chatterer was not talking about deciding and fighting for the interests of the individual and the free. He was more concerned with an individual world. The place where he would like to see some representatives fight his battle, a building site on the corner of Skalitzer and Rangelstrasse in Berlin-Kreuzberg, finally exposes him as a partisan of those notoriously individual neighborhood residents, whose representation of interests summarizes for him which world is worth fighting for and where the enemy stands, together against America. In recent years, several attempts by the district authorities to prevent the construction of a McDonald's branch on the corner of Skalitzer and Rangelstrasse have failed. It was not possible to persuade Deutsche Post not to sell the land in question to the company, nor was it possible to deny it a building permit under current building law. After several years of standstill, McDonald's has now started to put its plans into practice. The arguments against a fast food outlet at this location back then still apply today. The immediate proximity to 3 schools, the risk of littering and, as it is a McDrive, increased traffic congestion. Even if the district has no legal means of preventing the construction, all possible political influence should be exhausted. End of quote. And so the motion of the Green BW parliamentary group Friedrichshain-Kreuzberg, which is part of the cited justification, reads, the district council may resolve. The district office is instructed to enter into talks with the McDonald's group and to exert political pressure to ensure that it does not realize its construction project in the Rangelkeys. End quote. Because politics must be positive and alternatives must always be considered. It goes on to say, in addition, the district office is instructed to take ecological and species protection criteria into account when granting special use permits for kiosks. End quote. Another participant in the Tagesspiegel internet discussion forum quite rightly wrote about a party that, when it lacks the legal means to enforce species protection criteria, calls on its supporters to take imaginative action out of tradition. Rainforest soils are no longer being used for burger fryers, they are being cleared for soy production. Who eats soy without end? Vegans, of whom there are plenty in Strabeli's catchment area. The worst are the humorless political vegans, who prefer to walk around with grim, serious faces and try to proselytize while munching on rock-hard green spelt patties. End quote. But the polemicist makes it too easy for himself. With their concerns about the health of young people, a waste problem, or the poor wages at McDonald's, the protesters are not so much expressing their desire for veganism or even their longing for more species protection, but the popular resolution throughout the country to declare war on the United States of America, at least rhetorically, at every opportunity that presents itself. Sabine Oppenarsson wants to teach the people of Munich to be afraid. The unemployed 51-year-old with the large jupe glasses wants to organize the protest from the neighborhood. She also threatens, there are people in the quays who are just waiting for the store to stand. Then there will be a new target. Behind her, a VW bus drives past very slowly. A young man extends his middle finger in the direction of McDonald's. Fucking Americans? He yells out of the window. End of quote. On indie media and related discussion forums for radical friends of an individual world, all kinds of members of militant groups have been making themselves important since the beginning of May, declaring the prevention of the McDonald's restaurant to be the main cause of local struggles and consequent threats of fire and flame. There has to be a bit of a difference between the revisionist parliamentarians, who have no legal recourse, and those who are keen not to give this system a single inch. The calls for action against McDonald's in Kreuzberg and the resistance against the G8 summit in Heiligendamm, which was crowned by George W. Bush's visit, do not only coincide in time. The activists here and there assume that their indestructible individualism, which characteristically coagulates into a collective characteristic, will soon become global. The attack website for the mobilization to Heiligendamm confidently states, we are convinced that a different world is not only possible, but also necessary. That is why we are resisting and campaigning for a better world with our alternatives and our way of life. End of quote. There will be more to say about our alternatives, but the way of life, which is seriously identified as a central potential for resistance and is supposed to be a manifestation of the liberated human being, no longer seems to play a role at first glance. Since the notorious old autonomous contexts have disintegrated, the radical left-wing women's and lesbian scene no longer exists, and militant animal rights activists have led almost as precarious a minority existence as those radical ecologists who have missed the jump to a bourgeois existence. There is no longer a distinct scene subculture. Of course, people will always be surprised, especially in Hamburg and Berlin, at the revolutionary potential that trickles out of the old housing estates to keep to themselves in public on anti-imperialist marches of misery. In one respect, however, the all-clear seems to be in order. A radical left that is merely poor, fanatical, and marked by all kinds of signs of psychological decay is unable to fascinate. What people no longer believe, that their vegetation could have anything to do with unbridled life, indeed with the lust for life, with imagination, creativity, and the power of subversion that can move mountains, has become common knowledge where there is no problem of credibility. The anti-G8 potential in Germany is not made up of autonomists and other left-wing radicals, but of postmodernists and cultural leftists, artists and media professionals, students with professions critical of globalization, and the notorious followers from left-wing parties, trade unions, churches, and associations, without whom protest is simply not possible in Germany. Together, they may not offer a binding way of life, but they do offer an established culture of resistance that need not be accused of being marginal. Under the somewhat outdated slogan, "Reclaim the Street," the cultural left places sofas and armchairs on busy intersections and celebrates so-called parties until it comes to scuffles with the police. An old hat, theoretically fed by Guy Debord's situationism, from which an event culture has survived today that turns every questionable corner of a city into a commercially profitable party space. The unmistakable individual and the anonymous, cold metropolis characterized by pure profit interests appear as antagonists, and the desire of the middle classes for more and more colorful leisure activities is transfigured as individual or different. What holds this creative world together is its claimed critical character. The subversive element supposedly inherent in their goings-on is undoubtedly the responsibility of the real or imagined artists and their production. The telephone book-heavy catalogs of the last documentists show that visual art today is a kind of international against McDonald's, and a glance at the visitor statistics leads one to fear that such agitprop, just like drinking cocktails in a deck chair on Berlin's new sandy beaches, will be presented to shuddering schoolchildren as a cautionary lesson after the next catastrophe, as a relaxation exercise in the struggle for a different world. The cultural left is joined by students of ethnology, Islamic studies, and related intercultural fields of study, who will one day promote development aid in NGOs or at universities, in the media or in politics, whose promoters know with certainty that the disaster that has befallen the world has found its satanic sign in the Big M of McDonald's. The parents' generation of left-wing trade unionists, committed Christians, and other civil servant protagonists of the eternally young peace left are always in lively exchange with the creative student youth. They have party books from the SPD, the Greens, and increasingly also the Left Party, and form majorities in the Göttingen City Council, for example, which is why the city of Göttingen is a member of ATTAC as a municipal association. Representatives of these groups are particularly effective in places where the Struppies from Friedrichshain or the Hamburger Schanze have no access. The inconceivable demand by Peter Struck, chairman of the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag, at the beginning of May that Germany should develop the same closeness in its relations with Russia as it has with the USA, and the statements made by Catholic bishops during their visit to the West Bank in April, where they ranted about a ghetto in the face of the security fence, are representative of the statements made by countless other established figures, proving that the Republic has long been critical of globalization and does not need to be accused by any hoodie fetishists of lacking anti-Semitism or hostility towards America. In percentage terms, the three left-wing parties have had a stable 51% of the vote for years, and see Heiner Geisler or Peter Gauweiler, a conservative minority with strong values against American unculture, has long been well received in the CDU and CSU. And yet the demand for people who opt for an individual world and fight for it remains as high as ever. Germany wants to see outrage, civil rights activists in action, people who sacrifice themselves for their cause. For example, Hauke Benner, one of the first autonomous opponents of globalization from Kreuzberg, whose shared flat was raided and searched at least twice as part of investigations under Section 129 of the German Criminal Code. and who has returned the favor by making his private space accessible to the public eye of television cameras on several occasions, so that in 2004 via ARD and 2007 via WDR, everyone who wanted to know what it was like in the kitchen living room of a radical, where his bed was and whether his glasses were really lying neatly on the bedside table when the police forced their way in, was finally provided with the finest footage from the docudrama genre. But those nameless people who commit politically motivated crimes at demonstrations or on the streets at night, which will eventually earn them severe penalties, are also in demand. There is no need for criminal associations under Section 129 to mobilize them. The practical or journalistic animation by people with a Taz past such as Benner or the legendary Jungle World editor-in-chief Klaus Benken is enough. The credo of such revolutionary strategists is fundamental opposition to the system and radical anti-capitalism. Their concern is the feared hostile takeover of the movement by reformist forces, and their practice consists of the constant call to others to restore to the limp movement, in unmistakable hostility to the state, the radicalism on the demo front that is actually dormant within it. The nameless radicals on the demo front, as the supposedly nonviolent directors of the protest know along with the well-known anti-state instigators in the left-wing press, are indispensable for a staging that has long been in danger of perishing from a complete loss of image. After all, attack is by no means creative and certainly not capable of mobilization. The governmental, guaranteed anti-globalization cabaret presented weekly by Bruno Jonas Scheibenwischer is as unfunny as the teachers who make up its regular audience, and even the self-assurance that all misfortune comes from the USA is unable to improve the subdued mood. When everyone is in agreement, not even protesting is fun, and the number of participants in Heiligendamm and Rostock would have been worse if a very strange alliance between young autonomous hooligans and the state had not injected that touch of resistance into the sluggish mobilization that brought new news every day. In the first half of May, especially in Berlin and Hamburg, the police once again played their ominous role as a decisive mobilization factor for a powerful anti-imperialist protest. Dozens of people were raided in their homes during several raids and, not least, an infantile provocation by around 100 anti-globalization protesters, who wanted to get physically fit for Heiligendamm in a Berlin park, was broken up. The police actions were a complete success for the movement. A protest demonstration of allegedly 3,000 participants was able to set off the very next day in Kreuzberg, a mobilization success that the scene can only dream of under normal circumstances. The left liberal press criticized the police. Hauke from Kreuzberg was passed off as a victim of police arbitrariness, and the fence in Heiligendamm once again came to the fore. The camp critical of repression, which constantly warns against the surveillance state, made a case for the rule of law and warned of conditions that could one day lead to German Abu Ghraibs. The police were simply torn between Schäuble's call for consequent prevention of possible disruptions to the summit and the calls for G8 protests, which were also joined by some of Schäuble's social democratic cabinet colleagues. Whereas before the summit, the government's senseless and not always legal actionism produced a series of so-called victims of police arbitrariness and state terror, it switched to de-escalation just in time for the start of the protest on site, bringing the days of protest to a radical climax with fire and flame and embarrassing itself. After the riots at a large demonstration, to which not nearly as many participants were mobilized as the organizers had promised, it temporarily looked as if the Fjallraven generation around attack spokesman Wall wanted to break away from the hoodie-wearing militant offspring. But such excitement is also part of the staging. Wall and other functionaries know only too well that they would not even have been able to mobilize the mere 40,000 without the preparatory work of the militants, and the protest days themselves would not have been nearly as successful in the media without the demonstration in Rostock on June 2, 2007, which was spiced up with a little rioting. The so-called non-reformist left owes the motivating insight to the autonomous activists that a radicalization had occurred during the G8 protest, which was not desired by the state and the peaceful or realpolitik critics of globalization and was therefore fought against with all means. The extremely tame actions of the police in Rostock and the shift in public opinion after just 2 days of dutiful shock at rioting and violence should have convinced even a radical enemy of the state that there is a unifying enemy across the camps after all. No sooner had the American president landed in Heiligendamm 2 days after the Rostock riots than the waves of public outrage calmed, and it became clear that militancy, if not against the German police, then at least against the colonizers of the whole world and ultimately Germany, ruled by George W. Bush, could perhaps be legitimate after all. The fact that it was not pure arbitrariness against all the Haukes from the Berlin and Hamburg scene that had triggered the police raids in mid-May, but a whole series of serious crimes that had clearly been committed in connection with the mobilizations after Heiligendamm, was mostly only mentioned in local reports. The Tagesspiegel of May 18 reported, "Every night an arson attack. Every night smashed windows. Every night paint bags against facades. 3 weeks before the start of the World Economic Summit in Heiligendamm, the number of politically motivated crimes is on the rise. On Thursday night in Friedrichshain, a Chrysler, high value according to the police, was set on fire. At around the same time, 100 meters away on Karl Marx Allee, stones and paint bags were thrown at a branch of the coffee roaster Chibo. The company has been the focus of left-wing radicals for around 2 years because it allegedly sells clothing produced by underpaid seamstresses in Bangladesh. In the previous nights, a Daimler in Holzmarktstrasse and a Deutsche Bahn vehicle had been set on fire. The police have therefore significantly increased their nighttime presence in Friedrichshain and Kreuzberg, even in plain clothes. According to the police, left-wing extremists have already carried out more than 40 arson attacks this year. One attack on Monday, which was obviously motivated by left-wing extremists, resulted in personal injury. Unknown persons had set fire to building materials in an underground car park in Reichenberger Strasse, Kreuzberg, before the flames could spread to several expensive cars, including a Bentley. The fire department had the flames under control. The arsonists had written on the wall, "Against wealth in Kreuzberg. The garage belongs to a new Nibel building with expensive condominiums." End of quote. On the night of May 22nd, it should be added, it was the car of Bild editor-in-chief Kai Diekmann. By August 3rd, 82 cars had been set on fire in Berlin alone, the majority in Friedrichshain and Kreuzberg. The remarkable increase in arson attacks on cars, particularly in Berlin, points to an inspiration that was probably taken from the French suburbs in November 2005. The justifications for the individual acts are becoming increasingly sparse. There have been no more reasons for a long time, and the arbitrariness and ease with which such acts can be carried out prepares the ground for copycats. The motivation remains the same: envy, hatred, and a vision of a post-societal state in which impoverished but equal moral collectives are forced to rule over a different world. The neighborhoods of Berlin and Hamburg are by no means as far gone as the suburbs of France. But as soon as they become the object of state intervention, those who set fire to wealth in Kreuzberg will always pass as victims of police arbitrariness, especially among left-wing opinion makers. The fact that the G8 protest and arson have something to do with each other is also illustrated by a report that appeared in the online edition of the Hessische Allgemeine on May 18th under the thought-provoking headline, "Freaked Out Under the Burden of Memory." Last year, Khaled El-Masri gave controlled, almost emotionless statements to the Bundestag Committee of Inquiry. But the German of Lebanese descent must be seething inside. The man who was allegedly kidnapped and tortured by the CIA has now snapped. Arson attack. It was not the first time that the 43-year-old lost his temper. In January, he beat up an employee of a training company because the latter had criticized him, and he spat in the face of a sales clerk in a dispute over a faulty music player. This device was also the subject of this latest dispute. It escalated to such an extent that El-Masri smashed the glass door of the Metro supermarket in New Ulm and set fire to several cans of petrol. "My client is desperate and no longer in control of himself," his lawyer Manfred Jittick wrote to Chancellor Merkel at the end of April. This has now been confirmed more emphatically than even the worried lawyer could have guessed. End quote. The authorities are to blame because they allegedly didn't want to pay for El-Masri's psychotherapy. The old government is to blame because it didn't get him out of CIA custody much earlier, and the new one is also to blame because it still doesn't quite put the US on a par with Putin's Russia. The sales clerk is to blame because, as an infidel whore, she didn't give El-Masri what he wanted. The instructor is to blame because he probably told the proudest of all victims in polite terms that he was an arrogant, lazy, and unfocused student. And the G8 countries are definitely to blame because the USA is represented there. Not to mention the metro market, which pays pretty low wages and sells some electronic waste for which workers in Asian countries have been paid even lower wages and so on. Only Khaled El-Masri, who abandoned his wife and children to make contact with God-fearing fighters for a different world, which is both necessary and possible, in Macedonia, where he was picked up, bears no responsibility for his actions. The seemingly peaceful G8 opponents, who only exceptionally, like the Green Parliamentary Group in the Kreuzberg District Council, indirectly call on the mob to take courageous action against fast food from America, probably don't even really want a different world in which resistant ways of life like Khaled El-Masri's are the rule. However, their deep understanding of the burden of memory from which terror comes makes it possible, which says almost everything about our alternatives, which, together with our way of life, should make another world possible. The central slogans against globalization, which divides the whole of Germany, are for democracy and international law. In Attack's own words, it sounds like this: the G8 is an institution that operates in a legal gray area, is contrary to international law, and is fundamentally incompatible with the norms and values of democratic societies. End quote. And this is what the democratic societies they want look like. Quote, in a way, the G8 is the UN's rival organization. Despite all the justified criticism of the UN, it at least has some formal guidelines on how decisions are made and how individual states can have a say. In addition, all states are represented in the UN. In the G8, however, only the current members decide what happens and whether or not they bring in someone else. The economic, political, and military power of the 7 leading industrialized nations plus Russia means that they either have a direct majority in global institutions such as the IMF, WTO, World Bank, OECD, and UN, can enforce them or, if necessary, prevent them with their veto/blocking minority. End of quote. The positive reference to the UN exposes the longing that holds the whole enterprise together, from the radicalized fringes to the nonviolent center. In the UN, what they still dream of is already a reality. Formalized mob rule, inhuman, brutal to the extreme, filled with a cynicism of power and moved by a will to annihilation as only a spontaneous fascist people's assembly can be, the UN represents pure democracy. What would simply be forbidden in the parliaments of some constitutional states? Sharia agitators, oil rent fascists, war criminals, and mass murderers straddle the UN on a completely equal footing with representatives of Great Britain, the USA, Israel, or Denmark. The Islamic Nazi from Sudan calmly shakes hands with his Chinese big brother, who continues to stand up for the continuation of the genocide in Darfur even after the signing of a resolution as weak as a diaper. China, Russia, the Islamic states, and Venezuela's socialist government hold their protective hands over the anti-Semitic nuclear bomb maker Iran. Unchallenged, UN bureaucrats propose the equalization of polygamy with monogamy when it comes to tax benefits for salaries and the determination of retirement benefits for Islamic civil servants. It goes without saying that anti-Semitic majorities in subcommittees push through the exclusion of Israeli representatives. The other world has already become reality in the UN. In it, democracy is the only thing that counts, and there is only one last contradiction to be resolved. Certain overly violent resolutions are regularly prevented by vetoes from the United States. The attempt by the United States, which was once still flanked by Europe, to hold down the UN, if it wants to be a parliament of totalitarian state zombies, at least as a collective kindergarten zombie, is now coming under fire from Democrats of all stripes. Since we now know that by no means all rogue states are undemocratic and that the Iranian or Venezuelan, not to mention the Palestinian territories, came about through general and free elections, we believe that we no longer need to worry about the legality of the regimes. Because opponents of globalization are concerned with abolishing the mediated nature of rule through the implementation of plebiscitary elements, the desire for more democracy always has a positive effect on the most terrible regimes. The matter-of-factness with which it is noted today that the democratically determined will of the people must be implemented in any case, that it would be a sin to violently oppose it, that it is not the vetoes of the accomplices of mass murderers, i.e. Russia and China, that are the problem, but those of the USA, which deny anti-Israeli pogrom heroes passage, points to the will to recognize the next coalition of NSDAP and DNVP at all costs and to demonize every demand for regime change. Anyone who calls for binding criteria that could make it easier to decide when to intervene from outside in domestic events immediately falls victim to the accusation of colonialism. What counts is immediate rule, which threatens to turn into democratically legitimized popular rule even in places where there have never been free elections. The knowledge that the actions of its government are shared by the majority of China's population in matters of brutal economic expansion, especially in Africa, and the immediate threat of war against Taiwan, is sufficient to guarantee the essentially democratic character of this regime, and conversely, it is known that the pitiful secular remnants of Egyptian military rule will soon fall victim to democratically legitimized Sharia law. Those who rely on the UN and its principles are in agreement with a world spirit that, after 1945 and even more so since 1967, no longer rides ahead of history with the civil code in its pocket as Napoleon once did, but as a herald of particularistic unreason perpetuates inhuman conditions and even exacerbates them by exorcising the last remnants of the rule of law. The actual message of No Global has to do with a more just world insofar as justice is understood as the immediate rule of the people within the respective national framework. Appropriate to the respective people is the rule that has brutally asserted itself by mobilizing the basest instincts and is established under the sign of culture, religion, blood, and soil. Justice is a concept coined against the law. It has always been the rallying cry of those who deplore the protection of the individual and their interests by bourgeois law. When people rage against institutionalized capitalism, i.e. the elbow society, they regularly lose sight of what even Lenin, who was not free of such platitudes, still knew and what he had warned against. The release of the people's sense of justice almost inevitably leads to pogroms, to the disintegration of capitalist society into gangs divided along ethnic or production lines, which clash in civil war until a coalition of gangs wins the day, giving rise to a regime of terror that will do everything in its power to maintain its rule with blood and populism until the next civil war. The most widely read newspaper in Heiligendamm and the surrounding area, the Ostsee-Zeitung, illustrated on May 18 what happens when little Fritz wants to play Uno for once. Heiligendamm on TV, Jan Joseph Liefers plays Lorenz, the secretary to the German finance minister. In the top-class cast of the TV film, Breakfast with a Stranger Love Can Change the World, which will be broadcast on Sat1 on May 29. The shy man meets the fun-loving Gina in a cafe, falls in love with her and takes her to the G8 meeting. There, Gina confronts the world's most powerful politicians with critical questions, which could cost Lorenz his job. End quote. Actor Jan Joseph Liefers explains to the Ostsee-Zeitung, "Politicians always tell us that everything is so difficult, but our film shows exactly the opposite. The money it would cost to send all the children in the world to elementary school is roughly equivalent to the amount that Europeans and Americans spend on perfume every year. These are tangible images." End of quote. How true. Liefers' images are as tangible as the Molly, which a fighter for the other world may soon throw into the nearest perfumery, so that Western women may once again reek of underarm sweat and things may be as oppressive all over the world as in the madrasas to which about 70% of the world's children are now forced to go, breeding schools for the fanatization of children, which are glossed over by gentle brutes as elementary school, and then also equipped with money from the West. No wealth in Kreuzberg and in the world, and cheers to the indoctrination institutions of Islam or patriotic China, anti-imperialist Venezuela, and so on. And cheers to the little man, who comes across here as a little girlie. For Gina, however, it is a completely natural thing to stand up and speak out. She accepts the fact that she is taking political hierarchies ad absurdum, violating all the unwritten rules of diplomacy and high protocol, in order to say what she thinks is right. Everyone knows the desire to have a few words with a politician. End of quote. Stefan Reinecke sharpened the actor's argument a little in the Taz of May 11th. The globalization-critical left is primarily interested in practical successes. It does not want world revolution, but to reform tax law. For the former left-wing radicals, the state was the enemy. For globalization critics, it is an ally that must be protected against the power of the multinationals. End quote. The NPD and the Militante Gruppe, the Süddeutsche Zeitung and the Junge Welt would basically agree with him. The only controversial point is which state it should be. Reinecke is somewhat blocked because his job is to propagate red-green government projects. Whether the state to be protected from the multinationals should not be a little more people-oriented than one led by Schroeder and Fischer is a matter of debate among globalization critics such as Oscar Lafontaine, the Young National Democrats, and the interventionist left. The Molly in an underground parking garage in Kreuzberg and Gina's great arguments, which she probably copied immediately from the immortal Skonhuber's television program, only want to remind the state of its obligation to continue to do everything it can against a cold world, that is the responsibility of multinationals named with the company logo M for McDonald. There is no back door. Anyone who fights for justice or collaborates with Friends of Justice will have to despair of the alternative: total state or total anarchy. State fetishism and hostility to the state are not mutually exclusive attitudes in times when everyone is fantasizing about an individual world. We should have learned from National Socialism that the excessive statism of the regime had also finally put the state out of operation as an efficient and, above all, reliable machine and replaced it with competing state gangs that were only tamed with difficulty in the person of the leader. Ultimately, cohesion was only guaranteed by reaching out into infinity, i.e. world conquest and boundless destruction as the German version of permanent revolution. Disappointed state fetishists should know that they already had the makings of a radical enemy of the state when they were still appealing to the federal government for more justice and democracy. And we should also know from enemies of the state that they know about as much about criticism of the state as atheists know about criticism of religion, i.e. nothing. Anyone who writes in connection with a riot in which the police behave defensively, the police as a representative of the state is already the provocation and knows about the autonomists active in Rostock. Their criticism, if it is radical, is already the negation of the state. Klaus Bankin in Jungle World, June 13, 07. Does so for the sake of affirming a completely meaningless confession. In the past, this was simply summed up in the slogan FRG, Cop State, we're sick of you. And today it comes across as a theoretical negation of the state. Anyone who forbids any criticism of such nonsense and the no less nonsensical actions of practicing enemies of the state in Rostock and elsewhere with the beautiful words, "But this criticism must come from the left," is driving the radicalization, i.e. the actionist brutalization of people who supposedly decide for an individual world and fight for it inexorably forward, until the first Klaus-Jürgen Ratte lies dead on the street as an emergency victim for a movement that has nothing to do with liberation. And just as 26 years ago, no one would be alarmed by the instigators of the escalation with state power. On the contrary, a martyr like Carlo Giuliani in Genoa would only confirm the upside-down worldview of some leftists. Stefan Werner, Die Welt Online, May 6, 07. The demonstrations against the G8 summit in Genoa on the penultimate weekend of July were more reminiscent of an X-large version of the Kreuzberg May Day riots than of previous summit protests. Instead of the usual bitter eco-protesters and busy NGO professionals, the cityscape was dominated by hooded youths without banners or flags. It was precisely this, in the best sense of the word, original constructive and almost apolitical militancy that made Genoa appear highly sympathetic and welcome in an emancipatory sense compared to Seattle, for example. The outrage at the Gothenburg shootings that drove some, the pure desire to fight the robots of the state that drove others, both betrayed something of a moment of departure, of revolt. They were the expression of an aimless rebellion, not concerned with mediation, which in turn stemmed from suffering from the daily, unbearable conditions. The fact that Genoa sometimes took on the character of an individualistic happening should not be denounced as the opposite of politically motivated struggle and theoretical reflection on conditions, but rather as a prerequisite for both. Those who left their home playstations behind on these 3 summer days in order to show the highest-ranking personnel of capital and its whipping guard at least once, took the first step out of the mindless existence of mere virtual distraction. Perhaps it is to be hoped this was also the motivation that makes this type of demonstrator immune to the ideological projections, and thus the realpolitik projects of the public spokespeople and the established organizations of the anti-globalization movement. And this is urgently needed. For the youth violence so unanimously condemned after Genoa differs in principle and in its entirety from the violence that is more or less openly approved of by the notoriously non-violent exponents of the movement. The tenor of the tribes and gangs against the pernicious influences of a mammonized civilization of egalitarianism, the suicide attacks on the as yet unfulfilled promise of urbanity for an end to natural decay and bloodshed. It is possible that the translation of all too well-founded anger and frustration into structurally anti-Semitic hatred of finance capital and the admitted tendency towards self-cancellation, as market-shaped individuation that the anti-globalization movement pursues, is less to do with the polythuligans, Schiele, than the usual people concerned about the common good would like. Because the violence of the militants in Genoa did not affect anyone innocent. It was not characterized by the desire to destroy humanity, although it could certainly be described as senseless. But to oppose senseless violence to the senselessness of circumstances, driven by the desire to achieve subjectivity, directed against the very personal imposition of everyday life, is the complete opposite of violence in the name of repressive community with the aim of eradicating one's own subject status and subjectivity in general. Senseless violence does not mean the right person or persons, because it does not and cannot know them, because, unfortunately, one cannot eliminate the mute compulsion of inhuman socialization with stones. Therein lies the chance that such militancy resists the personalization of the abstract, that it cannot be mobilized unrestrainedly against the Americans and the McDonald culture. The violence in Genoa was therefore neither a self-loathing rampage nor a mediated action. It could not be made politically useful because it ran riot against any kind of usefulness. It was precisely this insubstantiality of the riot that set the non-violent opponents of globalization so much against the self-centered individualists who turned their pain into nameless rage. So on 3 hot summer days in the Italian port city, a bunch of young people who wanted more from life than just waiting for it were no longer willing to put up with anything. As we all know, one of them paid for his intemperance with his life. And what happens next on the part of the nonviolent? Quote, during the protest march on Saturday, Members of Attack told other demonstrators that the autonomists were to blame for Carlo Giuliani's death. Members of the pacifist Rete Lilliput criticized the fact that the police had not even tried to isolate the anarchists. However, representatives of groups willing to engage in dialogue, such as Attack, do not want to promise to isolate militant demonstrators in the future. The GSF did not distance itself from the so-called Black Bloc in its press release on Friday evening. End quote. This sounded quite different in the TASS, July 23, 01, published 2 days earlier. There, the GSF spokesman, Vittorio Agnoletto, accused the police that the small groups of the Black Bloc were never attacked by the police when they marched alone through the neighborhoods. And the denouncer Luca Casarini of the Tutte Bianche, now legendary for its unimaginativeness, is even more helpless. The police let the blacks go completely unhindered, he declared on Friday evening after the riots. His question in original sound, "Where were the police during our large demonstration? What did they do to prevent the blacks from entering?" End of quote. Of course, there was no objection to the Palestinian, Corsican, and other ethnic bloodbath organizers joining in the demonstration. Another environmental activist boasted that he had informed the police days before that the Black Bloc was also on its way to Genoa. Truncheons free, and in the name of the people or the peoples and their legitimate representatives against the saboteurs. The violence did not come from the people, TASS. Because we reject violence for political reasons. Left-wing activist Buchholz in an interview with Der Spiegel. Politics is relative, the game of the forces of nonviolence, of nonviolent violence. We reject violence on the streets, political hegemony is achieved by other means. End quote. Someone who already has it stands by the two. We must take the stage away from the perpetrators of violence, demands Italian Foreign Minister Renato Ruggiero. Such unity in the condemnation of those who step out of line points to the universally shared desire of the majority of the so-called opponents of globalization to stand as a storm troop against their own individuation and that of others in the labor service of society. The only thing that should be set against the totalization of the market and the subjectivity of its forced members, which has come to nothing with it, is individuation, the highlighting of the particularity of the individual. The slogan of Genoa, Voi giate noi 6 billion, could therefore have sparked a fire that not only the state authorities would have had to do more than just use fire extinguishers to put out. However, it would have been clear from the outset that the media protagonists would ignite in this way if one had taken a closer look at the would-be Jeanne d'Arcs of this new, for the first time truly international protest generation. Spiegel Vivian Forrester, for example, had already declared war on the individualized turbocapitalism of everyone against everyone with her bestseller, The Terror of Economics, some time ago. Even then, the Zeit feuilleton, fashionable and trend-conscious as it is everywhere, felt called upon to join in the chorus and sound the march on individualization, the loss of values, the ever-suspicious decadence of youth, and to finally take on modernity in a truly romantic way. Or Pierre Bourdieu, who, now omnipresent, traveled Europe to found a new social movement. To this end, he wrote his manifesto Counterfire for a new European social movement. In a recent interview with Der Spiegel, he also revealed that he does not primarily mean the appropriation of social wealth, but rather something identitarian, which primarily has sustainable modesty and self-denial in mind. It is more of a counter-reformation. There is a longing for true politics, just as there was a longing for true religion back then. End quote. His disciples agreed with him. Genoa, at its core, was not old-style ideological social criticism, but rather a loud wake-up call. A call to all those who feel responsible for more than their own well-being. And an admonition to the global fun society not to forget society in the midst of all the fun. End quote. The so-called opponents of globalization have no criticism to offer of a state of the world and its subjects for whose diagnosis only the term madness is still appropriate, because to do so they would have to make themselves the object of criticism. However, the criticism of globalization, as they present it, only serves to shape the miserable capital-socialized world by other means, even more democratically controlled and thus more immediate violence, the abolition of wealth even for the few and consequently the idea of the good life, the propagation of an anti-pleasure cultural pessimism that wants to rob individuals of even the last remnants of their subjectivity in order to make them fit for a globalization from below, Linksruck. Representative Buchholz, that calls for new rules of the game. Spiegel, 31/01. The parents of these critics wanted, as Der Spiegel reliably reports, the revolution, but they not only long for a more humane capitalism, They want to establish it as the status quo of humanity in general. Their hatred and contempt are not directed against the unworthy state in which they have to live their lives, but against those who prevent them from constructively participating in shaping this state, in determining the structures of domination, the structures of power. Attack Representative Giegold in Spiegel interview, January 31st. The core question posed by the opponents of globalization is, who rules the world? Ideally, they want material justice. At the very least, they demand justice in the procedures by which material decisions are made. Control, transparency, legitimacy. These are classic Republican demands. End quote. They feel cheated, but not of their lives, rather of power. They do not demand the abolition of power, they demand its equalization, they demand the redemption of the terrible promise of direct democracy. They set the homely, uncanny community of trust and control against the individualized, anonymous society in which, reasonably enough, everyone is concerned with their own well-being. Attack, for example, does not see itself as an opponent of globalization. Rather, the network advocates a social and ecological design, said Giegold, for a globalization with a human face. The aim is not to abolish organizations such as the International Monetary Fund, but to democratize them. Berliner Zeitung, March 8, 01. The largest part of the movement, which according to Jungle World's Anton Landgraf has already managed to put the administrators of global capitalism in need of explanations, headline, Genoa is everywhere, will only fight its way to the feeding troughs of misery management, which even an ominous humanized capitalism will always reliably provide, whether haggard like the German attack ecologists who are hostile to pleasure and distant from life, or carnivalesquely decked out in white foam, padding like the Italian tutte bianche. We have decided to distance ourselves from ideologies. Others have not. Our analysis of the contemporary world has led us to consider certain social aspects, including the attempt to break the chains that have bound us too closely to Marxist orthodoxy. End quote. Slogans from the disclaimer of a member of Yabasta, a sister organization of Tutte Bianche. Leftist theorems that distance themselves from so-called Marxist orthodoxy lead either into the left-liberal arms of the post-68 state, which has yet to come to terms with any past and ideology, or into voluntary veganism, leftism out of self-hatred and contempt for human needs and desires, including and above all one's own. These two camps differ only in the costs of their lifestyles, but not in their ethical exaltation of responsibility. Whether secretly or openly, both the Tuscan health apostles and the Poor People's Kitchen organizers share the self-denying desire for the Muslim asceticism of simple living and the hatred of anti-ecological but philanthropic waste. As a consequence, both factions are driving forward the depotentiation of the subject. Whether they are made responsible for the local community or, somewhat more romantically, have to make themselves useful in the neighborhood store, the community is everything, the individual is nothing. It is not the desire to use commodities which is denounced as selfish that they want to increase. Rather, these political democratic pathfinders are concerned with abstracting from the individual in order to reconcretize it as a community animal, to manage it in a more modern, self-governing and undemanding way. At the World Social Forum in the Brazilian city of Porto Alegre in January 2001, which took place at the same time as the World Economic Forum in Davos, the alternative to the end-time capital state and the supertemporal law and order state became social life. The activists at the forum were among those who have long spelled revolutionary fraternity as solidarity and are trying to shape it as a cooperative community for people in resistance. Freytag, March 16, 01, applauds the movement in a discussion of the corporate identity of a global movement. It is not without reason that Porto Alegre is hailed as a model. After all, a practical model experiment of autonomous, urban misery management is underway here to prove that the modesty of resources can be compensated for with communal warmth. Such critics of globalization, who also self-confidently identify themselves as reformists of the Commonwealth, are engaged in a collective intellectual rampage against the remnants of the individuality that was always limited by its own commodity-like constitution and that exchange once demanded of its subjects. The real rampage, the truly apocalyptic practical critique of capitalism, that cost thousands of people their supposedly decadent lives in New York, is left to others. More than secret joy drives those who have long since understood that people cannot live as human beings under capitalism. This insight, however, does not drive them to street fighting with state power, but fraternizes with the people's warriors who decide to end their own lives and those who nevertheless strive for life through pleasure, luxury, and intellect as quickly as possible. Capitalism, which has been completely brutalized globally and now appears to be timeless, reproduces itself as a control, surveillance, and amok community of the superfluous, whose members seek the lives of the few who are lucky enough to live more carefree and pleasure-oriented lives or who strive to do so. Poverty becomes the measure of all orientation instead of unattainable wealth. Only by renouncing life is a person still considered human. The egoist, represented here by the broker, is not. The desire for his blood is formulated in an all too unsuspiciously human way. I'm no friend of the American way of life and the American government, but this is about people. Satisfaction that dead Americans can no longer lead an inhuman way of life came out of a German friend of peace into an ARD microphone just a few hours after the barbaric act in New York. The pacifist is merely parroting something that has long been chewed over. The masterminds of the new culture of renunciation have long been agitating to make short work of the fun society, of the isolated, i.e. the very opposite of a culture of community, in order to find their way back to the real thing. Quote, "The skeptical gesture does not, as is easily claimed, only have a left-wing origin. Among the opponents of globalization, conservative values also find political space. In their view, the economization of all areas of life leads to a lack of social solidarity and a loss of culture. They are concerned with the value of the non-economic, with identity, home, culture, not in a reactionary way, but in the sense of self-assurance." Tagesspiegel, July 22, 01. However, it is not only the value-conservative critics of globalization who are concerned with self-assurance and finding an identity, as there is less and less to be gained economically, but also those on the left who have renounced orthodoxy in order to replace it with virtue. Quote, "They are not fighting for themselves and their fun, but for the suffering and disadvantaged far away from the metropolitan areas. They are fighting globally and for global goals." Ibid. Setting the egoistic principle of fun against the altruistic principle of compassion is the equally banal and malicious trick of playing off the evil of particular desertion against the good of general coercion. Those who ride on this tour invoke the principle according to which those who are enemies to one another weld themselves together into a Volksgemeinschaft that has always identified the parasite, the pest, the eccentric in advance. The ostentatious solidarity with one's neighbors soon turns out to be, as in the political and media treatment of Genoa, as well as in the staging of mourning for the victims in the USA, a diffuse feeling of cohesion, the self-assurance of a community of the morally devastated equals. Quote, "What unites the unequal is the claim to have compassion. It is therefore less an ideology than a mood." Ibid. The fact that sacrifices have to be made is the consequence of a desire for catastrophe. Quote, "And the death of the demonstrator? He is not surprised. It was bound to happen." He adds, "What we need is a kind of Chernobyl of the world economy." Spiegel, 30/01. The hunters of the lost order, Tagesspiegel, are ruled by the postmodern euphoria of doom and new beginnings. They will help the crisis society to find recipes for keeping the poor quiet in future by pointing to their responsibility for the survival of mankind. Not everyone can have everything. And to exclude the decadent freeloaders who, despite all the threatening gestures, step out of line from their otherwise so warm-hearted community, together with society's professional worriers, because anyone who wants everything is out of place here. This means that the time of the opponents of globalization as the backward-looking children of the New World Order is finally over. What began with the moral debates in the feature pages ends with the nobility of ecclesiastical benefactors and red-green social reorganizers. The offered gifts of militant renunciation and rabid community spirit seem so valuable that it was only necessary to distance oneself from the perpetrators of violence in order to gain official recognition. From Cohn-Bendit to Schroeder to Johannes Rau, the alliance that is now concerned about the opponents of globalization extends so far that it even intervenes in the form of fierce with the Italian authorities in favor of those imprisoned there, always on the condition that they are not violent criminals, because they belong in the category of asocials against whom urgent action must be taken. For this reason, those in the corner of the political conglomerate globalization criticism, which is in such good faith with the establishment, will probably take little offense if in future it becomes increasingly difficult to distinguish between the military and the police in the shaping of internal and external security, as Sheely predicted after the barbaric declaration of war on the USA on the morning of September 11th. Genoa, and previously also the outlines of the Antifa campaign, had already indicated what this would look like in practice. The state will probably be able to rely on the so-called opponents of globalization. And it is not only the state's community builders who have discovered their sympathy. Quote, 65% of the population sympathize with our protests as long as they are peaceful. Buchholz believes in the Spiegel interview. After all, the right enemy images have to be offered. the individualistic perpetrators of violence who, for the time being, are still refusing to accept the collective project of social responsibility. So it was not surprising that it was not so much the premeditated murder of Carlo Giuliani as the violent action against the nonviolent that led to accusations of state violence. When troublemakers die, there is no mourning because the minority of street fighters, who are now intent on turning every international conference into a battlefield, obscure the view of what is essential, of what is new about this colorful international of opponents of globalization. Die Wosch 30/01. But the international will not remain so colorful for much longer. Quote, people in the movement must have the courage to oppose the militants' claim to leadership. Cohn-Bendit, TAS August 15, 01. During this constructive process of differentiation, one must oppose the criminalization of the anti-globalization movement, says Massimo Cacciari, who has already made the transition from operaist to ethnocentric mayor of Venice. Debate on values, selection, repression. This is the direction that the nonviolent critics of globalization and the representatives of the violent state have set, outdoing each other in terms of constructiveness. In Germany, the anti-globalization campaign will probably only usher in a new phase of the People's Peace Movement and the reform movement of simple life, especially after the massacres of September 11th. The inevitable humanization and emotionalization of the incomprehensible creates heroes and enemies according to a familiar pattern. The enemy images will therefore be the prodigal, the bon vivant, the wearer of brand-name clothes. The external enemy will be the USA as an expression of the Western, arrogant, Anglo-Saxon political and lifestyle. Both enemy images are intimately connected. The declared opponent of American food culture, farmer leader Bove, combines the old anti-Semitic accusation of poisoning the well with that of unlawful enrichment. The American corporation, McDonald's, is stuffing its pockets by selling hormone-treated beef that is harmful to health worldwide. Tagesspiegel, August 16, 01. Wolfgang Schäuble replies, globalization is not the problem, but excess at home, notes SPD theologian Richard Schroeder. Tagesspiegel, August 19, 01. Of course, a good opponent of globalization and a radical European must counter such excessiveness. Basically, the neoliberal project is historically represented by the USA with a Trojan horse in the EU, that is England. We must strengthen our institutions so that we can deal with this Trojan horse and at the same time define ourselves as a counterweight to America. A good opponent of globalization must be a radical European. I want us Europeans to see ourselves politically and culturally as a counterweight to the USA. Daniel Cohn-Bendit. MIT Einer neuen EU gegen die USA, TAS August 15, 01. Kirsten Muller describes the relationship between the governing Greens and the opponents of globalization as a division of labor. Berliner Zeitung, August 17, 01. Swiss sociologist Riccardo Petrella vividly describes the role of the latter. We have lent credibility to the idea that alternatives to the status quo are feasible, but they cannot treat us as negotiating partners. Negotiating with us would mean that they are prepared to question the New World Order and above all U.S. hegemony. Attack Burn website. The explosion in Attack's membership figures shows just how many people are willing to take part in the new edition of Heroes Against Merchants, as the catchy slogan of German anti-plutocratism has been called since the First World War. Lafontaine is now also on board. In the imagery of Attack brochures and posters, it is no coincidence that the evil of the world is projected onto fluttering banknotes and shiny silver facades of imposing skyscrapers, i.e., New York via the anti-Semitic ticket, which is characterized by hostility to money and spirit, to material appropriation with particularist intent, to the decadent aesthetics of the urban. In Die Link seat, you can read, the World Trade Center is one of the places in the world from where the economic mass murderers in the corporate and bank headquarters organize hunger and misery for large parts of the world. End quote. Couldn't the NPD representative who defended the globalization-critical mass murder of Manhattan in the ARD magazine Panorama, September 20, 01, have said the same thing with a symbolic Palestinian scarf wrapped around his neck? Couldn't Horst Mahler, the advocate of the German Volksseele, who recognizes only the freedom to make profit as an American value, have said the same thing? Couldn't Bauer Bove, who famously felt persecuted by Zionists in Genoa and Ramallah, have said the same thing? Couldn't those who distributed leaflets against Zionist butchers at the very well-attended Junge Welt event on Genoa at the beginning of August at Berlin's Humboldt University, with representatives from IG Bau and Attack, among others, have said the same? Couldn't many of those who will be demonstrating against the war in Washington at the end of September instead of against the originally planned IMF and World Bank meeting have said the same? Couldn't the Attack people who, in the face of the massacre, indulge in the cheapest fantasies of justice and believe that the motivation of the suicide bombers lies in the failure of environmental protection or even the fight for gender equality, have said the same as the height of madness? The so-called opponents of globalization are now openly revealing themselves as the left vanguard of folkish anti-Americanism. What before Genoa still appeared to be a problem of somewhat remote political groups, the stereotype of structurally anti-Semitic criticism of capitalism threatens to become the crystallization point of a truly folkdom movement. The not yet communitarian and national revolutionary parts of the left have to oppose this development, to subject romantic anti-capitalism, the good-hearted ideology of poverty and thus the murderous contempt for humanity to a devastating critique. In this respect, George W. Bush is right when he says that the so-called critics of globalization are the real enemies of the poor. Greetings of solidarity are inspiring, especially when they come from an unexpected source. The opponents of globalization received such a greeting last spring when Baghdad sent them a brotherly kiss. The demonstrations in the various European cities against the meetings of the globalizers were a really important signal, said Iraqi Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz. Quote, even in the USA and Europe, people are against the so-called New World Order and criminal globalization. I hope that this movement will achieve its goals. Junge Welt, February 4, 2002. The Iraqi vice president has every reason to hope so. Not only is there no global activist who does not declare his solidarity against the war and more or less concealed with the regime in Baghdad. In addition, the anti-globalization movement also shares the latter's political power of judgment, which is particularly evident in its Italian wing, for example. Unlike in Germany, where at least parts of the left have distanced themselves from anti-Semites chanting Intifada until victory, the Italian left is proving to be completely resistant in this respect. Criticism of the anti-Semitic content of its slogans is seen at best as proof of the existence of a Jewish lobby, and as an incentive for even more hostility towards Israel. A hostility that expresses itself in violent attacks against politically disliked Jews, in campaigns to boycott Israeli goods, in torchlight marches around the former Roman ghetto cheering Intifada, Intifada, or in the slogan Jews Out, daubed on the walls of houses, not to mention the constant titling of pro-Israeli positions as Nazi Zionist. The first European Social Forum in Florence, the European offshoot of the World Social Forum founded in Porto Alegre at the beginning of 2001, which sees itself as an authority for networking the anti-globalization movement, has once again surpassed this already prevailing mood. From 6 to November 10, 2002, a veritable marathon of conferences, seminars, and workshops took place in Florence, covering the entire city and attracting around 60,000 activists from 400 organizations in over 100 countries. Citizens' initiatives and grassroots groups, trade unions and church representatives, left-wing democratic parties and communist associations were represented, as well as an impressive array of celebrities critical of globalization, from the U.S. best-selling author Naomi Klein to the French farmers leader José Bove, and the Italian Nobel Prize winner for literature Dario Fo to the editor of Le Monde Diplomatique and founder of Attack, Bernard Casson. But entire school classes also spared no effort to take part in this meeting, because they had dealt intensively with globalization in class and wanted to deepen their knowledge, as Suzanne Hedman, a teacher from Gothenburg, explains the interest of her class. Whether it was about debt cancellation for the Third World, ecology, multinational corporations, or gender politics, the European Social Forum seemed to offer something to every activist, like a colorful fair of political approaches or a left-wing church congress. But as heterogeneous, pluralistic, and creatively contradictory as the participants presented themselves in public, they were united on one point: solidarity with the Palestinian people and hatred of Israel. The undisputed highlight of the Florentine spectacle was therefore the demonstration on November 9th, when more than 500,000 anti-globalization protesters, the organizers speak of 1 million, took to the streets at the end of the European Social Forum for the Intifada and against an attack on Iraq, chanting "Aye Intifada" and "Away with Sharon, man of war Intifada Inshallah." They marched through the center of Florence in a sea of Palestinian flags. The banners threatened that without justice for the Palestinians there would be no end to the terror, i.e. no peace. 9/11, against the war against the Palestinian people, read the announcement on the call posters, as if they not only wanted to justify the attacks of September 11, 2001, which are known in the USA under the abbreviation 9/11, as a contribution to the liberation of the Palestinian people, but also to add the threat of a left-wing Reichskristallnacht to the American war protest. At most, Silvia Brunelli, who publishes the works of Dario Fo among others, noted on the fringes of the demonstration that all possible victims are mentioned here, except the Israeli ones. People had already been in the mood for intifada in the days before. Left-wing groups were represented at the European Social Forum, celebrating Osama bin Laden as an anti-imperialist hero, which Luca Casarini, the spokesman for the Italian Disobbedienti, specifically mentioned in an interview with Junge Welt, only to deny responsibility for this. But there is no need for Osama bin Laden when it comes to solidarity with Palestinian terror. Luisa Morgantini, an Italian heroine of the Intifada, spoke at the major pan-Islamic event on local conflicts, European responsibilities, Palestine and Israel, the Balkans, the Kurdish question, Chechnya. Morgantini, president of the EU delegation for relations with the Palestinian Authority, Rifondazione Comunista MEP and peace activist, Worm in Black, traveled to Ramallah to bring coffee and cake to the PLO leader besieged by the Israeli army in the bunker. The German Julia Deeg, who was also waiting in Arafat's official residence at the time to proclaim her solidarity with the Palestinian people, was also invited. Fadwa Barghouti, the wife of the Fatah leader imprisoned in Israel, also gave a passionate speech in support of her husband to great applause. Finally, Fabio Alberti, spokesman for the Saddam-loyal group Un Ponte per el Iraq, who once again promoted the cause of the Iraqi people at the event, The People's Europe Against Infinite War, was not to be missed. In general, the sympathies of the Italian left, for whom there simply cannot be an Iraqi opposition, go quite far with the Saddam regime. The conditions of a solidarity trip to Iraq offered by Campo Anti-Imperialista, whose program includes a meeting with the PFLP icon Layla Khalid and the poison gas dealer al-Hashimi, can be read as follows. Journalists will be able to participate as long as they follow the program and guarantee that they report the activities of the delegation without distortions. In the event that they have special requests, they will be subject to the rules set by the Iraqi Ministry of Information. End quote. This goes without saying for real Hussein freaks, but they obviously don't want to be responsible for stupid incidents either. All participants were highly satisfied with the program of the European Social Forum. In particular, however, those who had come from Germany should have been pleased to have found an exile from anti-German impositions in Florence. For example, the Zionist eaters from Linksruck, who court the Islamic resistance against the USA in their magazine and who, at least within the German left, have had to reckon with contradiction until now when it contains sentences like these. We stand unconditionally, if not uncritically, on the side of the Palestinian resistance against the oppression of the Palestinian population by the State of Israel. For us, the decisive factor in assessing political movements is not whether their demands are formulated in religious or secular terms, but whether they are part of a liberation movement against imperialism in the concrete situation, whereby Ham in Palestine is explicitly cited as an example of the latter case. In Florence, the German experts from Linksruck were obviously needed as they offered, together with Attack, among others several workshops, No to the War Against Iraq, Solidarity with the Palestinian Liberation Struggle, and Is Marxism Still Relevant? A question that can be answered correctly for the Friends of Linksruck with anti-Israel agitation. Marxism in concrete terms, the terrorist state of Israel. But the needs of sentimental anti-Semites were also catered for at the forums. One Karina reported how good the tender solidarity of the peoples did her as a woman. We learn from her, whether we care or not, that Jamal is a very sweet man, who speaks with infinite tenderness, and how much strength it gave her when she touched Mrs. Barghouti, who is very sorrow-tested by the terrible imprisonment of Marwan. But in the end, even as far as she was concerned, our being women, simply women, caused the tones and the words to lose formality, and our embrace when we said goodbye was warm and touching. End quote. Our heads full of unctuous leftism and drunk with folkish happiness, we could finally move on to anti-Zionist practice. A caterpillar factory on the outskirts of Florence, which exports excavators to Israel, was occupied by 100 disobbedienti and the building smeared with red paint. In the minds of its participants and in all the media, the Florence meeting was celebrated as the birth of a new European left. And indeed it was the birth of a left whose hatred of Israel is finally becoming effective on a mass scale. It must have been exhilarating, a real liberation to take to the streets with hundreds of thousands for the Intifada. Especially for young Germans who, unlike their grandparents, had never before experienced such a furor against Americans and Jews. I've never experienced anything like it, this joy of protest, this solidarity and people from all population groups and classes demonstrating together against this cursed war despite all their differences. A moved communist from the German north, is quoted as saying on the German anti-globalization forum Indymedia, enthusiastic about the fact that all anti-Zionist, Trotskyist, Stalinist, Leninist, operaist, autonomist and other leftists were finally coming together. The fuzzies from Fels, who are fixated on movement, were also enthusiastic. Like many others, we came back very turned on, but also without any loss of reality, reports Thomas Lecourt, who describes the essential function of the European Social Forum as follows: the self-assurance of the movement to exist and to be strong. We are young, we are many, and we listen to the better music. This emotional aspect, which can only be grasped by those who were there themselves, will of course be dismissed afterwards by the dry teachers of revolutionary strategy as banal, apolitical, etc. Those who already know everything and write long texts often no longer have an eye for the mass psychologically necessary moments of the collective experience of power. Indymedia 15.11. We are young, we are many, and we listen to the better music. Who doesn't feel reminded of Gesang der Edelacher, Erich Weinert's caustic poem about the fascist German Wandervogel, when reading this line? Just like their literal predecessors, the Edelacher of Fels are also Nazi from head to toe. They are hostile to all criticism because the emotional aspect, as they write, can only be grasped by those who have been there themselves, i.e. because it is not man who is capable of understanding a thing, but conversely he must be grasped by a mystery, emotional aspect, that is inaccessible to all thought. The Fels delve deep into the German philosophy of life, into Nietzsche, Klages and Spengler, when they declare it a condition of criticism that one must have been there in order to be able to judge a thing. Accordingly, they dismiss others as intellectuals unfit for life even before they have expressed their views. Without false shame, they present an attitude that is familiar from the frontline experience of the First World War and the Nuremberg Party Congress, and which they confidently call by its name, moments of collective power experience that are necessary in terms of mass psychology. One such frontline experience was Fels in Florence, and in their own way they are even right, because the participants were not apolitical, and unfortunately they were also far removed from the loss of reality that one would like to polemically attest to. The reality that they tried so hard to reanimate in Florence is the reality of left-wing fascism as it existed in Italy in the 1920s and 1930s. Its roots lie not least in spectacular events, for which the progressive cultural scene, for example in the form of the Italian Futurists, was partly responsible. A poet like Gabriele D'Annunzio was first able to beguile the intellectual youth. Then, during the nationalist orgy in Fiume, Yugoslavia, which was occupied by Italian troops, the Italian masses, and Mussolini himself always remained a bit of an anarchist. Dedicated to a relativism that was as playful as it was militant, Mussolini could boast of being at the same time aristocrat and democrat, revolutionary and reactionary, proletarian and anti-proletarian, pacifist and anti-pacifist. Hannah Arendt sees this attitude as a decisive difference to National Socialism. To illustrate the specifically left-wing touch of Italian fascism, one need only point to the different biographies of their respective leaders, to the greater German militarist tradition from which the Grofas came, and to the tradition of revolutionary syndicalism from which Mussolini came, who even as Duce could not refrain from constantly invoking George Sorel. Playing on the keyboard of anarchist socialist currents in its rhetoric, Italian fascism was undoubtedly the more non-ideological project, which today gives it a not inconsiderable advantage over equally undogmatic leftists in purely mass psychological terms. There is therefore little to add to the slogan of the Italian opponents of globalization. Once again we are yesterdays, but we are new. However, genuine Italian left-wing fascism, which sought an alliance with the syndicalists, was no more able to assert itself under Mussolini than anti-Semitism as a German-style worldview, which was propagated in fascist Italy by the circle around Giulio Evola, for example. But it is precisely this that today's left-wing Israel haters are building on. No reference to social revolt and class struggle, which some tireless class researchers want to discover as a continuation of 1968 in the current alliance of globalization critics and trade unions, will help. Even though tens of thousands of trade unionists protested loudly against social cuts in Florence, this protest has very little to do with a revolutionary revival, or at most as much as any protest whose political content is disregarded. Only then could the BVG strike in Berlin in 1932, which was jointly organized by Nazis and communists, be described as militant without further ado, because the fight against Judaization and the bondage of interest can also be militant. If one really wanted to escape the eternal game of social indignation and renewed valorization, criticism would have to be directed first and foremost against the social resentments of the protesters themselves, against their eternal envy of those who are really or supposedly more fortunate. In other words, there would have to be an equally positive and negative awareness of oneself as a bourgeois subject. Positive, insofar as it is still immoderate enough to cling to the dream of a universally liberated humanity, and therefore unwilling to fall even one step behind the promises of the bourgeois revolution. Negative, insofar as it recognizes the experience, which offends its own narcissism, of not having become an autonomous subject, as promised by the bourgeois revolution, but, rather, a powerless, corruptible supplicant. Against the background of this insight, which is also an experience, the decisive step could be taken further, towards a critique of political economy, and the question of individual autonomy could be fundamentally posed for once. The movement forming in Florence does not pose this question. It wants the opposite. The protesters there sought and found a sense of strength, the pride of being a member of an authoritarian movement. All the reports on the Florentine spectacle do not reflect a sense of social crisis and personal weakness, but rather the pleasure of staging one's own innovative potential, the joy of being part of a fair in an almost literal sense. Promoting oneself as the variable capital of the future, in show booths called social forums, with the message that the rulers, in their own best interests, should not do without you, this and no more, was proclaimed from Florence. The groups protesting there are socially connected solely by their racket mentality. Being there and joining in is everything, and their own movement is beyond reproach. In terms of mass psychology, this mood paves the way for fascism, because the prerequisite for fascist formation is people who renounce their individual freedom, i.e. their right to dissent, who organize their interests by throwing themselves into groups, even though they know that, as Kirchheimer wrote, neither the decision of an individual to join an organization nor the goals of the organization itself are an expression of human freedom. However, the reference to rackets threatening opportunism is not enough to characterize the potential gathered in Florence. What the no-globals also have in common with the militant trade unionists is their unshakable resentment against the global players, against banks and interest rates, which they hallucinate as pernicious elements of an intrinsically acceptable world and whose real profiteers are the USA and Israel. In Florence, the protagonists of social protest manically revolved around the idea that it is the Americanization of the economy and culture that makes a better life impossible, that national resistance must be directed against the USA, and that an intifada must be declared if the governments are not able to put the USA in its place. They constantly flirted with the fact that they were in the same position as the Palestinians, sending solidarity greetings to them. And to a certain extent, they are even right, as they are united with the Palestinian people in their hatred of the real enemy. The Jewish lobby, which every opponent of criminal globalization, Tariq Aziz, knows is what drives the USA to its merciless actions in the first place. With a view of the world that sees all misfortune as the result of powers striving for world domination, the Italian left has long since crossed the Alps ideologically and happily combined its undogmatic left-wing fascist potential with German antisemitism. But it was not only the prevailing mood on the ground, which was reminiscent of fascist movements, that made the Florentine spectacle so sinister. Nor is the critic's hope that they perhaps do not know what they are doing and are therefore still open to criticism deceptive. This movement is aware of its goals and stands up for them with self-confidence. The anti-imperialism that formed the thematic bracket for the events of the European Social Forum was finally no longer directed only structurally against the USA, and is therefore no longer a mere error in thinking that could be remedied by a little left-wing education. In Florence, they positioned themselves against the USA and in favor of a European path. Another Europe is possible was the official motto of the European Social Forum, and the self-confident reference to Europe was the tenor of all events, especially, of course, when there was talk of European opposition to the US-American war. At best, mistrust was expressed towards their own governments, which were considered too hesitant and could be brought onto an even clearer anti-American course through massive pressure from below. Subordination or antagonism towards the USA? Any alternative? Was the question posed at the event Europe in the New World Disorder, and the desired alternative was clear. The pressure on the USA should not only come from the European governments, it must also come from the streets. The attempt to export the US war model to Europe would be resisted, said Susan George, vice chair of Attack France. The more than 500,000 demonstrators on Saturday showed that there is a majority in Europe against the war of aggression against Iraq by the USA and its allies. European politicians should listen to this majority and campaign for a global peace policy, seconded Christian Felber, spokesman for Attack Austria. This strategy of pressure from below is to be continued with the appeal to all European citizens adopted by the closing plenary of the European Social Forum. Europe-wide actions on Day X are planned and, if the initiators have their way, 10 million people should take to the streets in all European capitals on February 15th. With so much proximity to European values, it is only consequent that the activists of the European Social Forum also strive to organize them politically. After all, as purified leftists, they know ethics must be a fundamental value of politics, and if our ethics want to have a future, they must meet with politics, as Vittorio Agnoletto, spokesman for the Italian Social Forum, puts it, because, according to Agnelli, we cannot change the world with our anger but only by building a consensus. Of course, Hans Christian Strobeli also came to Florence to forge this consensus. After all, he who in 1991 described Iraq's threat to attack the Zionist entity with poison gas as the logical, almost inevitable consequence of Israeli policy, not only knows what left-wing ethics look like. He, the most credible of all pacifists, has also found the right words to force the alliance between the mob and the elite throughout Europe. He appealed to European politicians to finally take their opponents, gathered in Florence, seriously, to the opponents of globalization to convert their quantity into substantial support for European policy. Because, without pressure from the streets, the parties do not have the strength to transform globalization into a just globalization, said Strobeli. Germany has so far been unique in being the only European country to have refused to follow the USA, as it is called in a derisive allusion to National Socialism. With its clearly formulated no to a war against Iraq, the German government has spoken from the soul of the people and made Schroeder a hero overnight. German anti-Americanism can be seen as an expression of national revolutionary sentiment to a far greater extent than in any other European country, as it actually calls into question the core of the West German system, established after 1945. After all, the transatlantic alliance was not only the price with which the newly denazified Germans bought the goodwill of the USA after 1945. It was also the ticket that was necessary for German reunification, a symbol of successfully overcoming Nazi fascism, which only the Germans themselves are entitled to interpret and evaluate historically. If the Red-Green government is now attempting to dismantle this alliance and cite a German way vis-a-vis the USA, then this is being done with full historical intent and with correspondingly great relish. An impressive document in this sense, and one that has the merit of summarizing all the resentment scattered across the FAZ, Taz, SZ and Spiegel, appeared in Stern under the title Abschied von einem Freund, Farewell to a Friend, by Heinrich Janek. In a mixture of Nazi jargon and feigned gratitude for the liberal values that the Friend had implanted in the Germans after 1945, the path that Schroeder had exemplified is reenacted once again. A bereavement is indicated. The loss of a friend, perhaps the best friend we ever had. It says, he was our benefactor when we were down. We looked up to him and admired him for his strength, his generosity and his willingness to help. He was our role model in many things. It stayed that way for a long time. Then alienation set in. Our friend changed and perhaps we changed too. Since the old adversary, it is not clear who is meant here, the real socialist states or Nazi Germany, had thrown in the towel, he no longer had to take anyone or anything into consideration. He became autocratic, heavy-handed, imperious. The fate of the earth and responsibility for the lives of future generations were of no concern to him. He was only guided by his own interests, as he freely admitted. End of quote. Sometimes Nazi speeches are used to accuse the former foreigner. Since Schroeder's no to the Iraq War, we have been treated as an enemy state, expelled from the fighting community. Sometimes the fate of the German Michel is lamented. Are we to be blamed for possibly having developed a greater sensitivity to the word war after the disasters of our history? And that we don't have to be ashamed or insulted for it? End quote. Both ultimately amount to the same thing. In the end, as was to be expected, the Friend is accused of totalitarian thinking that no longer has anything to do with the open society we wanted to defend, and which makes national resistance the task of every historically aware German pacifist. The Friend we once had explained to us at the time that our cardinal mistake had been blind obedience. He was right. We learned the lesson. Stern, online edition, January 10, 2002. The protest against the American Friend unites both right-wing and left-wing U.S. opponents, and it is only historical sensitivities, perhaps soon to be shelved, that are currently preventing the left from chanting the Nazi slogan "Here marches the national resistance." The notorious cross-front strategists of Junge Welt and Kalashnikov are not the only ones to show how close they already are. The red-brown alliances are also being forged by attack. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose education? Our education. Whose Germany? Our Germany. was chanted from the attack block at a student demonstration in Dusseldorf on November 23rd. Just one day earlier, Nazis had also appeared at an anti-war rally organized by Attack Munich for the purpose of networking national resistance, and they were defended by the organizers when some anti-fascists insisted on being thrown out. However, the example of the anti-globalization forum Indymedia is the clearest example of cronyism. On its pages, right-wing and left-wing comments have long since become indistinguishable because the common hatred of everything anti-German guarantees mutual tolerance. So why be outraged about attack? So what? What's wrong with not always shouting Deutschland verreck or shut up? Says one, and the other writes, well, I don't think my federal republic, which is in need of improvement in certain areas but relatively peaceful, is so bad to begin with, and I won't let some brutal but unsuccessful do-gooders spoil my federal republic. End quote. Germany gained the most respect from the opponents of globalization with its stance on war. Because unlike the European governments, which ultimately left it at articulating skepticism towards the USA, the German government not only opposed the USA with its no vote, but also the United Nations bodies suspected of listening to the USA. It was said at the European Social Forum in Florence that this antagonism towards the USA could not really be trusted, as it was possibly only based on disdainful economic interests. In principle, however, the German government is on the right track, as Stefan Ziefel from Hamburg admits. I very much welcome the fact that the German government has taken a clear position on this, he told reporters from Deutsche Welle, but it is up to the pacifists gathered in Florence to ensure that the German government does not give in to US pressure. And he himself has very specific hopes that the 1,000 or so Germans who are here can actually drive forward networking. Compared to its Italian role model, however, the German anti-globalization movement is still quite weak, as can be seen not least from its low turnout in Florence. Unlike in Italy, where the Berlusconi government has outraged almost all socially relevant groups with its combination of social cuts and demonstrative closeness to the US, the red-green government, with its no to the war, has so far integrated at least one of the two central concerns of the opponents of globalization. The German opponents of globalization are not happy with this. Anyone who returns from Italy euphoric to the troubles at their own level will quickly realize that many of the experiences and feelings of Florence cannot be implemented politically there. In Germany, this can already be seen from the fact that the proposal to create global social forums, which was formulated back in 2001, has found almost no resonance in this country to date, says Fels with regret. The necessary structures, therefore, still have to be created, and Florence lends itself to this in more ways than one. Not only has the unexpectedly great success of the European Social Forum inspired the German opponents of globalization and provided the necessary impetus for the founding of the German Social Forum on December 1st. The organizational structure of the European Social Forum also meets the need for structures from which social authority can be derived. Those who traveled to Florence hoping for freedom and adventure, blue lights and shattering shop windows were disappointed. Especially set up security service, in which all the relevant groups from the disobbedienti to the trade unions took part, ensured that the meeting did not become a second Genoa. Anyone who came to the demonstration wearing a mask or spraying slogans was immediately confronted by the ESF's own security guards. For the movement of movements, this self-control was the almost unopposed price of its media success. Proof of how civil it is able to act as an extra-parliamentary left, proof with which it confidently steps into the light of the European public. The fact that the march remained peaceful is also honored by the opposite side. From the TAS, which is pleased that the demonstrators did not fall into the Genoa trap, November 11, 2002, to the FAZ, which already feels a touch of history because of the undogmatic pacifist content represented at the European Social Forum. The event will have to be remembered. Those who are still grumbling because they fundamentally distrust the media hype and lack fundamental criticism of state institutions are now facing accusations of betrayal and division. Why aren't there such structures here? Asks a pseudo-disappointed Brian on Indymedia, only to show the red-brown card to those who distrust such structures in his reply. Apart from the fact that the trade unionists are probably not interested in such demos, the more radical ones wouldn't accept them as stewards either. Just typical German leftists. End of quote. But Brian is wrong to think that the German left is incapable of such alliances. It is also anything but certain whether the red-green German government will actually block a movement along the lines of the Italian one by saying no to the war. After all, Schroeder, denounced as the chancellor of the trade unions, Spiegel, and his crew are probably aware that opposing the USA is extremely useful as a left-wing European touch. Florence comes at just the right time in this situation, It is proof that a different Europe is possible in the TAS, that the German stance on the war corresponds to a mass mood, and that a movement forming against the USA and Israel does not lead to mistrust or even rejection, but to partly hesitant, partly enthusiastic approval. Impressed by the number of demonstrators and their offensive peacefulness, even skeptics now believe they can no longer avoid paying due respect to the opponents of globalization. "We need fresh voices and innovative approaches," said Romano Prodi immediately after Florence. However, it was left to Angela Merkel to dispel the undoubtedly still existing conservative fears and stir up a spirit of optimism. As a guest speaker at the founding Congress of the French Union pour un Mouvement Populaire, she, who is often referred to the potential of the no globals as an important resource for Germany's future, stated that the shaping of Europe should not be left to the left under any circumstances. American dominance in the economy and culture, Merkel explained there, was strengthening the left. A return to European values should be the remedy. With this turn of phrase, the CDU chairwoman killed two birds with one stone. She presented an offer to the majority and an illusion for the rest. The offer of being allowed to actively participate in shaping a German Europe appeals to the opportunists among the opponents of globalization such as Attack. The rest, who burn American flags and refuse to participate, are left with the illusion of being the last upright radicals. The extent to which folkish manias such as anti-Zionism and anti-Americanism, once the preserve of the left, now determine the ideological production of society as a whole can be seen not only in Germany. In Italy, too, the interplay between left-wing sloganeering and press headlines blatantly revolves around the people. Every social group, no matter how contingent, is defined as a people. This in itself idiotic bad habit is, however, in the bitterest context of the increasing incitement of the mainstream media and the mob against Sinti and Roma throughout the 1990s. A hate campaign that was eventually extended to Slavs, who were portrayed as inherently criminal sexual sex offenders. A hate campaign whose most hideous production was presented on the front page of UNITA, the party newspaper of the PDS, now DS, formerly PCI, at the beginning of the 1990s. Next to the bold title "Me, Serbian Rapist," is placed a large-format photo of a man who appears to have been tortured. It is therefore not surprising that everything that somehow operates as a left-wing public sphere takes part in the contest of popular inventors. There is talk of the people of the left, the people of Seattle, the people of Bertinati, the people of the Centri Sociali, the people of the DS, but also the people of the Alleanza Nazionale, the people of the Liga, the people of bathers, the people of discos, the people of the night, the people of rubber dinghies, and the people of temporary and part-time contracts. The copyright for the latter two creations is held by the most important organ of the Italian left, Il Manifesto. Originating from the left wing of the PCI, the paper is now the main ideological leader of the No Global People, as it is now unanimously referred to in the Italian press. However, Illinois Manifesto has never changed in one respect. From the very beginning, the newspaper meticulously followed the misdeeds of the fake global people in the Middle East. Authentic victims have always provided the keywords for the indictment. This is still true today. On July 18th, for example, the spokesperson of the Arab League, Hanan Ashrawi, announced in an interview with Il Manifesto that the government of Ariel Sharon was also, and it is important for me to emphasize this, obviously carrying out operations of ethnic cleansing thanks to the silence of Europe and the complicity of the USA. The recent demolitions of Palestinian homes are crimes against humanity. Not only was the interviewer in no way bothered by the terms used by Ashrawi, he also immediately followed up with the question of whether it was enough to strengthen the Arab countries, as they themselves were closely linked to the USA, and whether European policy should not go even further. A question that Ashrawi certainly did not find easy to answer, as she had to moderate the interviewer. The fight against Israel is, after all, a lengthy process, and what an admission. The Arab countries must first become truly democratic. Luisa Morgantini, Rifondazione Comunista, PRC, a regular contributor to the Communist Daily newspaper, not only uses her own early childhood memories to compare the Israeli army with Nazis who persecuted Italian partisans, but also blames Israel for the police tactics used in Genoa. I arrive in Genoa and walk towards the house that will host me in these days of globalization from below. It's right in the center, just behind the red zone. Next to it I see an enormous metal fence, heavy, insurmountable like the many there are in the city center. So has Israeli politics become globalized? I think of the metal fence around the Daesha refugee camp and the Gaza Strip fence in Rafah on the border with Egypt. Mothers and children, separated by the occupation in 1967, have never been allowed to cross the borders to hug each other. The citizens of Genoa, also trapped like the Palestinians forced to circumvent the metal fences and barriers, will not be able to move these days. Certainly it is not the same because here the fences are clean, new, well-built, the soldiers are not yet shooting, but in any case the people are being chased back here too. End of quote. Morgantini could not have known in advance that one of the demonstrators in Genoa, Carlo Giuliani, would actually be shot dead, but nevertheless presented the actual person responsible for any potential corpse. It seems that Prime Minister Ariel Sharon's trip to Italy, with the exchange of compliments and warm handshakes with the head of government Silvio Berlusconi, has also led to an exchange of experiences and methods in dealing with problems of control and security. Not enough that these patriarchal Nazi Zionists, as supporters of the group Socialismo Rivoluzionario call the Israelis, do not shy away from arresting entire urban populations out of sheer malice and separating mothers from their children in the cold, and on top of that seem to be gay. No, like every anti-Semite anti-Zionist, knows, the Jews are always pulling the strings in the background of the worst things that are being filmed, even if it looks like the opposite on the surface. However, I did not have the impression that Sharon had also met the ministers Umberto Bossi and Claudio Scajola and told them about how the Israeli army, with the uprooting of olive trees, of palm trees, of orange trees and vineyards, is solving the problems of control over the movements of the Palestinians in those zones that are close to the colonies and the illegal roads that Israel continues to build in the occupied territories of the West Bank and Gaza. End quote. So not only was Sharon behind the Carabinieri, he is also hiding behind the mask of the Nordic separatist Bossi. Everything is connected globally, but for the anti-global left, what connects everything to everything is no longer capital and the state, but Sharon and his Israelis, the Jew who, in the guise of Umberto Bossi, is the Interior Minister Claudio Scajola, while they were jointly combing the 4 border crossings of Slovenia to Italy in the strip that divided the city into Gorizia and Novo Gorica for 54 years, apparently, recommended that that border, so heavily forested and lined with mulberry trees, should be cleaned up. Too many immigrants who manage to hide and then cross the border into Italy. People like Morgantini are completely indifferent to the specific issue at hand. Police cordons in the course of a demonstration, defense against immigrants, or Israel's self-defense against anti-Semitic terror. There is always only good on the one side without history, nature, the earth and the farmer, in short. The archetype of the people firmly rooted in their clod, defending it with clenched teeth, but powerless against the attack of the evil unnatural on the other side. How sad and how dehumanizing the images of the Gaza Strip slide over each other in my mind, those of the uprooted trees with the immobile peasants unable even to swear, the wounded earth and the illegal alien roaming the radar, monitored, deforested earth. End quote. Because the illegalized refugee, together with the earth and the mulberry trees, is also a victim of the destructive technical domination of nature for which the Jews are responsible. He too may belong to those who are made brothers in suffering by the evil that draws fences through peoples and entrenches itself behind fences. Killed Jews, however, do not appear in this reactionary soap opera. Jews only exist as brutal perpetrators. The superimposition of images, that of the fences in Genoa besieged by the G8, that of the immobile peasant in Palestine, and finally that of the illegal, who is fended off even more efficiently by means of rationalized surveillance technology, serves this purpose. Uprooting caused by capitalism, including Morgantini's own effectively sentimentalized alienation, ultimately to the Jews. It does not bother her that the refugee is not primarily concerned with ecology, but with the success of his escape, and she is not afraid to objectify the farmer in Palestine as an injured earth. The authors of IL Manifesto are not deterred in their unconditional Europeanist partisanship for the Palestinians, the Palestinian people, even by bloody suicide massacres such as the one in the Tel Aviv discotheque on June 1, 2001. At the time, suddenly remembering the support of the Pol Pot regime by the left, only briefly were doubts allowed to flare up. Islamist fundamentalism was warned against and the indiscriminate murder of civilians denounced. In the same text, however, the recently deceased Faisal Husseini, who is said to have described the destruction of Israel as his goal shortly before his death, was mentioned as one of the men most committed to the search for a path to true peace. In the same issue of IL Manifesto, Anna Maria Merlo reported enthusiastically under the headline "Middle East, Can Europe Play a Role Again?" that at a European Congress held in Paris, at which, without too much diplomatic restraint, people immediately got down to business, the question of sending an international force to act as a buffer, there were also many references to this man of mediation. During the Kosovo War, Italy's anti-Zionist left was far less enthusiastic than the German left about human rights interventions and buffer forces. Although Yugoslavia was also viewed through focus glasses in Italy and appeared to be an unnatural construction, it was also valued as an opponent of the globalist West, especially the USA. In Italy, there were no demonstrations in which Serbs were separated from the crowd or even beatings for people carrying Yugoslav flags, in stark contrast to today, where those who dare to carry Israeli flags are brutally chased away. In unintentional agreement with Sharon, Illinois Manifesto also found at the time that the NATO attack on Yugoslavia was by no means a good thing. However, this was mainly blamed on the USA, and the Italian center-left government of the time was classified merely as an all-too-submissive traitorous bomber of the people in Europe, and was thus out of the anti-imperialist cutting edge from the perspective of the IL Manifesto spectrum. The Russian successor to the former social imperialism also joins the ranks of the earth and people abusers. At the end of 1999, IL Manifesto mobilized against the war in Chechnya together with other groups, such as the PRC, Raifondazione Comunista, the ARCI, former PCI Cultural Organization, ASAPACE, Peace Association, Pax Christi, and left-wing DS members for a sit-in in front of the Russian embassy in Rome. While there had been only moderate enthusiasm for the cause of the Kosovo Albanians, who are Muslims, which in principle brings sympathy, but who had been supported by the USA, what an unforgivable flaw. The same people's Europeanist conscience was now stirred all the more violently. The signature cartel and the synthesis of many voices that moved during the war in Kosovo cared little for the few political arguments, but showed a lot of human participation, which Vittoria, who was there out of personal responsibility, also found great. The big mobilizations would ultimately take place on the wave of emotions. Emotions that call for more coordination among populations, in this case between the no-global people of Italy and the Islamist terrorists of Chechnya, also moved the women in black, who called for movements like the one for women, which can draw widespread attention to the plague of war without partisan interests. Europe's conscience was also there. Luisa Morgantini, member of the European Parliament, still with her suitcase in her hand, was standing at the side of the road, and one could immediately learn from her that, as an ethnic member of the people of thought and action, she had already initiated some coordination. In Parliament, we have called for the suspension of the TASIS agreement, an EU technological assistance program for Russia, which is an important step that forges consensus, i.e. forges neo-folkish, EU, community. The Council will take a position on this in a few days. In the meantime, the groups that organized the sit-in yesterday had also created a standing committee for peace in Chechnya. A first meeting with some Chechen women will take place at the end of the month to consider the nature of the peaceful intervention. It is true that Chechnya is not an Italian issue. We all have a responsibility to think about the people who are there, ARCI President Tom Bettinello is reported to have said at the same demonstration. What applies to Chechnya? How could it not apply all the more to Palestine, which has been groaning under the Zionist yoke for decades? In the meantime, the people of thought and action are meeting more frequently than ever, carried by this wave of emotions, always locally, always from below. For example, on August 31st in Rome, where a sit-in for an international effort to protect the Palestinian people under Israeli occupation will be organized tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. in Piazza Campo di Fiori, called for by the usual signature cartel, in association with the Palestinian community in Italy and the Comitato all'Auda. This Comitato, significantly co-founded by Noam Chomsky, signed, in addition to the quoted appeal, a declaration that speaks of nothing less than the crime of the century, committed by the Zionist movement to the detriment of the Palestinian people. A statement in which only the ball was picked up that IL Manifesto had put into play by means of its reports from the Anti-Zionist World Congress in Durban. There are signs with the Star of David next to a swastika. A poster says, "Occupation equals colonialism equals a new form of apartheid." The Union of Arab Lawyers is distributing a brochure in Arabic, French, and English to argue why Zionism is a form of racism. The Zionist project is a project based on religion, only for the Jews. From this it follows that it excludes all others, the non-Jews, the inferiors, explains Imam Gad, researcher in political science, Egyptian, thus making universalist-sounding ideology ready for the focus struggle. The question of Zionism is one of the issues that has put this conference in the spotlight since the first preparatory meetings. In official language, the equation between Zionism and racism is beyond question, and the UN Commissioner for Human Rights, Mary Robinson, has, so far in vain, tried to find compromise formulas. References to the policies of discrimination against the Palestinian population, references to the suffering of the Palestinians. That is not enough. The political project of Zionism must be condemned, says Gad. End quote. And the Communist Daily demands no less from the governments of the world. We will see whether and to what extent the Conference of Governments will listen to the Forum of Movements. IL Manifesto, August 31, 2001. Adrian Sofri, co-founder of Lotta Continua and icon of the era of militant struggle in Italy in the 1970s, is the Italian Joschka Fischer in waiting, so to speak. Barely released from many years in prison, he first campaigned for an independent Bosnia and then for the independence of Chechnya. Now, back in prison, he points out that the return of all Palestinian refugees, as defined by the PLO, would mean the end of Israel, but offers himself quite statesmanlike as a folkish mediator in the Israel question. Israel should not be destroyed directly, but placed under the curatorship of the EU instead of the protection of the USA. I cannot reduce Israel's situation in the world that surrounds it solely to the aspect of military superiority or the threat to its right to exist. It is the nexus between the two that characterizes the Israeli paradox, and the way in which it affects us. For this reason, Israelis seem to vacillate between the two extremes of total war and despair. To get them out of those extremes, we, the Europeans, should contribute as we look at ourselves in their mirror. IL Manifesto, June 30, 2001. Sofri thus suggests that the nexus between Israel's military superiority and the threat to its right to exist threatens Israel's very existence. In other words, that the reason for the threat to Israel is Israel's own fault, because it is militarily superior and therefore probably all too arrogant. Sofri thus ascribes to the Israelis the mirror images of the Europeans of the colonialist and fascist era, the blame for the fact that he and purified Europeans would have to get the paradoxically desperate on the one hand and the overarmed on the other out of such extremes by means of ground war if necessary. Just as Fischer had seen in the Serbs the grimace of their own history, Sofri's human despair is also aimed at a preventive war against the European past, which is now incarnated in Israel. It must be prevented from waging a total war. The fact that IL Manifesto has renamed Shaul Mofaz, the chief of staff of the Israeli army, Dr. Stranamore, after the name of the annihilationist, racist, nuclear bomb-obsessed general in the movie Dr. Stranamore or How I Learned to Love the Bomb, is, incidentally, also the result of this maneuver. At a little-noticed conference on the revision of history, which took place in Trieste after September 11th, Israel was also accused of being intent on a total war, as if this had not already been waged against the Jews decades ago. The contradictions of the past disappear in the anti-Zionist unity of the no global people. A unity that was also demonstrated by fascist soccer fans in the capital. Their banner bore the inscription, "Different Ideals, Honor to Carlo Giuliani." Hatred of the non-rooted, the non-folkish is completely immune to the objections of mere observational reasoning. IL Manifesto takes no offense at the fact that the PLO wants to return its Palestinian refugees, who are scattered all over the world, to their homeland, i.e. to pursue the Silesian principle in the Middle East. They are all the more upset, however, about the fact that this shoal does not belong to those who were born in Palestine, which also applies to some of the Palestinians, but to those who adhere to the Jewish religion all over the world, so that the colonist born in Brooklyn can live in Palestine, while the Palestinians from Jaffa live in subhuman conditions in the refugee camps scattered throughout the Middle East. IL Manifesto, August 10, 2001. The fact that these camps at best prove how badly the Palestinians are generally treated by their brothers, the PLO and the Arabs, much worse than by the Israelis, is of no concern to them. The connection between camp and Jews is too irresistible. The privileged Jews, who were not even regarded as subhuman by the Europeans of the Nazi regime, but as opponents of all humanity, Hitler, and were destroyed as such, are accused of being more similar to the Nazis than the Nazis themselves, of not being victims but merely perpetrators. Facts such as the fact that Israel, more than ever, has to conform to a large ghetto for fear of suicide attacks, that Palestinians, including young people who are not only collaborating with Hamas or other wars of God, are also often at the receiving end. None of this can inhibit the folkish rage. Not only do the terrible living conditions of the Palestinians continue to cry out for revenge, demanding an eye for an eye to make up for the dead, crows the political consultancy agency of the PLO and Hamas. In addition, the rapprochement between Arafat and Syrian President Bashar Assad is cheered and rejoices that the climate has changed for those accused of war crimes. As if Arafat, Assad and his father were not themselves criminals in a dirty, undeclared war. So they pat themselves on the back because the Palestinian and Lebanese NGOs, who, taking up a suggestion to this effect from IL Manifesto, had in the meantime declared a day of remembrance to commemorate the massacre of 1982. Of course, this day will not commemorate the 20,000 people who fell victim to the bombardment of the northern Syrian city of Hama ordered by Assad Sr. himself. but those who died in the Sabra and Shatila massacre committed by Christian militias. Massacres which the Israeli head of government is said to have knowingly condoned because, of course, according to Sharon's intention, Lebanon was to be ethnically cleansed of Palestinians and the PLO. Official politicians do not dare to be so bluntly anti-Israeli, even though they hardly mince their words. Although, for example, on September 6, 2001, for example, the right-wing liberal Catholic president of the Italian Chamber of Deputies, Ferdinando Cassini, CCD-CDU, called for unconditional aid for the Palestinians and advocated forcing Israel onto the path of peace, not without first feigning politically correct respect for Israel. The No Globo al Popolo of the Torino Social Forum still considers itself to be oppositional. We condemn the Italian government's policy of unconditional support for the Israeli government, they wrote in a declaration of intent, IL Manifesto 8. 9.2001. An end to the complicit silence, an end to the massacre of defenseless people. It said one day before not masses of Palestinians, but 5 Israelis were killed and 84 injured in 3 attacks within a period of 5 hours, 2 of which took place inside Israel. Haaretz online edition, September 10, 2001, and 3 days before September 11. IL Manifesto further fired up the outraged left people. It is not true that at this moment the movement of movements is only busy thinking about Genoa. It is not true that there are only the extraordinary dates of the protest against the NATO summit in Naples and the FAO. The Torino Social Forum, which will take to the streets today for Palestine, has made this clear. End of quote. Both the fascist and the Christian Democrat parliamentary president will understand what the imaginary sovereign is saying. The declaration of intent of the Torino Social Forum is also clear with regard to the NATO summit in Naples. The globalization policy of the war criminal, as the Israeli Sharon is defined, must be stopped because, as can be read in a press release, it exploits natural water, earth, oil, and human resources at the expense of the peoples of the region. And who was allowed to be at the head of the procession in this march against the eternal globalizer Sharon and the other Jews who, as long as they do not poison the peoples, dig up their water and tap into their very own oil. The member of the European Parliament Luisa Morgantini, IL Manifesto, August 9, 2001. How active and wide-ranging the movement of movements can become as soon as there are demonstrations against Israel. No, wait, better, solidarity marches for the Palestinians. Even the formerly communist CGIL trade union invited its members to actively participate in such manifestations a week after the events described. But that was not enough. Quote, after the events of Genoa, the CGIL decided to act as a point of reference to mediate in the dialogue between the citizens and the forces of law and order, in particular with the members of the CGIL police union as protagonists, and reaffirmed its rejection of violence as a means of political conflict. After the attacks of September 11th, the big brother of the little devil, the USA, could no longer be left out of the left-wing world conspiracy scenario. On September 22nd, Rossana Rossanda, one of the co-founders of IL Manifesto and one of the best-known figures of Italy's New Left, remarked that those of us who thought that capitalist unification would turn the USA into an empire, even if it was less educated than the one that even Tacitus disliked, would be mistaken, but it would play an assimilating and mediating role. And she asked, will I be called an anti-American? To announce defiantly, yes, I am, and I am amazed that many friends who have been more so than me in the past are so reluctant to be. End quote. A confession which, as many letters to the editor showed, was immediately joined by 1,000 new, less hesitant ones. I am an anti-imperialist, another word that has been banned. End quote. George W. Bush, on the other hand, is a dangerous madman. He will not strike the jihad but many people without guilt, and drive the United States to live in such a way that it besieges the world and is besieged by it. So, and not the other way around. Rossanda, who not so long ago was still opposing the seemingly archaic and anti-modern German ius sanguinis, thus once again programmatically codified the defiant identification of the people of the left with the anti-Semitic aggressors and their revolutionary virtues of archaic identities. Virtues which, as she explained, seemed praiseworthy to us because they were anti-modernist. The praise of everything archaic is part of the program of reevaluating Germany that the Italian left, and therefore also IL Manifesto writers, are pursuing. Truly great but serious titles such as Danation Sharon, Damnation Sharon, and Superior to Germanica speak for themselves, because German superiority means nothing other than the political and moral superiority of the Germans, which is demonstrated by the fact that they have learned the right lessons from fascism and National Socialism. And this original German article was published on December 1st, 2001, of all days, when the police attacked Jews and leftists alike outside a synagogue in Berlin. At the end of December last year, after the Pope had finally reprimanded the Jews for heartlessness against their declared mortal enemies, one could even read in the Manifesto News that a European vanguard had finally marched into Israel in accordance with Safri's wishes, and had thus proved to be the true Jews against the false Jews, the Nazi Zionists. The latter used Israeli gas against pacifist Europeans, including many Italians, led by Luisa Morgantini, who had stormed an Israeli checkpoint. Their moral mandate can be found on the same page: an appeal for an end to violence and for a buffer force in Israel-Palestine by the Italia-Palestina Friendship Association, CGIL, CISL, UM, FIOM, FIM, UILM, ATTAC, ARCI, APASI, ACLI, and Brescia Social Fratelli. On the very same day, the major trade unions represented in this appeal expressed a sense of tradition in the state proletarian struggle against world Jewry. They called on the workers in Brescia to take part in a torchlight march against Israel. Today, the mood in some sections of the population is more radical than the left, including the left that calls itself anti-capitalist. In Preaker March/April 2007, page 28. If the mood in the country really is as the members of the International Socialist Left write in their strategy paper on the state of the party merger between the Left Party.PDS, L.PDS, and the WASG, then golden times should be in store for those leftists who are brave enough to join the radical people. But there is one problem that needs to be solved first. On its lifestyle pages, SC Magazine, in which the German left is described as more cute than threatening, the House Journal of Social Democratized Germany states a worrying competitive disadvantage in the battle for the minds and hearts of the population. The only existing subculture, that is the unpleasant truth, comes from the right. End quote. And this despite the fact that, according to SC Magazine, the left should actually be booming. At the same time, and this is the paradox of the left's situation, there is a deep fear among many Germans of social insecurity and a constantly advancing economization of living conditions. Although it should have been known since the downfall of the Weimar Republic at the latest that serving German angst is no way to get water on the left's mill, and that the defeat of the SPD and KPD was not paradoxical but homemade. Such knowledge only disturbs the busy course of the current strategy debate. A representative of the only real existing subculture can give a conclusive answer for his movement on how to make political capital out of fear of the crisis. It is the state chairman of the NPD Brandenburg, Klaus Bayer, who can apply the lessons of Weimar to the Federal Republic of Germany in 2007 without stumbling over paradoxes. We want to reach those who still have something to lose, because they are more willing to vote for the NPD than those who already belong to the lower class, in quotation marks, FAZ February 13, 07. Although no left-wingers would ever say learning from Klaus Bayer means learning to win, the seemingly mortal enemy has long since become a feared competitor in the battle for the favor of radical Germans, from whom they want to wrest their recipe for success. The left, whether radical or not is irrelevant, has recently been busy once again trying to find out how it could succeed in taking a decisive step forward as part of a radicalized mass. The endless series of its own failures has taught it that the avant-garde role can only succeed if it does not alienate itself from the masses in a sectarian way by trying to dictate to them. The real avant-garde, which is inextricably fused with the masses, rather identifies and articulates their objective interests. Only with and in the masses can non-sectarian leftists participate in the power of the objectively existing broad resistance to capitalism. Therefore, the foremost goal of left strategy is to prevent or overcome divisions in the mass movement they have joined, be they ideological or social. Mass politicians are not faced with the problem of how to maintain their unmistakable left-wing profile. They are satisfied with the certainty of being part of the left, which they are happy to attest to regardless of any differences of opinion on strategic issues. The constant constructive work on strengthening the resistant we, which enters the stage of history as a class, the marginalized, a people, a nation, or a movement, is always and necessarily in the foreground, even when this we acts under fascist auspices. The left differs from the right not by the content of its mobilization, but by the reference to the distant goal, which is of course still the world revolution, but which is no more worth arguing about than the if and when of the return of the Messiah among Christians. All that is needed is to use the emancipatory label as a substitute for the long-lost goal. What is to be considered emancipatory is in turn strictly adapted to the needs of radical citizens. In the ranks of the nationally organized movement of movements, the no-globals, the common enemy that is, alongside global Americanism, the occupying power Israel and its internationally active lobby, creates the natural emancipatory cohesion across national borders. Their struggle for liberation, i.e. against Americanism, supposedly takes place on the national stage and within an international framework. But the scattered forces of the no-globals, with their diverse thematic sponsorships, are not quite able to conceal the fact that their game is actually being played out within the framework of location collectives in which the only international aspect is their hatred of internationalism. Anti-Americanism and anti-Zionism do not only link the left-wing currents that come together in the globalization movement across all dividing lines. The same conspiracy theories are also capable of overcoming the oldest and deepest division among radical anti-capitalists, that between leftists and Nazis. This is because both sides, regardless of their will to separate themselves from each other, are making every effort not to lose touch with the resistant movements and peoples on these two human issues. The aim is to develop a clout commensurate with the goal of destruction, which is why all leftists, even if they may not be convinced of the effectiveness of colorful no-global events, are seeking their bath in the crowd that the announced protests against the meeting of the 7 most important industrialized countries in Russia taking place at the beginning of June in the Baltic resort of Heiligendamm promise. To ensure that the masses really do flock, the Alliance is advertising the anti-G8 demonstration in Rostock on June 2, 2007 with the popular political twins Oscar Lafontaine and Gregor Gysi, also visually highlighted under the Central Alliance call, "Another World is Possible." All friends of the anti-G8 protest have found their cross-camp spokesman in the parliamentary party leader of Die Linke, Oscar Lafontaine. Lafontaine, pictures of whom are still circulating from the anti-nuclear protest of the 1980s, is also treated as a person of respect in the anti-imperialist camp because he did not go on a trip that would have underlined his frequently expressed understanding for the Iranian nuclear program, but only because of feared misunderstandings, and not because of the Iranian head of government's announcement of destruction against Israel. The planned trip had to be cancelled because the Iranian government inopportunely organized the denial meeting on the myth of the extermination of the Jews in Tehran at the same time. TSP November 23, 06. The rumor that the no-globals are a few masses in questions of emancipation is carefully cultivated because it is eminently important for their public image. The preparations for the counter-summit are aware of the instability of this unit and are constantly worried about unity within their own organization. A Nazi/extreme right and G8 working group, convened for November 2006, pretended to have everything under control. Although it stated, "The fields of action of the extreme right have expanded in recent years to include classic left-wing issues," it immediately gave the all-clear. They are certain that left-wing criticism of globalization is different from the right-wing opposition to globalization. Under no circumstances should this lead to the anti-fascist left withdrawing from this movement. The working group involuntarily admits that there has recently been a Nazi problem within its own movement, which must be dealt with through patient anti-fascist education. Rather, there must be a clear distancing from right-wing slogans and arguments, which can only be promoted within the movement. End of quote. Organized and unorganized right-wingers have long been perceived as part of the protest, often with unease. Not only the relevant discussions about the participation of Russian right-wing radicals in the summit protest at the last G8 meeting in St. Petersburg in 2006 are still remembered, but also the convergence of left-wing and right-wing protest in Germany caused a queasy feeling. Last year, for example, a demonstration under the slogan May Day, Labor Day Work for All Germans, was attended by over 2,000 Nazis and Andreas Wagner, who had just switched from the federal executive of the WASG to the NPD and also gave a speech. Wagner had previously announced that he did not want to support the sellout to the PDS and had become a social policy advisor to the NPD state parliamentary group in Saxony. TSP February 5, 06. The left is regularly horrified by such incidents and insists on its allegedly original anti-capitalism. But it is increasingly unable to conceal the fact that, as romantic anti-capitalists and proven anti-liberals, it draws from the same source as its competitors. They helplessly accuse the Nazis of only disguising themselves as social and anti-capitalist, but in reality, as the call by the Berlin G8 coordination for the Rostock May Day counter-demonstration states, they are string pullers of capital. At the same time, German capitalists behave so brittle towards the NPD that they simply falsify connections that do not exist in an entirely anti-fascist manner and untruthfully peddle the insinuation that the owner of Müller-Milch has donated to the NPD. Such pitiful left-wing attempts to explain the Nazis' actions reinforce the feeling of being at the mercy of the Nazis' ideological superiority. Meanwhile, the Nazis are throwing old ballast overboard. It is no longer possible to reach into the dusty mothballs of history. Not wanting to recognize this is the greatest weakness of the national opposition, complain the Young National Democrats, JN. In their pamphlet, nationalism means criticism of capitalism, and wish for criticism instead of glorification. Quote, "Let's finally realize that ordinary citizens today are confronted with a different world than national ideologues can imagine in their ivory towers. Today they experience a huge concrete jungle. They experience unemployment, homelessness, poverty, neglect, desolate supermarkets, and a society that has been completely brought into line. They experience a society of elbows, from which the bigwigs live anonymously and far away and rule over their own heads. The Germany they experience is coldness, state violence, dullness, mediocrity, exploitation, and dehumanization everywhere. Here is the real Germany, which looks different from the Germany romanticized by right-wing dreamers. This dream is not reality. The real Germany is a horror for body and soul. It is necessary to stand up against this, to fight back, to demonstrate a determination not to give this system a single inch." End of quote. The Antifa could have taken this text word for word, and yet the Young National Democrats have not stolen from the left, but have simply honestly written down what drives all German anti-capitalists: the longing for National Socialism. The NPD can not only argue credibly against right-wing dreamers and take the wind out of Antifa's sails. The NPD announced its protest against the visit of the President of the United States to Stralsund on July 14, 2006 under the motto, "Freedom for Germany, Ami go home," and presented a leaflet that is indistinguishable from the argumentation of the No Globals over long passages. Quote, "As a result of the undemocratic structures of the USA, the interests of this state are not identical with the interests of its population, but with those of a small super-rich upper class, which is primarily concerned with increasing its own capital. To enforce these interests, the USA uses the strategy of a threefold imperialism: military imperialism, economic imperialism, and cultural imperialism." End of quote. In the same appeal, the NPD clearly positions itself on the more radical side in the dispute between the WASG and the Left Party. It is now also becoming increasingly clear that the role of the PDS is primarily to bind US-critical voters so that they do not join a truly anti-imperialist party. End quote. In the internationalism section of the paper, concerned about the unity of all anti-capitalists, she then brings the entire anti-American protest movement back together. Mrs. Merkel and President Bush now want to pull together in the nuclear dispute with Iran in order to prevent Iran from becoming a nuclear power. It goes without saying that they have no evidence that Iran is even striving for this goal. However, they are united in the fight against a political system that opposes US imperialism and its accomplices. End of quote. The JN has quite consequent called on its followers to participate in the activities against the G8 summit in Heiligendamm and, parallel to the demonstration of the Large Alliance, has registered its own demonstration for June 2 in Schwerin under the motto "No to the G8 Summit for a World of Free Peoples." Exemplary for the left, which was startled by the NPD's announcement to participate in the Heiligendamm spectacle, the Neue Group Kiel formulated seemingly fundamental doubts about its own alliance in its text, Hauptsache Dagegen. It should be questioned whether the support of certain national liberation movements occurring in parts of the left today is still compatible with current political discussions, because criticism of existing conditions does not always have to be progressive. It can also be reactionary and backward-looking. End quote. Instead of finally criticizing their own movement, however, they let off a bit of hot air and get involved in it in a constructive way. Opposition to the planned march of the NPD and other Nazis against the G8 summit is therefore not only necessary, but can also become the dividing line between emancipatory and reactionary globalization criticism in a broad debate on fundamental positions for the globalization critical movement. End quote. For part of the nonpartisan left spectrum, the unconditional will to be involved led to a complete collective softening of the mind. The interventionist left, IL, a loose association from the autonomous spectrum, among others, which also includes the anti-fascist left Berlin, Analyze and Kritik, Avanti and Fels, was guided in formulating its call for participation in the activities against the G8 summit by the desire for a potential collective outbreak, which can probably only end in its so-called domination-free spaces, for which it is not really necessary to reinvent the left and the social movements. The IL dreams of a de-individualization from which a mystical something, which it calls the common, is to emerge. But it gets even better. We means a global constellation of emancipatory politics that extends beyond the left and beyond the older and younger social movements. For a future left, the communication of initiatives and struggles will not be a means to an end beyond itself, but the means that is itself an end for the construction of the common, the communal. End quote. This is followed by a statement that sums up the deeper meaning of every left-wing strategy discussion more succinctly than ever before in just 4 words: join the winning side. The left, which for the most part cannot and does not want to explain its positions, is often content to recommend its own supposedly emancipative history as a model. In doing so, it often loses sight of the fact that attributions associated with an emancipatory heritage could also claim validity for the circumstances of a veritable pogrom. The notorious Jour Fix Initiative Berlin, a seemingly quite respectable theoretical circle that 4 years ago so movingly appealed for understanding of the motives of anti-Semitic recales, is taking up its preference for spontaneous acts of liberation in its announcement of a series of events for the G8 meeting. Quote, recently, groups and alliances such as the World Social Forum, Buko and Attack have also formulated a critique of globalization that questions capitalism. This provides a framework for discussion that, beyond a socio-political taming of capitalism, allows us to build on radical left and anti-authoritarian traditions since the 1968 movement. One emancipatory legacy of 1968 is the eventfulness, the public character of experienced happiness, the moments of spontaneous political action and new forms of political organization. End of quote. Despite the failure of the historical left, such founders of tradition, who are also plentiful among non-postmodern leftists, try to draw their little bit of identity from its mostly unfortunate history and simply cannot understand that the Nazis rightly claim their share of it. Everyone is building on a buried heroic past. Everyone is working on the we. No one wants to marginalize an anti-capitalist truisms, Oscar Lafontaine, which German citizens from left to right agree with, are in demand. It is not society that has to serve the good of the economy, but the economy the good of society, Lafontaine. Das Hirschschlag Links, 1999, page 285. SPD Chairman Kurt Beck indulged in fantasies of omnipotence when he said in an interview with the Westfälische Rundschau, October 27, 06, that politics determines and not economic considerations. Jürgen Gonsell, member of the executive committee of the NPD, was even clearer when he named what people in Germany are afraid of, namely not the economy, but capital. Quote, while the left, as pseudo-social repair workers of the system, are still safeguarding the rule of capital, the old anti-capitalist longing of the German people is coming together in the national opposition. The iron economic maxim of nationalism is, capital must serve the economy and not the other way around. End quote. No G8 people before profits reads the truism on a poster of the L.PDS, which contains its own government and party program, i.e. the demand to strengthen the welfare state and the Volksgemeinschaft. The whole program is of course one against the right. 2 years ago, Rico Gebhardt, campaign leader of the Left Party in Saxony, announced that the party wanted to win back around 10,000 votes from the NPD in the federal election, which the PDS had lost to the right in the 2004 state election, SC November 8, 05. If a large party binds Nazi potential, this can make sense as long as it does not pander to it in terms of content, but integrates it and also fragments it, neutralizing it ideologically and organizationally. The situation is completely different when a small party sees its fountain of youth in the right-wing potential and also offers itself as an agency for radicalization. The left sees an opportunity in the difficulties of the mainstream parties in coping with an increased proportion of swing voters. For them, the radical Germans known as swing voters are a social protest potential to be tapped. The journal Marxistische Erneuerung Z warns the left party.pds. The left therefore has a special responsibility in the fight against the right, which is also linked to the fact that it is trying to reach a clientele of voters who are in part the same, at least as far as the objective social situation is concerned. End quote. Instead of breaking up the ideological united front, however, they see themselves, like the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, as the victim of a conspiracy. The Popular Front from the right is a provocation against the workers' movement and anti-fascist unity. It is part of the current widespread adoption of symbols and slogans of the left by the neo-Nazis, from carrying red flags to T-shirts with Che Guevara images, Palestinian scarves, etc. End quote. Positions on migration and immigration are repeatedly cited as the decisive characteristic for distinguishing between left and right. However, while anti-racism is increasingly degenerating into a communal ideology of left-wing Germans and Green Nazis and will remain marginalized because its ideologues refuse to provide any information about minimum civilizational standards, other left-wingers have now discovered a problem with foreigners. Oscar Lafontaine courageously expressed what millions of radical citizens are still afraid to say openly. In Germany, forced immigration is only being demanded by the top 10,000, who are not at all or only marginally affected by its consequences. He wrote in his book Politics for All, "The state must first and foremost take care of those who are its citizens." Tas June 16, 2005. On another occasion, he formulated the Work First for Germans demand as follows: "The state is obliged to prevent fathers and wives from becoming unemployed because foreign workers take their jobs at low wages." End of quote. The Tagesspiegel comments laconically, "But is this now decidedly right-wing?" No, the phrase also finds supporters in the pro-union milieu. End quote. And once again, the NPD rightly sees itself as the winner. Its executive committee member Gonsell noted with satisfaction, "In times of economic crisis with their intensified distribution conflicts, however, foreigners' bullying evaporates just as quickly as the money in the normal citizen's wallet." End of quote. Where most leftists still hesitate, the NPD agitator grasps the connection between anti-liberalism, new radicalism, and National Socialism. But more and more Germans will realize that only the nationalists are resisting the neoliberalist project of liquidating the nation and welfare states and are therefore the only representatives of their vital interests. End quote. The Lafontaine disciple Jürgen Elsasser, who has discovered that the new barbarism, which in contrast to classical fascism does not have a nationalist but a globalist profile, also knows how to stop it. First, he provided an analysis that Gonsell could learn from. In the latest stage of imperialism, nation-states are being destroyed. Globalization, as this latest stage is euphemistically called, goes beyond classical imperialism, as the once powerful nations of Europe are also being sucked into the supranational empire of the locusts. End quote. He then turned his particular concern to Germany, which was weak in national terms. What seemed like a return of pre-war Europe, this pre-war Europe with its nationalisms, fascisms, and pogroms, was in truth the definitive end of that period, after a somewhat rough transitional period, of course. Instead of sovereign nations, the result of the collapse was a whole bag of takeover candidates, with Germany in the lead. End quote. And finally, he called for the concentration of all anti-capitalist efforts in the people and the nation against the right, of course. Since Oscar Lafontaine's foreign worker speech in Chemnitz at the latest, there has been a strategic proposal for the German left's approach, which can be outlined as follows. We need a certain populism that is not afraid to call a spade, even if this goes against general political correctness. This includes positive references to the nation, but also to the people, terms that should not be left to the right. It also includes a focus on the broad majority of the population, which cannot be replaced by the summation of policies for individual groups. End quote. What is forming in the completely new left around the opponents of globalization as a worldwide awakening of the peoples on their ancestral territory against Americanism and Zionism meets with a quite similar enthusiasm for the nation on the traditional left. National lockstep has been practiced on various terrains for some time now. In a book on the left-wing national debate, Erhard Kromm accused the victors of the Second World War of imposing a discourse of guilt on the vanquished in order to prevent the Germans from getting to the bottom of what really happened. Kromm also rediscovered the 1887 book by sociologist Ferdinand Tönnies Gemeinschaft und die Gesellschaft, Community and Society, and, with innocent naivety, contrasts the nation as a community with the world market as an expression of society. For Tönnies, the formation of a nation was always the ideal anticipation of a society free of estates and classes, wrote Kromm, only to add triumphantly. And this is precisely the attractiveness and power of the idea of the nation. At the Congress of the Socialist Left, a current in the WASG and L.PDS on February 3, 2007 in Kassel, Dieter Dem called on the left to wrest their concepts and methods from the right. Why should the neo-Nazis have a prerogative to the term homeland? And what reason is there to allow them to have campfire evenings in tents? With his appeal, Dieter Dem picked up on an educational mission that had already preoccupied him in the past. In a foreword to a collection of German folk songs from 1984, he had already stated, "Our people were the most willing maneuvering mass for the cultural monopolists from the USA. No people in Western Europe has ever been so intensively controlled by others." This book of folk songs was written during a historical phase that historians will probably later describe as a new national awakening. The German forest, the homeland, can now only rely on the left, be it red or green or preferably both." End quote. Sabine Kabir, FAZ August 2, 07, also recommended taking the term homeland away from the Nazis during the conference in Kassel. The Gramsci student had already shared fundamental insights at a conference of the Marx Engels Foundation entitled German Workers' Movement, Nation and the Problem of Hegemony on 25/26 November 6 in Berlin. Since the German left has a problem with the nation, it traditionally finds it difficult to achieve or maintain a hegemonic position. She fought for black-red-gold as a flag that served the democracy movement at the Hambach Festival in 1832, wished for a left-wing tabloid for her hegemony project, and warned urgently against ideological decomposition, which had already found its way into her own ranks. The discourse of the anti-Germans has long since reached broad circles of the intellectual left and is increasingly becoming a weapon of the left party. PDS is increasingly becoming a weapon of those who oppose La Fontaine's offensive policies, as he is not afraid to speak of the people and the nation. End quote. At the same conference, the old fighters of GDR nationalism, Jürgen Hoffmann and Walter Schmidt, also appeared as speakers, recycling their proletarian nationalism and offering it to the all-German left. For them, back to the nation means back to the social GDR. The rapid and complete disappearance of GDR state power seems to serve many as a warning example of a distance from the people, which today, in the fight for a social federal republic, is blamed on its Americanized elites. The fear of many on the left that they could pursue politics far removed from the needs of the radical Germans and lose touch is reflected in their fascination with fascist mass mobilizations, such as the Venezuela model, Elsasser. In analogy to the natural equality of individuals, they are already giving peoples and their states a derived equality of nations and deriving from this a new historical mission for the left. With reference to Luciano Canfora and his brief history of democracy, they reject the juxtaposition of good democracies and evil dictatorships, because the associated abolition of the formal equality of states has been the ideological center of bourgeois ideology since 1917. End quote. What follows is what must follow such a reorganization of history: the commitment to the counter-sovereign. Any opposition to globally active imperialism, if it encompasses an entire country, must, if it is to remain permanent, be based on state power. End of quote. Because nobody wanted it to be just a few weeks later, the deputy editor-in-chief of the Hamburger Abendblatt, Matthias Eichen, is quoted as an example for the majority of the media as a cautionary reminder of a collective outcry that was as shrill as it was cynical. After the rage, all that remains is rage. Powerless, bewildered, disturbing rage. The Skansenviertel, riot-proof and unfortunately tried and tested, is a field of rubble. With brute force, the anarchists have cut a swath of devastation, destroyed the Haspa ATMs, looted the Budni, set fire to the Rue. It is total lawlessness. It is a failure of the state. The left-wing mob went on the rampage, erecting barricades and setting them alight, breaking into homes, beating everything in their path and living out their fantasies of violence with the aim of murder and arson. Images that had probably not been seen in this country since the end of the war. An eruption of violence that not even pessimists had feared. August 7, 2017. What is strange about the reporting on the war against the not very long-suffering residents of Hamburg's Skansenviertel district is the shift in coverage, which not coincidentally discovers real trails of devastation cut elsewhere in Europe in a destroyed ATM and 2 looted discount stores on Schulterblatt, of all places. A week after the Hamburg riots, the press reported on conditions that could not be described as total lawlessness, but rather as partial lawlessness and therefore a failure of the state, in a very cool and distant manner. Around the national holiday on July 14th, there were again riots in many French cities. Rioters set a total of 897 cars on fire across the country, the Interior Ministry in Paris announced on Saturday. 13 police officers and soldiers were injured and 368 people were taken into custody. Zeit, July 15, 2017. The FAZ editor, who on July 8, 2017, shudderingly asked the question what happened during the time when the laws were suspended, and then immediately gave the answer. Doors were broken down, objects burned, no matter how big they were. Stores were looted. Fires were lit that burned brightly for hours. End of quote. The broken doors also concerned Matthias Eichen, according to whom the left-wing mob broke into apartments, with the aim of murder and arson. In Hamburg's Skansenviertel, mind you. While the FAZ deliberately blurred the difference between the store door of Rue and an apartment door, the Hamburger Morgenpost claimed criminal acts that could not be verified. Neither during the G20 summit in Hamburg nor during any other autonomous riot in the last 40 years, be it in Berlin, Göttingen, Frankfurt, or Hamburg, have private houses or apartments ever been stormed by demonstrators. Occasionally, the front doors of blocks of flats were broken open in order to hide behind them from the police. But the atrocity report of the broken doors also has a real core, even if the original event was committed in a different country by a seemingly completely different type of perpetrator. Since June of this year, snippets of a discussion from France about a murder committed on April 3, 2017, which involved breaking into a private apartment via the balcony door in addition to the extreme brutality of the crime, have increasingly made their way into the German press. The French journalist Alexandre Lena-Levastin summarized in an open letter, MENA Watch documented it on June 9, 2017, to the French Minister of the Interior, "Dear Minister, a 65-year-old Jewish woman, a doctor, was attacked in her home while she was sleeping and cruelly tortured for more than an hour. She lived in a modest apartment on Rue de Vaucouleurs in the densely populated 11th arrondissement of Paris. The murderer, who entered her apartment via the balcony, attacked her with incredible brutality, causing more than 20 broken bones to her head and body. He then throws her, already dying, out of the third-floor window. During the entire time, the police, who are present in the building with 3 armed officers right outside the apartment door, do nothing. The neighbors, several dozen, can hear the victim's screams. They too remain inactive. The French media are alerted. They ask no questions and do not report on the murder. Her name was Sarah Halimi. This gruesome scene did not take place in 1942, before or after the Raffle du Velodrome de Hiver, when Jews were rounded up to be handed over to the Nazis, but on the night of April 3, 2017, in a small apartment very close to the Bataclan discotheque, where an Islamist murderer killed more than 100 French people. Shouts of Allahu Akbar accompanied the crime. The following Sunday, a silent march took place in the neighborhood. Young people from the neighboring districts responded with shouts of "Death to the Jews" and "We are the Jews." "Death to the Jews" and "We have Kalashnikovs." The expulsion of Jews, Christians, and secular Muslims from their suburban settlements by means of coercion or the use of immediate violence by avowed Sunnis is still some way off in Germany. Even if the conditions in some districts of Duisburg or the behavior of certain youth gangs in Bad Godesberg suggest that identitarian terror is beginning to take hold here too. And the same is true elsewhere in Germany. Each of the increasing numbers of aggressive gatherings that take place whenever an allochthonous parking offender is given a parking ticket or the police and paramedics are prevented from doing their job after an accident with an allochthonous resident who has been injured is a sign of land grabbing. The Hamburg visions of a public that for a few days seemed to have been brought into line did not even begin to hint at the wild exaggeration of the perpetrators of violence, instigated by a few hundred autonomists and a few thousand sympathizing gawkers, who could one day turn the respective neighborhood into a real hell. A hell that has nothing to do with the still manageable autonomous neighborhood spectacle that follows certain rules and is therefore largely symbolic, to which the one or other looting of the same stores, a few burning cars, a few smashed shop windows and burning garbage containers called barricades have been a compulsory addition for years. 3 weeks after the fantasized atrocities committed by murderous autonomists, there was a glimpse of this on July 28 in Hamburg, but not in the Skansenviertel, but in Barmbek, not at the Rue on Schulterblatt, but at the Edeka on Fuhlsbütteler Strasse. Ahmed A., 27, a Palestinian and jihadist by profession, stabbed a 50-year-old autochthonous German there and injured several other people. After his arrest, he told the interrogators that he had wanted to kill as many Christians and young people as possible. The Ahmed who, as happened in Turku, Finland on August 18, 2017, simply set out with a butcher's knife to hunt down non-Muslim women in the pedestrian zone while shouting Allahu Akbar and killing 2 are murderous brutes whose alleged or real mental illness is intended to distract from the fact that they drive their cars into bus stops, like the French citizen of Algerian origin Idris H. in Marseille on August 21, 2017, who killed a woman in the process. Depending on the mood of the authorities and journalists, they are seen as isolated sick people or traumatized victims of the conditions in the refugee shelters in which they live, but never as the jihadists they act as when they rape a jogger on Lake Simsee in Upper Bavaria. When there is an open call for jihad and the highly dangerous mixture of gang crime and neighborhood protection is celebrated as the urban basis of the international struggle of oppressed peoples, when everything is done in terms of propaganda and organization to ensure that the conditions in the liberated zones of so many European cities spread to those still largely spared, countermeasures should actually be taken. But Matthias Eichen doesn't want that any more than the leftists he so demonizes. Although the reporting on the protests against the G20 summit gave a small indication of the brutality of the idealistic fighters for a better world by referring to the numerous brothers who had traveled to crime, it very deliberately concealed what ideologically binds these figures, who are fighting for liberated spaces in Copenhagen, Rome, and Stockholm, together across national borders. In the aforementioned cities, there is a street fighter scene that is much more ruthless than the majority of German autonomists and antifas, and which has also adopted a fiercely anti-imperialist program that is now generally and consensually referred to simply as revolutionary. What is still difficult to say in Germany is a foregone conclusion for left-wing radicals in Athens and, of course, in Barcelona. For years, revolution has meant the global fight against Israel and the Jews in general. Boycott, divestment, sanctions, or BDS for short, is the name of the internationally operating organization for revolutionary-minded jihadists with Western roots and, for the time being, no religiously based Islamic confession. To understand what European street fighters are capable of, just take a look at a province of terror, Catalonia. Shortly after the attack in Barcelona on August 17, 2017, its local BDS association announced its Islamic credo, after the obligatory gestures of "We condemn the attacks" and "We want to express our solidarity with the victims and their families." We also condemn the responsibility of European governments, which is expressed in their foreign and domestic policies, and in their complicity with human rights violations worldwide. On terrorism, we read, "Nor do we forget the victims of military occupations and the wars against terrorism in Afghanistan, Iraq, Palestine, Lebanon, Libya, Syria, Yemen, Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, Mali, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, and many other places where what happened yesterday in Barcelona is part of everyday life." End of quote. All the countries mentioned and the territory called Palestine are wholly or largely Islamic and the scene of jihadist-motivated mass murders, which are considered legitimate popular resistance not only by Catalan fighters for justice. The statement from Barcelona concluded with the words, "We emphasize our opposition to Islamophobia, xenophobia, and all forms of discrimination. Solidarity is our strongest weapon. #Barcelona." End quote. The comrades from the social centers of Barcelona and all the resistant neighborhoods of Germany and Europe actually traveled to Hamburg, where they formed the Internationalist Bloc. We invite you to participate in the Internationalist Bloc at all important actions. Your organization can join at any time, as long as it can support our call, which you can find on our homepage, and we are mobilizing in Germany, Berlin, Bremen, Dresden, Freiburg, Fulda, Hamburg, Kassel, Kiel, Constance, Leipzig, Munich, Oldenburg, Stuttgart, Austria, Vienna, Great Britain, Leeds, London, and Sweden, Stockholm. End of quote. They can be recognized by the use of the form of address brothers and sisters, even before the anti-national call for the murder of Jews is heard. But while the various bourgeoisies are in imperialist competition and conflict, we have no different interests with our sisters and brothers in this world. On the question of self-determination and peace in Palestine and Kurdistan, for example, there is very little room for regional solutions. Their resistance collides with the borders drawn by colonialism and imperialism. We are fighting for an internationalism that respects and guarantees the right to self-determination of peoples, also in Europe. Just as our international solidarity applies to these national liberation struggles, only an internationalist movement that questions the old borders, states, and property relations can have a long-term perspective. End quote. But even these revolutionaries, who had arrived in their hundreds, did not accomplish what Matthias Eichen had expected of them. For the time being, their rioting differs from the actions of the Islamic Brother hordes in the banlieues in that they have no homeland and will never have one due to a lack of masses and the high willingness of many of these comrades to leave the gang after a short period of membership. And for the time being, they only stand up for the misdeeds of some kids from the neighborhood through verbal solidarity and thus also for what was done to Sarah Halimi by her neighbor. They leave the battlefield victorious with a greeting from the future, which they trumpet out into the radical left-wing world. But the fact that social conflict, when it reaches the street, does not follow the textbook from politics lessons is all the more true when, as happened in Hamburg Skansenviertel on Friday evening, political militancy becomes a social event. In other words, when the kids from the neighborhood, together with activists from all over Europe, show the very cops who are harassing them in the worst possible way that the tide can turn, at least for a few hours, when the heavily armed security state loses a little control, then that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Hope has always arisen from rebellion, but there was never any authorization from above for that. End of quote. The Bundesumskans, from which this stammered greeting from the future originates, which was posted online on July 12, 2017, would not call for the annihilation of Israel, nor would they unreservedly agree with Islamic mass murderers, like their little-loved but always tolerated comrades from the internationalist bloc. They merely follow their practice and, in the grotesque scramble for the greatest media attention, have also placed themselves at the forefront of openly anti-Semitic activists from all over Europe, celebrating political militancy as a social event, for the seemingly harmless revolutionary goal of fueling social struggles, just as they did in the global struggle against Israel. These are events for which they want to deploy those kids who don't need a call from the future to strike out immediately, and certainly not social revolutionary leaders who drink alcohol after their work is done and even end up having same-sex sex. The BDS, whose Berlin branch had called for participation in the internationalist bloc, is not yet very strong in Germany, partly because many militants prefer to keep their distance due to the open anti-Semitism of these comrades. But instead of recognizing them as the worst enemy in the run-up to and during the actions in Hamburg and attacking them with all available militancy, they sat together with them at the preparatory plenums, copied their adolescent style in leaflets and speeches, and especially shared their concept of the riot. Because the German raison d'etat is still looming in the background and word has gotten around even in the hardened anti-Semitic Hamburg scene that anti-Israeli hostilities do not go down so well, they have avoided putting professional Palestinians on the solidarity list alongside Syrian Kurds. But that's about it. The pluralist coordinators of the militant actions during the Hamburg G20 summit have themselves admitted that there was every reason to fear that the mob they themselves had called out would take the reins out of their hands in direct action, and that the consequences would fall back on them. Those incorrigible Hamburg leftists who, out of cowardice before a few thugs, never attacked the focal point of internationalist anti-Semitism in their own neighborhood, the info-laden Brigidenstrasse 5B5. Not even when these only partly migrant perpetrators of conviction attacked the visitors of a Landsman film, which was to be shown in November 2009 by incorrigible left-wing idiots in Brigidenstrasse of all places, right next to the infamous Center Remembered, when a potent B5 announced its march against G20, in great distress, an old magic saying that makes you just as immune to criticism as to responsibility for your own actions. When everything is too late, when one suspects that what is everyday life in the St. Pauli scene could be repeated on an expanded level, the high hour of left-wing German criticism of anti-Semitism arrives. Because they suspected that the police would have had reasons to close down their own stronghold if they had not kept their distance from the mob, they naturally did not show any national flags, as they like to express themselves when they ban the blue and white ones. Instead, they shirked their responsibility, as the distinctly Hamburgian journalist Gaston Kirsch praises. There was a place where a plenum wrote a long statement against anti-Semitism in the left and on whose facade a large banner with the inscription "Against all anti-Semitism" was hung during the G20 protest week, not by chance. Because it was important to the groups in the Rotflora to take a stand against anti-Semitic tendencies, which they rightly expected at the summit protest, Jungle World, July 20, 2017. The fact that at the same time, on the same facade, the fateful slogan "Capitalism will end anyway. You will decide when," he forgot to mention. Translated, this can only mean the murderers from the global jihadist bloc will win together with the ominous kids anyway. You can still decide now to join in. Things went off without a hitch, and the observations of Alvaro Pilla Ote, co-owner of a restaurant in the Skansenviertel, have long been forgotten. In an interview with the Taz newspaper, July 14, 2017, he saw the representatives of Rotflora as being partly responsible. They should have gone out more strongly that evening, behaved more strongly when it was clear that the police were withdrawing and the thing was taking on a life of its own. Then came all the gawkers, thousands of whom were already in the neighborhood anyway. And then, in the slipstream, came the kids. Then the looting and rioting started. There were a lot of migrant kids. The images reminded him of the riots in the banlieues of Paris or the riots in London in 2011, when a good 70,000 Hamburg residents and their guests demonstrated on July 8, 2017, for global justice and boundless solidarity, i.e. against the American president and Islamophobia. The young professionals Teeny and Thomas were not to be missed, providing the shaken crowd with a consensus-building anti-capitalist awakening experience. Quote, "More than 2,000 refugees have been murdered in the Mediterranean since the beginning of the year. Thousands of dissidents are in prison in Turkey. People in Greece can now die of a normal fever again, and millions of people around the world live in miserable slums." And so on. And who, among others, is responsible for this? Not the stone throwers, but Merkel, Erdogan, the rest of the G20 and their capitalism. So who is the source of the real, the killing, the structural violence here? End of quote. They stood there like Carl and Rosa, who also only ever wanted what was good, a better world, and could give up hope so little that they turned militancy into a social event and lost their lives over it. Teeny and Thomas, the bitter bangers from an advertising agency for revolutionary kitsch, preferred to give the barricade Obama instead of their lives and, in the tone of church Congress speakers, assured themselves of their entry in the book of history of a better world that will be built on the ruins of Israel. Quote, "So why do we have hope in the face of this world situation? Is there really any other option than to have no hope? Hope is our constant companion because we know deep down that change in this world is necessary and possible. We draw our hope from the many upheavals and struggles in the world. Be it in everyday life when we prevent evictions, organize strikes, when we see people buying a street newspaper from a homeless person, or the major rebellions such as the Kurds in Syria, social movements in Brazil, or even in Europe. They may fail, but we know that there is good and that it cannot be beaten. So these rebellions are already here. It's about being rebellious, making it as difficult as possible for the system so that everyone can see that there are people who want a better world and that they are many and everywhere. These rebellions will grow and we will come together again and again like today, so that we can have shared experiences, so that we can reassure ourselves that we, the many, exist. As long as they humiliate our lives, we will disrupt their meetings and their demonstrations of power. The G20 are digging their own grave and that of their system. The revolution will be inevitable, and at some point we will be in the history books. Maybe not on a complete page, maybe not as the event that triggered the revolution, but still as a milestone towards a better world." Speech by the interventionist left at the major international demonstration, Boundless Solidarity instead of G20. Teeny and Thomas, who didn't say a word about the kids from the neighborhood or against Israel, succeeded all the more impressively in the tremolo of their confession to march the troops of an anti-capitalist folkstorm that will inevitably rage against civilization. Just in time for October 3, 2017, under the sign of dignity and so on, they have joined hands in a brotherly and sisterly, interventionist and leftist manner with a very specific jihadist perseverance collective, in which the Islamists are only fellow travelers for the time being, but the BDS is at the forefront and called for the next European civil war, which would begin with the expulsion of the Jews from Barcelona. "All the best for Catalan unity, in the end it's the street that decides," was the headline of the interventionist left on October 3, 2017, explaining to German sausage eaters what they had to cut off a corner of. Today Germany is celebrating the apparent unity under neoliberalism and capitalism, while the people of Catalonia are fighting for a life of dignity and freedom. In Mainz, the smell of beer and sausage wafts through the streets during the unity celebrations, while solidarity and the courage of the general strikers waft through the streets of Barcelona. End quote. During the G20 summit in Hamburg, the left merely set fire to the city and waged civil war on an almost symbolic level. And yet they played with the really big riot, i.e. the arson and murders that the panicked citizen Matthias Eichen so gleefully painted in the Hamburger Morgenpost. The majority of them did not and do not intend to commit such outrages themselves, but they have considered the proxy Islamic executor as a substitute subject. In order to do something about such shenanigans, even with an appeal in the local press, instead of having a boring discussion about violence, the militants should have been denied the right to present themselves as the good critics of the bad conditions worldwide. But how can one say this if one openly sympathizes with the premise of global riots, even as an order-loving citizen? The disgraceful lyrics of the revolutionary teenies are government consensus. The word borderless guarantees the anti-national consensus just as much as the fervent desire for genuine unity and a life in dignity. And people in the middle of Germany are as anti-capitalist as the dreaded rioters anyway. Even when state power chooses the right target, it is bound to fail. A news item from Die Welt on July 9, 2017 begins promisingly. In Bridgetonstrasse in St. Pauli, the B5, an extreme left-wing center, was stormed. It should have gone on like this, where an anti-Semitic gang of thugs is in charge, whose members systematically incite young people with Turkish, Kurdish, and Arab migration backgrounds to riot for their dignity. Of course, it didn't say that, but a haven for so-called anti-capitalists. Sociology derives its self-confidence as a science from the idea of society as a second nature. What Marx meant as a critical concept here becomes a condition for the production of knowledge. The rules and laws that this science discovers are intended to contribute to society's better understanding of itself. To this day, there is a dispute as to whether sociology originates from the spirit of the Enlightenment or that of reaction. whether it contributes to the transformation of society or transfigures domination in the wake of theology. However, the two positions are not irreconcilable opposites, but rather two poles, like the associated distinction between left and right. Both have unquestionably accepted the premise of their actions, society as an entity that follows blind laws. Even if the result were that one could radically intervene in society on the basis of the knowledge gained, this action would attempt to use the laws revealed by the theory for its own purposes, just as the airplane uses the laws of nature for its own purposes. Theory, and the action it guides, thus merely cements the irrationality on which society is based. Sociology thus essentially becomes social engineering, an attempt to manipulate society to change parameters. This is not to say that such laws do not exist. It is just that we must first recognize the imposition that it means that living beings endowed with reason subject themselves to blind laws that originate from their own actions. That human society is a second nature. Because social scientists only see human laboratory rats, they only trust them to do what conforms to existing laws. When they hear free association, they think of chaos. Because they scrutinize every human act with regard to its manipulability, it must always have a cause that can be manipulated. Irrationality appears to them above all as dysfunctionality. From the perspective of the self-running machine and its assemblers, irrational behavior is behavior that is not sufficiently adapted. Irrationality in a social, critical, and denunciatory sense does not exist for them. What is irrational for one person makes sense to another. As long as order is maintained, who would allow themselves to pass judgment? Through representation, every point of view comes into its own. The model of all-encompassing rule is completed. For such a social science, a world pacified by state rule is the end of the line. One cannot hope for more, and more would not be desirable. Following Max Weber, there are still some in sociology who observe this process pessimistically. But their fatalism degenerates the critical view into a mere whiff of those who have always known that things are going down the drain anyway. Behind this is a vitalism whose supporters believe that the juice that others have long since lost is still flowing in their own veins. Violence researchers of this ilk see the existence of violent organizations as the first step towards the nationalization of violence, and thus towards its being contained by law. They have gained this insight, which they are now transferring to the whole world, using Europe as a model. Where warlike violence is still evident today, a process of monopolization is required until a single actor succeeds in asserting itself on a territory and thus creating the conditions for a sovereign state. What these scholars overlook is the other side of the coin: capital. In Europe, the development of a state sphere went hand in hand with the development of a socioeconomic sphere. In other words, the separation of the political and economic spheres was what was specifically new. Under the auspices of one power, all citizens became equal. The absolutism of the one ruler was followed by the rule of the many by themselves. Since they recognized each other as equals, there could be no special measures against any individual. The will of all was only allowed to express itself in a general form. The volonté générale found its appropriate expression in law. Law is the intermediary between society and the state. As a subjective right, it is the right of the individual against the state. As an objective right, it is the right of the state itself. Fundamental rights secure the individual's sphere of freedom against the state through the state. The state is therefore the guarantor of the rights that these rights are intended to protect against, among other things. The social basis of this concept was the liberal capitalist mode of production of many, relatively equal market participants in competition with each other. In late capitalism, the state became the social planner. Here, too, legal equality has a social equivalent, but it is of a completely different character. Equality now means the entitlement to social benefits. Since the state is now only confronted by petitioners, it is increasingly allowed to do anything in the name of their welfare. The law is a technical means. A juridification of violence in the sense of a modern, formal law based on generality can therefore only exist where there is also a capitalist mode of production based on competition. Now, one could initially regard the state as a prerequisite for such production and hope that this would follow the state. However, where there is no possibility for such production, a hegemony of violence remains a pious wish, because the state lives from taxes, which it can only skim off where surplus value is produced. International competition between economic locations means that the individual states compete for these tax sinecures. The welfare states of the post-war period are therefore under pressure to slim down. However, this does not mean that capital can do without the state and its regulatory function. There is also no end in sight to the welfare state. In return for less welfare from the state, recipients will simply be required to be more civically aware. Everyone will have to make sacrifices. The fight for the food troughs and the panic of not getting anything goes hand in hand with ideological mobilization. Islamic violent NGOs, Ulrich Beck, have been able to establish themselves in places where capital has no interest. The collapse of statehood in these areas is structural. The hope of the researchers of violence for these areas of disintegrated or non-existent statehood is based on the idea that the violence that is currently evident in large parts of the world is only the beginning of a development whose result will be identical to that of the analogous development in Europe, the modern capitalist welfare state. From the perspective of catch-up modernization, Islamic violence is a transitional phenomenon. This idea is based on a belief in progress, according to which the world is divided into two parts. The first part, the metropolis, is at the cutting edge, while the other part, the periphery, is simply premature. The topos of the simultaneity of the non-simultaneous block attempts to capture this relationship. According to this theory, a dynamic emanates from the centers that pushes over the countries of the periphery like a weather front and pulls everything into itself. The violent conflicts arise on this front to stay with the image. They are seen as a conflict between old and new, in the course of which hybrid forms emerge that mediate between the two poles and thus modernize the traditional society, albeit painfully. In the end, the storm would dissipate and there would be sunshine everywhere. The violent Islamic actors are seen as such modernizers against their will. The center itself remains relatively untouched by these conflicts. It is, so to speak, the eye of the hurricane. Although all this is dealt with under the concept of world society, the division of the world into a static and a dynamic part destroys the unity of the world presupposed by this concept. Instead of a totality to which the individual phenomena would have to be related, there is only a one-way street. However, it is precisely a matter of deciphering the obsolete, which the I believing in progress believes to see as the most modern. Time, for better or for worse, carries with it the unfulfilled. From the beginning to the present, the prehistory of mankind is characterized by the continuity of the rule of man over man. The law of the fist is also a right, and the right of the strongest lives on in a different form in the constitutional state. MEW 13, page 620. And it is precisely because domination forms a continuum that an outdated, but not caught up with, form of subjugation can experience its remake today. As a contemporary variant, it is an answer to modern problems. The prematurity that is currently breaking through in Islam can only do so because modernity itself is premature. If one takes the talk of a capitalist world society seriously, Islamic violence must be placed in relation to value and sovereignty as its essential determinants. The Islamic racket is a modern phenomenon. It is not only a hybrid form of old and new, but the most modern variant of rule of all. Under the conditions of the chronic crisis of late capitalism, the lean, flexible Islamic racket, equipped with an excellent PR department, is a piece of the future in the present. It carries out state tasks where a state can no longer exist. It offers protection to individual members, takes on social as well as charitable tasks, and raises funds through the use of force. It has various ways of achieving the latter. The racket offers violence for sale and acts in the service of a third party, robs what it needs, extorts protection money, regulates markets, or acts as a fence. But these functions are not the purpose of the racket. It has no idea of how the reproduction of its subjects can be peacefully organized in the long term and only partially legitimizes itself through these parastate functions. In historical Islam, at the time of its expansion, jihad and the subjugation of infidels associated with it actually had the function of generating income through booty and protection money under certain circumstances. Today, in times of capitalism, this motive may exist as an individual one, but the dynamics and emergence of the modern racket, as the executive organ of modern jihad, cannot be explained by this motive. The racket aims at annihilation. To modernization theorists, the cool calculation with which the planners proceed in pursuit of this goal appears to be an indication of its hybrid character. They cannot and do not want to see that the irrationality of the actions of the Islamic racket stems not only from the past, but above all from the nature of capitalist socialization itself. Capitalist modernity propagates the end in itself of life and constantly negates it. The great promise of the Enlightenment to be able to pursue one's own happiness and thus serve the good of all is denied by capitalism on a daily basis. In it, the particular is only a function of the general. As such, it can be sacrificed at any time for the common good. There is probably no one who does not have a dull awareness of their own superfluousness. The best thing that can sometimes happen to the individual is to postpone this superfluousness and successfully sell themselves. The chances of surviving in this battle of all against all also vary geographically. Without the oil reserves, the Middle East would be as superfluous as the countries among which they are located. The Islamic saviors' delusions about their enemies reveal their own desires. What is denied to the Islamic world, not in its entirety, but to the majority of the population, and what the Islamic zealots deny themselves with all their might, is what they crave the most. They dream of being allowed to dissolve into lakes of cola and mountains of ice cream. The Westoxication is the sweet poison that everyone wants, but which is not available to everyone, but which whets the appetite even in the last corners of the world thanks to global communication. Islam reacts to this seduction with defense. Having gone astray from the circumstances, the zealots see in the appearance of a better life only the lie that it is, and not the possibility that needs to be held on to. Islam forms a seething biotope of culturally critical, romantic resentment. In what the Golden Age always had in common with it as a reminiscence of paradise, the animal harmony with nature, the Golden Age of Islam resembles it as a historical one, in the warlike masculine disposition over the prey. Many of the great cultural achievements that emerged during this period under Islamic rule fell to Islam as belated spoils and were not, in their majority, its achievements. The dreamy gaze that today's Muslims cast on the period between the emergence and greatest expansion of Islam is an attempt to satisfy the appetite that the present arouses by consuming past greatness and wealth. No organized power in the Near and Middle East that sees itself as decidedly Islamic is content with a claim within nation-state borders. A limited claim to rule could be measured by what is accomplished within these borders. The ruling house of the Sauds legitimizes itself through its task of being the guardian of the holy places of Islam. It derives its supremacy from this and proselytizes all over the world. Iran sees itself as the protective power of all Shiites and as the apocalyptic savior of all Islam. The various violent Islamic NGOs see themselves as the front organizations of the Ummah anyway. They do not need a defined territory because they know no borders. Together they form a system based on the division of labor. While Iran and Saudi Arabia inject money generated from oil revenues, the NGOs take on the salvific task of destruction. The aim of their joint efforts is world domination as a means of destroying Israel and all Jewish forces. Jews, women, and homosexuals are the first objects on which they execute their claim to total domination. There can be no sphere of freedom, however guaranteed, for these actors. For them, the law is the law of the community of Orthodox believers. Sharia law is the modus operandi of subjugation. The decadent West, as whose outpost they fight Israel and which, on the other hand, they see as dominated by Jews, as the idea of the ZOG, Zionist-occupied government, makes clear, is their enemy. The Jews are imagined by them as the counterprinciple par excellence. They see the Jews and the Jewish state as the epitome of decadence. Resisting decadence requires the great jihad, i.e. the fight against one's own wishes and desires, which must be followed by the small jihad, the war against the external enemy. Alongside the headscarf, the longing for death is the sharpest weapon in this battle. The holy warriors of Islam are certain of their victory because they do not fear death. "You love life, we love death," is their battle cry. The individual is nothing, the community is everything. The insult to their narcissism by a world of failures is compensated for by the Islamic fighter through identification with the community. The many conversions in the West make it clear that Islam is currently the most successful provider on the market for meaning. You don't have to be one of the losers to realize the meaninglessness of the capitalist world. The fear of the crisis drives everyone. In this sense, the suicide rockets are the expression and avant-garde of a general tendency. In Germany, this tendency can be seen, among other things, in the desire with which the state of emergency is anticipated in the discussion of constitutional law. This can be illustrated by Otto de Penhuer's book Selbstbehauptung der Rechtsstaats. De Penhuer occupies a prominent position within the constitutional debate on the powers of the state to dispose of the lives of its citizens. None other than Interior Minister Wolfgang Schäuble has helped him to achieve some fame. In an interview with Die Zeit, Schäuble recommended his interlocutor to read it. This book is an expression of the attempt to actively promote the negative sublation of capital and its political form. De Penhuer begins by correctly outlining the current problematic situation. The NATO states are engaged in an asymmetrical war against Islamic terror, which raises the question of whether the constitutional state can be successfully defended against its terrorist negation without betraying its legal principles. Guantanamo, CIA secret prisons, kidnappings, outsourcing of torture, and the authorization to shoot down passenger planes are more than just clumsy answers from an overburdened legal system. They precisely describe the problem of the rule of law. End quote. For de Penhuer, however, Islamic terrorism only provides an occasion and opportunity to settle accounts with the decadent fun society. He is not satisfied with the law as a compliant servant of the executive, in the sense of legitimacy through procedure, Lumen. Any legal certainty based on calculability and procedural certainty would, if he had his way, be destroyed so that the executive could attain full sovereignty. Citizen sacrifice is at the center of his theory. It is both the means and the goal of his efforts. It is the means for the transformation of existing society that he envisages. For, although the title of de Penhuer's book is Selbstbehauptung der Rechtsstaats, self-assertion of the constitutional state, and thus suggests a conservative character, he wants to do more than just conserve. In other words, civic sacrifice is intended to contribute to the creation of a society in which self-sacrifice is the first civic duty. According to de Penhuer, civic sacrifice as a means has the power to achieve this goal because it allows the basic question of the legitimacy of rule to be posed. In other words, the question of whether the rule of people over people can be rationally justified or whether it must be recognized as an existential necessity. It goes without saying that the rational question of how domination can be abolished does not arise for de Penhuer. Section 1 of the German Basic Law on Human Dignity stands in the way of the community of solidarity of victims envisaged by de Penhuer. The immediate interest of de Penhuer's pamphlet is therefore to help remove this obstacle. This was prompted by the projection to amend the Aviation Security Act, which was introduced by Interior Minister Schäuble, rubber-stamped by Parliament and condemned as unconstitutional by the Federal Constitutional Court. The law provided for the shooting down of hijacked passenger planes that had been converted into weapons by the Air Force. The Federal Constitutional Court rejected the law because it was incompatible with human dignity to offset the lives of prospective victims on the ground against those in the aircraft. For de Penhuer, the human dignity guaranteed by Section 1 of the German Basic Law therefore poses a security risk. In the face of an enemy that opposes the law with naked violence, it is a luxury that the constitutional state cannot afford. By deciding as it did and elevating the human dignity of the individual above the self-assertion of the law, the Federal Constitutional Court had revealed its constitutional autism. It was obviously impossible for the Federal Constitutional Court to reflect on the condition of existence of law, which is based on violence. Law and democracy, says de Penhuer with disarming frankness, are merely ornamental draperies, while violence is the essence of the state. He insists that the hijacking scenario described above must be resolved by legalization and harshly opposes the possibility suggested by the Federal Constitutional Court in its ruling to deal with such an exceptional case, namely by the Minister of Defense ordering the plane to be shot down. In court, he could then invoke the extrajudicial state of emergency provided for by law. De Penhuer calls this solution disgraceful and irresponsible. But why? Why does de Penhuer oppose this solution to the problem, which is in line with his own view that the law does not apply in exceptional cases? Because the normative assessment of this act as morally highly problematic and difficult to reconcile with human dignity would remain. That is why various scenarios should be covered, also normatively preventively. De Penhuer is not only concerned with the question of the Aviation Security Act, he is concerned with the fundamental question of how society treats the victim. In the introduction to his book, de Penhuer already makes it clear that for him, Islamic terrorism raises the crucial question of the state, whether and at what price citizens are prepared to defend the state. The individual, de Penhuer argues against the liberal tradition of the social contract, is not prior to the community, but conversely, the state is the entity that precedes every individual power to act. By starting from the premise of the inalienable freedoms of the individual, liberal theories of the state contract made individualism and rationalism the precondition of the state. But according to de Penhuer, this is precisely where the problem lies, because if the state emerges from the will and needs of individuals, it is difficult to imagine that citizens would subordinate their interests to the interests of others or the common good in a spirit of solidarity, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. For this reason, the state must not have emerged from a rationally comprehensible contract in the sense of a conscious positing fiction. Instead, the state must be interpreted as an original, concrete association of solidarity that unavailably precedes the individual. Within such a state, the citizen then has no inalienable basic rights, but only basic duties. Whether he is a loyal citizen in such a society would be determined by his willingness to voluntarily go to his death for the community. If he does so, he is sure to be thanked by the political community, which, according to de Penhuer, would manifest itself in monuments. The political community as an entity removed from the individual thus becomes an existential entity that encompasses the individual in every respect. As such an entity that precedes and transcends the individual, it possesses a transcending power that can give meaning to its death. Voluntary sacrifice for others, Father Colby, for the state, soldiers, or for the truth, martyrs, simultaneously lends subjective life an objective dimension that is capable of giving it meaning and fulfillment. End quote. This justification of sacrifice is the purpose of de Penhuer's work, which he naturally pursues for the sake of the victims, because ultimately, their death must be given meaning through a theory of civil sacrifice. As a theorist of the mortal God, Hobbes state, de Penhuer obviously sees himself as a legitimate successor to the priests. The meaning of death is supposed to be the state community, which as an existential one is exempt from the question of its meaning and purpose. For de Penhuer, sacrifice becomes the epitome of a new, non-liberal society. While the NSDAP party program used the catchy formula common good comes before self-interest to make the difference to liberal society clear, de Penhuer formulates it somewhat awkwardly but aptly. Self-interest is the measure of all things in liberal society. The citizen's sacrifice is the opposite of this. The enemy is one's own question as a figure. This sentence by Carl Schmitt from The Theory of the Partisan, which links one's own collective identity with that of the enemy, is quoted approvingly by de Penhuer. He makes it clear that this society is yet to get to where the Islamic suicide rackets already are. With unmistakable respect, de Penhuer writes about the Islamic fighters. To them, relativistic rationality is nothing compared to firm religious convictions, the idea of human rights nothing compared to godliness, equality nothing compared to divine commandments, democracy and the rule of law nothing compared to religious truth, life nothing compared to death. End of quote. The asymmetry of terrorist warfare becomes the decisive argument for the abolition of the rule of law, which he calls self-assertion. The title of the book he quotes from Henrik Broder, Hooray, We Surrender, thus takes on a deeper meaning. The anticipated exception becomes de Penhuer's gateway to the realization of his community of solidarity, based on sacrifice. From the quite correct description that the distinction between inside and outside in terms of jurisdiction is undermined by transnational terrorism because it cannot be identified either in terms of place or time, de Penhuer concludes that it is necessary to free the state of exception from its exceptional character. The distinction between the normal situation and the exceptional case becomes obsolete in view of the permanent exceptional situation, he states. De Penhuer draws the following conclusion from this threat. Although the state of exception is no longer formally declared, the security organs must be able to react to it at any time. The state of exception thus becomes a paradigm of governance in the defense against terrorism. Exceptional law thus becomes partially part of the peace order without being able to be absorbed into it. End quote. However, a permanent state of emergency destroys the legal order and makes any control of the executive provided for by the rule of law impossible. If it were up to de Penhuer, the executive would decide independently how it wants to counter a threat it has identified. This would make the executive sovereign. The fact that the Nazi theorist Schmitt, of all people, should agree with the Declaration of Human Rights seems wrong, if only because the Nazis destroyed the law and because human rights were chosen as the basis of the post-war order after the Second World War precisely as a so-called lesson from the crimes of the Germans. It would also unduly burden the thesis of conformity to interpret it as an assertion of identity. Human rights play a highly ambivalent role in the crisis-ridden dissolution process of bourgeois society. Precisely because it was the ideological armament of the bourgeoisie against the despotic state in the bourgeois revolutionary phase, it has the purpose of defending the subjective rights of the individual against its encroachments. The universal character of human rights, which claim validity beyond state borders, was recognized by the enemies of the Enlightenment for what it always was, legitimizing support for capitalist socialization by way of imperialist expansion. Fichte was thus able to mock human rights and position civil rights against them. After all, what are rights without a state to enforce them? However, the German counter-Enlightenment thinkers were not simply conservatives who adhered to old ideas, but were, as Schmidt writes, characterized by a spirit that was quite familiar with the philosophy of the French Enlightenment, so familiar that it felt equal to it, if not superior. They did not oppose the Enlightenment vision with an image of the past, but projected a counter-image that was limited by the universal character of the Enlightenment, which was inherent in the Enlightenment itself. The self of the right to self-determination was the gateway that enabled them to play the collective off against the individual, the citoyen against the bourgeois. The sovereign is unquestionably the highest judge in this game, because it is not the development of individual possibilities but the reproduction of capital that is the end in itself. Those individuals who have gambled away their subject status are always eliminated in the crisis. The Enlightenment was betrayed, including by the French revolutionaries, in that the property system, its guarantor and the abstract generality of the nation were glorified as natural facts and at the same time supposed or actual enemies of the people were declared to be pests. Although every person has legal capacity according to civil law, this does not mean that they have legal capacity. In order to be able to sign contracts and thus also to carry their body to market, special demands are placed on the individual's decision-making capacity. With regard to the will, which must be able to decide in its own interest, and the body, a great deal is demanded of the legal subject. The social integration of individuals is bought by them through a tremendous renunciation of drive, which according to Freud is responsible for the discomfort in culture. Thus the rule of the performance principle, as Herbert Marcuse calls the capitalist organization following Freud's reality principle, goes hand in hand with a specific organization of sexuality, a feature of which is the desexualization of the body with the simultaneous centralization of the libido on the genitals. The libido is concentrated in one part of the body, freeing almost the entire rest of the body for use as an instrument of labor. The planing, nailing, and stabbing of everyday language and pornographic films bear witness to this. See also the chapter on de Sade in the Dialectic of Enlightenment. Those who do not meet these requirements cannot be used for the reproduction of capital and are therefore dependent on handouts for their own survival. The performance principle supplements Freud's reality principle with the category of additional oppression, which captures the degree of oppression that goes beyond what is socially necessary. In this way, Marcuse notes, we have directed the discussion to the institutions and relationships that make up the social body of the reality principle. The desexualization of the body is the condition for the formation of the individual as a subject and therefore for successful integration into the social and political body. While just a few years ago, in view of steadily growing affluence, increasing leisure time and looser sexual morals, one was inclined to speak of a general repressive desublimation, the picture today is no longer so clear. Abundance is still present, but fewer people have the means to participate in consumption because wages are falling or people have to work more overtime or, as the economically superfluous, are relegated to the state's charity pot altogether. Sexual morality has undoubtedly loosened, but this has only led to the opening of another battle zone and thus another area of potential failure. Of course, there is nothing new about courting love, affection, and sex, not even with gifts or money. What is new, however, is how the body, once released, has to prepare itself for this. It is no longer staged erotically, but becomes naked material. The subject, which experiences ever new insults in society, is increasingly incapable of entering into a libidinal relationship with the objects of the outside world. He withdraws more and more of his libido from the objects and concentrates it on himself, whereby the surface of his body becomes the place of his self-assurance. Body improvement, body modification, but also eating disorders and cutting are facets and consequences of ever new insults that the subject suffers. In extreme cases, the outside world is only experienced as a source of failure and the pain is enjoyed as confirmation of one's own existence. From here, it is only a small step to the point at which the subject decides in favor of the pain and the authority that inflicts the failures on him in order to hallucinate and enjoy his own powerlessness in the service of the failing authority as omnipotence. The subject dissolves as the master of his decisions in order to prove himself as part of the whole in this dissolution. When the capitalist working day and the civil service imposed a greater degree of renunciation of instinct on the individual than today, a peculiar threat emanated from the naked body and even from underwear. Hermann Brock describes this in his novel Die Schlafwandler. He almost wished that the uniform was like a direct emanation of the skin, and sometimes he thought that this was the real task of a uniform, or that at least the undergarments should be made part of the uniform through insignia and distinction. For it was uncanny that everyone carried around the anarchy that was common to all under their skirts. Perhaps the world would have gone completely off the rails if the stiff underwear, which transforms the shirt into a whiteboard and makes it dissimilar to an undergarment, had not been invented for civilians at the last moment. End quote. And in another passage, based on thoughts on uniform, a political theology is outlined that largely coincides with that of Carl Schmitt. Once it was only the church that was enthroned as judge over man, and everyone knew that he was a sinner. Now the sinner must judge the sinner, lest all values fall into anarchy. And instead of weeping with him, the brother must say to the brother, "You have done wrong." And if once the mere costume of the cleric stood out as something inhuman from that of others, and if at that time even in the uniform and in the official costume the civilistic still shone through, then, since the great intolerance of faith was lost, the earthly official costume had to be put in the place of the heavenly, and society had to separate itself into earthly hierarchies and uniforms and raise these to the absolute in the place of faith. End of quote. The state appears here as a makeshift because faith is too weak to tame the anarchy of the body. What faith can no longer do, the state must do, the chastisement of the body. Human rights as the natural law expression of the bourgeois property order see the state as the guarantor of this order. Precisely because human rights are supposed to belong to everyone by nature, they are universal and should be based on the state itself. It is up to the state to transform them into positive law. The rule of the state is legitimate if the state abides by the law, binds itself and recognizes the rights of the subjects of law. Schmitt denounces human rights as a humanistic whitewash that conceals violence as a condition of order. The sovereign does not simply transform the law, but establishes it for the first time. There is no norm that could be applied to chaos. Order must be established for the legal order to make sense. A normal situation must be created. End quote. From the law-creating function of the sovereign decision, Schmitt develops a theory of dictatorship that accepts no legal restrictions. If the rights of man are conceived as an inalienable quality, as an integral part of his nature, not all decision-making powers can be transferred to the executive body of the democratic will as a whole. The individual can thus also be granted a right of resistance against the state if it does not or no longer guarantees human rights. If a state is therefore an unjust state, the individual has the right to assert his legal capacity against the state. This is where Carl Schmitt comes in. For him, too, the subject must assert itself but not against the state but against nature. His theory of sovereign rule therefore invokes a natural law without naturalism. For him, there can be no right of resistance against the state, because the individual has to completely divest himself of the state. The bodily concrete individual is, if contemplation does not rise above material corporeality, a completely random entity, a heap of atoms blown together, whose shape, individuality, and uniqueness are no other than those of the dust that is joined into a pillar by the whirlwind. End of quote. This heap is only formed by the state, which gives it all the attributes that it naturally lacks. Schmitt calls the fact that man is evil by nature his anthropological creed. Why he is evil is irrelevant to him. The Catholic idea of original sin serves him just as well as the ideas of philosophical anthropology to justify domination. Arnold Gehlen writes that because of the chaotic nature apparently always present in the human heart, man needs institutions as external supports, as connecting pieces between people that provide stability. When Gehlen goes on to say that, if the institutions of a people are smashed, then all the elementary insecurity, the willingness to degenerate and the chaotic nature in people is released, he is describing Schmitt's idea quite precisely. For Schmitt, chaos, civil war, and a state of emergency are merely codes for a stateless state in which human nature manifests itself unbridled. Without the support of the state, the individual is in danger of passing over into a parity terrestre, where he relaxes with play, entertainment, and a problem-free Leibhaftigkeit. Schmitt wants to prevent this state of relaxation through a threatening scenario of permanently impending war, which his definition of the political itself creates. His concept of the political defines the political as the point at which two groups dissociate to the extent that war between them becomes possible. Since man is defined by Schmitt as a distancing or evil and dangerous being, the threat is always present. And that is how it should be. Schmitt openly states that the chaos within man is his sexuality. State absolutism is therefore the oppressor of a chaos that cannot be suppressed at its core, namely in the individual. While the thermite and bee state is only possible by completely destroying the sexuality of these animals. The problem of creating a state is infinitely more difficult with humans because they do not give up their sexuality and thus retain all their rebellious individualism. End of quote. To suppress this chaos, the state had various means at its disposal. On the one hand, compulsory military service, through which the citizen is transformed into a soldier, and on the other, the oath through which each individual makes an existential commitment to the whole. In a 1934 essay with the telling subtitle The Victory of the Citizen over the Soldier, Schmidt defines the citizen and the soldier as opposing human types, which he also characterizes as the opposition of education and property against blood and soil. The threat posed to the state by the citizen could be temporarily averted by general conscription, because it meant that the conscript was totally grasped in the decisive times of his existence. According to Schmidt, the third year of compulsory military service in particular brought about an inner transformation that transformed the citizen into a Prussian soldier, who differs from a militarily trained citizen. By taking the young man under state control during adolescence and shaping him through drill and uniformization, he could be transformed into a living part of the state. For Schmidt, the oath has a very similar function to compulsory military service. The purpose of the oath is to make a person completely loyal to the state by committing himself to serve it. A good touchstone of the political character of a community therefore lies in the practice of the oath, the true meaning of which consists in the fact that a person commits himself completely, but makes himself oathfully and existentially related through an oath of allegiance. End quote. In view of this importance of the state for the control of chaos, the question arises as to how the partisan can still be a legal subject in Schmidt's view if the state can no longer fulfill this task. If human rights are the ideological basis of the bourgeois constitutional state, then the soldier, as its legitimate organ of force, also stands on its ground, and even the partisan who stands outside the state moves on the same legal ground as the soldier. Schmidt's position is somewhat different. Because he does not recognize the natural right of the individual, he must justify the right of the partisan differently. If the uniform is the subject form becomes problematic when the soldier takes off the uniform. The aim of Schmidt's theory of the partisan was to consider this possibility. Schmidt's problem with the partisan is that he is an ambivalent figure who does not fit easily into his conception of the political. At several points in his theory of the partisan, Carl Schmitt uses the name of the river of hell from Greek mythology, Acheron, to characterize the forces of the partisan. In Virgil's Aeneid it says, Flectra esi nequio sup eros, Acheronta movebo, which means something like, if I do not move the heavenly ones, then I call hell to my aid. The second part of the sentence, which Schmitt quotes, can also stand alone and means, set heaven and hell in motion. This is a Germanization that obviously attempts to strike a balance, as the Latin original only speaks of the river of hell and not of heaven. The question arises as to why Schmitt characterizes the partisan as a force associated with hell. But the riddle has already been solved, its acherontic dangerousness recognized as its drive. But the connection must be explained in order to understand Schmitt's solution to the partisan problem. The quotation from Acheron appears for the first time in the theory of the partisan in connection with Schmitt's thesis of the Prussian disproportion to partisanship. Schmitt puts forward the thesis that although underdeveloped societies, such as the Spanish and Russian, developed the practice of partisan struggle in the war against Napoleon, it was only in Prussia that the partisan was philosophically accredited as a figure of the world spirit. The disparity lies in the fact that the Prussians only thought what the other peoples put into practice, and that there was therefore only one acherontic moment in the history of the Prussian soldier state. This moment refers to the Prussian Landsturmedict of April 21, 1813, which the king himself had issued. It called on the population to resist the French occupation by all means and not to obey it. However, as Schmitt notes, the edict was amended on July 17, 1813 and purged of all partisan danger and all acherontic dynamics. Everything that followed took place in battles of the regular armies, even if the dynamics of the national impulse penetrated the regular troops. End quote. The acherontic nature of the partisan thus consists in its dynamic, which is connected to the national impulse and the mobilization of the people. Shortly afterwards, Schmitt explains that the Prussian intelligentsia was enabled to think through the partisan problem on the one hand by their education and on the other by their excited national feeling. Schmitt cites Clausewitz as an example of this nationally aroused spirit, who said in a letter to Fichte that today, one gains infinitely more through the stimulation of individual forces than through artificial form. The artificial form refers to the hitherto classic battle formation of the line, in which the soldiers moved like a large machine on command and confronted the enemy in unison, while the new, small war or People's War, as it was first applied through the levée en masse of the French Revolution and which the Prussian generals eagerly studied after their defeat, is characterized more by the courage of the individual. The mobilization of the masses for the national idea goes hand in hand with the invigoration of individual forces. For Schmidt, as well as the Prussian general staff, these forces appeared to be immense and yet indispensable for the new warfare. With this in mind, General von York, to whom all light brigades were subordinated from February 17, 1810 at Scharnhorst's suggestion, emphasized the quality of self-thinking that an officer must possess and contrasted the lone fighter gifted with initiative with the one who carries out his task, only like a mechanism, York. However, according to Schmidt, it was Clausewitz, not York, who grasped the new potency, Clausewitz, and set it out in his theory of war. Nonetheless, as Werner Hallweg notes and quotes Schmidt, the Prussian military reformers were of the opinion that the partisan was something dangerous that falls outside the sphere of the legal state, as it were. The purpose of Schmidt's frequently cited 4 characteristics of the partisan is to recapture him and make him compliant. Irregularity, increased mobility, increased political engagement, and his telluric, from Latin tellus, earth, character. Irregularity and mobility as descriptions of the partisan's tactical warfare are largely unproblematic. The political engagement makes it possible to distinguish the partisan from the common criminal, but remains empty and undefined as long as it remains unclear for whom or what the partisan is engaged. The trick of Schmidt's characterization of the partisan lies in the fact that this question is answered by the 4th characteristic. Through the telluric character, Schmidt attempts to commit the partisan to nation, people, and soil. The only important thing about political engagement is that it is particularly intense. The formality preserves the appearance of a mere description, but the telluric character makes Schmidt's intention clear. This characteristic is important for the fundamentally defensive situation of the partisan, despite all tactical mobility, who changes his nature when he identifies with the absolute aggressiveness of a world revolutionary or technicist ideology. End quote. Only the partisan who exhibits all 4 characteristics should be essentially partisan. For Schmidt, the communist partisan is a saboteur or agent on behalf of foreign powers, a perversion of the true partisan and illegitimate partisan. Only the partisan who goes into battle pro eris et focis has the right to call himself a partisan. For Schmidt, the ground is only a substitute for the institutionally constituted political unit. While this unity was still embodied directly in the Führer during National Socialism, the warrior of the post-war era no longer needs the Führer's command as long as he is in immediate contact with the ground. The democratic substance of the people has, as it were, seeped into the soil in which the people, and with it the partisan as a people's warrior, is rooted. For the time being, the partisan still represents a piece of genuine soil. He is one of the last posts of the earth as an element of world history that has not yet been completely destroyed. End quote. Schmidt made the change from a decisionist theory of the state to the concrete order thinking of the soil at the moment when, in his opinion, the state came to an end in 1933. Even in the preface to the 2nd edition of Political Theology from 1934, he criticized his own theory of decision as being too selective. Although decisionism could recognize the good right of the correctly recognized political situation, it was always in danger of missing the dormant being contained in every great movement through the functionalization of the moment. In contrast, institutional legal thinking unfolds in superpersonal institutions and arrangements. For the concrete thinking of order, order is not produced by law but the other way around. According to him, law is only a production of order. The good law, which the sovereign defended in a state of emergency, was still an unquestionable factor for Schmidt at the beginning of the Weimar Republic. It was a matter of defending the sovereign order against revolution and the apolitical state of a united humanity envisaged by communist and anarchist groups and parties. This struggle abolished the idea of legitimacy. However, after peace and order returned and the Weimar Constitution was no longer seriously contested, Schmidt continued his struggle on the basis of this constitution. He recognized the people as the source of legitimacy and provided an interpretation that reconciled democracy with dictatorship. The democratic dictator is, in his person, the immediate expression of the Volonté Générale. He recognized quite correctly that the equality of democracy, regardless of what it is based on, is an exclusive one. Every real democracy is based on the fact that not only equal things are treated equally, but, with unavoidable consequence, things that are not equal are not treated equally. Democracy therefore necessarily involves firstly homogeneity and secondly, if necessary, the elimination or destruction of the heterogeneous. End of quote. Only the repressive comparison of legal subjects homogenizes them and turns them into equals. The third, in which all are equal, is the substance of equality, which the sovereign represents and incorporates. With the victory of the National Socialists, Schmidt buried the state and turned to the dormant being of the people. He legitimized the National Socialist War of Expansion as a land grab that established a new nomos of the earth, a new international legal order. At the beginning of the history of every settled people, every polity and every empire is, in one form or another, the constitutive process of a land grab. It contains the initial spatial order, the origin of all further concrete order and all further law. All further ownership and property relations are derived from this radical title. From this origin is nourished all subsequent law and everything that is then issued and decreed in terms of regulations and orders. End of quote. On the basis of a right understood in this way, it is possible for Schmidt to hold on to the identity of the political entity, even if its political institutions are destroyed. Below these and even below the people, literally in the ground, the dormant being has its new place. The concrete order grows out of the nomos of the earth. Even if the telluric partisan derives his legitimacy from the soil, it is impossible for him to find out who belongs to the people, i.e. to the collective of equals. The democratic substance is an abstraction that can only be made real through sovereign power. Only through the elimination of the unequal do the equals come together. Carl Schmitt takes this into account in that his theory gives primacy to recognizing the enemy and not the friend. The enemy represents the immediate existential threat through which the point of the political is first reached. But with political unity, the partisan also lacks the final authority that could determine the enemy for the collective. Schmitt's theory of war therefore culminates in a theory of the partisan, because the existence of the partisan makes the question of who the real enemy is acute. Only through him can the partisan, and through him the whole nation, determine its own form. The enemy is our own question as a figure. The enemy is of existential necessity for political unity. Only through him can the substance of the people be determined. Using the concept of the political, Karl Lowith had shown that this enemy is the Jew. With reference to the imagined substance of National Socialist racial equality, he wrote about the Aryan. And in fact, there is no better example of a purely polemical concept. For what an Aryan is can only be determined by the fact that he is not a non-Aryan. End quote. The telluric partisan determines his enemy from the ground, which is also only a polemical concept against the alien, universal, and rootless Jew. After the fall of the Reich, the partisan takes on the function of the Reich's administrator. He flees into existential enmity, in which he seeks his right, because without it there would be neither politics nor law. With the enemy in view and in immediate contact with the democratic substance, the partisan is the subject of the sovereign decision. As long as the state existed, it could keep the individual and the inherent acherontic power of sexuality in check, transform it and make it submissive. The situation of the partisan, however, is characterized by state abstinence, so that in it the acheron threatens to get out of control. In short, the subject form itself is threatened when the shell of the state breaks. The non-uniform body could refuse total devotion to the community. As the natural substrate of the subject, the torturable lib refers to the particular, which is not absorbed in the abstract generality. In the form of the telluric partisan, the subject also proves itself outside the state. It decides against freedom and in favor of the rule of man over man. This decision gives him the freedom to die, Heidegger. The important question of the rank of existing values can therefore be seen precisely from the extent to which the body can be treated as an object. Although the corporeality of the individual in the partisan emerges unguided by a uniform, he does not relax with games and entertainment, but takes up the fight at his own risk. He climbs to a commanding height, from which the body can be regarded as an outpost that can be deployed and sacrificed in battle from a great distance. The telluric partisan is the soldier who takes off his uniform in order to continue fighting without it. He no longer needs a uniform because the subject form has become second nature to him. In any case, the state was only a makeshift for times when faith was not strong enough to steer the drive in the right direction. It is no longer needed now. There are times of means and times of immediacy. In these, the devotion of the individual to the idea is something natural to man. There is no need for a tightly organized state to help the right to be recognized. Indeed, the state seems, according to the saying of Angelus Silesius, to stand like a wall before the light. End of quote. It is also part of a theory of the partisan that the war of extermination in the East, which made the extermination of the Jews possible in the first place, was declared to be partisan warfare where it was not war in the conventional sense, but a war crime according to international legal opinion. Partisans must be fought in the manner of partisans. Napoleon famously said, after the Germans had not only destroyed their state and set up a non-state in its place, every people's comrade became an irregular fighter, a Tellurian partisan, against whom partisan organizations sprang up all over Europe. The Jewish partisans in the forests and ghettos of Eastern Europe, however, unlike the latter, did not fight for their survival as future citizens, as legal subjects in the making, but as Jews. The fact that a Jewish state was then achieved after all, even with the means of partisan struggle, was the only possible response to anti-Semitism and the disenfranchisement of the Jews within a world of states. It is not international law and the UN, which has always had the prejudgment of the Jewish state as its business basis, but the Israel Defense Forces that will have to help the Jews in this world to their rights. Although National Socialism in Germany proved in practice that it could authentically bring its solution to the social question, to the class by means of the Volksgemeinschaft created by the authoritarian state, this was persistently ignored by an anti-fascism committed to democratic state ideals. The only people it saw as responsible for anti-Semitism were the political hooligans from the degraded petty bourgeoisie who were supported by bank capital. The working class, supposedly objectively striving towards true socialism, the ideal leader of the entire nation, was considered to have been misled by perfidious demagogues. But in the end, they had to pay dearly for this, and anti-fascism saw the lesson as a sensible investment in educational projects such as learning from history or history makes you smart and the like. In the post-war period, the naivety of the elementary school teacher became the basic pattern of most left-wing efforts to build a mass base. The persistence of the empirical Germans in arch-authoritarian paths should not indicate that subjects who exchanged goods were constitutively inclined towards anti-Semitism and racism, but rather how strongly capitalist ideology had alienated the people from their only true proletarian mission. Scientific socialism, which since Engels has seen itself as the last relay runner after the bourgeoisie in the race for the realization of reason in history, and which claims to know about the cunning of conditions against itself, i.e. about the secret meaning of the development of productive forces, has since fascism, in which its trust should have gone bankrupt, only ever been suitable as an excuse for the people it has courted. In this respect, the circle of authors around the argument, the Ecoplural Discourse Nationalist Journal by Frigga and Wolfgang Fritz Haug, has also made a name for itself beyond its own ranks. Haug's magnum opus Plural Marxism, a hybrid of traditional Marxism and post-structuralism following Althusser's and Balabar's formula, is perfectly compatible with Hoggian efforts to defend or achieve left-liberal discourse hegemony, as pursued by Demirovic, for example. The connecting element consists above all in the ennoblement of plebeian racisms into a form of protest for the subaltern. The culturalist, ethno-pluralist anti-racism of the 1980s, which invoked the tricontinental masses as placeholders for its own unsatisfied popular sentiments, is not considered to be essentially racist itself, but its actual content is merely disarticulated and rearticulated. In racist terms, this actual good content works in the struggle against certain forms of imperialism that work towards oppression and in resistance against the elimination of minority cultures or dominated cultures, i.e. against ethnocide. Unfortunately, neo-racism takes this argumentation all too literally. Levi-Strauss findings are, regardless of whether voluntarily or involuntarily, placed in the service of the idea that cultural mixing and the elimination of cultural differences harm people. This makes it all the more important that the central content of neo-racism is not lost to a benevolent left-wing interpretation. Nora Rathsel considers it a danger of anti-racist politics to simply dismiss the need for cultural identity, for homeland, as reactionary nationalism. Such a nihilistic assessment also harbors the danger that the anti-racist himself becomes a suppressor of difference. The anti-racist constructs the racist as one who constructs race. Haug. The attempt is made to hold a movement in a continuum. The labeling of the racist as such applies a principle of idealization and exclusion. Anti-racism, which is ignorant in this way, pleases itself by arbitrarily absorbing heterogeneous elements and placing them under the meaningful umbrella of racism, thereby accepting the constricting unification of the unspecific. Haug. Any explanation that does not take into account the internal contradictions of racism only gains the appearance of a plausible explanation through a helpless reductionism. Hall. The way out of helplessness and towards new assertiveness is contact with the everyday understanding of the population, which must of course be characterized by efforts to achieve consensus. In order to bridge the rifts between the masses and the theoreticians, which cannot be denied even by authors of arguments, Demirovic advises the left to give up its somewhat defiant negative Germanism and its anti-populism and to turn its attention back to concrete society, its contradictions and its diverse forms of domination. But how does plural Marxism explain the broad impact of ideology? After all, in the variety of contemporary sociology, it is only regarded as a discourse that has an effect in a limited social sphere. How does the Volksfront explain the fact that ideology has evidently become the general fate of consciousness, against which no differentiated class situation, no alternative experiences conditioned by social position can still come up against and achieve anything? As early as the 1970s, one of Haug's references already pointed to the direction of research that subsequently gave rise to a veritable conspiracy theory. We are talking about the ideological powers. Their measures range from the conception and large-scale deployment of brain workers for sale to the manipulation of the scientific public, institutional and personnel policy control of academic science and physical liquidation. End of quote. Ideology is not understood here as a general phenomenon of consciousness adequate to the circumstances and produced quasi-automatically by them and their actors, but as a deliberate, interest-driven work of concretely identifiable powers. The spread of this kind of ideology therefore corresponds to the sum of the means of control used, from bribery, influence, and confusion, the much-used manipulation, to the targeted death shot. Recognizing the social objectivity of ideology, on the other hand, would require Marxists to finally take note of and take seriously Marx's discovery of the absolutely new quality of capitalism compared to older forms of rule. Under capitalism, individuals are ruled by abstractions, whereas previously they depended on each other. Dealing with these abstractions would reveal that subjects dependent on the exchange of goods as a basis for their existence produce a quasi-natural need for state rule, and thus also for their collective identitarian inclusion and subordination. Haug's plural Marxism also claimed to have not only learned from the failure of its immediate party communist predecessors, but also to have drawn the consequences from the assumed Hegelianism of critical theory and its successors. The metaphysics of productive forces of the traditional communists was cast aside as economism and determinism, the ideological critique of critical theory as reductionism and expressive thinking. The verdict on the unequal, equated as two varieties of the same form of thought, was devastating reduction of the assumed social complexity to a concept of expressive totality, Althusser, in which a universal structure determines consciousness. For some, class-boundness, for others, the totality of the commodity fetish. In its implementation, however, the differentiation demanded instead ties in with the crude class reductionism of the traditional labor movement, which only knew economic and class interests. In order to attribute an independent effect to the ideological, although it is understood as a pure quantity of means used for reasons of complexity, the familiar class struggle schema mutates into a pluralistic universal reductionism of interests in general. In place of the old main interests that supposedly determine society and are imagined as antagonistic, there is now a network of different interests. The fact that it is precisely the power of things, Marx, that must cause any sociology of subjectively meaningful actions, whether bipolar or pluralistic, Marxist or liberal, to go astray is not taken into account. A lid is found for every pot, with the phrases about the relative autonomy of the state and its more or less affiliated ideological apparatuses or powers. The theory inspired by Haug produced all kinds of fields, levels, etc. The diversification of these phenomena, whose functions of domination are seen as keeping the masses in line, should then explain the multitude of ideological phenomena and their overlaps. A workers' movement Marxism that has been revamped in this way produces one thing above all else. It creates a space for itself in which it can intervene, but which it no longer wants to abolish. When a preoccupation with social phenomena that believes itself to be critical wants to ascend to what it considers to be ideological criticism, it likes to call its approach deconstruction. Deconstruction is the modern version of nominalist critique. What separates mere ideology theory from ideology criticism is its turning away from the pretense of explaining ideology, i.e., the analytical tracing back to its social conditions of origin and function. This reorientation is the working program of plural Marxism. A fundamental essence of phenomena does not exist. It is repeatedly proclaimed. Talk of it is substantialist. The question of the mode of action of ideology is interesting, but not its genesis. By transforming concepts of substance into concepts of function, the theory of ideology melts the object under its fingers. It thus performs an involuntary service to the business of positivism. Only one of an infinite number of variants appears in the argument authors debate on racism in 1991-92. 1. Someone is not racist. To say this is the result of a bias in the consciousness paradigm and rationalist humbug. 2. There is no such thing as racism, but only divergent racisms. Thus, there is no longer a generic term that can designate the essence of the specific racisms that they require in order to be recognized as different from one another, but still subsumable under one term. In ideology theory, a distinction is made between the structure within which ideology is formulated and its content, the ideological, a dispositive, as an external arrangement in social relations, as opposed to the concrete forms in which ideology appears. The ideological in general is the overall structure of alienated socialization from above, inextricably linked to the state-like maintenance of class rule and the functions of the polity. The ideological exists as a context of action of particular ideological powers, state, church, school, etc., which define specific ideological forms, politics, law, religion, etc., and specific ideological practices. The structure of the ideological includes the state, a socially transcendent authority, as the first ideological power to arbitrate the antagonisms of bourgeois society. All ideological powers share their characteristic as institutions of socialization, which primarily work to make the class antagonism unrecognizable. Otherwise, there is a division of labor. For example, certain ideological powers are responsible for recruiting the next generation of human ideology multipliers. They define the forms of individuality of those trained for them with the specific ideological form and their practices in each case. This ruling block, vertical, is opposed by the people, horizontal. Although it is not only socialized from above, subalterns also ultimately fit into the rule. The people as a people is a contrast to the power block. This gave rise to peculiar imaginations that overshoot the basis of experience, forming a proto-ideological material. However, this should not be confused with the ideological, provided that it does not turn out to be vertically regulated by an authority superior to society. The general cultural dimension of the people can then be seen in this material. However, whether the proto-ideological material falls into the clutches of the ideological or whether the people takes over the bastions of the ideological powers depends on the appropriations. Depending on whose hands the material falls into, it changes its purpose. Within this structural framework, there are opportunities for interventions by social movements and the intellectuals allied with them. Plural Marxism expects a political actor not to withdraw, but to make an effort to play on these strings and try to change their tuning in his favor. Following Lenin and Gramsci, a battle scenario is projected with ideologically active agents and organic intellectuals who strive to shift lines, gain influence, occupy concepts, or redefine them in permanent political trench warfare. In order to avoid the frowned-upon class reductionism of ancestors who were thought to have been overcome, plural Marxism favors the image of a segmentation of the social totality into individual divisions. The traditional analysis of classes and their contradictions is no longer the order of the day, but rather a view of the social division of labor. This creates good neighborly relations with the discourse analysis of post-structuralism. The knowledge specialties produced by the division of labor are regarded as discourses or discursive formations. The key to explaining the concrete formation of discourses is interest. Interests steer the emergence of ideological forms of thought captured in discourses. Each individual discourse is considered to be fiercely contested, just as the discourses compete with each other. Because both ideology and discourse theory are not interested in the emergence of ideology, they pursue a genealogy of discourses and the subjects involved in them. Accordingly, ideology cannot be dissolved, but only one discourse can be replaced by another. In this respect, discourse theory never goes beyond the mere description of social discourses. It does not want to and cannot do so. It defines itself as a pure description of discursive events, Foucault, but imagines that it can contribute to explaining the genesis of social phenomena. The accusation that it is nothing but a discourse positivist account cannot be leveled at it, as it considers this account to be explanation enough. The nominalism of discourse theoretical provenance seems very subversive when, in the name of the individual, it turns against the false general, the processive value. By denying value, the discourse critic believes he has destroyed value, which itself is not a substance, but is active in all substances and, as a negative being, also forms its empiricism. The fact that the individual could only constitute itself because it was detached from its natural context by this general, in order to be negated again in exchange without further ado, goes beyond a mind that only understands interaction or differentiated thinking under dialectics. In fact, as Adorno writes in Negative Dialectics, the general resides at the center of the individual thing, is not only constituted by comparing one individual with others. For absolute individuality is the product of the very process of abstraction that is triggered for the sake of generality. The appearance of individual facts, in its apparent revolt against metaphysical constructs of totality, clings more stubbornly to its lack of essence than an open apotheosis. The general has no essence. As an ideal construct, it is the object of a determination by groups and their particular interests. According to the presupposed structural framework of the nominalist concept of knowledge in discourse theory, it is obvious that the class character of an ideology is given by its form and not by its content, that it is not the elements that are decisive, but the articulation in a concrete ideological discourse, Laclau. Something like that doesn't make anyone suspicious, even if someone notices how the question has to be sharpened. It is therefore a question of whether an expression such as people or nation has authoritarian or progressive, left-wing, or right-wing connotations. End quote. The murderous content of the objective ideology of nation and people deliberately escapes the wordy limitation. Because empiricism is somehow supposed to yield theory, Balibar wades through the thicket of historical facts, only to conclude what is actually quite banal, namely that the nation as a form is somehow an impossibility and that all its myths only serve to legitimize it. Discourse theory is unable to explain the connection between the creation of folkish identity and the symbolic killing of those who do not belong. The identity of people and nation, expressed therein, remains a riddle to the observer who searches for interests and institutions. Non-national state apparatuses, which were oriented towards completely different, e.g. dynastic goals, gradually created the elements of the nation-state, which at a certain point became irreversible, write Balibar/Wallerstein, documenting that they have understood nothing apart from Althusser. For those who merely enumerate individual, isolated events, as the friends of historiographical empiricism do, the qualitative shift from the non-nation to the nation-state always remains a mystery, however finely they may have chosen the intermediate steps. If any non-national state apparatuses have created the elements of the nation without this act of violence giving rise to anything other than the modernization of rule, then the collective subject nation is merely touched externally by the events presented only as political, but is never affected in its substance. It can be influenced, incited, but is always separated from the apparatus of the nation-state. The people can thus appear as self-confident shapers of the nation or as its victims. It is therefore quite possible to give the concept of nation a progressive meaning and connotation that encompasses a collective will of the nation and the people. Stuart Hall says, quoting Gramsci, although notions of national identity and national greatness are closely linked to imperial supremacy, etc., these associations are not given for all time. The proto-ideological material, spontaneously produced by the people, becomes nationalism and racism after being used by the rulers for their interests. This material could just as easily be used in other ways if only enough organic intellectuals were at hand. Populism should also be divided into the good populism of left-wing movement politicians and the bad populism from the right. Because popular appeals are necessary for establishing the hegemony of the ruling class, but could also be dangerous to it, the revolutionary potential of popular appeals must be reoriented towards its true goals. The conflict of plebeian interest or horizontal virtues or worldview, implied by the opposition between the ruling class and the people, i.e. anti-ideology, on the one hand and abstract values or ideology on the other, makes it possible to systematically excuse racist perpetrators. There is a striking difference between the ideological large-scale formations and the spontaneous racism from below that is rooted in everyday life. Racism from above is politically organized racism, which does not necessarily have to coincide with racism from below. Spontaneous plebeian racism can cause concern for those in power, because racism from below is alienated protest. If we consider the crises and their consequences, we can understand that the outcry of the socially trampled creature can become a cry of hatred. Arson and murder can be transformed forms of protest, in the mode of alienated protest against alienation. End quote. Anyone who is not quite so understanding of the people and their network of pre-existing traces of common sense will only have themselves to blame if the train leaves without them one day. The criterion of a conceptualization is its applicability to questions of democratic alliance politics. Critical theory whose conceptualization is not so tautological that it allows its concepts to be dictated entirely by pseudo-pure empirical material is accused of elitist resignatory copying of the stupid masses. This leads to an iconoclastic frontal attack on the ideological. Anyone who attacks so indiscriminately is incapable of determinate negation and alliance. The argument empire consists of dozens of authors, collaborators, and admirers. Not one of them has consequentially rejected the complete theoretical depravity of their mastermind, who critically recommends alliance with every outrage in the concept of determinate negation. As a result, they are literally and collectively guilty of the Marxist-disguised understanding of the murderous expression of the proto-ideological material, i.e. the common sense of the people. The suspicion that he has taken his agreement with the murderous course of events a little too far leads Haug to the simple mechanism of projection. He accuses those of whom he must rightly fear that they could at least shine a critical light on him of having committed the theoretical atrocities for which he himself stands with his determinate negation. Haug and his own, who merely express a reservation against the civic execution, i.e. do not find the immediate slaughter of foreigners so good, now accuse those whom they have elsewhere accused of their elitist turning away from the stupid masses of collaborating with the pogrom mob with a wink. Haug writes, "How much stronger is this negation than the merely subjective spiritual one of a critical reservation, even if it is a total one, operating with the idea of the completely other against the given conditions." End of quote. When publications from that part of the radical left that sometimes call themselves Top B3 Relin, sometimes Grupp Kritik UND Praxis and then Interventionistisch Link are quoted at length below, this is done in the knowledge that these groups only have practical significance for melting Antifa groups, at whose dreary summer camps they lead workshops, and yet their influence on opinion forming in the Federal Republic of Germany should not be underestimated. Having emerged from the Antifa themselves, and therefore very familiar with the movement's need to position itself as far forward as possible in the public eye in order to be noticed, they have added to this virtue a considerable amount of pedagogical know-how in the battle for minds, which should have an effect far beyond their own scene. This spectrum consists of graduates from humanities faculties who seek their livelihood in places where genuine engagement with the right-wing challenges of our time is broken down into pedagogical modules or where intensive research is carried out on the subject, i.e. close to the state, which pays and procures. This is why their radical leisure activities in the form of calls for demonstrations and revolutionary strategy papers are at the same time full of constructive advice to this very state in an artfully dialectical way on what politics for a liberated society should look like. Interventionists from the left are always in demand as ideological cues when the appointed state agencies, from members of government to political parties and professional opinion makers, begin to lose their bearings in turbulent times. In the summer of 2014, there was a considerable need to dialectically reconcile criticism and practice and to present something different on the streets than the well-known and naturally boring alternative of cheering Palestinians here and anti-German friends of Israel there. Since, as we know, there is no talking to either of them, but the anti-Germans were already threatening to take the sting again, with worrying consequences for the future of practical criticism of the state, capital, nation, fascism, and racism, it was necessary to present leadership qualities for the radical overcoming of an unfruitful dichotomy. The first intervention could already be observed on July 18th in Mainz, when a group plus Jamae not only wanted to react to the violent riots and inciting slogans at the recent pro-Gaza demonstrations under the motto countering anti-Semitism, but also wanted to take responsibility for Germany. No question, we all want peace for the people in the Middle East, but not at any price, and certainly not peace with anti-Semitism. After the systematic murder of millions of Jews in the name of the German nation, we at least see ourselves as having a special responsibility to resolutely oppose any further advance of anti-Semitism. Everyday life sucks enough. End quote. As if it wasn't already shitty enough to describe the Holocaust not as the deed of the Germans, but as having happened in the name of the German nation, and to creatively transform a Jew into a Jew just so that you can attach your gender star to the plural formation, those from Plus Jamae added a strangely antiquated message to their call. With regard to the image of the demonstration, We have decided that we would of course be happy to see the odd Israeli flag as an expression of solidarity, but that overall we would like to convey a colorful impression based on a common critique of antisemitism. We look forward to participation from the general public. However, contributions that contradict our message or are thematically inappropriate are not welcome. It goes without saying that group-related misanthropy of any kind is not tolerated in an emancipatory movement. We are also not interested in escalation. We reserve the right to immediately exclude participants from our gathering for political and security reasons. Their message, which was not for Israel but against antisemitism, did not come across so well after all, as the dogmatists with the blue and white flags dominated the picture. On July 18, 2014, it was not yet possible to say how much this deterred the general public and encouraged the willingness to engage in group-related misanthropy, i.e. Islamophobia. End quote. On July 22, 14, an alliance of Bremen anti-fascist groups took the criminal activities of Palestinians on 12.7 in Bremen as an opportunity to strike a blow against antisemitism and solidarity with Israel. A matter call, which had to be written after a white German man with a preference for Israel, who wanted to come to the aid of an attacked Taz reporter, was beaten to hospital by Palestinian activists, ended with an old but still magical movement formula, which the Mainz comrades had not yet dared to say so bluntly. Quote, "Even if there is no unanimous opinion in the alliance regarding the display of national flags at the rally, we ask you to refrain from doing so." End quote. There they were again, awakened from their lethargy just in time and stammering like their predecessors 15 years ago. The display of national flags was problematized exactly at the time when others began to unilaterally orchestrate the much-noticed fighting in Gaza on Germany's streets. Around the year 2000, the reluctance to bring national flags was so determined by the concern for the continued existence of the radical left-wing House of Germany in the defensive struggle against imperialist bellicosity that they were sometimes beaten out of the demonstration. But today, after the disappearance of almost all political contexts that still existed at the time, it is about nothing less than creating the conditions for world revolution, which cannot be achieved through the constant positive reference to a state. In 2014, the radical left did what it had formed to do in 1968. It stepped in for the state and society precisely when their agencies threatened to fail. In July and August 2014, the state and opinion agencies had a major problem. First of all, there was the fact that Hamas had also started this latest war, but that could still have been lied away on the grounds of proportionality and innocent children. But this time the old friend, the mob that usually riots so reliably through the Arab streets, was missing, and with it its instigators. When the Arab street in Germany, of all places, mobilized against Israel with very German slogans, all sense of proportion was in danger of being lost out of concern that Germany's image in the world might be damaged, and the Central Council of Jews and the Springer Press seemed to take over the leadership of opinion. At the very moment when the Palestinian mob was preparing to involuntarily tilt the mood in the country in a pro-Israeli direction, and at the same time Israel was inflicting a severe defeat on Hamas, people with experience and a sense of proportion launched two essentials against all antisemitism against the nation. One of them, Clara Felicia Meyer, member of the group Kritik und die Praxis F in Frankfurt am Main and active in Frankfurt anti-fascist circles since 1998, as she proudly emphasizes, was allowed to draw the preliminary conclusion in the ND of August 19, 2014. Apparently still busy coming to terms with old and very recent defeats, anti-Germans had turned a Frankfurt march against antisemitism and nationhood into one for Israel at the beginning of August, not least by displaying national flags. Meyer summarized what a new left-in and for Germany still lacks in order to convey the colorful impression that the Mainz comrades had tried so unsuccessfully to create. Quote, "The anti-Germans have outlived themselves and made themselves superfluous, and not just now but several years ago. No one is interested anymore in their warmongering agitation, their hatred of Islam, their lack of criticism and penetrating worship of a right-wing Israeli government, their racism and their misjudgment of the political world situation. And no one can stand their hatred of the left, their complete fixation on their own scene instead of intervening in society. It may still be a point of contention with some anti-imperialists, but Israel's right to exist is recognized in large parts of the left-wing scene, unlike perhaps the rest of the population. The few subscribers to the magazine The Bahamas Currents House and advertising paper sometimes only read the magazine with a sourly amused smile. As important as the impulses of the anti-Germans were for the movement, it is bitter to observe that they do not know when it is time to leave, or to change. That's what you think of everything that comes out of the anti-German holes. You are so 2003. The Kritik UND Praxis F group, of which I am also a member, sees itself as anti-national. Many of us had great sympathy for the anti-German movement for a long time. Some of us also shouted "Never again Germany." Others still do today. But we see that in the necessary overcoming of nationalism and the nation-state, of anti-Semitism and racism and, above all, of capitalism, the so-called anti-Germans do not want to or cannot be comrades and are no longer addressed as such. We have lost them, they have lost themselves. But our doors are, of course, always open to those who take current developments seriously, who rethink their own positions, who argue with us and stand by our side. Those who see and support what we and the entire left must be about, overcoming the conditions as they are and making a liberated society possible. End quote. All we know of in Goldenbogen is her employer, the Kreuzberg Initiative Against Antisemitism, KIGA, which uses scarce state funding to educate Muslim children in Kreuzberg schools against antisemitism, and an article that appeared in the journal Analyze UND Kritik on August 19, 2014, a publication that was once a hotbed of anti-German mischief and has since operated as a drop point for memoranda against the pervasive worship of right-wing Israeli governments. And Goldenbogen understood well that behind the pro-Israeli bias of non-Jewish Germans lies an all-too-German group-focused misanthropy, and presented herself as what the KIGA has long been officially, an ambassador for democracy and tolerance. This is how it takes off. Looking at the debates surrounding the protests against the Gaza war, it can feel like you're in a time warp. Every time the conflict in the Middle East has escalated in recent years, the effects have been felt here too. However, there is currently an increase in tangible anti-Jewish aggression, inflammatory slogans at demonstrations, personal abuse in passing, spitting, and even physical attacks on synagogues and people who are identified as Jewish. End quote. And so it goes on, deliberately ignoring the attacks on non-Jewish pro-Israel demonstrators, who are clearly not their concern. This development is accompanied by a public discourse that is also largely driven by stigmatization. Only here it is the Muslims who are the focus of the outraged attention. Some see them as the new nucleus of antisemitism, the hostility towards Jews attributed to them as imported. End quote. After long passages that serve to prove that antisemitism is still virulent among the German majority population, she comes to this conclusion, which picks up the ominous time loop again, but is worrying for Jews in Germany. As long as the public is not actually interested in the causes and complex dynamics of antisemitism in society as a whole, but is merely concerned with identifying a group that can be singled out as the nucleus of evil in order to avoid the problem and the debate itself, Jewish people in Germany in particular will have to continue to fear time loops. End quote. Anyone who points the finger at specifically Muslim antisemitism without first proving that they understand Islam in Germany, aren't we all anti-Semites because of our bad history, our grandparents, our intergenerational responsibility, can feel warned. He and his friends are to blame for the next Jewish couple threatened or even beaten up by Palestinian perpetrators because of the display of national flags. Clara Felicia Meyer and in Goldenbogen had every reason to worry, because on July 27, 2014, the unthinkable had happened, something they and their friends had always warned about. The Bild newspaper had published a short commentary that had triggered a wave of calculated outrage that very same day. The deputy head of Bild am Sonntag, Nikolaus Fest, had written, "I am a religion-friendly atheist. I don't believe in any God. But Christianity, Judaism, or Buddhism don't bother me either. Only Islam bothers me more and more. I am disturbed by the disproportionately high crime rate among young people with a Muslim background. I am disturbed by Islam's contempt for women and homosexuals, which is ready to kill. I am disturbed by forced marriages, justices of the peace and honor killings. And anti-Semitic pogroms bother me more than halfway civilized words can say. Now I ask myself, is religion an obstacle to integration? My impression, not always, but in the case of Islam, yes. That should be explicitly taken into account when it comes to asylum and immigration. I don't need imported racism, and I don't need what else Islam stands for either." End quote. The reactions all read something like this. Kai Gering, member of parliament for the Greens, also commented on the comment. On Twitter, he condemned the text as incitement against Muslims and slogans of group-focused misanthropy. Zeit Online, July 27, 2014. At the same time, the editor-in-chief of Bild, Kai Diekmann, rode back in apparent alarm on Bild.de, referring to his top boss. Quote, "For Bild and Axel Springer, In all these debates there was and is a clear, immovable dividing line between the world religion of Islam and the inhuman ideology of Islamism. Anyone fighting against Islamism today is fighting for an enlightened, strong, successful Islam that is naturally anchored in society, says Matthias Dopfner, CEO of Axel Springer. It is not anti-Muslim to be against Islamism. On the contrary, anyone who rejects a religion across the board is opposing millions and billions of people, the overwhelming majority of whom live peacefully. It is precisely this kind of confrontation along religious lines that we do not want. We don't want to lead them, we don't want to promote them, and we don't want to create them, because they always end disastrously. History has shown that often enough. End quote. Of course, Diekman and Dopfner could have spared themselves this text, because neither a decline in circulation nor a loss of reputation were to be feared for the Springer Group as a result of the commentary. The reader comments of July 27th and 28th under the reports of various so-called quality newspapers about this staged scandal suggest that Fest's commentary met with great approval. Instead of distancing itself, the Springer Group could have had Fest's theses and demands commented on by its own and guest authors and scored points with a discussion about Islam without having to commit itself to Fest's opinion. A loss of reputation was not to be feared for Springer for the simple reason that it is impossible to gain a reputation in a place where, by virtue of an academic education and a higher income, one's own arrogance against bakery saleswomen and courier drivers is translated into hatred of Springer. Diekman's admonishing lines contain a cunning reservation that is no different from Fest's criticism of Islam. After all, the enlightened and socially natural Islam that he wishes strength and success does not exist. Islam must remain in opposition to the secular state and nation as long as it does not resolve the contradiction between faith and civic duty in favor of the primacy of the latter, as Christianity and Judaism in particular do. The warning from a journalistic heavyweight who is decidedly not a member of the multicultural camp, against criticizing Islam as a whole and not just its alleged degenerations, which is tantamount to a partial ban on debate, was nevertheless not an unthinking snap decision. Diekman knows the thin ice on which Springer's commitment to Israel and friendship with Jews in Germany is built. He knows that the periodic hunting missions against child abusers, social parasites with and without German passports, the gloating over the ruin or even the imprisonment of one of the rich and admired who has just been courted, which Springer newspapers, like the media throughout the country, constantly publish in various forms, is not a clever manipulation of the masses, but service to the customer by service providers who are no different from the buyers or users. Although conflicts with military consequences along religious lines have hardly taken place in Germany or elsewhere in Europe since the 30 Years' War, Diekman must have thought of the possibility of quite different devastation. He suspected more than he knew that Germans' irrational hatred, pathological projections, and latent willingness to use violence are only tamed with difficulty and are always ready to erupt. He also seems to know, unlike those of critics and practitioners, that the problem is not neo-Nazism at all, because his fellow countrymen lack the ability to unite and subordinate themselves to an authoritarian leadership principle. Diekman's rebuke of Nikolaus Fest speaks of a completely different ban. His imperative is, let us not touch what could harm the Jews, who continue to be hated more intensely than the Muslims. Let us not help to promote conditions that drive some to the AfD, others to paralyze Berlin's S-Bahn traffic on 28.8. 2014 by pointing out that bakery sales clerks were waiting for their train instead of showing solidarity with 5 protesting refugees on a Friedrichshain rooftop, and still others to take revenge on Germans or Muslims. What Islam canonizes in the Holy Book and proclaims through the corresponding schools of law, the unwillingness to form a society, is something the Germans have in common with it. They mistrust a society that presupposes the divided individual who, as a religious person, businessman, lover, father, club member, already divides his private world into spheres that do not always harmonize, and yet takes care of general and public concerns beyond the closest neighborhood within the state borders in which he lives. A majority of citizens who do one thing for themselves and their ideas of happiness and prosperity and another out of a sense of responsibility for a community that they want to see organized as sensibly as possible, not least in their own interests, would first have to acknowledge this division and be interested in the minimum standards for preserving their way of life. This in turn requires regulations and procedures which, without appealing to Occidental heritage or other values, are capable of protecting this Occidental heritage against regression. So we are talking about the nation, which Clara Felicia Myers so fervently identifies today as the enemy until Israel perishes under the fire of the anti-nationals of all countries. The criticism of the state, capital relations, and nation, which is held up in this magazine against anti-German people of concern, who have at least expanded their traditional anti-fascism, i.e. remembering the victims and warning against repetition, to include the victim group of Jews and even sharpened it to include them, degenerates into an instrument with anti-national intentions in the hands of people who naturally learned a great deal from the Bahamas in the past. While the point would be to criticize the idea and practice of the nation for the fact that the whole concept could not work out, but had to produce what one has learned to reject as nationalism, i.e. to exercise communist criticism of a state and socialization context with no practical intention at all, which found its barbaric expression consequent in National Socialist Germany. Practical anti-nationalism acts as a hodgepodge of educational modules for a post-national society. Instead of recognizing that the project of the nation is eminently progressive, insofar as it wanted to progress towards a harmony based on the principle of opposites, which in turn presents nothing more than a constantly rebalanced status quo, that which has always violently eliminated or marginalized the nation is used against it in the name of emancipation of all things. In the idea of the nation, liberation from natural bonds and personal dependence is just as present as unhindered withdrawal from others and voluntary union with them. The nation-states were only able to implement these ideas through the creation of a binding, logical, verifiable, and impartial legal system, with the contradictory success that relationships were objectified and the constraints inherent in them were only seemingly eliminated. But at the same time, the individual was, and often still is, granted the greatest protection in human history against the encroachments of the state and hostile fellow human beings. Even immediate coercion, the power of the state, was subject in theory and to a large extent in practice to restriction and control by the abstract and dubious figure of the citizen and his agencies. Neither the social perfection affirmed by ever-new compromises nor the relatively equal distribution of social wealth mediated by labor has occurred. The nation would therefore have to be rejected with all vehemence against all those who, having barely learned to reject left-wing antisemitism, discovered Karl Popper's edification book The Open Society and its enemies for themselves. It should also be rejected by all those who want to make a fundamental distinction between Germany as a failed nation and the better ones, if only to retain the critical faculties without which it would be impossible to understand the plight of Kai Diekmann, for example. Antisemitism is also necessarily contained in the nation-state. Its elements can be detected time and again in the public and private statements of its citizens, even when there is no mention of Jews at all, only of child molesters. But is it therefore necessary to pin the attribute of being anti-national on one's lapel as an outstanding revolutionary virtue? You have to if you are anti-fascist by origin, theoretically educated in French post-structuralism and practically want to arrive in the ideological sector of a society in which nationalism is largely frowned upon, but in which any public understanding of the harassment from which one wants to be spared is also frowned upon. Anti-nationalism is an ideology that wants to practically reinforce what is already spreading unchecked: the disintegration of society into baseless ego agents who proclaim their highly personal jihad against all criticism, and the capitulation of the law to the presumptions of collective subjects demanding respect. That is why anti-nationals have no choice but to ally themselves with the enemies of Israel. When the necessary overcoming of nation and nation-state is presented as a noble revolutionary goal, as by Felicia Meyer, not only is the delegitimization of right-wing Israel promptly followed on its heels, but also another not-so-revolutionary virtue, the culture of remembrance. Meyer can imagine a never-again Germany much better in her parole set than solidarity with Israel. It costs nothing to denounce National Socialism as the worst expression of the nation-state. After all, every German government has been doing the same for decades. The fact that this Germany, which began a war of annihilation and the extermination of the Jews in 1941 and had been systematically preparing for this for 8 years, could no longer be defined according to the criteria of a nation-state, because this monster was not comparable with its opponents, the USA and Great Britain, which acted nationally both internally and externally, but was already a fallen state in organizational terms at the height of its expansion and an apocalyptic end time. Movement in terms of its objectives must not be allowed to occur in places where commemorative culture is practiced and where the warning against the urge for group-based misanthropy inherent in all nations is always given in advance. Anti-nationalists are very big on commemoration, a preference they share with the center of society, because they can add racism to antisemitism on an equal footing and, for example, castigate Nikolaus Fest as the greatest danger in the country without having to name him. Anti-nationalists in politics and research, and of course in criticism and practice, have together succeeded in decades of work to make criticism of antisemitism so much a part of German self-assurance that a demonstration against antisemitism today is no longer a demonstration for Israel, but one against group-related misanthropy. Anyone who invited people in the summer of 2014 not for Israel and against Palestinian terror but against all anti-Semitism, was generally not an anti-nationalist of criticism and practice, but merely rabbit-footed and striving for consensus. And yet, in the summer of 2014, it became clear for the first time that it was possible to mobilize against anti-Semitism in the midst of a war imposed on Israel in order to remove the currently most dangerous anti-Semites from criticism by pointing out that Muslims today are considered by many to be the nucleus of anti-Semitism and that they, like the Jews, should be protected from stigmatization. Wen and Goldenbogen never tires of invalidating the claim of imported anti-Semitism by pointing to the original German anti-Semitism, as if the two varieties do not coexist splendidly, and warns the Jews in Germany of their real enemy, the non-Jewish friends of Israel, be they from Springer or anti-German demonstrators. Then perhaps she did not realize that she wanted to drive out the German Jews' solidarity with the Jewish state, to the delight of the Israel-hating Analyze UND critic reader. During 50 days of war, the German public did nothing else in essence, but in a much more civilized way, making a strict distinction between Jews who were threatened concretely or in the form of slogans and attacked non-Jewish demonstrators for Israel who were only mentioned in passing. Jews are allowed to walk around in Germany as personified stumbling blocks and enjoy a little fool's freedom. After all, they have their place of remembrance and their collective sensitivities just like the Palestinians. We anti-national Germans do a bit of directing and make sure that no inappropriate partisanship creeps in among us. The hatred of the nation unites younger German leftists with their anti-imperialist predecessors or the German winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature, from whom they try in vain to distance themselves. Israel is always negotiated in a double pack with the USA. The exasperation always resonates that, for all their failures, the majority of U.S. citizens cling to the promises of the nation and the humiliated black citizens of Ferguson, Missouri still rely on national reconciliation. This exasperation, which in the case of the Germans also always refers to the democracy exported by the USA since 1945, is now uniting almost all citizens of the old continent, who can still take a leaf out of the Germans' book when it comes to innovative and interventionist art. On August 22, CNN.com reported on the background to an action that had caused a bit of a stir in New York exactly 1 month earlier. According to German artists Matthias Wermke and Misha Leinkoff, taking down the stars and stripes flying over the Brooklyn Bridge and replacing them with 2 giant white flags was nothing more than an artistic project through which the 2 performance artists wanted to address issues of historical legacy and art in public space. A ghostly procession of a few hundred Muslims heard the message and, while crossing the Brooklyn Bridge on August 22, planted a huge Palestinian flag with the words, boycott, divest, sanction. The criticism of the nation cannot mean the Palestinians at all. They are a post-national collective that would not have created the unrestrained Volksgemeinschaft through the destruction of law and society. They present the founding myth and ultimate purpose of the gang society of a fallen state, which ensures that no one separates themselves, without the goal of this compulsion to permanent readiness being formulated in any other way than in the order to destroy. The preferences of even interventionist leftists for Palestinian self-confidence are correspondingly low. The cynicism of Clara Felicia Meyer and Goldenbogen, the cynicism of modern Europe, feeds on a mixture of cowardice and a guilty conscience. They too know that the atrocities in Rotherham are not isolated cases, because they are based on an image of women according to which their own women are placed under the protection of the male horde, while the others are considered fair game. Everyone knows that news stories like the one from Rotherham are systematically downplayed and distorted. The Wikipedia entry on this town tells us that there are at least 4 other Muslim gangs in the UK alone that operate independently but in the same way. And anyone would know that the girls and women who are affected are underprivileged and are not effectively protected, unlike their better-off counterparts. The policy of cover-up is the fault of the anti-nationals, i.e. the New Europe. In August 2014, Andrew Norfolk, the author of the Times articles that were instrumental in uncovering the Rotherham scandal, ironically named himself the anti-racist Norfolk as his greatest opponent in the research work, who had always been on the Guardian's course on foreigners' issues and who wanted to force the researcher Norfolk to give up because what was gradually becoming apparent could not be allowed to be. The consequences of such self-censorship have not only been catastrophic for a number of women and girls who can only be guessed at. They could be bad for all kinds of people of Pakistani or even Islamic origin, because a glance at the websites in Germany alone makes it immediately clear who wants to and perhaps will profit from the Rotherham case. The Springer Group had reasons for calling off Nikolaus Fest, but Kai Diekmann did not even name the most important ones. In Fest's article, Annoyance at Islam in Toto and at the anti-national and anti-racist impositions of not being allowed to talk about Islamic misdeeds without having to bow to an Islamic collective at the same time were mixed together. He is right that with the Islamic awakening in the migrant underclasses, troublesome regressions in questions of morality, the rule of law and personal freedom, which had long been thought to have been overcome in this country, came onto the agenda. He is dangerously wrong to suggest that the Islamic parallel society is eternal. Instead of recommending the denunciation of respectful self-ethnicized groups as the coercive, extortionist collectives that they are, and the strict rejection of their religiously and folkish-based attacks on the rule of law as a prerequisite for the integration of the majority of them, Fest's commentary speaks only of a resigned and not harmless nothing works anymore. If the whole truth, including the origin of the perpetrators, had been made public in Rotherham in 2003, when social workers were intimidated and police officers falsified the victims' statements, then not only would hundreds of girls not have been abused and prostituted, then a Pakistani community under less pressure would have had the opportunity to come to terms with itself, and politicians, especially the Labour Party, could have begun to abolish the institutionalized community system again. In Berlin in 2014, increasingly shocked Turkish and Arab parents are seeking support from the completely unprepared teachers of their sons, who spend their free time in Salafist circles. Turkish and Arab trainees from Neukölln plead unsuccessfully to be sent to upper school centers where less unmotivated and class-disrupting neighborhood children are put. The Muslim parallel society is not as dense as its advocates claim, and a mosque community need not be as unchanging as it seems. But while people like Fest are already on the Saracen trip and will one day discover an Islamic gene in line with their enemies, anti-national Germany is doing the same in its own way and is even shying away from analyzing the current situation because of the xenophobic danger that certainly exists, thereby working into the hands of the consolidation of conditions that will one day have to be named Rotherham. And Goldenbogen is even partly right about one thing. The violent anti-Semitism that could be observed on German streets in July 2014 is not imported, it is homemade, namely the original creation of the Islamizing parallel society, which no one is willing to embrace because cultures are valued more highly than the nation, because the self-governing underclass cultures of those left behind are thought to be cheaper than the hard and expensive business of integration into the majority society, especially as one can certainly understand their basic anti-Israeli attitude. On 2.9, 2014, when the first military strikes against a parallel society in the Middle East, the IS militias, by an American president so attached to the cultures and their autochthonous religion, finally began to have an effect, and Hamas had to realize its defeat and finally observe a rather shameful ceasefire. It was the overburdened German foreign minister who was allowed to get rid of his reservations about a right-wing Israeli government like only the anti-national on duty Clara Felicia Meyer by threatening Israel with Hamas. Steps like this, meaning the designation of 400 hectares of land for the construction of Jewish settlements in the West Bank, make it even harder to find a way back to peace negotiations that will prevent the human tragedy of recent weeks from repeating itself anytime soon. End quote. A well-known quote, wrongly attributed to Lenin, reads, "There are decades in which nothing happens, and there are weeks in which decades happen." In the months since October 7th, the largest anti-Semitic mass murder since the Holocaust, morbid phenomena, as Antonio Gramsci called them, have accelerated dramatically. But can it also be said that proverbial decades have passed since then? On the one hand, no, because anti-Semitism, whether it runs riot on the streets of Western metropolises, commits acts of minor and major terror, subjugates galleries, museums, and art festivals, recruits in schools and youth centers, or dictates the content of university seminars, has been present in our societies for decades. It was and is tolerated, ignored, and cultivated, sometimes with money from foundations, sometimes with that of the state, vulgo the working and tax-paying infidels. On the other hand, the mass sadistic rapes, tortures, mutilations, kidnappings, and murders within Israel represent a new level of jihad against Jews. Another thing that has never been seen before in the West with this intensity and breadth is the open fraternization with perpetrators who deny or praise the Holocaust or call for its repetition. As if to show Alexander Gall and as a bungler when it comes to relativizing National Socialism, the Western left and its liberal companions are trying to whitewash their own past. Free Palestine from German guilt, they shout, and, like their left-wing terrorist ancestors from the Red Army faction or the revolutionary cells, seek to close ranks with a former ally of the Nazis. The Palestinian National Movement, whose founder, SS group leader Mohammed Amin al-Husseini, was a real genocide victim and not a hallucinated one like Israel. It was he who prevented the departure of thousands of Jewish children who were gassed in Auschwitz-Birkenau at his request. From his Egyptian exile, al-Husseini endeavored after the war to spread Mein Kampf and the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, gave audiences to escaped Nazis, whom he occasionally converted to the one true faith, promoted hatred of Jews in German Islamic associations, and built up Yasser Arafat as the future voice of the Palestinian people. In 1955, he was celebrated as a hero of decolonization at the Bandung Conference, the ideal predecessor of the Durban Conference. The murderer of Jews and friend of Hitler, al-Husseini was an authentic voice of the Global South, which was still called the Third World at the time. The fact that murderous antisemitism is spreading rapidly in the liberal West can only surprise those who have never been interested in the fate of the Jews or who see antisemitism exclusively as an expression of radical right-wing sentiment. One person who exemplifies the latter is one of the most important pro-aggressive voices of our time, Judith Butler, who promoted the Jew killers of Hamas and Hezbollah to the status of progressive social movement and part of the global left. It has been 18 years since Butler, a feminist who praises the burqa, a rhetoric professor who was awarded a prize for bad writing, uttered these sentences. They have become more true with each passing year. After the October pogrom, left-wing Islamism took root as a political social movement in the West. The Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg has a gift that any NGO would envy: a feel for fluctuations and shifting trends on the compassion market. After Fridays for Future, FFF, had already successfully linked its fight for net zero with other set pieces of the progressive worldview. The climate crisis has a gender. It is being driven by old, privileged, white men from the global north, announced Polish FFF activist Dominika Lasota, for example. It was only a small step to closing ideological ranks with Hamas. 2 days after October 7th, Sarah Rakdan, who shared a stage with Thunberg, hailed the Islamic pogrom as resistance and accused Israel of gassing Palestinians. The international section of FFF had already declared its solidarity with Palestinian martyrs, i.e. anti-Semitic murderers of Jews, in the past. You won't find a better example of practical intersectionalism. Or maybe you will. A few weeks after the October pogrom, a new TikTok trend saw the light of day. Young women declared that they had discovered the feminist, tolerant, spiritually fulfilling side of the Quran and, if nothing else, had converted to the one true faith. The whole thing ran under the heading of revert. After all, according to Islamic ideology, all people are born Muslim. Thanks to representatives of Generation Z, a 22-year-old letter from Osama bin Laden to the American people also became the subject of a trend on social media. The former al-Qaeda leader was presented as a kind, gentle, and entirely reasonable man whose analysis and advice could only be disregarded by a malicious Western bellicose. Yet the letter contained only familiar Islamist attitudes against Jews, controlling governments through their control of the economy and the media, and homosexuals, fornication, should be banned. The late fraternization with bin Laden should only surprise those who thought Queers for Palestine was the satirical project of anti-woke activists and not the name of a real pathology of left liberalism. Left-wing Islamism is expanding its dominance in all countries of the Western world. Since the attacks in New York and Europe at the latest Islamization, which is no longer creeping, is one of the main concerns of voters in liberal democracies. In few areas of society does the population experience its own powerlessness and the superiority of the diversity regime to such an extent. In the regional elections in Brussels, the supposed capital of Europe, the Belgian Labour Party is leading with 21% of the vote. Alongside elements of Maoism and Leninism, Islamism, with its traditional hostility towards Israel, the Jews, and the West, is the main source of the party's ideology. Its leader, Raoul Heidbou, advocates that girls as young as 8 should be allowed to wear the burqa, and when the Pakistani Imam Muhammad Ansar Bhutto recited surahs in the Belgian parliament that dealt with the murder of Jews, this was also at the invitation of the socialists. The party blamed Western foreign policy for the Islamist attacks in Brussels in 2016, and members burned the doll of an Orthodox Jew at a demonstration. Like other left-wing Islamist parties, the Belgian Workers' Party is in favor of BDS, the dissolution of NATO and mass migration, which goes down well with the growing Islamic population. The extent to which radical Islam has infiltrated the institutions of the European Union in Brussels was revealed to the public by the publication of the Qatar Papers and the scandal surrounding the bribery of left-wing politicians and NGOs with money from Qatar. Eva Kaili, a member of the Greek Social Democratic Passakinal Party, had to resign from her position as vice president of the EU Parliament when she was caught in flagrante delicto with bribes on International Anti-Corruption Day. In 2022, Kaili praised the Qatari state, protector of the Hamas leadership, for its protection of human rights. That was just a few weeks before the start of the World Cup. The Belgian police are currently investigating the case of a colleague who was tasked with investigating the Qatar scandal and who is alleged to have been the victim of an attempted murder by poisoning. The most successful left-wing Islamic party is probably La France Insoumise, France Not Subjugated, of presidential candidate Jean-Luc Mélenchon. The refusal to condemn Hamas and the description of the October pogrom as a Palestinian military offensive is likely to win him votes from the growing population from the Maghreb and the Sahel, as is the rejection of secularism in favor of the veiling of children. The French philosopher Alain Finkielkraut assumes that Mélenchon is a supporter of a theory of the Great Replacement, whereby, in contrast to right-wing theories, he welcomes the replacement of the autochthonous population. Islamization is also continuing in the UK thanks to left-wing, liberal and social democratic parties. In the major English cities, especially London, fundamentalist Islam is even more self-confident and radical than elsewhere. The foundations for this were laid in the 1980s and 1990s, when jihadists opened newspaper editorial offices, donation and recruitment offices in London, which has since been derided as Londonistan. The nationwide demonstrations in 1989 against writer Salman Rushdie, in which dolls of the author and his books were burned, can be seen as an Islamic coming out. For the author Kenan Malik, this marked the beginning of the transformation of a population described as Asian into an Islamic one. Since then, the influence has made itself felt in all of the country's institutions. In February 2024, the left-wing Islamic politician George Galloway won the elections in the town of Rochdale with just under 40% of the vote. Galloway, who had promised in previous years to keep his district Zionist-free and never to talk to Israelis, had contested his election campaign primarily with pro-Islamic demands and statements. Rochdale was one of the many English towns in which white underage girls were systematically raped and abused by so-called grooming gangs of mainly Pakistani-born men. Representatives of Islamic organizations tried to prevent reporting, which only began after years of deliberate suppression, with the ubiquitous accusation of Islamophobia, which they succeeded in doing, at least to a large extent. Between 2018 and 2019, 18,700 victims of such grooming gangs were identified. No one took to the streets for the victims. No police officer knelt down. No artist addressed the public with an incendiary speech. It wasn't even worth a hashtag. Rochdale could be the beginning of political sectarianism in Britain. Sam Melia was sentenced to 2 years in prison this year for distributing stickers with slogans such as "Reject White Guilt" or "Stop Mass Immigration." Bahar Mustafa, feminist, anti-racist, president of the student union at Goldsmiths, posted "Kill all white men" and was acquitted, as were the 4 Muslims who raced through London in cars in 2021 shouting "Fuck the Jews, rape their daughters." The diversity regime and its new blasphemy laws do not recognize equal rights. Only the persecution of infidels, apostates, and apostates. Not unlike the American Democratic Party, which young activists and party members are trying to bring into line with left-wing Islam, the British Labour Party is also suffering from an ideological schism. Its young supporters are calling for a change of direction on the Middle East question in favor of Islamic actors. It looks as if the party, whose former leader, Jeremy Corbyn, described Hamas and Hezbollah as "my friends," is following the left-wing Islamic course of related parties. In London, where Palestinian slogans and flags dominate the image of neighborhoods such as Tower Hamlets, Linda Palestine, large demonstrations reminiscent of the marches of the fascist black shirts have been held every Saturday since the October pogrom. English patriots are driven out, often with the approval of the police present. Jewish hospitals, stores, and even a Holocaust archive were smeared. The number of anti-Jewish acts of violence has literally exploded, as it has everywhere in the Western world. In 2023, there were 266 violent attacks on Jews, an increase of 6%. On some of the placards carried by Muslims at demonstrations, you can read the old UN resolution, number 3379 from 1975. Zionism is racism, as well as "Stop doing what Hitler did to you" or "I support Hamas. Some marches were nothing more than demonstrations of power by the jihadists. They are likely to have viewed the tearing down of the posters of the Hamas hostages by the police, not only in London but also in Berlin, with approval. In the UK, not unlike in Sweden, Denmark, Germany, or France, there is a fear of radical Islam. Mike Freer, a conservative MP in whose district many Jews live, declared that he had been wearing a stab-proof vest for some time. In 2021, his colleague Sir David Amis was stabbed to death by an Islamist. Politicians such as Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, and Hamza Yousaf, First Minister of Scotland, continue to regard Islamophobia as the greatest threat to social cohesion. And Islamic groups continue their efforts to criminalize any form of criticism of Islam. Meanwhile, the jihadist demonstrations in London continue. In Israel, not all the bodies had been recovered, and in some places there were still exchanges of fire, when a declaration by over 30 student groups from the elite Harvard University appeared. Quote, "We, the undersigned student organizations, hold the Israeli regime fully responsible for the unfolding violence. Today, the Palestinian ordeal enters uncharted territory. The days ahead will require a decisive stand against colonial retaliation. We call on the Harvard community to take action to stop the continued annihilation of Palestinians." End quote. The United States has long been considered a safe country for Jews. Antisemitism was mostly a fringe phenomenon, confined to racist groups like the Aryan Nation or the Nation of Islam, racism profiteers like the preacher Al Sharpton, or obscure bloggers. That too has changed. After the October pogrom, America caught up with old Europe in terms of antisemitism. Attacks on Jewish CAF6S, supermarkets and schools, Orthodox Jews beaten up, and repeated anti-Jewish protests, graffiti and assaults on the campuses of elite universities. And again, demonstrators holding their red-stained hands up to the cameras of CNN and MSNBC, unaware that they are recalling a much more familiar image. That of Aziz Salha, who euphorically presented his hands soaked in the blood of Israeli soldiers to the cheering mob in Ramallah on October 12, 2000. It remains to be seen whether the Democratic Party will keep up its maneuvering on the issue of Israel. Pressure from radical Muslims, the young socialists in the party, and supposed grassroots organizations such as Black Lives Matter is increasing, and the elections are approaching. According to a Harvard-Harris poll, 66% of respondents between 18 and 24 see Jews as a class of oppressors, and 60% believe the October 7th jihadist mass murder was justified. America's present is not the one Martin Luther King hoped for. It is not inspired by his wish that character, not skin color, should count, but by the resentment of Malcolm X, whose racist, anti-Zionist, and anti-Semitic worldview has long been mainstream in the progressive parts of the country, above all the liberal universities. He always fought against the former alliance of blacks and Jews. To overcome the legacy of slavery, he recommended conversion to Islam, whose prophet was himself a slave trader. When he made his famous pilgrimage to Mecca in 1963, slavery had only been officially banned there for a year, partly due to pressure from American Jews. Hatred of Jews and the Jewish state brings together Swedish Social Democrats and Arab nationalists, ultra-liberal New York artists and the Afghan Taliban, French socialists and Saudi monarchists, English atheists and Pakistani Deobandi Salafists, billionaire philanthropists and Kreuzberg squatters. Antisemitism is an Esperanto that creates communication through shared resentment, the true universal grammar that softens the opposition between intrinsically antagonistic groups and channels the pathologies of the time into sanctioned channels. Israel is indeed the Jew among states, as the French historian Leon Poliakov once described it. The Soviet Union and its vassals, where anti-Zionism was state doctrine, have fortunately perished, but their anti-Israel mania has never been so widespread. New York, Washington, D.C., Paris, Berlin, Dusseldorf, Stockholm, Brussels, London. We are witnessing the largest anti-Semitic demonstrations in history and the greatest outbreak of anti-Semitic violence since the Second World War. Quote, "The destruction of Nazism with its roots is our slogan. The construction of a new world of peace and freedom is our goal. We owe this to our murdered comrades and their families. As a sign of your readiness for this struggle, raise your hand to swear and repeat after me. We swear." End of quote. The famous Oath of Buchenwald, written by communist camp inmates, ends with these lines. The never again that is commonly associated with the Buchenwald Oath is not found here, but it has become the unofficial motto of the Federal Republic of Germany following the October pogrom and the Wannsee Conference 2.0. After the uprising of the decent of the 2000s and the welcome culture of the late 2010s, Germany, at least its left-wing and liberal circles, has rallied behind the banner of anti-fascism, which could be seen as late revenge for the dissolution of the state anti-fascist German Democratic Republic. The never-again Germany conjured up by the traffic light government may be in rapid and sustained economic decline and deter most other European countries with its energy, migration, and climate policies. But it is the world's solitary leader in the fight against the right. The extensive network of reporting and research centers, educational projects and authorities committed to anti-fascism was massively expanded in the final months of 2023. The Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, BFV, under Thomas Haldenwang, who succeeded the critic of refugee policy Hans-Georg Maassen, has become one of the central authorities in the political fight against the right. Immediately after his appointment, he emphasized that the Domestic Intelligence Service would now focus more on right-wing extremism. Haldenwang views the eco-activists from Let's Generation, who the German police union accuses of concrete anti-state action, with patrician magnanimity. The critics of the corona measures or outraged citizens who angrily denounced the failure of the authorities during the AHR Valley disaster, Family Minister and Spiegeln. We need a wording that we warned in good time, are quite different. Unlike the last generation with its thousands of blockades, attacks on works of art and apocalyptic slogans, the new Office for the Protection of the Constitution suspects lateral thinkers and those affected by the AHR Valley disaster of actively trying to create the impression that the state was completely overwhelmed. The Haldenwang Authority has invented its own category for them, the phenomenon of delegitimization of the state relevant to the protection of the Constitution, a delegitimization of fundamental rights by a state that always appears not to be overwhelmed when it threatens the sovereign with serious consequences. The fact that the Office Superior to the BFV, the Federal Ministry of the Interior and for Homeland BMI, would be on a never-again course since Nancy Faeser took office could be deduced from her guest article that she had written in 2021 for the magazine Antifa, whose publishers are classified by the Bavarian Office for the Protection of the Constitution as Germany's largest left-wing, extremist-influenced anti-fascist organization. She also underlined her priorities when she dissolved the Expert Group on Political Islamism in 2022. Further stations on Faeser's straight path to never-again Germany. Calls for social media to be shut down and for all internet communication to be monitored without cause. Dismissal of civil servants suspected of being anti-democratic. Reversal of the burden of proof for public service employees, defamation of protests against inflation or the energy crisis as anti-democratic. Never Again Germany has recently experienced a number of setbacks, which on the one hand gives rise to hope in the constitutional state and on the other to fears that the fight against the right will now be waged with even more censorship, repression, and threats. The first to be hit was the report by the Independent Expert Group on Anti-Muslim Hatred, a German balance sheet. The study, in which legalistic Islamists, i.e. those who were to be investigated by the group of experts dissolved by Faeser, were also involved, came to the only possible conclusion. Anti-Muslim racism is widespread, structural, and on the rise. What are the makers demanding? Representation of people with Muslim identity references in all state institutions and action structures, expansion of additional reporting and advice centers, an interdisciplinary revision of curricula and textbooks, a better anchoring of the topic of anti-Muslim hostility in journalistic self-regulation, etc. More money, more power, more privileges. It is in the nature of things that such reports, after all, instructions for the state, never give the all-clear or call for a dismantling of the networks of authorities. The publication disappeared from the BMI website at the end of February. Henrik M. Broder had taken legal action against the defamatory portrayal of his person and won. Not only was the media framing of a private meeting of right-wingers and conservatives in a Potsdam hotel as Wannsee Conference 2.0, obviously a case of progressive Holocaust relativization. A large part of the story, uncovered by the state, i.e. taxpayer-funded platform Corrective and repeated and embellished by serious media outlets was more colportage than reportage. In any case, Corrective secretly deleted the central term deportation from its website after initial criticism of the report was voiced and shortly afterwards declared that it had never used it. The extent to which the reports on the secret plan, which they themselves kept secret for 2 months in order to present it to the Berlin public as a theatrical production, were the private opinions of the Corrective authors, has since been clarified by the courts to Corrective's disadvantage. Another defeat was suffered by one of the central institutional pillars of Never Again Germany, the Act to Strengthen Measures to Promote Democracy, Shape Diversity, Prevent Extremism and Civic Education, Democracy Promotion Act, drafted by Faeser and Family Affairs Minister Lisa Paus. It is intended to give NGOs with ideological ties to the Social Democrats, the Greens, and the left planning security, i.e. to provide them with taxpayers' money in the long term. In this way, the government would create its own street, which would create new material for even more democracy from above with protests, manifestos, and stirring studies. At the beginning of March, The Bundestag's scientific service ruled that the law was unconstitutional in its current form. The two architects of the promotion of democracy have announced that they will stick to their project. It remains to be seen whether these setbacks are the first signs of a change of course or stumbling blocks that are to be expected during the major transformation. Should the state scale back its censorship, intimidation, and indoctrination efforts, it will certainly not be due to protests from the art and cultural elite. They have unconditionally committed themselves to never again Germany, just as they did to the welcome culture before. While those responsible for Documenta still had to watch as the anti-Semitic mural by the Indonesian artists' collective tearing potty was taken down, and had to put up with a few critical articles about the glorification of the anti-Semitic terror of the Japanese Red Army in one exhibit, real consequences are still to come. After Antisemita 15, as Sasha Lobo called the spectacle, two curators from the artist group Ruanggruppe, also from Indonesia, were rewarded with a guest professorship in Hamburg. They had certainly engaged in the proverbial critical dialogue with them, presumably also inviting a real Jew so that this lived experience could also be heard. But then the October pogrom happened and the two visiting professors relapsed. They got a like for celebrating the terror on Instagram. The other major art spectacle, the Berlinale 2024, turned into an international showcase for conformist rebels, as Theodore W. Adorno called them. Human advertising pillars, hung from head to toe with political slogans, with a serious look and an outstretched fist, demanding what costs nothing, what everyone thinks anyway, what closes the ranks and yet is reminiscent of rebellious poses of the past. From the river to the sea, smash the Jewish state. The oldest hatred is evident in these circles in its latest version. The Jews were once despised as both murderers of God and religious fundamentalists, as stubborn keepers of tradition and destroyers of traditional culture, as symbols of rural idiocy and as the incarnation of the big city, as all too visible and acting in secret, as impotent and sexually assaultive, as individuals and as a race, as capitalists and communists. Today they are placed outside of humanity because they are not completely absorbed into the liberal West and, above all, because for them, never again is not a hollow slogan, hashtag, or anti-fascist costume, but an existential struggle. However, progressives must not yet hate Jews as Jews. They must first construct them as Zionists, or even better as white people, hyper-white, as Pamela Persky writes, because white people are the only group that is excluded from the intersectional international and do not enjoy the privilege of the protected class. Jews only have this privilege as dead Jews, as Dara Horn has observed. Berlin's political elite listened to anti-Israel speeches and clapped dutifully. David Cuneo, an Israeli actor and former Berlinale participant who was kidnapped by Hamas with his family on October 7th, was not worth a word or a gesture at the Never Again Gala. Neither was the Palestinian pogrom, the bombing of Israeli towns and villages that has been going on for years, the fate of the hostages, or the global anti-Semitic hysteria. The enlightened stand on stage, receive their trophies and prize money, and the audience applauds. The images that appeared the following day bring to mind a quote from Hannah Arendt, which was written with liberal universities in mind, but has long since become valid for society as a whole. After all, as the author Andrew Sullivan once remarked, we all live on campus. Quote, in reality, things are much more serious in such cases. The majority simply refuses to use its power to overpower the disruptors. The academic enterprise collapses because no one is willing to do more than lift a finger for the status quo. This means that the universities have many more students against them than is commonly believed, and that the militant minority has a greater potential for power than the numbers determined in public polls would suggest. End quote. Thousands of newspaper and news articles against the AfD, millions of people on the streets against the right, billions of euros for NGOs against hate and agitation, and yet Jewish life in the Federal Republic of Germany has never been so threatened. Shouted down on campus, intimidated in schools, beaten up on the streets, threatened in residential areas. Stars of David mark the entrances to houses as they did in the 1930s. Attacks are made on synagogues, schools, and hospitals. Israeli flags on public buildings are burned. Posters of missing Israelis are torn down, while colorful neighborhoods like Neukölln look more and more like Ramallah. Martyr posters and slogans of perseverance included. There is as much silence about jihad on our streets and radical Islam in our institutions as there is about the rampant violence against locals. According to the BKA, in 3/4 of all cases of violence between immigrants and locals, the latter are the victims. Hundreds of thousands at demonstrations calling for jihad, calling not for peace but for Hamas to be spared, calling for the destruction of the only Jewish state, bearded men and veiled women separated, as radical Islam dictates. Again and again, the raised index finger that the genocidaires and slave owners of the Islamic State once presented to the world. They just want to provoke? No, nothing distinguishes them from the arsonist mobs in Tunisia or elsewhere. Fanatical left-wing groups such as Palestine Speaks or Migrantifa, once celebrated by Anti-Discrimination Commissioner Frederik as the authentic voice of the repressed, can see themselves as the avant-garde, the strong arm of Never Again Germany. The hashtag #Unteilbar Alliance, for an open and free society solidarity instead of exclusion, is also back as hand-in-hand/We Are the Firewall, although the former comrades from Samadown and Hiruk Palestinian Youth Movement, with whom they marched together through Berlin in 2018, have been withdrawn from circulation. A worthy replacement has been found. Islamic Relief Germany, an organization that is banned in Israel and the United States as part of the Hamas organization's funding system. Quite a few people will prefer to live on the other side of the firewall. The lie still circulates that right-wingers are the real threat to Jews, that the diversity regime is a success, that integration and assimilation are not necessary. The machine faltered very briefly when unpleasant images reached us from Neukölln and Essen, when migrants celebrated the mass murder en masse on social media, but a few days later the narrative jumped back into the familiar and socially conformist track. Seeing what's right under your nose requires a constant struggle, wrote George Orwell. A new anti-Semitism is acting out right under our noses, sometimes raging on the streets, sometimes reciting its decolonial catechism, on podiums at gala evenings, in seminars, parliaments, and playgrounds, left-wing, liberal, feminist, queer, Islamic. Not since the war have Jews in Europe been so threatened. At the risk of being recorded by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution as delegitimizers of the state is failing. Things are moving forward. So quickly did the new left get rid of the categorical imperative not to allow itself to be stultified by either the ruling power or its own impotence that the speed of this repression alone suggests that there never was a new left. The brief respite between the critical dismissal of the publicly commanded and the enthusiastic construction of one's own stupidity was over too quickly for it not to be suspected that enlightenment meant little more to the protest movement than the favorable opportunity to exchange the sclerosis of Adenauer, Lubka, and Kiesinger, which had become boring, for more pleasurable afflictions. No sooner had Mahatma Gandhi and Albert Schweitzer been dethroned than the proletarian emperors V.I. Lenin and Mao Zedong took their places. No sooner had the idols of democratic humanism been bid farewell than the aseptic and exotic spirit of the Lamberine Hospital prevailed in the gazettes of the Reconstruction organizations. Only a brief irritation during the transition from radical democratic protest to communist reconstruction zeal speaks against the thesis that it could not have happened any other way. The compulsion to draw the party communist consequences could have been avoided by the realization that the radical democratic premises were already wrong. It seemed as if the mourning over the loss of the bourgeois individual was not just feigned, as if the break with the fool's cap game of political identity was imminent, even before there was nothing left but this game. The APO of the Easter marches was the mobilization and politicization of citizens who became aware of themselves. The struggle to catch up with the bourgeois democratic revolution in Germany for political culture outdid and radicalized civic self-consciousness to such an extent that it began to emancipate itself from bourgeois life, take on its own form and turn rabidly against its natural social basis. The ML/AO groups drew the conclusion that the ideals of the Constitution could only be brought to life, and thus to reality, by revolutionary methods, from the hopeless disunion of the citoyen with himself, from his attempt to destroy his schizophrenic doppelganger, the bourgeois, and yet remain a citizen. Bolshevik methods had to be resorted to in order to achieve civic results. The sudden resurrection of the bourgeois individual as a state capitalist reformist or revolutionary official proved that his death was only an apparent death, but that the apparent loss brought real gain. Reincarnated as a Mao-Stalinist cadre, he donned the political lion's skin of the Jacobin and advanced as a selfless lover of the working class. The student movement thus remained, in proletarian form, the bourgeois self-misunderstanding that it had been before. Their organizational rage testified to the horror of the bleak isolation in consumerism to which their parents had succumbed at the end of the 1950s, despite their ruthless commitment to the production battle for the reconstruction of the Volksgemeinschaft, but also to their will to do better this time. Stakhanov was the answer to the meaninglessness and futility of bourgeois life. The now incomprehensible passion of the organizational debates was due to this sublimated horror and the panicked fear that the revolution, which would not be coldly planned and carried out with the scientific precision of disciplined professional revolutionaries, would lead to no different result than the reconstruction before. A revolution that is supposed to correspond to its concept cannot be organized. That it is the organization that has to mediate between revolutionary necessity and social reality, between theory and practice, is a mystification behind which the superior desire for community protects itself from perceiving its own embarrassment. The revolution is no more a question of organization than the building of a bridge is a question of spontaneous intuition in matters of statics. The left, endeavoring to invent, be and act as the mediation between theory and practice in which its entire history consists, succumb to the bourgeois ideology of revolution, which classifies the revolution among the manipulable objects of technical feasibility, in order to then set out in search of its engineers and technicians in the form of the police. This would be one more reason to demand amnesty for the political prisoners of the armed resistance. If it is possible to remit the punishment of the most ingenious hackers, in order to employ them in the computer corporations, why should it be impossible to persuade the state technicians of violence to also publicly express their purely professional respect for revolutionary engineering as an amnesty precisely? The delusion shared on all sides in the New Left that it was a matter of mediating between being and consciousness, of elevating this mediation to a program and practicing it as an organization, led it to pursue revolutionary theory instead of studying the history of revolutions. The left memorized Lenin's state and revolution to the point of unconsciousness, but ignored the history of the October Revolution. It crammed party history and knew all the programs, congresses and factions by heart. The history of the councils was indifferent to it or a mere illustration. She set about conveying economic existence and ideological consciousness and could no longer perceive that they had long since been practically mediated into the German misery, that they were bound together like pitch and brimstone. Instead of getting to the bottom of the necessity of the revolution, developing this concept in criticism and polemics and, moreover, hoping counterfactually for better times, it left it at the scientific assertion of this necessity, elevated it to an article of faith and threw itself into the construction of the apparatuses necessary to convey the faith. The ostensible means was actually the intended end. In the urban guerrilla concept, the Red Army faction put its finger on this wound in 1971, but without recommending any other medicine than the very spectacle of theory and practice, of being and consciousness, in which the respectable left had long since become intoxicated. As apt as the criticism that the New Left is merely a competition between intellectuals who compete for the better reception of Marx in front of an imaginary jury, is, and as fair as the accusation that doing a long-term doctorate with Lukács is important to them, allowing themselves to be agitated by Blanky in the short term is suspect, is, the criticism is merely an expression of the very mediation phobia whose results it denounces. The foundation of scientific socialism itself was not scratched, but rather cemented. Revolutionary theory, the practical application of which the concept of urban guerrilla claimed and to whose military scientific foundation its theses were supposed to contribute, is a logical contradiction in terms. Apart from the fact that no historical revolution has ever been organized, only that object can be theorized which follows the dictates of logic, non-contradiction, and reason in itself. Bourgeois society, however, does not represent socialism, which is still unconscious of itself, but its exact opposite post-fascist society in exact opposition to free association. Since capital as a social relation does not represent the alienated but theoretically reconstructible relation of labor to itself, and is therefore actually and in itself not a form of self-contradiction of the laboring species of man, there can be no theory of revolution, in contrast to the necessity of revolution. If theory did exist, it would be unable to prove anything other than the impossibility of its object. If revolution were, as theory must demand, a deducible conditional act, a rational plannable act, then it would be the annihilation of itself as an act of freedom, in which one does not know how a new beginning is set, a social practical aha experience, which must necessarily exceed the conceptual horizon of revolutionary pedagogues and didactically trained propagandists. After all, if revolutionary theory were possible, then the revolution would be a test on the example like the chocolate pudding is a test on Dr. Oetker's recipe. The test of Dr. Oetker is the taste. The test of any theory of revolution is its practical refutation. The RAF's criticism of the new German catheter socialism of the Marx-Engels exegetes. Without practice, the reading of Capital is nothing but bourgeois study, as well as the objection to the discrete legalism of the party builders, metaphysical extension of legality, was aimed at the center of the neo-leftist idea of successful enlightenment. By insisting on the connection between enlightenment and action, The RAF was already criticizing the pedagogical idea of the learning process with which the academic socialists justified the nationalization of the protest movement. Passing on knowledge as enlightenment has already made its peace with domination before a teaching unit has been created and before the state is derived from capital for the first time. After all, it is always already assumed as a prerequisite that domination is based on nothing other than the ignorance of the ruled. The dogma of the pedagogical left. Knowledge is power only signals to the ruled, in a simple reversal, that power knows everything and that any resistance is futile. Learning processes, however, require unconditional calm and devotion. It is therefore understandable that the respectable left did not know how to respond to the theories and actions of the RAF. Not here, not now, not that. The criticism that the RAF, in a typical bourgeois misunderstanding, confuses proletarian class violence with the privatized right of small groups to wield their fists, did not lead to a more precise definition of what proletarian class violence is, but only to the call to work in the trade unions, to pursue concrete interest politics and not to be afraid of a practice that is denounced as reformist in the striking understanding of revolution, according to Elmar Altvater. The armed criticism of legalism led to the hardening of the criticized into a syndrome. Armed insurrection became the anathema of the New Left, an early reason why it only produced peace researchers. The New Left did not even arrive at the standpoint of official military science, did not even make the sober criticism that the RAF was wrong to refer to Blanqui. He knew when to stop. On August 18, 1870, a few weeks before the Commune, he and 300 comrades dared to revolt in Paris. When his view of the relationship between organized conspiracy and general popular uprising was not confirmed, when the later communards did not come to his aid, he sent his comrades home again, in the face of general indifference. Within the obsession of having to mediate theory and practice, however, the idea of the learning process is just as rational as that of wanting to enlighten consciousness through the practical bombardment of the prevailing being in consciousness. It would be banal to decide between two fixed ideas in favor of the one that takes itself so seriously that whoever believes it makes a sacrifice of himself. Who would congratulate a paranoid for wanting to put his head through a wall under the delusion that his hated mother-in-law is lurking behind it? What would be gained if he spared himself the bloody head but continued to follow the obsession? The delusion of mediation becomes practical in the search for the revolutionary subject. The interest in working out a theory of revolution requires, as the condition of its possibility, the existence of some kind of subject/object unity, the existence of a thing that unites tangibility and utopia, a thing that is already objective and in itself, but subjective and for itself, unfortunately not yet to which consciousness the revolutionary theorist helps it. Where the Cathedral socialist places the trade unionist workers' movement as such a metaphysical practical subject/object, the urban guerrilla places himself, with equal right, as the revolutionary subject. There is an epistemological equality of arms between the semi-Marxist idea that in the class struggle, under the leadership of an authority prudently mediating theory and practice, the workers slowly come to themselves and reveal themselves as what they have always been, and the terrorist thesis that urban guerrillas prove their own possibility by fighting and constitute the ground on which they walk, and neither can deny the other its right. But how can a subject declare itself to be revolutionary? How can the identity of reason and interest be practically demonstrated in itself? To be both subject and object of the revolution, to represent the necessary absolute in the empirical social and thus to prove the thesis. The political possibilities cannot really be exploited as long as the goal, the armed struggle, cannot be recognized as the goal of politics, provokes the question of the personal identity of the fighter. How can he still hold on to his decision to go illegal as a rational one? How can he continue the permanent integration of individual character and political motivation, i.e. political identity, already presupposed in the concept of urban guerrilla? How can he place the connection between free individual decision and political necessity under the horizon of freedom at all? The RAF's answer shows both the dilemma and the wrong solution. Without keeping the retreat into bourgeois professions open, without being able to hang the revolution on the nail of the terraced house again, i.e. even without wanting to do so, i.e. with the pathos expressed by Blanqui. The duty of a revolutionary is always to fight anyway, to fight to the death. End quote. The free will to revolution can only be held as compulsion, the rational decision only as the irrational existential decision, condensed into personal identity, into compulsory morality, which must protect itself from its own unstoppability. The RAF thus demonstrates in its own body the dilemma of revolutionary theory of wanting to mediate between necessity and reality. Since mediation always already exists in reality, as a negative, it can only be doubled as morality. The individual interested in revolution, who cannot prove his interest as a reasonable general interest, is forced to establish the missing connection by force. Paradoxically, it thus proves what should be denied. The revolution has become what bourgeois society has always imagined it to be, a moment of social pathology, a hallucination and a hobby, a passion that can claim the same necessity for itself as any other desire, like surfing or reading crime novels. The fact that socialism has become a private matter in a society in which everyone can be happy in his own way is demonstrated by its most resolute champions. As an object of morality, the revolution ranks among questions of taste that are not open to dispute. At the end of the search for mediation, the word most frequently used and always pleadingly emphasized in Ulrike Meinhof's last texts, there is a complete lack of mediation and its categorical imperative, compulsion to make an existential decision. In the words of Holger Mainz, either pig or man, either survival at all costs or fight to the death, either problem or solution. There is nothing in between, reflecting the objective dilemma that the revolutionary necessity can only be recognized in complete privacy. Bourgeois society has reached the point where its revolutionary truth can no longer be reasonably asserted, but has become a delusion. The interest in revolutionizing it can no longer provide any reasons other than the defiant, I want. It is part of the sad dialectic of armed struggle that its existentialism only becomes practical under the conditions of solitary confinement. Here, in prison, he catches up with himself, cleanses himself of all empirical remains and becomes identical with himself in complete emptiness, as the nothing that has mediated itself to the end with nothing to nothing and now appears as pure being, as pure life. Absolute solitude, the violent reference back to one's own self, whose entire existence consists in the mastery of material, in the monotonous rhythm of work, outlines the specter of man's existence in the modern world. Radical isolation and radical reduction to the same hopeless nothingness are identical. The man in the penitentiary is the real image of the bourgeois type that he is supposed to become in reality, write Theodore W. Adorno and Max Horkheimer in The Dialectic of Enlightenment. Other than as a result of the use of physical coercion, however, they could not imagine the reduction of man to nothing but bare life. The modern friends of armed struggle prove the opposite. In the beginning, the Red Army faction was terrorism in the true sense of the word, spontaneous revolt of feeling against all reason magnanimous but futile, the attempt to prove in practice that the time of revolution is always ripe for the revolutionary, that its necessity always already exists. In this it was a continuation of revolutionary theory by practical means, a protest against the catheter socialist separation of necessity and possibility, the knowledge that no reconstruction of Marxism, however perfect, however authentic, is proof against the undisputed validity of false conditions. Because the radicalization of protest into resistance had nothing behind it except the will, resistance, continued for its own sake, could have no other future than that of reproducing its innermost law, its objective nihilism, in absolute opposition to bourgeois society. Just as Blanqui was the declared ancestor of their departure, Nechayev is the discreet notary of their end. The revolutionary has no interest in himself, no affairs, no feelings, no possessions, not even a name. Everything in him is possessed by a single, all-consuming interest, the revolution. He should regard them, his comrades, as part of a general fund of revolutionary capital at his disposal. He should utilize his share of this capital economically in order to make the greatest possible profit from it. He should regard himself as capital. End quote. The existentialist protest against capitalism leads to the consequent self-exploitation of the resistant subject. The just assassination degenerates into perfect liquidation. Even in the early phase, the representatives of armed struggle were hardly able to capture the rationality of their thesis in anything other than a mystified form. Just as the legal left disintegrated into programmatic parties on the one hand and into spontaneous and urban Indians on the other, splitting into enlightenment or concern, so too did its illegal shadow. The Jesuits of the militarized class struggle were joined by its hedonists. The ascetic Jacobinism of the RAF provoked as its counterpart the fun-loving proletarian bohemians of the Hash Rebels, the Blues, and the June 2nd movement. The duty to resist was countered by the desire to do so. The spontaneous accusation that the Marxist-Leninists were incapable of mediating between big politics and everyday life was repeated in the underground. An intellectual draws the moment when he uses violence from an abstraction, because he says, I am making revolution because of imperialism or for other theoretical motives. From this he derives the claim that he can use violence against others, writes Bami Bauman, implying that an intellectual cannot have more rational reasons than theoretical ones. But the guerrilla diffusa is no less abstract than the anti-imperialist central state terror. We have lived with violence from childhood, it has a material root. When it's payday, the old man comes home drunk and beats up his old lady. That's the whole story. For you, violence is a completely spontaneous thing that you can easily deal with. End of quote. The proletarian bohemians despise the very rationality of the RAF, of seeing violence as a moral problem and therefore having to legitimize it. An attitude to life cannot be legitimized, it has to be expressed. The bohemian terrorist is always the lamb-like muesli eater who says violence and means love. The fact that you decide in favor of terrorism is already psychologically pre-programmed. I can see it in myself today. It was simply fear of love, from which you take refuge in absolute violence. End of quote. The attack on the Jewish Community Center in Berlin, prepared by the group Tupamaro's West Berlin, from the circle of the later June 2nd, staged just in time for the 31st anniversary of the Reichskristallnacht in 1969, makes it clear where the spontaneous feeling in Germany still leads. The frustrated desire to be pampered and loved by everyone turns abruptly and mercilessly into a desire for general massacre, whose first victims in Germany must of course be the Jews. Years later, but still proudly, Bami Bauman documents a leaflet about this action. It reads, on the 31st anniversary of the fascist Kristallnacht, several Jewish memorials in West Berlin were smeared with Shalom napalm and El Fatah. A firebomb was planted in the Jewish Community Center. Both actions can no longer be defamed as right-wing extremist excesses, but are a decisive link in international socialist solidarity. The Jews expelled by fascism have themselves become fascists. End quote. The hatred of Jews, refined into anti-Zionism among left-wing Germans, appears, unbroken by reflection, as a completely spontaneous thing. The only thing Bauman can still find fault with falls into the category of camaraderie and maneuvering criticism, because the fact that Germans again planted a bomb in the Jewish synagogue could no longer be conveyed. The attitude to life has no intention that could be disgraced by the result. It is always already beyond any result and celebrates the mediation with itself without memory. Violence, a rational means of revolutionary politics that is serious and does not want to evaporate into a critical dialogue with domination, degenerates into dogma in the state of impossibility of this politics. Without a political strategy, violence is not even a tactic. The urban guerrilla becomes indistinguishable from the gunman running amok. Just as the latter's blind rage only becomes completely identical with itself in the indiscriminate massacre and completely takes possession of the person, still without the control of self-preservation, so the guerrilla for Holger Maines materializes in the struggle, in revolutionary action and in deed, without end. In other words, fight to the death, and, of course, collectively, the guerrilla is nothing but practiced existentialism and being toward death. If it is true that life and subjectivity are only possible in armed anti-imperialist struggle, then struggle and life are indistinguishable. To this existentialism, violence and life are almost synonyms. The sprouting ear of corn that cracks the frozen ground, the beak of the chick that breaks the eggshell, the fertilization of the woman, the birth of a child, are not burdened with the guilt of violence. No one accuses a child, a woman, a chick, a bud, a grain of corn. Where there is nothing left but eating and being eaten, all justice is merely the presumed violence of the accidentally stronger. Bourgeois society, whose innermost tendency is to transform itself into a natural enclosure of bondage and whose practical progress in mutating into an ant state is obvious, has no right to condemn the violence of the guerrillero as unnatural, inhuman, or even illegal. In this relationship, the modern friends of the armed struggle, the anti-imperialists and large sections of the autonomists, naturally see no reason to campaign for the amnesty, but only one more authorization to celebrate the heroism of the victim. Without comrades in prison, there is no enjoyment in the struggle. As militarized, spontaneous people, they see revolution as a mere escalation of militancy. The fact that they pose the question of violence just as lustfully, i.e. inquisitorially, as their hostile pacifist brothers, already indicates that the former opposition of the legal to the illegal left has become a showdown of hostile temperaments. The only difference between the pacifist idea that society is ultimately a human network and that state violence is therefore due to misunderstandings in communication, and the anti-imperialist idea that state power is the military strategy, counterinsurgency machine, but hollow, only violence, nothing else, is that the undecidable question of whether the FRG is more like a theme park or a prison has to be decided according to taste. Between the Satyagraha norms of Mahatma Gandhi and the hymns to armed struggle, only chance of character and arbitrariness of choice can decide. Horst Eberhard Richter, who wants to therapeutically eradicate the latent propensity to violence down to the last limb and found a grateful audience for this in the peace movement, and Petra Kelly, who, in the tradition of politicizing Protestantism, believes that the work counts for nothing if the intention was not pure, represent only the domesticated version of the anonymous authors who invited people to the Congress of Anti-Imperialist and Anti-Capitalist Resistance in Western Europe in Frankfurt in January 1986. Quote, "The state, which in its total claim to power imposes itself on everything that wants to organize itself in a self-determined way, the destructiveness that occupies all expressions of life. Here, the root of the struggles is not the securing of material needs, but the need to live the subjective goals for self-determined collectivity. This is the driving force behind the struggle here, and where life only begins again when one breaks with the whole normality of metropolitan reality is antagonistic to it, because one fights, and from there the reconquest of identity and class consciousness begins." End quote. The decision for or against violence, just like the distinction between the various forms of oppositional violence, is an expression of an existential dimension, unfounded in itself and entirely dependent on the demands that one places on one's psychological interior, one's identity. The magazine Radical says, "There are no arguments for or against the total attack on imperialism by all means. This is a personal decision of will and less a result of theoretical discussions. Your motivation for the struggle can only be yourself." End quote. While the anti-imperialist faction prefers to furnish its identity with the pure negations of the bourgeois faction, i.e. with nothing, and also finds the appropriate linguistic form for this, the barely self-powerful stammering, the autonomists make themselves at home with the remnants of the politics in first person that used to be popular among Spontus and urban Indians. Reading the Radical confirms the suspicion that the autonomists are the black leather-draped purple dungarees of the day before yesterday. Their consequent criticism of the armed struggle of the RAF and the anti-imperialists means only one thing: we are different. Everything else is a question of mediation. Communication and guerrilla are two things that cannot be separated. The guerrilla must be able to communicate. Guerrilla is a perspective that is completely alien to those of us out here dealing with everyday life. Because first and foremost we want life so that we can transform it into struggle, not understand struggle as our life. End quote. Where anti-imperialism admits that there is not the slightest mediation between revolutionary necessity and social needs, the joy of life of the autonomists sees an unbroken continuum between need and communism. Cheese theft and bomb-making are just different forms of one and the same break with legality. The generally practiced practices of tax evasion or the mass practice of jaywalking have long been dominated by the dream of the communist cause, which only lacks the awareness of this cause in order to really have it. Anti-imperialism, as the Radical knows how to object to anti-imperialism, begins in the classroom, when pupils learn to shit on grades, when they refuse to do class work, when they evade compulsory schooling. In the parental home, when people resist parental authority, break through the oppressive sexual morality. In the factory, absenteeism and sabotage. In every act liberated from the logic of exchange value. Shoplifting is anti-imperialism. End quote. The autonomous gaze effortlessly sees through the coercive social context to a cosmos of resistant life. In the evening's grumbling about the whims and harassment of superiors, he sees the tender germs of a fundamental contempt for authority that could be built on not, as would be more obvious, the Heinz Rühmann character of German criticism, criticizing in order to prove that one can do the authorities' business better. The impossibility of deriving the sensible connection between interest and revolution from sheer will, and thus permanently placing autonomous self-valorization on the orgiastic feeling of life of street battles, is confessed in the recourse to the traditional. For us, words such as history, morality, people, suffering have a negative meaning because we have only come to know their reactionary content. History, morality, people, suffering, hunger, ancestors, parents. The Radical author admits that she herself is also quite new to these terms. I have recently realized how much progressive power they can contain. It seems as if the autonomists are following the peace movement with some delay into the internal struggle against the parasite needs. Autonomy leads to new popularism, a result that the respectable left first had to justify with a veritable block debate before it dissolved into a green pleasure. While the urban guerrilla concept had attempted to justify the armed struggle in traditionalist terms, within the framework of the classical Marxist identity of capital and revolutionary theory, the RAF ended up, like every other therapeutic movement, seeing the motive and goal of its actions in the restoration of the full dimension of the human being. The search for a revolutionary subject that could satisfy the theoretical demand to be both the complete immanence and revolutionary transcendence of the capital relation ended in existentialism, which, as the capital form of the subject, revels in the infinite fullness of its complete emptiness. While the theorists of autonomy endeavored, also on the basis of classical Marxism, to find the militant subject that, in contrast to the RAF, could turn the armed struggle from its head to its feet, the product of their subject creep, the mass worker, also satisfied the theoretical premise and could even, with a view to the French gauche proletarian and the Italian Brigate Rosse, claim social evidence. As a result, they only arrived at the demand to existentially feel the revolutionary subject and morally anticipate it out of their own power. Karl-Heinz Roth's hope, for example, that the state of emergency of everyday working life would lead to antagonistic and no less everyday workers' guerrillas, simply because the negation of labor by capital only happened because of the subsequent negation of capital by labor, only led to every riot being justified as revolutionary and every rocker being stylized as a revolutionary. After just a few years, the thesis that the barbarized and decivilized mass worker, the most brutal negation of liberated communist society by capital to date, must necessarily become the most consequent negation of negation in his resistance, had already been disgraced. The negation of labor would not and could not become a new position, at least not of its own accord. It was a consequence of the search for the subject to interpret the refusal of the mass worker to give birth to the concrete utopia out of his complete emptiness as demanded, to the effect that in his contempt for work he was only not making this effort because he already had its content ready in the form of the alternative movement. The struggle against work is nothing other than the struggle for the social, self-determined activity of the masses in the community. By withdrawing from the inverted pseudo-objectivity of second nature in the form of the capitalist factory, the subject returns all the more resolutely to its everyday life and, by liberating itself as an alternative to the we, begins to reassemble the fragmented social spheres in favor of the commune. End quote. No sooner had radical left-wing communism realized that its content was to consist of nothing but the latest German fug of communal living, than the theoreticians of autonomy broke not only with the unity of capital and revolutionary theory, but, in order to at least hold on to revolutionary theory with Marxism in general, and declared themselves the heirs of the Narodniki of the Tsarist era. The Narodniki, who in their time could actually assume what the RAF alone was able to hallucinate, that the rift between society and state in the metropolises, even if not yet complete, was at least obvious, were to serve as a model for the existential decision to further develop their own experiences and learning processes in such a way that analytical insight and practical action once again coincide. Practice, separated from theory for the time being, had to continue. A speculative loan was taken out on the existential at its intellectual expense. This attempt has now also gone bankrupt, and it is the honesty of the journal Autonomy to admit its bankruptcy and, in search of the subject, to devote itself no longer to politics but to historiography. Autonomy has recognized that the revolutionary left in Germany only has the sad choice between terrorist nihilism, on the one hand, and social worker satisfaction on the other, and that autonomous theory does not have the arguments to dispute the premises of this false consequence. Against the enervating coldness of the statement that after Auschwitz life disintegrates as an ethical complex, the timid hope and the distant inkling that life is something other than work and consumption can only justify the opposite of politics, thinking in as the chance to break the compulsion to repeat. The declared bankruptcy of their theory will not prevent the autonomists from continuing to indulge in their overweening need to pursue practice at all costs. The main thing is to move forward. The whole life of these conspirators by profession bears the most pronounced character of the Bohemians, Marx remarked of the Parisian secret societies of 1850. They are the alchemists of the revolution and share entirely the disruption of ideas and the narrow-mindedness in fixed ideas of the earlier alchemists. The autonomists are even more likely to master the alchemy of riot distilled into revolution than to renounce the psychic surplus value and flair of conspiracy. The protest movement of 1968 is being celebrated and, more quietly, but audibly cursed in the anniversary year. Everyone agrees that in this mythical year, angry young Germans put an end to the old smug federal republic. The anti-68ers mourn the decline of the ethics of work and responsibility, of the family and gender order, without realizing that it was not the revolting students who had set the modernization of ideas about life in motion at the time, but that the rebels at best hystericized this process and perverted its positive impulse rather than promoting it. The others, on the other hand, the mainstream of the writing and teaching profession, still borrow the glory of rebellion for every late liberal imposition, from so-called inclusion, which saves on cost-intensive special support, to deregulated working conditions, work is sold as an adventure, to active old age, with which it is hoped to turn pensioners into a post-industrial reserve army. To see this as a betrayal of the former ideals by the protagonists and their heirs would be far too short-sighted, especially in view of the specific character of the German protest movement. The pretended ideals may have changed, but the motives, a desire to overthrow and an empathy-free hatred of the bourgeois and conventional, have not. Heinz Bude, born in 1954, a member of the board of the German Sociological Association and the most media-effective representative of his guild, i.e. an academic profiteer of 68, reveals these motives and their late effects without restraint and almost proudly. Gerhard Schroeder remains the towering figure of a lasting restructuring of the German welfare state, which in retrospect almost amounts to a revolution. The force of his reforms was radical. They were only possible with the typical 68 attitude of questioning the whole. End of quote. It is therefore not far-fetched that the appearance, diction, and willingness to take radical action, which characterize the typical 68 attitude praised not only by Bude, are fatally reminiscent of another German protest movement, also influenced by students, which made the rotten bones of the Weimar Republic tremble, as the song of the Hitler Youth put it. Gotz Ali is one of the few reasonably prominent academics to have expressed and documented this. His book Unser Kampf 68 and Irritierter Blick, Our Struggle in 68 and Irritated Look Back, was able to irritate the official celebrations a little in 2008, the 40th anniversary year of 68, but despite all the disturbing things that Ali brings to light through meticulous source work, the crucial question remains unanswered. How was the organized, once radical left-wing destructive desire to smash conventions able to assert itself politically and in the media to such an extent that it ultimately became the raison d'etat and pious way of thinking of the Berlin Republic truncated, of course, by Mao and sexual revolution? After all, this is a development that can be observed in all Western nations, although nowhere else as comprehensively and resolutely as in post-reunification Germany. Namely, the triumphant advance and more or less secure hegemony of what Nancy Fraser has not inappropriately termed progressive neoliberalism. However, such a development was only possible because there is an intrinsic connection between the motives and ideas of the protest movement and its heirs and stragglers on the one hand and the enormous changes in the constitution of capitalist society in recent decades on the other. The French sociologist duo Luc Boltanski and Yves Chiapello have probably provided the most thought-provoking analysis of this connection, at least in the academic field, in their study The New Spirit of Capitalism. Their thesis is that capitalism, they use the term in the sense of Max Weber's study The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, underwent an epochal change from the mid-1970s onwards and was able to incorporate a certain form of articulation of protest in the process or in return. According to Boltanski and Chiapello, two different types of critique characterized the protest movement. On the one hand, social critique, and on the other, artistic critique, a term that could perhaps be more appropriately rendered as Lebensreform with a view to German conditions. Boltanski and Chiapello analyze French conditions. These differ from the German situation in that the process of precarization of work and the bourgeois dismantling of the welfare state had not progressed as far at the time the study was published in 1999. Above all, however, they differ in that the class struggles in the author's terminology. The social critique of the late 1960s in France were real and not, as in Germany at least for the most part, merely fantasized, which could serve to legitimize the actions of a self-proclaimed avant-garde just as much as the much more popular struggles in the periphery here, Persia, Vietnam, etc. In this respect, if one wants to use the terms in Germany, one must rather speak of the fact that artistic criticism had only temporarily disguised itself as social criticism. Put simply, social criticism aims at the objective failures of the capitalist mode of production and reproduction, while artistic criticism laments its subjective failures. According to Boltanski and Chiapello, classical social criticism shaped the social scene until around 1975, after which it ran out of steam and artistic criticism alone determined what was considered progressive. It was no coincidence that this transition coincided with the end of the Fordist post-war boom, i.e. a looming crisis with collapsing profit rates, unemployment, inflation, and national debt, which was exacerbated by the restiveness of the workforce and a relatively high wage level. This resulted in the need to manage machinery more intensively, i.e. more flexibly, and to use the workforce just as intensively and flexibly, to reduce rigid occupational health and safety and trade union participation, and to reduce fixed costs, whether they relate to warehousing or social security. In the course of this incipient reorganization, the critique of artists and those who formulated it came just in time. The new spirit of capitalism distances itself from social capitalism under state planning and control, which is seen as outdated, cramped, and restrictive, and instead relies on the critique of artists' autonomy and creativity. He uses their demands to describe a new, emancipated, even libertarian way of maximizing profit, through which one can supposedly also realize oneself and fulfill one's most personal desires. And it is not only the new working world of bogus self-employed workers of all kinds, which today de facto also includes waiters and delivery men, that has an anti-authoritarian origin, so to speak. The dismantling of public welfare and the left-wing indifference to this process, which not infrequently and to this day criticizes state regulation in general, unless it benefits its own project, also have to do with the ideological fashions of the late 70s. According to Boltanski and Chiapello, the new anti-statism feeds on a critique of the state as developed by the ultra-left in the 1960s and 1970s. Quote, starting from a denunciation of the arrangement between capitalism and the state, it had built a bridge to the critique of the state in the countries of real existing socialism. In this way, she arrived at a radical critique of the state as a mere apparatus of domination and oppression, which in its libertarian linguistic style was able to ignore its proximity to liberalism. The criticism of the state, not unlike the criticism of the trade union bureaucracies in other contexts, was ultimately the unacknowledged hope placed in a formation that abolished all contradictions. Capitalism from the left. End quote. One could also say more succinctly, the postmodern manifestation of capitalism is the left-wing radicalism of the late 70s distorted to the point of practical recognizability. Many objections could be raised against Boltanski and Chiapello's rigid separation of the two types of critique, which, for example, does not quite grasp the explosive combination that subculture, i.e. artistic critique, and proletarian militancy, i.e. social critique, entered into, especially in Italy. But the insight remains striking that the postmodern form of social organization of capital is remarkably compatible with a countercultural habitus. But where do the many artists come from, or rather, on what social breeding ground does the life-reforming attitude grow? The idea that it is people and not their vile needs that matter, that the world should be guided by morals and not interests, and that generalized self-realization makes the egoistic class struggle obsolete. They come from the class that believes itself to be constitutively removed from the crude economic opposition between capital and labor, i.e. the middle class, which was administratively entrusted by the state with the mediation of this conflict and found its more or less public function in it. Hans Gunter Helms aptly described the ideology of this class as the ersatz class consciousness of the middle class, the class of administrators and distributors, the other service-providing professions, the sham producers and producers of ideological appearance. This class, which grew to a stately size at the same time as capitalism became established, has always been entrusted with the task of transforming social conflicts into a capital income-generating form, or in Adorno's words from his reflections on class theory, to pursue the pseudomorphosis of class society into a classless one. Its members live both indirectly and immediately from the state as workers, or at least as clients, and are therefore tormented by the suspicion that their position, however privileged, is particularly endangered and dependent. For unlike the living labor force sucked into production, this class has always had to prove its raison d'etre. If there were no social problems to be dealt with, it would have to invent them and preferably produce them itself, i.e. provoke them. As Helms pointed out using the example of the after-effects of Stirner's ideology, protest Stirner spoke of indignation, as opposed to revolutionary aspiration, is a vital condition and character trait of the middle class. The militancy of the protest movement of 1968, which was only abstractly goal-determined and which Adorno clairvoyantly described as pseudo-activity, i.e. the presumed representative role for a merely imagined tricont and its liberation movements, which the militants among the students claimed, was thus ultimately a boorish letter of application for future public use, which did not take long to materialize. The domestic proletariat, on the other hand, proved to be stubbornly resistant to the ambitions of its self-proclaimed avant-gardes. Its weakening due to the global reorganization of the production process from the mid-1970s onwards, which in economics is known as the new international division of labor, opened up previously undreamt-of possibilities for protest as a job creation measure for the middle class. Much more suitable objects of political, educational, social and media advocacy could now take the place of the unloved plebeians. The so-called new social movements now spoke for nature, which advantageously cannot express itself, but also for social minorities of all kinds, who were and are all the more welcome the worse they could speak German, which makes advocacy much easier in both senses of the word. This protest mechanism then finally began to turn freely from the 1980s onwards. Every social handicap, whether real or imagined, became a job and advancement opportunity, however precarious, for those who, as the jargon treacherously puts it, make it visible. Minorities became increasingly compartmentalized and basically often consisted only of the protesters themselves. Seminars in the humanities and social sciences began to mutate into victim collectives in which a fierce cutthroat competition began over the question of who had less privilege and whose traumas now weighed more heavily. Finally, intersectionalism brought forth rhizomatically ramified catalogs of disadvantages that helped to pave the way for those who collect the most negative points and protest the loudest into the now self-flexibilized market of public bodies and projects. The fact that even anti-Semitic attacks such as the so-called Gürtel-Attentat in Berlin ultimately only served to create a new position, that of the federal government commissioner for anti-Semitism, is just a particularly bitter punchline in the protest business. Thus, what Helms calls the substitute class consciousness of the middle classes tends to create its very own reality out of will and imagination. It is hardly a coincidence that Marxism was quickly shaken off by the protest movement, which over the decades split into ever new protest movements in an almost biological pattern. Not only because it is linked to the loser project of socialism and the workers' movement, but because the described practice of protest calls for a more suitable ideology. An ideology that abandons social objectivity in favor of a volatile second-order reality created by performative speech acts. According to this view, language no longer has to strive to express the objective through the subjective, but it is the subjects themselves who create the objects through their speech, their discourses and narratives, as the jargon goes. This is how the gigantic wish machine, Deleuze/Guattari, of postmodernism gets up to speed, a machine that replaces the actual world both medially and politically with the worldview of the middle class, in a process that the dramaturge Bernd Steegmann aptly describes as postmodern doubling. This exchange is not taking place without friction, because those who, since the farewell to the proletariat, Andre Gors, have been avoided as far as possible in this worldview, are making themselves felt from time to time and more frequently in recent times, be it because economic crisis symptoms can no longer be ignored and concealed, or because of unpleasant election results. So far, however, this friction can also be dealt with discursively. On the one hand by rhetorically branding the diehards, regardless of whether they are actually fascists or not, and on the other hand by setting up new educational and dialogue formats which ultimately create and secure project positions. However, no ideology could be effective if it did not have a minimum degree of validity that grew out of the circumstances. In the case of postmodern doubling, i.e. a willful denial of objectivity, this means that the former social reality itself must have become fragile, in a certain sense even unreal. And indeed, the new international division of labor is causing something like a derealization of industrial society. The sources of wealth, to use Marx's words, are becoming invisible. Products are still available in mass quantities, but their production is disappearing as it no longer takes place to a large extent within Western society, but in a global periphery that is removed from immediate perception. As a result, the objective constraints that capital has always had to take into account also seem to be disappearing. First and foremost, the weakness and resistance of human labor, which previously always had to be socially and politically taken into account and contained. Suddenly it seems as if politics and society can actually be defined, relabeled and recomposed at will, provided that the remaining human ballast of highly industrialized society is pushed to the margins, immobilized and thus degraded to a negligible variable. In this way, the ghostly ruins of production, which are converted into service centers, seemingly testify to the fact that the process of increasing money no longer has to go through the tiresome process of man and material, and that profit virtually generates itself. Only on this actual derealization of the social production process can postmodernism thrive and substitute actual acts with speech acts without being immediately convicted of nonsense by the objection of reality. The classic force field of mediation between capital and labor, which once shaped and limited the middle class, seems to have been dissolved as if by magic. Every ideological push to dissolve and replace consensual agreements, the so-called conventions that make reason and thought possible in the first place, thus receives political ideological backing, as capital itself is interested in withdrawing the social agreements and collective considerations that it was forced to make in previous decades. The ideological academic sphere serves, so to speak, as a testing ground for a large-scale social experiment that is actually taking place, the dismantling of the consensus of social partnership that was no longer profitable at the end of the post-war boom. the disintegration of society into identitarian minorities, which the activist middle class is promoting, is in line with the capitalist project of the diffuse factory, the outsourcing of production, the reorganization of the economy as a network of pseudo-self-employed services. A limit to this experiment, incidentally, is only likely to be reached in the field of education, where the postmodern state of mind, the dissolution of all objective causality into subjective arbitrariness, produces all too many young cadres who no longer satisfy the basic necessities of economic rationality of purpose, who, to give an example, take at face value the nonsense postulated at universities about the equal status of Mayan astrology and modern mathematics and regard bookkeeping and project planning as mere discourse. There are thus two processes that mutually reinforce each other and promote the transformation of modern industrial society into what is called post-industrialism. On the one hand, the de facto destruction of traditional forms of social and political organization, from collective bargaining to social housing, which is possible because the capitalist production process has become dislocated and thus emancipated from the metropolitan working class. On the other hand, there is the ideological project of the mediator class, which can abandon all consideration and seeks to fill the resulting social vacuum first and foremost with itself, its own obsessions and its own protégés. The connection between disruption and civil society lies in this simultaneity. Disruption has become the magic word in economics since the 1990s. The actual success of the new international division of labor, namely the disruption of traditional mass production and the simultaneous generation of unimagined surplus profits by exploiting the extreme wage gap between the metropolis and the periphery, is also blinding the public administration. If production and profit can apparently be decoupled, if money seems to simply fall from the sky if the approach is sufficiently ruthless, then why not make all social apparatus, from hospitals to universities, cheaper or even profitable in the same way, i.e. through a mixture of privatization and digital networking? Why not turn the once dead costs of political and social infrastructure into profitable businesses? As if the change of form from public to private enterprise would miraculously turn costs into profit, the public sector was privatized at the drop of a hat, overlooking the fact that profits only arise from a redistribution of state and cash resources. Instead of subsidizing reasonable working conditions as it once did, the public sector now subsidizes a subcontracting industry that can be funded by the state, so to speak, and which is allowed to use all the torture instruments of the postmodern world of work on those previously directly employed in the public sector and thus also their customers, the needy, the sick, but also users of public transport or energy consumers. Bogus self-employment, evaluation terror, work on demand on the one hand, bottlenecks, co-payments, and queues on the other are now the rule without any significant effect on the public purse. Nevertheless, the work and social welfare item remains the largest in any budget proposal of a Western state since the so-called oil crisis of 1973-74. At this point of public disruption, however, the middle class, which has become a moral substitute society and for which the name civil society has been coined, offers itself. On the one hand, the founding and project-forging class promotes the social cult of voluntarism, engagement, and thus at least seemingly cheaper management of life's risks. On the other, it takes on the role of whitewashing the growing dissatisfaction of those left in the lurch by modernized social democracy and struggling trade unions with any number of sham problems and equally sham successes. To give an example, to this day, public discourse still manages to distract from what privatization in the energy sector and the Renewable Energy Sources Act, e.g., have done to electricity prices by proclaiming an imaginary climate catastrophe. The sea level on the coasts of the Fiji Islands is more present in the discourse than the steadily growing number of households that can no longer pay the bills. As a result, a whole new language has become established, one that, true to the change of function of language in the postmodern era, which does not describe and express conditions but creates them, constantly simulates care where radical indifference actually prevails. In this language, advertising techniques from the Fordist phase, which Baudrillard described in his somewhat better days as the mysticism of care, merge with the therapeutic jargon that became naturalized when the world revolution was taken off the agenda in favor of self-realization. The less the state was willing to satisfy the demands of its citizens, the more the citizens became the people in the country. Because wage replacement benefits are increasingly difficult to obtain and are becoming scarcer, the disdainful claimants mutate into customers who also have to make sham autonomous agreements with the office, pardon. The agency, instead of being reluctantly but nonetheless handed a check. The more crowded the Berlin buses and the more expensive the rides on them become, the more often one is reminded by a purring recording that one should please hold on tight, as if the transport company cared about the well-being of its cramped users. Eventually, even mail-order companies and insurance companies began to address their customers as Dear Mr./Mrs. as a precautionary measure to forestall any displeasure caused by uninvited intimacy. These ways of speaking all simulate a sense of security that attempts to cover up the dwindling social and public safety. Their boom indicates that you can talk about anything except what is actually the case. This post-industrial capitalism is by no means the planned machination of those who actually benefit from it or at least owe it previously undreamt of political and ideological influence. Nor is this new capitalism a degeneration or phenomenon of decay. Rather, the new stage, including the postmodern social constellation outlined, lies entirely within the internal developmental tendency of capital. Frederick Jameson rightly points out that we are dealing with the purest form of capital that has ever occurred. An enormous expansion of capital into areas that were previously not, or only insufficiently subsumed. The global outsourcing and fragmentation of production processes, which was only made possible on a large scale by digital technology, is the basis for technological penetration into previously uncharted spheres of the individual and private sphere. Standardization and competition are reaching a new dimension without being anything essentially new themselves. Capital is in fact revealing its evil of being money-making money in its purest form, because the resistance that man and material once represented and through which capital must pass in order to multiply has been liquefied. Workers, workplaces, and suppliers can be exchanged and replaced seemingly at will. The system is comprehensive, fast, but also breathlessly short-term. The creation of surplus profit is easier than ever before when the most disparate levels of wages and reproduction imaginable, such as those in rural Malaysia and those in Sindelfingen, are incorporated into one product, in this case a Mercedes. The postmodern paean to difference has a profound material core here. It is doubtful that the original agents of economic and social disruption intended exactly what they ultimately achieved. The political intentions of Maggie Thatcher or even Helmut Kohl were still entirely rooted in the modern stage of capitalism. They were initially concerned with improving the conditions for the accumulation of capital, but above all by weakening the old enemy, the trade unions, and in general the unruly sense of entitlement which, in their opinion, had got out of hand and led to the crisis of the 1970s. They wanted to secure the new privatized, precarious conditions they had created by instilling conservative values. From today's perspective, it is an almost absurd undertaking to want to achieve the spiritual and moral turnaround by, of all things, unbinding and accelerating the social monads. But not absurd enough for the contemporary protest movements, and thus also the anti-Germans, not to have bought it. Like Kohl himself and his reactionary historians, they thought that the backdrop behind which deindustrialization, flexibilization, and privatization were being carried out was the play itself. The East German unification furor lent the publicly proclaimed return to national pride and German tradition, i.e. to imperialism and militarism at least of the Wilhelmine type, bloody credibility for a few years, and yet Marx's bon mot, they don't know it, but they do it, applies to the whole, admittedly degrading smear play called reunification. For behind the scenes of the United Nation, production was transnationalized. Behind the scenes of the one people, the classic people's state, and with it its wards began to become a superfluous burden. During the 1990s, the discrepancy between the wishes and self-images of the political actors and the actual economic and social events led to a situation that was referred to at the time as a reform backlog. The traffic jam was only resolved by the modernized social democracy, where the state-savvy middle class had long since taken over. These new social democrats not only very quickly disposed of the historical political backdrops, they also ensured that the junket that has been in force ever since is as follows. Anyone who is against our reforms is also a diehard. Anyone who is against our flexibilized and ecologized new Germany is with the old one, i.e. actually with Hitler. Classical anti-fascism had not only lost its raison d'etre, namely the assumption that Nazis were being nurtured by the state. In fact, anti-fascism became a veritable slingshot. The Antifa and the anti-Germans now also got their projects, the enmity against the people's state, which Schroeder had forcefully and revolutionarily handled, mutated for many into enmity against state regulation in general, but above all into enmity against the losers and rejectors of modernization, among whom one did not want to be counted under any circumstances. As a result, the Antifa milieu, freshly accepted into the new Germany of the decent Gerhard Schroeder, feels compelled to deny the capitalist attack as such as well as to approve of its manifestations and consequences, to affirm the new impositions, to become of one mind with the new fluidity and to celebrate the mobility that wants to get rid of the immobile as eternalists. This is why the legitimation crisis of civil society and the postmodern social arrangement that has become undeniable in recent years has also become a legitimation crisis for this type of anti-fascism, because its representatives feel that their thinking has de facto degenerated into a kind of cultural distinctive class hatred. Many have recently been flirting, probably out of overcompensation, with narcissistic destructive insurrectionalism and are suddenly, as at the summit demonstrations in Hamburg, playing a completely unmotivated piece of revolutionary pandering that takes the postmodern simulation of reality to the extreme. But what is a self-proclaimed revolutionary movement supposed to do that differs from the representatives of the political class of old Europe only in that its protagonists are merely the spurned offspring of the same nomenclatura? As you can see from the stitched-together statements, the protesters are like the hare and the hedgehog. In any case, Macron and Merkel do not need revolutionaries to remind them that they are against nationalism and climate destruction and in favor of diversity and difference. Only a kind of antagonistic reformism that does not attempt to generate the desired reality through language, but rather brings reality to language, could actually object to the postmodern doubling. Such a reformism, which no party or movement in this country has even begun to advocate to date, would actually be anti-German by virtue of its renunciation of revolutionary pathos and artistic criticism. Not in the currently valid meaning of the word, i.e., the anti-proletarian endorsement of disruption and the derisive potato stomping, but in the rejection of what was German before the Allied re-education set in and became German again through the decisive legacy of the protest movement. The disregard for the objective, the intrinsic hostility to civilization, and the desire for the catastrophic. This is what makes the instructions for British servicemen in Germany 1944 so topical, which, under the chapter heading How the Germans Are, draws the following conclusion from previous German social and mental history. Germans are characterized by a mixture of sentimentality and callousness. Germans are bad at restraining their moods. They have a strong tendency towards hysteria. Therefore, be on your guard. End quote. While some wish for a state like the People's Republic of China in the face of the coronavirus, others see this wish as good as fulfilled and an offensive by authoritarian forces at work that were just waiting for an event like the pandemic. There is talk, for example, of a new bourgeoisie, although it remains deliberately unclear who exactly is at issue here. In any case, they are trying to use the virus to bring about and deepen a political and economic crisis. So far, the tenor is that the state has failed, by which is meant the old bourgeoisie, which still predominantly holds state power in its hands. Ultimately, the political personnel of the old bourgeoisie should step down to make way for the technocratic political cadres of the new bourgeoisie, who see society as a mere object for their compliant manipulations. Behind this is not only the authoritarian need to deprive responsible individuals of their independence and to control them through the state. Rather, it is based on the illusory notion that the politics of the bourgeois state can arbitrarily override the economic necessities of the capitalist mode of production. This illusion of a primacy of politics belongs to the core of neo-bourgeois socialist ideology, which rejects the economic laws of the capitalist mode of production everywhere or wants to consciously apply them. End quote. It can only be an illusion as long as we speak of a bourgeoisie in the sense of the critique of political economy, i.e. a class that, like all classes, ultimately sees itself forced to act as capital wants. But the real plot point, to use the jargon of this blog of the same name, is the possibility that such a determination could become pointless and that the primacy of politics will no longer prove to be an illusion. Either capital valorizes itself and class relations are modernized in the ongoing crises of this valorization in order to take the world market into account in overcoming them, whereby the individual state, as if it were autonomous, also lends a hand, or the valorization itself has become as illusory as the political economic determination of a class relation leads itself ad absurdum, because the crisis management has moved on to smashing the world market itself, and in its place comes the appropriation of wealth beyond contracts. In the latter case, however, the great hour of the community of the people or community of faith, sprung from the capital relationship in both senses of the word, as Joachim Brun has put it, and created to take primacy over all forms of mediation of economy and law, to use them, which is the same thing, only as technical means of destruction for the sake of destruction, and to do so in the dimensions still created by the capital relationship and the world market, that is, worldwide. Auschwitz was a qualitatively new social formation, born of capital, but nonetheless one that had escaped capital. The Onlitertium dater here would be a revolution that would make use of these preconditions in a way that is exactly opposite to such annihilation, but which is also forbidden from the outset to be attributed to any group, class, institution, or policy, a materialist ban on images that makes even terms such as revolution or communism appear problematic. For no one is able to think of a synthesis other than the negative synthesis of capital, and even free association, is only the name for a society in which the individual would no longer be the raw material for the negative reproduction of the general. Predicting at the time of the first countermeasures in which of the two ways of state crisis management, an event such as a pandemic will act as a fire accelerator seems all the more absurd the more quickly and far-reaching it affects the conditions of the sphere of circulation. However, assuming that the context of the global market remains intact, it is fairly clear which companies will emerge from this crisis as the big winners of modernization. The digital matadors of the sphere of circulation, Amazon, Google, Facebook, etc., who have already been the winners in recent decades. If the crisis leads to a setback in the international division of labor and companies relocate parts of the production chains back to their respective home countries, this does not mean that the dreams of the opponents of globalization will come true. On the contrary, we can expect inflation, but also increased automation, which in turn will counteract the price increase. The laws at work here are always the same, whatever level you start from, and anyone who does not want to go under must therefore try to turn the setback into a modernization push. However, the People's Republic of China is also prepared to use the setback in its own peculiarly sustainable way. By pretending to be entirely on the side of the world market, it is asserting the primacy of the new Silk Road against it, lending as a preparation for territorial debt bondage. In contrast, the climate saviors in the West, who want to put the world market on a leash in a different way, appear to be the political losers of the crisis, at least for the time being. They are trying as best they can not to be completely ousted from the public eye and, as always, suggest a green world sovereign, i.e. that the world market should be regulated like a national economy and that the corona crisis will only be the initial spark. A critique of political economy that would be prepared to follow the categorical imperative after Auschwitz would have to distinguish as clearly as possible between a temporary or periodic primacy of politics and a total one. Between a primacy that can still somehow be understood as a temporary crisis measure in the sense of the world market, and one that has long been aimed at something else, towards a large-scale order of autarky supported in each case by a people or a faith, which, as Carl Schmitt propagated, is to take the place of the universalist imperialist world law of the world market. This is particularly evident in monetary and financial policy. Christophe Barraud, for example, the prominent chief economist of a London and Paris-based investment services firm called Market Securities, when he says on the one hand that the only way to contain the epidemic is to kill the economy. This means for him on the other that the ability of international financial institutions to take massive and coordinated support measures is crucial for developments in the coming quarters. This epidemic is technically a temporary shock, but it will be much, much more serious if we do not manage to avoid panic, especially on the economic front. Die Welt, 23, 2020. Just how limited the geopolitical perspective and historical understanding of a liberal German is was demonstrated 2 days later in the same newspaper by the commentary of the responsible head of department for economics, finance, real estate, who turned every term and every insight, whether from Sartre or Hobbes, into the national jargon of liberal subjects. At a pace never before seen in the Federal Republic, those in power are currently consolidating the primacy of politics. And so, after the corona crisis, it will take active engagement on the part of civil society to wrest the newly conquered power back from the Leviathan. In practice, however, this German liberalism means that the country is in opposition within the EU when it comes to coordinated support measures such as the so-called Eurobonds. The joint assumption of debt, which France, Spain, and Italy demanded at the end of March 2020, is rejected by the German government as well as the Dutch and Austrian governments. Criticism prophesies such a turn of events in the hope that it will not happen. That rationality, which inherently grants the principle of exchange a respite from the threat of destruction, will not be replaced by immediate appropriation and violence, which will bring it about more quickly. It recognizes in the world market, strictly directed against the goal of a large-scale order, the real caricature of an ideal to which it clings, as abstractly as the materialist ban on images requires, the ideal of free and just exchange. This is currently in open contrast to Zizek, for example, who longs for this order as war communism and fantasizes Trump as a resurrected Lenin in the corona crisis. Slavoj Zizek. Barbarism with a human face. Die Welt, 26.3. 2020. To this day, it is always simultaneously a pretext to enforce the mediated compulsion of the world market, which, however mediated the forms of mediation may be, is killing countless people every day. For hunger and poverty, the world market also fulfills the bare minimum of a postponement that is possible here alone, of course only if there is constant growth. In a study by the International Food Policy Research Institute in Washington, the expected consequences of the recession associated with the pandemic assume, for example, that for every percentage point by which global economic growth declines, the number of people in so-called absolute poverty will increase by 1.6 to 3%. Thus, the statistics of deaths in the pandemic also provide a record of the austerity measures imposed by the global competition between countries in order to be able to finance healthcare at all. There is no doubt that countries such as the USA and the UK have, in various ways, made more savings here than Germany and Austria, and it may therefore seem obvious to use their economic policy to prove that the criticism of neoliberalism makes sense after all, namely by using the comparative such economic policies are, after all, more neoliberal than the other one, which is spending more money on health. This at least expresses the fact that, despite all deviations, it is a general tendency based on the laws of world market competition, and at the same time the less neoliberal policy could be attributed to historical traditions and national characteristics. But on the one hand, the social democratic concept of struggle, which has to forcibly place this prefix in front of liberalism, owes its entire attractiveness to the need to displace the post-Nazi constellation, the connection between destruction and national prosperity, to which the budgetary weight of broad-based healthcare in the national administration of utilization in Germany and Austria also refers. On the other hand, the costs and consequential costs that the former hegemon England and its successor, the USA, had to bear and have to bear in order to keep the Germans down, as Lord Ismay put it, to win the Cold War and to wage the war on terror, i.e. to secure the world market to some extent, on which Germany can now distinguish itself as the world export champion, which benefits the healthcare system, among other things. For under the conditions of state and capital, everything that could be described as progress is bought by taking the form of postponement, the postponement of coming individual and social catastrophes, whose potential for violence can also grow in this very form. The fact that it serves as a pretext, however, is not an argument against the ideal, which in its abstractness and only therein has openness. The fact that the world market mocks the possibility of a world society without state and capital does not in principle prevent us from recognizing in it the immediate necessary condition for its realization, as little as the conditions sufficient for this alone are evident. These include, above all, the awareness that the capital relationship cannot be changed but only abolished. In this awareness, even the concretization of the ideal that Adorno attempts to give becomes questionable. If no human being were deprived of any part of his living labor, rational identity would be achieved and society would be beyond identifying thinking. Through the exchange of the commodity of labor power, however, people are not deprived of living labor in what should a part of it consist but of a part of the dead, past, abstract labor for the sake of which they have been forced to live and can continue to be forced to live. Neoliberalism is usually the common denominator of all enemy image projections of left and right, when in reality it is about the world market and capital relations, the laws of which one does not want to understand. Under the spell of these projections, a left-wing sociologist from Israel like Eva Illes uses the same attributes for the Israeli prime minister as the anti-imperialist coordination does for the Austrian chancellor or the right-wing secession for the German chancellor. Illes therefore also demands that banks, corporations, and financial companies must in future be partners in the care of collective health. This postulate, which hopes for a beyond-the-world market, is not made any more concrete by the fact that this sociologist is an Israeli, as it automatically abstracts her from the specific situation of her country. In the long term, Israel could and can no more separate itself from the competition on the world market than any other state, apart from the oil rentier states etc., for which this only applies in a modified form, although this modification is becoming obsolete due to a global crisis, as is currently evident. And that is why, as in every Western country, there are merely nuances in political practice between conservative, liberal, green, social democratic, right-wing, and left-wing populist politicians. The same contradiction is rejected by the critics of neoliberalism as by the real neoliberals, only from the other side. The contradiction that states not only gain the ability to fulfill the function they have to promise their citizens on the world market, to protect them, to care for them, etc., but also lose it in many cases, see the savings in the healthcare system. But if the world market breaks down, in other words, if the very thing that the invective called neoliberalism is supposed to reject breaks down, Israel is also in danger of losing the prerequisites for being, with greater or lesser success, a normal state that competes on the world market, i.e. what has in turn become the prerequisite for Israel not being a normal state but a Jewish one. On the opposite side of Israel's political spectrum, Caroline Glick speaks polemically of the global village instead of neoliberalism in order to replace the world market with an image of the enemy. She does say that the pandemic will not destroy global markets, but it will change them radically and reduce their size and scope, and this prediction, which is made as a purely quantitative determination, is already enough for her to side qualitatively with autarky. Quote, "To survive and protect themselves from global shocks, Nations must have autarkic agricultural and manufacturing capabilities. China is not a reliable industrial base. Israel's ability to protect itself today and adapt its economy to the new post-global village reality will in large part determine how it survives and prospers in the post-global village world now taking shape. End quote. As right as it is to sharply criticize the one-sided dominance of trade with China, and at the same time to vigorously demand that the Zionist state must save agricultural and industrial capacities in its own country from being sold off as a bargaining chip for the crisis, Glick's ignorance of the critique of political economy means that she cannot understand the world market itself as an automatically acting dynamic, which continues in the same way with the same laws after every collapse and cannot be immobilized as a new post-global village reality even by the experience of a pandemic crisis, unless this reality is the catastrophic policy of a greater space order that, as the Islamic world has long anticipated based on the oil rent, would be directed precisely against Israel. Fortunately, the Jewish sovereign still represented by the neoliberal Prime Minister Netanyahu, for whom the global village is not just an image of the enemy and who also knows how to move around in this village, knows better and does not even need the critique of political economy to do so. If there is a lack of awareness that the capital relationship cannot be changed, but only abolished, and people today are obviously further away from this awareness than ever, then the imperative raises the question of whether action in the sense of the primacy of politics is still related to rational aspects at all in the hardly reassuring knowledge that it is simultaneously for the sake of the exploitation of value, which provokes total primacy and greater spatial order in the crisis. Or whether it must itself be considered to have arisen from and been removed from this dual rationality, justifying the primacy of the political with the existence of a total enemy and its destruction with the implementation of a new order of self-sufficient gross realm. Answering this question for the present requires judgment. However, by not wanting to differentiate in principle between a policy that ultimately has success on the world market in mind and one that is already directed against it, and thus categorically describing the primacy of politics as illusory, the scriptwriters of Plot Point provide themselves with the necessary certainty of the apocalyptic that everything is as good as done, unless perhaps the class of the new bourgeoisie can be wiped out in time. And so the measures in Italy in March 2020 are extrapolated at breakneck speed in order to diagnose the final collapse of the global market. Quote, "The stock markets are already beginning to collapse and are recording their worst prices since the global economic crisis of 2007 etc. Italy's economic base, which has already implemented the rigid emergency measures demanded by the bourgeois socialists, is on the verge of collapse. The Italian government was driven by right-wing to neo-fascist parties such as the Lega, which, like the state socialists, demand the absolute shutdown of public life and the economy. The capitalist mode of production in Italy is threatening to collapse, with unforeseeable consequences for domestic trade in the EU and the global market, despite economic emergency programs amounting to €25 billion and a planned package of measures including short-time work, deferral of loans and tax payments, business subsidies and subsidies for primary income as well as rent costs, as demanded by particularly radical left-wingers in this country. Italy is thus proving where the rigorous measures of a state of emergency lead to the impending collapse of the capitalist mode of production. While the primacy of politics is thus disgraced by the reality of the economic laws of the capitalist mode of production, its imminent collapse is simultaneously preparing the state of emergency, which the new bourgeoisie is ultimately aiming to conjure up so that it can pose as the savior in times of need to establish and secure its political power. End of quote. But if the primacy is a total one, then it can no longer be embarrassed by the reality of economic laws, or in other words, such embarrassment is precisely the triumph of those who enforce it over these laws. But to define those thus disgraced as a class in order to see all evil embodied in them is, so to speak, Marxism's last attempt to distinguish itself from fascism, as which National Socialism has always been played down. If the total primacy of politics comes onto the agenda, namely because the world market is disintegrating, this attempt becomes the worst concealment of what is really threatening, similar to the Comintern slogan in the 1930s of fascism as the rule of the most reactionary, chauvinist and imperialist elements of finance capital. For the time being, it is only the latest offensive of a left that can no longer be surpassed in its helplessness to assert its own primacy of politics, the class struggle. In the face of the delusion that recommends the current policy of the People's Republic of China as a model for Western countries, it looks like the equally delusional propaganda of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, with whose excesses of violence it certainly wants nothing to do. This is where the Junge Welt naturally makes its mark, c.e.g. Felix Bartels. The virus regulates, Junge Welt, 21. 3, 2020. In the same issue, Knut Mellenthin rejoices at every protest, no matter how small, by the opposition in Israel against the emergency measures of the Netanyahu government against the spread of the virus. And a few days later, Jörg Krenauer, writing in the same paper, was already looking ahead to the unstoppable rise of China in the coronavirus crisis, which would seal the decline of the West. Junge Welt, March 28, 2020. It is therefore only consequent that Plot Point uses a specific quote from Marx as the motto for this text on the corona pandemic, namely from an article for the Rheinische Zeitung from 1842. The human body is mortal by nature. Diseases are therefore inevitable. Why is man only subjected to the doctor when he is ill and not when he is healthy? Because not only the illness but also the doctor is an evil. A medical curatorship would recognize life as an evil and the human body as an object of treatment for medical colleges. Isn't death more desirable than life, which is merely a preventive measure against death? Is not free movement also part of life? What is every illness but life inhibited in its freedom? A perpetual physician would be a disease from which one would not even have the prospect of dying, but of living. May life die, death must not live. End quote. Nothing is more characteristic of Marx's Hegelianism, which was still unbroken at the time, than the rhetorical question found in this article on the debates on freedom of the press in the Rheinische Zeitung, but missing from the motto on Plot Point. Does the spirit not have more right than the body? Already in the 1851 edition of Marx's collected essays, edited by Hermann Becker, the rhetorical question was omitted. In the volume of Marx Engels' works, it is relegated to the footnotes. Is the fight against the new bourgeoisie not more right than the fight against the new virus? This is the adaptation of the young Hegelian philosophy of mind in Plot Point, which already takes the dead into account so that death does not live. While measures on the part of the state, however extremely limited in their rationality, can curb death in the present, the critics, in boundless irrationality, are already taking credit for offsetting it against life in the future. Here there is still an increase to, quote, a flu virus, whether a mutating influenza or a coronavirus of a type like COVID-19, is actually boring because it doesn't kill. With average health care for first world countries, there is a 5 to 11% chance that it will give the rest to members of a risk group. So even if some positive figure indicated that the unchecked infestation of the population with corona between March and October 2020 would have led to 25,000 corona deaths, in the sense of excess mortality, in Germany, this would still not have been a self-explanatory reason or even legitimacy for a more or less radical lockdown. There is no doubt that the real-life staging of a fight against Ebola without Ebola that we are now experiencing is a hysterical delusion of global proportions with political consequences that are being accepted or even welcomed by a frightened herd with astonishingly little resistance. End quote. The cynicism of these people, who obviously envy the virologists' current proximity to the sovereign and would prefer to displace them as statisticians, corresponds to the activism on indie media, where, in left-wing autonomous jargon, calls are made to break through the measures to contain the virus in order to attack the capitalist body. No wonder they call themselves revolutionary antibodies. If you are not organized, try to organize yourself as a revolutionary, anarchist, and feminist. Small group or as a gang. Or as a large group. Go spray painting. Sabotage where it hurts. Don't shy away from working together with bourgeois people who feel the same way and who don't want to be isolated but prefer human action. For whom the unopposed suspension of basic rights is scary. We are in a state of emergency. Don't fool yourselves. Break through the desolidarization practically. In the neighborhood. In the scene project, in the action. In breaking through the curfews. End of quote. Such gangs can then take their blessing from Santo Agamben, who also recommends martyrdom over the primacy of survival in this situation in Italy. Giorgio Agamben. Coronavirus et état d'exception. The spirit of the class struggle should be more right than the body, which is probably what these bloggers secretly see as the ultimate end, if they want to develop their independent communist position on the decisive questions of our epoch in the tradition of Marx's party, as they formulate it as their self-image. Marx's Capital, on the other hand, could only be written on a different basis, that the needs of the spirit should have no more, but also no less right than those of the body, in the sense that it must be about liberating the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. On November 15, 2022, the Bahamas editorial team called for participation in a protest rally against an event in the cultural center of the Indonesian embassy in Berlin-Tempelhof under the title, Stop Lumbung. No foot to the anti-Semites. For days later, 5 Indonesian artists, who had contributed significantly to the Documenta scandal due to their anti-Semitic attitude and production, were to perform there. The text reads, "It should actually be known that the foreign-sounding word lumbung is not exotic at all and has about as much to do with a rice barn in Indonesia as an olive tree in the West Bank has to do with international understanding. Lumbung stands for a universal declaration of the enemy and, at least in Germany, after Documenta 15 you might know against whom. Among other things, the Bahamas has called for no state support for art against Israel and away with the State Secretary for Culture Claudia Roth." End of quote. The call also appeared on the Bahamas Facebook page, which prompted one Paul, an uninvited guest, to leave his scent mark where comments are unwelcome. Paul's post, which was of course immediately deleted, spreads a popular rumor about the Bahamas in left-wing circles, which he does not openly express, but tells the insiders with a wink. Although the concern is legitimate, the call for the removal of any Secretary of State is very strange coming from the Bahamas. You used to point out connections, articulate thoughts, and set something new. It never or very rarely read like a rant at the regulars' table, because good polemics never lose sight of their object to turn into a mere discharge of effect. The magazine reads more and more like this. It is almost symptomatic of how one cannot let go of the Documenta. The topic is ascribed such a significance as if German and Lumbung antisemitism were saying goodbye with Claudia Roth or other exponents of German politics and finishing off with a new anti-German activism. There is an outrage, as if the Documenta were a caesura, while at the same time the events are interpreted as continuity and not a break with history. It almost seems like a symptom. If you have to suppress the big picture around it, then you fixate on the politics of the day and demand resignations. You enjoy the pacification of small impulses of frustration." End of quote. The news one hears from the Bahamas is unpleasant because it regularly disturbs existentialist innovators in the propagation of their concerns and severely disrupts their project, which today is called revolt, Annie or Nah. Paul then speaks of repression when he doesn't want to talk about anti-Semitism, and gets angry when others name connections that extend from Kassel to Berlin and Jakarta, or from the friends of committed art to the feature columnists, who are at the mercy of every gimmick of the culture industry, who in the same fall of 2022 were concerned with waving through an anti-Semitic Nobel Prize winner as a great artist. His objection culminates in the realization that in the Bahamas events are interpreted as a continuity and not a break with history. He was obviously talking about events other than the agreement of German artists and cultural politicians to remain loyal to someone who had announced in 2014, "They will pay 1,000,000 times over for every drop of blood in Gaza. Palestine should be free, come rain or shine," and has been the director of Berlin's House of World Cultures since January 2023, which Claudia Roth expressly welcomes. Anyone who is disgusted by campaigns of solidarity with Israel and explicitly against them recognizes events that constitute a break with history is thinking along with the break with civilization. This is the interpretation of the Holocaust that recognizes in it the total deviation from all social and state customs that the liberal era stands for. As much as the word breach of civilization may need to be clarified, since an atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima 3 months after Germany's unconditional surrender, it has been used less by gas chamber deniers and manipulators of the number of victims than by the thoughtful, initially out of concern for Germany's reputation, only to soon appropriate it for their own use, which in turn is committed to raising Germany's reputation in the world. From trade unionists to critical Christians and other responsible ethicists, later from the K-groups, some RAF prisoners to ecologists, and, most recently, opponents of the corona measures, Zivilisationsbruch was and is received as a cipher for the banality of evil, which is said to be at home in the modern, technologized and administered world, especially where anti-fascism was democratic and Jews still lead a safe and respected existence today compared to some Western European countries. In the meantime, the always successful search for historical ruptures also manages without all too obvious anti-Americanism, which has the advantage that everywhere and at any time a positivist reason shrunk to a belief in science, paired with a parliamentary constitution and the associated public sphere, can be identified as banal and evil. Dan Diner explained in an interview in October 2022, "The term civilizational collapse, which I coined, is intended to express something more general, namely that this was about the destruction of the foundations of reason and also of purposeful rational action. This is the core idea behind what is now referred to as the Holocaust. An act was carried out that is beyond reason, and whose core was sheer extermination. And this, in turn, is beyond all possible forms of human conditioning, including slavery and colonial exploitation, all of which contain the negative energy of exploitation. This is what I mean by a breach of civilization. something that has never happened before, namely this killing without purpose, so that in the end there was actually only something like extermination for the sake of extermination. And April 10, 2022. To avoid any doubts, the Bahamas shares this definition because the Holocaust was a break in German and universal history as the precisely executed atrocity not only in its scale, but also in its intention, which defied any rational purpose and is unique in the history of mankind. The Holocaust was also a break with the expectations placed in liberal ideology, liberal historical consciousness, and liberal society. The extermination of the European Jews was not a break with civilization, if one does not exclude the mode of production necessary for their constitution. The release of the individual from the bonds of the community and tradition unleashed the best of human ingenuity in art, science, and philosophy, without solving the riddle of the bad check on which it rested. It was not the crises alone that made people dizzy. The idea that they would constantly repeat themselves, destroying ever greater values and wreaking havoc on human existence already made the state theorists of the 18th century cringe, who, helpless but not blind to what might come, resisted the idea of large-scale production and envisioned the ideal republican state as one supported by small producers whose wealth would be based only to a modest extent on wage labor. Civilization is always also the rationalization of a perfectly conceivable final horror that was present in the nightmares of small and not-so-small businessmen. The fact that anyone could face social death through bankruptcy out of the blue was countered by granting rationality to the laws of a mode of production whose dynamics could not be controlled. Since then, economics was practiced. There was no going back to better times, only to actual death, which in the embryonic posture of the dying person grotesquely depicts the dream of the blissful times of carelessness. Trust in the solidly built disappeared and made the individual the appendage of a fate whose active hero he was then also called upon to be. Civilization in its state form makes its subject not the free private individual who exchanges with other free subjects for mutual benefit, but the subject who has set out to master the crises of capital with the means of capital. Although there is no impersonal subject in the state of capital that simply dictates its actions to the government personnel, there appear to be forces at work behind its back that cannot be unmasked. To do so, however, causes the individual to fall into pathic projection in the search for the authors of his fear and to go out in search of the pest in the house. The enforcers of the Holocaust followed a logic according to which those discredited as particularly rootless were to be destroyed in an act of self-defense in order to abolish once and for all the crisis-by-crisis destruction of capital in favor of honest production. But a general tendency and its implementation to the extreme are not the same thing, just as the citizen, however powerless and biased he may be, does not automatically become an amateur accuser and enforcer. It took concrete ideologues and actors who made the destruction of the foundations of reason and also of purposeful rational action their program for the purpose of exterminating the Jews, while others could decide to join in or oppose. This is also true if one considers that German special ways have partly uprooted the citizen, but predominantly have not even implanted him with the ability to reflect on himself as an autonomous, economic subject, even when the entire civic sovereignty is in a miserable state. It was and is possible to evade mobilization and oppose what civilization is driving towards. Collective frenzy, which is at the same time rationalized frenzy and is not so much about pogroms, but rather gives the collectively conjured up horrors the form of objective execution. National Socialism was unable to gain a foothold in the liberal democracies, despite the presence of related contemporary currents, because the formation of the state there still reached limits which, as common sense, resisted total subjugation out of sheer voluntarism. And yet the conditions of its possibility were not German, but as international as capital and as civilizing as a state-constituted society must be, which has had to deprive the ideas it invokes and the forms it obeys of their original meaning. So if the extermination of the European Jews by the Germans was not a break with the ultimate consequence inherent in the concept and practice of civilization, this does not mean that the unspeakable must be repeated, but it does mean that the conditions for a repetition are still present. This has been formulated above all, but not only against those for whom the imperative that everything must be done to ensure that Auschwitz is not repeated has become a confession without consequences, which soon found itself as a fixed component in the arsenal of official ideological set pieces that are dutifully dragged out when Jews are attacked in Germany. They are not in demand when acts of murder are committed against Jews in Israel, and certainly not when the Holocaust is generalized as genocide and this is discovered en masse as an outrage against life, freedom, and the identity of indigenous peoples inspired by Western rule and ideology. One thing you have to give the speechwriters of German politicians credit for. Unlike Paul, they cannot escape the trap of repression and claim no break with history, especially German history, without mentioning the Holocaust. At least they still mention Jews. I share the concept of a break with civilization in a more precise form because I am convinced that it is possible to oppose the repetition of Auschwitz, seemingly absurdly so, by insisting on what civilization has produced against its general tendency. The point of reference is not so much some legacy of humanism, which could immunize the individual against barbarism in a well-considered and learned way, but initially only the possibility of self-reflection that also exists in the post-liberal state, which is based on the recognition of being split off from any proclaimed generality or, worse still, community. This also means that this state, no matter how baselessly many of its functionaries and ideologues shake its foundations, provides the framework for independent reflection, including reflection directed against itself. The difference between China and the Federal Republic of Germany, for example, is not one of degree. Self-reflection means, quite individually, the possibility that under certain state and social conditions, the insight can arise that, despite the abundance of material wealth and a remnant of unregulated leisure, the opportunities for development and the realization of personal happiness that therefore seem to lie ahead are poor, and that material meagerness, limitation, and personal unhappiness are very likely to set in. But even this realization is fraught with pitfalls. The fact that one must think for oneself, that one must not deny one's dreams of the better, which are mostly derived from art, and that one must not be satisfied with the modest private happiness that does exist and that everyone is called upon to attain, is only a prerequisite for critical thinking and does not replace it. If this step from the personal to the impersonal general is not taken, self-reflection atrophies into empowerment for accusatory confessors of their own misfortune, who today present themselves as prophets of doom and only for this reason as sensitive souls, and either take refuge in bland utopia or immediately call for life reform. For the unforeseeable future, the sensible approach that minimizes private unhappiness and eliminates the nightmare of ever-looming doom, i.e. the introduction of production that creates consumer goods rather than commodities, cannot be realized. Radical change, the overthrow of sickening conditions, can only end today in the triumph of the total state based on the Chinese model, or, if our children, Bettina Jarash, who are Muslim, continue to be shown carte blanche, in the radicalization and perpetuation of Swedish conditions. Any confession, any display of one's own wounds should be met with suspicion, because it contains a call for disinhibition and exhibitionism, which goes hand in hand with the willful abandonment of the remnants of civilization that are certainly present, without which the pseudo-expressionist cries for revenge on those allegedly responsible for one's own misfortune would be impossible. The fundamental events that Paul talks about without naming them are the coercive measures against the spread of the coronavirus, which at times included the imposition of a state of emergency. People on the left again, who would not go on protest marches with a homemade yellow star, see this as a second breach of civilization that has already taken place, which would have turned the entire population into victims. Anyone who insists against this assertion that even against the backdrop of the infamous mobilization of state power and public opinion against dissenters or the breach of law nodded off by the highest court, which legitimized the collective deprivation of liberty during the lockdown periods, to preserve and further expand some of the freedom that we have inherited from civil society and which is about to perish, Horkheimer, falls under the verdict of collaboration with a state that is no longer post-fascist but somehow already fascist again. For almost 3 years now, the warning of a break with history has no longer been issued to the world. Not even the prophecy of such a break is enough for the enragés. They report that it is happening and claim that it has already happened. As proof, they point to the wounds they claim to have suffered during the months of lockdown and under the vaccination dictate. What are the Israeli Jews murdered by the Jenin and Martyr Brigades in recent months in 2022? The synagogue visitors slaughtered in Jerusalem on the day of the liberation of Auschwitz, January 27, 2023, or the congenial propaganda activities of the cultural jihadist Bonaventure Sobijang Daikung, who is sponsored by Secretary of State for Culture Roth. Paul, and many of those who are agitated with him, know it. Even the emphasis on these murderous acts and the reference to accomplices active in the German cultural sector are acts of repression intended to distract from the actual horror of which we are finally allowed to be the victims. Dan Diner had not only implored the Germans. The Holocaust is the mark of our civilization. The Holocaust is special not because it affected Jews, but because it was done to people. However, in the general consciousness, this negative human dimension is associated with images of Jews that are found in Christian culture. The Holocaust was, if you like, a negative election of the Jews to death. And classical antisemitism is directed against the Jews in the idea that they have a consciousness of being chosen. The two things merge. Both have something to do with a particularity that is perceived as unbearable in a society that pays ever greater attention to equality, in other words, the unbearability of the victim. It is not only Germans who worked themselves up into a jealous and vengeful stupor over the fact that the Jews, and not your or my ancestors, were chosen as victims and treated accordingly. Those Muslims who claim the Holocaust as a title of honor for the fate of their Palestinian brothers and sisters and, due to Islamophobia on all sides, for the entire Ummah, are driven by the fact that they are excluded from something intolerable, and the resolutions of the real or self-empowered spokespersons of peoples formerly forced under colonial rule are rumbling. This resentment can already be found in the fantasies of Ulrike Meinhof 50 years ago, who believed she was sitting in a gas chamber instead of in prison and wrote in a Kasseber text, "The political term for Totentract, I say quite clearly, is gas. My Auschwitz fantasies in there were realistic, and is currently being taken up by left-wing agitators and their numerous admirers who, in the brochure Der Erger No. 2 published in summer 2022, talk about people injected to death, page 9, not referring to the murder of thousands of Jews by phenol injections in Auschwitz, but to the victims of German doctors in the vaccination centers of the Federal Republic of Germany 2021 f. In an export product from France that is currently being widely distributed, Ulrike Meinhof's Auschwitz fantasies, who was actually held in solitary confinement for many months, are taken up in the most delicate way and called for revenge. Quote, "We want revenge. Revenge for these 2 years of white torture. For having our arms twisted so that we could be vaccinated. For the dead we couldn't bury. For the lost friends, badly beaten or on tranquilizers. For the expanding desert. For the enforced silence. For the galactic bears they have tied on us. For the insults to logic. For the scarred sensitivity. For the old people who were dropped without warning and the children who were mistreated without reason." Conspiraciist Manifesto 2022. It is not far from the white torture that is recognized in the imposition of curfews to the very great appropriation of victims, because this is precisely what the German state of mind reaches for when it becomes essential. If a period of emergency with the option of repetition is assumed to be what it is not, the prelude or even the first act of a reprise of National Socialism, which makes the Holocaust of its own population appear probable, then antisemitism as the concrete threat of extermination against people who were excluded from the German community in advance must be relegated to the realm of secondary contradictions. In the worst case, this sounds like this: what actually distinguishes Drossen, Wheeler, Lauterbach, and other Corona connoisseurs from Mengele or Eichmann is not their character, but only the historical opportunity, Erger No. 29. The actions of the desk perpetrators, the cold, objective execution emanating from them, manifest a rationality that gave the extermination of 6 million people the form of administrative action that can also be found in the headquarters of international corporations or the bureaucracies of Western democracies. It is said, it has been picked up unchecked in order to make the executing bureaucrats equal in the execution of very different state purposes. The mass shootings of Jews from the summer of 1941 onwards in the Soviet Union, Poland, and the Baltic states, with up to 2 million people murdered, were in part public events, which Wehrmacht soldiers and civilians attended as spectators with enthusiasm and a lust for murder, prompting the executors to proudly report the executions to their loved ones at home. The difference between Eichmann and Lauterbach and Dr. Mengele and Dr. Drossen lies in the fact that the former participated in the implementation of an extermination program out of conviction and lust for murder in a position of responsibility, while the latter, blinded, vain, and resistant to criticism, helped to initiate an emergency program that had nothing to do with mass murder either in its execution or in its intention, if one did not want to equate vaccinations with insufficiently tested serums with mass murder or at least attempted mass murder. But apparently it was precisely about this equation, so much for the banality of evil, but so much also for a new left-wing spectrum whose members neither come from the milieu of pathological anti-vaccinationists nor have much in common with the traditional radical left and yet, after studying Marx, Freud, and Adorno, set out to explore a historical break that would then empower them to clear away the legacies of the classics. During the coronavirus years, the suffering individual felt empowered to speak in the first person for once, and to do so publicly in their personal diary, which was passed around as an intimate minima moralia, especially on social media, about their suffering, fears, and damage. But because complaining gets on the nerves of even kindred sensitive souls and the public display of one's own vulnerability is boring, the demanding ego disappears without further ado into a general fuss. The message is that nothing is the same as it was before 2020. The preconditions for resisting the impending catastrophe within the bad have been used up. It is said, after all, we have reached the end of an epoch in which freedom was always ideology, but never mere deception, and in which it was possible for thinking beings to at least mentally anticipate real and universal freedom, page 131. This is written by someone who doesn't even realize that he was still able to put his effusion on paper and publish it. In the editorial of Der Erreger No. 2, the Mengele-Drossen comparison is not only used as a question of different occasions, but also brings together the vaccination regime with the final solution regime in terms of the result. The corona state is concerned with distracting attention from the countless victims of the large-scale medical experiment and shifting aside its own responsibility for this crime of global proportions, page 1. From which it also follows that compulsory vaccination would lead to a world war, which has of course already begun. In the editorial, i.e. in a programmatic place, it says, "No more parties, only Ukrainians and the new Hitler in the East." Pent-up frustration turns into fervent enthusiasm for war. The distance from the world that might still be present is retracted and replaced by sheer partisanship for a bloc of states. For a freedom that is no longer even a phantom in the West. It is only a small step from compulsory vaccination to compulsory military service. Emphasis in original. The one Hitler is given a goose foot, while the veritable revenant, who is Jewish, calls from his Führerbunker internationally for free soldiers from all over the world to join the Ukrainian struggle, which an unknown number of organized fascists from the West are already doing anyway. End of quote. This was published in July 2022 and has been circulating unchallenged ever since as considerable food for thought against the repression and forgetting of the corona years, which have unfortunately come to an end, among people who want to be critical. To get to the heart of the cynicism of such misguided historical misrepresentation, let us quote from a speech by the real Hitler on January 30, 1939, who, as is well known, introduced general conscription soon after all people's comrades had pledged their loyalty. Quote, "If the international financial jury inside and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once again into a world war, then the result would not be the Bolshevization of the earth and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe." End quote. Such soliloquies not only lead to fascism analogies, but, because they are presented in Germany, inevitably lead to national concretization, the analogy with National Socialism. The accusation of fascism has been used most loudly by the state, its media mob and the Antifa, albeit not nearly as effectively as hoped. In November 2021, the outgoing governing Mayor Müller from the SPD shouted at an AfD MP, "You're trying to build up a pop dance here, that we are harassing the poor unvaccinated, excluding them. Yes, that may be the case for your clientele, for whom you were speaking here. It is no longer acceptable for a minority to permanently dominate a majority and endanger their health." End quote. Just 3 months before the spook was over, he confirmed what the AfD accused him of. He was prepared from the bottom of his heart to harass his opponents in the name of the majority and exclude them from social life, for which he did everything in his not-so-great power. No freedom for the enemies of freedom in good Antifa German. While Müller still wanted to mobilize democratic Germany against the poor unvaccinated, who he saw as the Nazis' revenants via the AfD, others were already a decisive step ahead. Müller's Nazi analogy referred to the years before November 9, 1938, while left-wing opponents of the measures have easily overcome the hurdles posed by the Reichspogromnacht September 1, 1939 and, more decisively, June 1941, and are making victim envy into anti-fascism in a completely relaxed manner. In doing so, they have caught up with the now prevailing anti-fascist raison d'etat, because anti-fascists of all stripes have never forgotten the difference that German fascism was National Socialist and that it was the Jews and not its political opponents who caused a caesura that brought horrors of singular proportions not upon humanity or at least the Germans, but upon the European Jews. The appropriation of the Holocaust for national purposes is always part of the effort to use fascism as the writing on the wall. Starting with the demonstrations in the summer of 2020, it was an absolute must to accuse the lateral thinkers, they still called themselves that back then, of anti-Semitism because they used more crude means than the traditional Antifa to transplant Auschwitz to Dachau and present themselves as victims of fascism. Those from the state Antifa, such as Mayor Müller, had not only accused those refusing vaccination of endangering the health of the majority. Others, such as the president of the German Medical Association Frank Ulrich Montgomery or Marie-Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, had long since spoken of the tyranny of the unvaccinated. The accusation of mass murder against opponents of the government line, however, did not include the idea that the very different opponents of the corona measures could be stigmatized as the chosen ones who had to be selected for extermination in self-defense. The Nazi analogies of the opponents of the measures, who initially did not come from the radical left, from the schoolgirl who felt like Anne Frank during the lockdown to the presentation of concentration camp bandages and Jewish stars at demonstrations and Sunday walks, on the other hand, refer to images of perpetrators modeled on Eichmann or Mengele, and at the same time served to present themselves as those chosen for sacrifice. At the turn of 2021-22, those who rejected the planned mandatory vaccination and compulsory distancing and masks on the streets contributed to the fact that the regulatory authorities in particular urged a retreat due to the threat of an unpredictable situation, which then took place in March 2022 in the German Bundestag as a farcical vote on mandatory vaccination. This doesn't change the fact that their propagandistic atrocities would be more harmless because there weren't as many of them with the Jewish armbands and the homemade camp gates with the slogan Arbeit macht frei, work makes you free. And victimhood and anti-Semitism are not the same thing. The peace demonstrations in East Germany in the fall of 2022 have already shown that Thuringian agitators and communist political strategists from Berlin are in agreement. Behind them lies fascism, and in front of them the hope of a Nuremberg trial, because the motto is, if not a revolution, then at least punishment of the perpetrators, and for this reason alone, expropriate BioNTech, and Nuremberg 2.0 for politicians, judges, journalists, doctors, scientists, teachers, denunciators, etc. It won't work under that. Error number 2, 9. Almost everything about the analysis of the radical corona critics is wrong. During the coronavirus years, society in the Federal Republic of Germany has proven to be less agitated than was to be feared. Anyone who didn't stay in their mental people's kitchen together with other stalwarts could notice that after a period of shock that lasted until the autumn of 2020, doubts grew among colleagues, neighbors and relatives, and once strict supporters of the government's course expressed their doubts and sometimes even became opponents, albeit not publicly. German society has also proved to be more divided than was to be expected. The gulf between those who follow and often benefit from the system and those with low incomes and low levels of education, including many of those employed by the police and public order offices, has widened. This is another reason why the regime of measures has simply said goodbye, allowing its emergency laws to expire and even abandoning the obligation to wear the stigmatizing masks, which is not to say that they will not be swiftly reintroduced given the opportunity. Public pronouncements have given way from the "stop the thief" rhetoric against any doubters accused of potential murder to the realization that we have to live with the virus. What has long been recommended and then practiced in many European countries has come upon the Germans just as suddenly as the lockdown measures since spring 2020. The majority of the population has immunized itself against the constant propaganda fire, and yet nothing is the same as before. The principle of reality, which post-fascist Germany has also adopted as a basis for its business, according to which government decisions must be based on a minimum of unbiased expertise and the media must not become the mouthpiece of the whips, but must at least allow a modest degree of debate, has been abandoned in favor of unrestrained activism paired with even more unrestrained propaganda. Trust in rational and transparent state action has been shaken to such an extent that the disintegration of society into special consciousness monads or corresponding groups continues to spread. In addition to the public service media and media that are otherwise considered serious, which have offered themselves as propaganda tools without need, madness is flourishing on the internet, from which everyone now obtains the independent information they need as filler for their predetermined opinions. What the crisis state has dictated, arbitrariness and lunacy, its citizens afford themselves all the more. It wasn't just the coronavirus policy that was paranoid, the citizens became paranoid, regardless of which side they were on. In the good but unlikely case, the corona years will be remembered as a warning of future planned or recommended state-imposed horrors and will cause more people to publicly distance themselves than in the years 2020 FF. In the worst but probable case, people will pretend that nothing has happened and carry on muddling through in the knowledge that the authoritarian grand staging of coronavirus can be stored away in the arsenal of politics, propaganda, and repression until the next time it is needed. And the inflationary use of the term permanent mobilization is still justified. Not so much because people have gone to the vaccination centers, but because the population has to seek their livelihood in ever greater numbers in the ideological space, and parcel carriers or the members of cleaning crews cannot make up for what has to be accommodated in the state sector or in supplier companies serving it, or belongs to an economy that is dependent on the state drip. The civil servant status of ever larger sections of the population, the upgrading of subaltern figures such as nurses to saviors and announcers is deeply internalized in the standardization of language and attitude as an expression of the constant callability of the whole person for the propagated state goal. They can be recognized by their tone, which is set by the culture industry, which is often found in the form of cultural manufactories and other startup businesses. The authoritarian movers and shakers pride themselves on being sensitive and vulnerable. They are creative and know their way around more than just putting up candles of consternation. They not only love the quiet tones in films that get under your skin, they can also do things differently and enthusiastically join in with a climate-moving, "How dare you?" Above all, they are the parents, siblings, fellow students, and colleagues of those who are currently taking a stand against civilization because of coronavirus. Seemingly against the state-oriented milieu all too simply identified with the Green Party, in reality the new radicals are using its means to break with a tradition that has become too difficult for them. As if it had not been their own predecessors who, starting in the 1970s as the declared New Left, freed themselves from the impositions that the study of all critical theory entails, as well as the difficulties of listening to music by Luigi Nono written with revolutionary intent. Today, even if it is not about any hits that are constantly recommended to each other, the light tone is sought when it comes to catastrophes, which is supposed to be poetic and finally shapes the song about ourselves. This is not new among leftists, nor is it new that the rhetoric urging escalation, which cannot refrain from breaking with the past, is doing away with everything that the members of the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research, who had returned from exile, stood up for and were attacked by the agitated from 1967 onwards. Quote, not wanting to save or defend, not the private happiness that does not exist and, last of all, the West. The pure intention of wanting to preserve is basically in agreement with the circumstances and makes us forget that they continue to push towards disaster, unperturbed by any lamentation. Calmer, bourgeois times that allowed for luxurious criticism will not return. Erriger number 257. One seeks to connect with moldy German ideology, which includes the awakening experiences first felt on Monte Verita around 1900, as well as the healthy mixture of feeling and hardness of German autonomists of the early 1980s. As with the life reformers of all generations, self-awareness is back in fashion. Quote, today, one must no longer merely strive to practice criticism, but to live it, no longer merely to draw conclusions, but to realize them. It is about the practical experience of negation. Exhibitionism as a weapon, Erriger number 2, editorial. At the end, the following is hammered home in the style of an RAF declaration. Trust your own senses. Perceive the catastrophe that surrounds us, page 57. The attitude calls for a linguistic armament. Shout out what has happened to you and learn to be sensitive. Take the historical rupture, the claimed end of personal freedom in the post-liberal state as self-empowerment. Radical rhetoric from third parties becomes compulsory. The language of the feuilleton replaces criticism. Consequently, the oldest shopkeeper is fresh on the table, bringing tears of emotion to the eyes of old eco-weenies and giving young climate gluers their tough look ahead. The conceit of being chosen and community. What holds us together is the clarity of our common perceptions and the determination to take note of them. They want to help prepare a new beginning, which must be based on talking about the same thing again in a common spirit. In the certainty that today it is more necessary than ever to fundamentally change the world and life and to free ourselves from being spectators. Forget everything you know. Always start again like new. Erriger number 2, editorial. Starting over has long been the order of the day for people who don't even have anything to forget. This applies to the Lumbung professors at the art academies in Kassel and Hamburg just as much as to those Moroccans in Brussels and elsewhere who used the Moroccan soccer team's victory over the Belgian team, rather than its defeat, as an opportunity to riot. Since the Arab Street, which can also be Afghan at times, has been in permanent revolt and climate gluers and treehouse builders have been given moral personal certificates by politicians and judges in rows, since Greta Thunberg accused Israel of war crimes with reference to BDS activist Naomi Klein, the question of the alternative has not arisen anew. Here, too, there has been no rupture, but only a perpetuation of what Ulrike Meinhof had to tell us. The mere flirtation with conspiracies, rallies of Rush understanders from Saxony and Thuringia called social resistance or a protest movement in France led by a proven anti-Semite is self-prescribed amnesia. At a time when left-wing radicals are accusing the Greens of a lack of radicalism in implementing climate change, and apparently all left-wingers are frenetically applauding Wagenknecht, a Palestinian and Putinist of all people, for her comment, for me, the Greens are the most hypocritical, most detached, most mendacious, most incompetent and, measured by the damage they cause, currently also the most dangerous party we currently have in the Bundestag. It is no wonder that those who are excited about the coronavirus are joining the ranks of those radicals who have been pampered by the state and the media, who are fighting against the arrogance of the powerful and other scumbags for the preservation of the ruined earth and the dying oceans and, although they were personally disgusted by the competition, have played a key role in initiating the coronavirus regime as authoritarian alarmists. All that would remain of the French Revolution of 1789 etc., which was terrible in its implementation, would be a spectacle of bloodthirst and carnage if it were characterized entirely by what particularly agitated journalists such as Jean-Paul Marat and above all Jacques-René Hébert excelled at, the senseless call for revenge. Today, it is formulated by people who, as the advocates of the revolution, only celebrate themselves, but are not very enthusiastically received in France. As if the language of the pamphlets of the French Revolution were not repulsive enough, today their brutal gestures, combined with a sensibility trained on Rousseau, are blended into a rhetoric of revenge that takes only the coarseness from Hébert and transforms Rousseau's language into a Lutzerith sermon. There is something for everyone. We want revenge, they say, and they don't just mean those 2 years of white torture mentioned above. Because it continues in the style of the worst Jacques pamphlets. Avenge ourselves for the ruined earth and the dying oceans, for the magnificent beings crushed by the machine of progress and the saints who ended up in the asylum, for the murdered cities and the sealed land, for the insult to this world and all the worlds that never were, for all the defeated of history whose names are never celebrated, to take revenge for the arrogance of the powerful and the abysmal stupidity of managers, for the certainty that it is their right to crush the others, for the impudence with which they strive to continue their predatory course, for the fact that they have managed to put us in a state of confusion, doubt, and helplessness. You can recognize the bastards these days by the fact that they never say what they want, that they even claim to want nothing at all, and that no one ever wants anything. And that is precisely the prerequisite for all their little, incessant machinations. End quote. What is already stupid and dangerous in France, but is usually recognized there with a shrug of the shoulders as a new infusion of a national vice and quickly brushed aside, is turning into the dernier cri in Germany. Because even more authentic and therefore more realistic than the somewhat brittle slogan, trust your own senses. Perceive the catastrophe that surrounds us. The French linguistic garbage with its murdered cities and institutional saints certainly sounds more realistic to German ears. However, Ulrike Meinhof's dictum remains unsurpassed. My Auschwitz fantasies in there were realistic. 2007 proved to be the expected German autumn commemoration year in the media. What is more surprising is who, as the saying goes, emerged as the winner in terms of remembrance politics. The CSU looked very pale against the RAF. Andreas Bader simply made more of an impression than the head of the BKA in the 1970s, Horst Herold. The attempts 30 years after 77 to stage the echoes of a "We Must Be a Defensive Democracy" campaign with mass appeal fizzled out rather miserably because the public's interest in it had already been exhausted with the refusal of an act of mercy for Christian Klar in the spring. Moreover, the staged debate about Klar's early release from prison was by no means driven by the need to protect the Free Democratic Basic Order (FDGO) from enemies of the Constitution, but solely by the popular desire for ever harsher punishments against lawbreakers of all kinds. For as strongly as the need to punish Christian Klar was expressed, the associated hate-filled posthumous condemnation of the RAF did not dominate the conspicuously sympathetic debate about the APO, the Vietnam War, social upheavals in the Märkisches Viertel, and therefore the urban guerrillas. In retrospect, many people seem to have the comforting impression that the RAF had at least scared the locusts for once, but this was only openly expressed by the more radical part of the anti-globalization movement, whose liquidation fantasies, like the militant group's knee-jerk desires, occasionally found their way into the Berlin Autonomous Organ interim. No, the relentlessness against Klar, whose minimum term of imprisonment only runs until January 3, 2009 anyway, which would make a release from prison possible even without an act of clemency, is part of a general propaganda campaign for tougher sentences. One could say that Klar's plea for clemency failed because of the child abuse and human trafficking hysteria of recent years. He was simply unlucky that the sovereign wants to present itself as merciless overall and, if it is not enough for a court-martial and the death penalty for sex offenders, at least wants to let the public enemy of times long past continue to stew. A sentiment that was all the more easily accepted by the left-liberal cultural and media establishment because Klar is seen there as the main representative of the second RAF generation active after 1977, the generation that simply carried on after and even though today's media makers, who had a certain degree of sympathy for the goals of the first generation in the early 1970s, had finally concluded their agreement with the establishment. The representatives of this second generation are much more easily labeled as unteachable and usually criminal, even though they hardly differed politically from the glorified first generation. Only the residual left-wing radicalism of 2007 fell outside this framework. It polished its image with Klar and flirted, naturally, without obligation, with the long-faded urban guerrilla concept. The traditions of resistance are cultivated here all the more as the group's own pool of prejudices and resentments, once seen as securely progressive, is currently threatening to dissolve into cross-frontism and anti-Semitism. Back in the golden 70s, it was at least possible to hate America and Israel quite progressively without the National Socialists, as they do today, loudly claiming their traditional ideological terrain, to which the dirigiste state and anti-Western cultural nationalism clearly belong. In the days of the RAF, things were better, when the left-wing world was in order, i.e. upside down. Back then, Bader and Meinhof could make anti-Semitic speeches without reassurance because the old Nazis in their leisure jackets, who still populated the pedestrian zones of the Federal Republic at the time, still wanted to see the heads of the Bader-Meinhof gang roll and not outrank them on ideological terrain, as the admittedly much smaller Nazi generation does today in relation to the Antifa. For the keepers of tradition from the Junge Welt, the memory of those legendary times in which the fronts seemed clearly defined is of course an irresistibly tempting state of affairs, as the grievances caused by anti-imperialism today would vanish into thin air at a stroke. If Nepalese Maoists, British Trotskyists and Italian old revisionists can be used peacefully and without a hint of memory of historical differences, some of them of mass murderous proportions, as a kind of left-wing point of reference in the paper, why shouldn't the RAF mythology also be used to give the old-fashioned postille a bit of a boost in the wake of failed DKP dailies such as UZ or Die Nui? Of course, the fact that the venerable Herbert Mies, permanent chairman of the DKP in the 70s and 80s, repeatedly issued dry warnings against political adventurism that objectively harmed the interests of the working population was overlooked. But that has long since been forgotten, because left-wing vested interests have priority at all costs. Herbert Mies is of course not suitable for this, but rather staged scandals such as the one involving former RAF member Rolf Clemens Wagner on the anniversary of the Schleyer murder. Wagner's plagiaristic stammering that the RAF should have given better, namely more anti-fascist, reasons for Schleyer's abduction at least ensured that, at least in matters of terror, one could still distinguish oneself from the anti-capitalist mainstream of the Republic and not constantly be caught together with the Sacred Heart antisemites Geisler and Blum. It matters little that Wagner's connection to reality is as loose as the rehashed theorems are questionable. All that remains are the powerful symbols, names and slogans of the 70s, which have been reassured once again. In spite of the cheap and ephemeral indignation in the rest of the media landscape about such nonsense, the RAF heroization is nevertheless an overall media phenomenon. The Junge Welt, with its ridiculous "the fight goes on" pose, is fishing in the same murky waters as the need for punishment documented in the letters to the editor columns against Christian Klar, who, although not likable and politically insane, is nonetheless arousing pity. This gloominess is already inscribed in the term German Autumn itself, a label that was completely alien to the RAF, which had described its activities at the time as Offensive 77, in the rather spring-like progressive tone of the early 1970s. It is no coincidence that German Autumn is reminiscent of Götterdämmerung and other morbid end-time and doomsday fantasies. In German cultural patterns, Stammheim as a gloomy fortress also corresponds roughly to the Etzel fortress, where the fate of the Nibelungs was fulfilled. Heroes and betrayal, sacrifice and self-sacrifice, true convictions for whose sake one goes to one's death, and final battle, dark mystery and vile conspiracy. These ingredients are part of the basic script for German moments of fate. The Nibelunghagen and the Führer Hitler, the mountain of corpses of the legend merge with the last hours in the Berlin bunker, and finally also with October 18, 1977, the last night of Raspy, Bader and Ensslin in Stammheim, which Helmut Schmidt spent worrying in the Federal Chancellery at the same time. In this script, the sympathies for perpetrators, RAF and victims, high-ranking officials and their employees, are by no means as clearly distributed as one should have expected in view of the beat-down mood that prevailed in the 1970s and as conservative media had actually hoped. As a clear commitment of the reader or viewer to the Federal Republic, humanized in guaranteed harmless victims such as chauffeurs or doormen and their relatives. But it just didn't really work. Germans' tempers didn't really want to heat up with such an offer. Corresponding documentaries moved the nation much less than a history fiction about the long-ago mining accident in Linji did. The RAF Victims documentary, Who Gave You the Right to Murder, NDR, September 10, 07, for example, did not get much further than a slot in the 11 p.m. time slot on the third channels. However, this could not have been due to a welcome lack of interest in the whole matter, as the debate about Christian Klar's clemency is known to have stirred up the Volksseele, even in the accession area, whose inhabitants only know Klar as a prisoner. How does that work? Hatred of the perpetrator with indifference to the victims? Apparently, the RAF victims are similar to the German tourists who were blown up by Islamists in a Moroccan synagogue on April 11, 2002, or those who died in the World Trade Center the year before. They had the misfortune to die at the hands of perpetrators whose motives the Germans are quite sympathetic to. But then again, where did the hatred against perpetrators still in prison come from? A hatred that poured spontaneously and en masse into the letters to the editor columns of all newspapers, from the FAZ to the SC, where stereotypical demands to put Klar away for really life, a formula that can confidently be read as a cipher for the death penalty, came up again and again. In Germany, there is only an apparent contradiction between the desire that moved many contemporaries to cross out the photos of RAF members who were wanted for murder and the complete indifference towards those killed by the RAF. The very same social character who cannot get excited enough about the death penalty also hates the politicians to the core. He strives for a strong hand to clean up, to give him and his kind the upper hand. He wants to be in power, but not necessarily according to the rules of the powerful. He is more than happy to use the law of the land and a state of emergency when it comes to rebels and outsiders, but paradoxically because he always feels cheated by the state of the world, a state from which the Schleiers visibly benefit. That is why he is neither interested in Schleier's surviving relatives nor is he outraged by the thought that executions might have taken place in Stamheim after all. He would have agreed to the murder of the prisoners just as much as he at least agreed with the terrorists that it would be a good thing to give those up there a good scare. A brute bandit like Andreas Baader is definitely to the taste of the authoritarian character. The fascination that emanated from this bigwig hunter and bank robber not only determined the tabloid media's lurid treatment of the RAF adventure stories more than the editors-in-chief might have liked, but also the publishing activities in the anniversary year. Here, too, the success of the victim manzets such as Anna Siemens' compendium, for the RAF it was the system, for me it was my father, fell well short of expectations. The strange, underlying affection which, for example, led hooligan groups in the 1970s to provocatively chant Baader Meinhof in the direction of the uniformed state power, was based on reciprocity. This does not even refer to the already fundamental anti-imperialist popular sentiment of the RAF as a political organization. Baader in particular saw himself as a kind of revolutionary gangster who, under different circumstances, would have replaced the conspirator Auguste Blanqui, to whom he referred in 1971 in the fundamental concept of urban guerrilla, with Al Capone. Baader, who before the RAF had led a group of Frankfurt home refugees, so-called Staffelbergers, after the name of a home in the small town of Biedenkopf, like a gang of young criminals, also cultivated the corresponding brutal and obscene language of the pimp milieu, which later made the tone among the captured RAF women in particular incredibly brutal. The insult cunt was probably the most frequently used word in internal correspondence after pig. In any case, Baader always had the violent milieu firmly in mind. For example, when he demanded that the group's declarations should be written in such a way that every rocker or even everyone who had their old lady jacked off could find themselves in them. Andreas Baader, as a very ordinary gang leader who gathered around him mainly female, but not only maids, as he himself called them, who adored him out of bourgeois self-hatred, this thoroughly realistic image of the first RAF generation does not even appear in left-wing debates. The existentialist radicalism of the prisoners still makes them feel guilty enough about their own apparent failings, so that the group continues to be viewed purely politically, and the undeniable and tragic dynamic of loss of reality and projectivity, which increasingly dominated the RAF and its environment, is systematically ignored. Only on the basis of such objectification tricks is it possible today to seriously deal with questions such as, when did the RAF's intrinsic goodness and rightness turn into perversity? Or what could have been done better and how did they lose legitimacy? The RAF's fall from grace, which embedded it so perfectly in the emotional landscape of the German authoritarian character's desire for persecution and need for identification, cannot be pinpointed at any point in the organization's history except in its more distant prehistory. In the Junge Welt supplement Deutscher Herbst, the veteran Wolf Clemens Wagner claimed in all seriousness that the main reason why they were wrong at the time was that they had not emphasized the past of the former SS functionary Schleier in order to make the RAF's positions clear. But what could the RAF have made of it anyway? No more than it did anyway, because the taciturn explanations in military style at least prevented the RAF from exposing itself. The RAF's typical accusation against the ruling class that it had betrayed the interests of the colonized German people, which the troops had sworn to serve since 1972, to U.S. imperialism and Zionist aggression, amounts, according to its own logic, to virtually rehabilitating the SS-man Schleier. After all, it was precisely in this function that he had sworn an oath to the Führer and the people and thrown his life into the breach in the fight against imperialism and world Jewry. Apart from this logical trap, Wagner's advice, given 30 years too late, would have called upon those Germans of all people to avenge the victims of National Socialism who worked closely with the PFLP, the Palestine Liberation Front, the tightest gang of Jew killers since the end of the SS. It was also in this deliberate October 1977 that a PFLP commando hijacked the Lufthansa plane Landshut and established a regiment of terror on board, under which a Jungens wristwatch and a Mont Blanc ballpoint pen, because of the company symbols J and a six-pointed star respectively, stamped one as a Jew, who was of course to be liquidated. Like the PFLP, the RAF also justified the hostage-taking and later murder of Israeli athletes by the Palestinian Black September during the 1972 Olympic Games in Munich as anti-fascist and internationalist. The corresponding declaration penned by Ulrike Meinhof is a harrowing document of a mental rampage that manically revolved around Israel's Nazi fascism. Moshe Dayan appears in it as Himmler's revenant, and Israel itself, not its enemies or even the German concentration camp henchmen, appears as the one who burns the defenseless. So what should the RAF have accused the SS Manschleier of that would not have fallen back on them immediately? Incidentally, the statement on Black September was read out in court by a certain Horst Mahler, who made it clear in Vanity Fair that the RAF and the armed underground had only become attractive to him in the first place because they had turned most sharply and clearly against the Jews. The bomb that the Tupamaros West Berlin had planted in the Jewish Community Center in 1969 was Mahler's political awakening. The question of whether Mahler, who was expelled in 1974 because of his membership of the KPD/AO, represented the RAF 100% up to this point is, incidentally, of secondary importance. The only thing of importance is the fact that his open Nazism today dictated that he reveal what drove the Marxist-Leninists among the hangman's children, as Finkelkraut described the Germans of 1968, which was therefore far removed from all apparent progressive appeasement, without it ever being clearly resolved, except in the case of Mahler himself. It was the desire to get rid of the Jews, whose fate repeatedly prevented them from becoming one with the courted German people without a guilty conscience. Incidentally, the desire, still widespread today among leftists and ex-leftists such as Fischer and Scharping, to interpret massacres that can somehow be blamed on the West or former opponents of Hitler into a new Auschwitz, in order to forget not only its German but also its anti-Jewish character, also follows a related impulse. The armed groups that conquered Vietnam through Palestine in the years from 1967 onwards did not do so by chance, but followed an offensively articulated demand of their own sympathizers in the selection of the new subject in the international struggle for liberation. Israel absolutely had to be equated with the Nazi Empire so that both the Nazi thugs and their Jewish victims, who were ruining their own people, could be merged into one and fought against. This is the compulsive nature of the RAF projections and the unreflected impetus for the insane costume of the Teutonic Fide. Only if Israel and the Third Reich were identical could one be a persecuted Jew and a German friend of the people at the same time. It was therefore impermissible to allow anti-Semitism to mean hatred of Jews, and the New Left consequently invented its own new anti-Semitism. The most prominent but by no means only example of such reinterpretations is certainly Dutschke's well-known essay from the late 1960s, in which he portrayed himself and his followers as the target of a new anti-Semitism. Dutschke was even surpassed by the Munich-based Trikont Publishing House in 1972, which published an essay entitled Der neue Antisemitismus, Die Liquidierung von Ausländerorganisationen in der BRD, The Liquidation of Foreign Organizations in the FRG, a booklet on the banning of the terrorist anti-Semitic PFLP foreign organizations, GUPS and GUPA, General Union of Palestinian Students / General Union of Palestinian Workers. A faint inkling that the terms of the fight had fundamentally changed with the substitution of Vietnam by Palestine seems to have come from afar to some of those involved at the time, but unfortunately only from a very long way off. Ex-RAF member Karl-Heinz Delwo countered Wagner in the Frankfurter Rundschau, October 19, 2007, that with the end of the Vietnam War, the legitimacy of the arms struggle would have been more than precarious. The only justification left, continued Delwo, was that the political prisoners were to be destroyed as fundamental opposition. This well-known presumption of having taken the place of the Jews in history is also accompanied by the usual folklore. The hijacking of the Landshut was a betrayal of what the RAF used to stand for, because it was an attack on the people. Anti-Semitism as a condemnable motive still doesn't interest someone like Delwo today. But even the people were only idealized by the RAF as an anti-Western collective. For the common people, on the other hand, who indulge in the pleasures of mammon in consumer temples, the Volksfront had nothing but contempt, and sometimes even incendiary devices. The nightly department store fires set by Bader and Enslin in Frankfurt in the spring of 1968 marked the beginning of the RAF's organizational history. Although no one was injured, the cynical reference to the Brussels department store fire of the previous year, in which 300 people had died, was not to be missed. Not only commune, I praise such arson as a political lesson in what napalm feels like. Fritz Teufel commented at the time, "It's still better to set fire to a department store than to run a department store." None of his contemporaries noticed that the SDS and the protest movement, with their almost manic campaign against the large department stores keyword, consumer terror, were already on the ground of the early NSDAP program, years before the RAF was even constituted. What remains from these reflections on the RAF and the way it fits into the German soul is that nothing remains. There is nothing about and from the RAF to preserve or to save over time. In general, there is nothing left for social critique that still binds it to the history of the New Left, but to much from the 1960s and 1970s that is distorted by this history. The same verdict that Wolfgang Port passed on socialism as a whole applies to the openly national revolutionary turn of the SDS under Dutschke, as well as to the history of the student movement and the generalized left-wing radicalism of the 1970s that followed it. It was like a pound of flour that had fallen into the dirt. There is nothing left that could be neatly divided into bad, because it was already quite anti-Semitic, and good because it was still somehow resistant. This resistance itself was fed by folkish and anti-Semitic motives and legitimized itself accordingly. Without these guiding motives, it would have been completely different and would have sought out completely different forms. Since every meaningful struggle for a youth center or against working conditions on the assembly line had to be subordinated to the slogan "with the peoples," including the German one, and therefore always had to agitate against U.S. capital and its international agents and conspirators, especially Israel, which was usually written in quotation marks, the New Left was no longer new and, moreover, had already failed as an emancipatory movement at its starting point. The mental template of peoples fighting for national liberation, which led to fraternization with the proletarian bureaucracies and anti-imperialist murderous regimes, became absolutely binding soon after the Six-Day War in 1967. In this respect, the RAF was only the most radical expression of this new left. To this day, its intellectual aberrations also denounce those of the moderate remnant that spread in editorial offices and among the academic middle classes. Their unconditional belief in the coming popular awakening, for which the time was riper than ever before, had turned the RAF members into the werewolves that their parents had wisely no longer become. However, the drama of the RAF could have one good thing, albeit ex negativo. With the RAF, the history of the illegal KPD, in whose circle Ulrike Meinhof, the main author of the first RAF declarations, politicized herself, also came to an end. The end of the RAF in 1998 was also the end of the KPD as it presented itself in 1930, when it finally sided with folkish nationalism and anti-Semitic clichés with its programmatical declaration on the national and social liberation of the German people. Unfortunately, however, even this well-deserved end was not the end of the longing for a National Socialist Party. The dichotomy between the emancipatory impulses of the 1960s and the national revolutionary obsessions of all two German communists even ran through the individual person. Marcel Reichernicke's memoirs prove that the same Ulrike Meinhof, who in 1972, after the fatal hostage-taking of Israeli Olympic participants, had written what was probably the worst anti-Semitic trash from the left since Stalin's death, had years before been one of the few leftists who wanted to know exactly what had happened in the Warsaw Ghetto. It is also documented that the same Ulrike Meinhof, who as early as 1965 mixed Dresden with Auschwitz for concrete in NPD style and helped to make David Irving acceptable in Germany, warned her comrades in 1967 against releasing Israel for propaganda purposes because she had retained an idea of why the Jewish state had to be protected and defended at all costs. On the other hand, the history of the RAF offers no further insights into the state as the Germans would like it to be other than those that National Socialism should have suggested. To speculate that the masses would draw critical consciousness from an unmasking of the state as a murderous machine of repression was illusory anyway. If the FRG had actually liquidated the prisoners, which it wisely left to the circular delusion of the prisoners themselves, it would only have fulfilled a cherished wish of the majority of its people. Just as the talk of the fascization of the state among Germans cannot be an argument against the state, but only for it. Even the remnants of the protest movement were not told anything by the submachine guns held under the noses of baffled motorists by police officers on a grid search that should not have been known long ago, given all the Marxist and anarchist phraseology in use. It is the paradox of the German autumn that nothing drove the left more crazy than the simple fact of having been right once again about the state. For 10 years, they had polemicized against the free democratic basic order, expecting every nasty thing from the state, but not fearing a single one. The fact that the monopoly on the use of force not only serves to pacify society, but also reserves the state of emergency for itself, that the state of emergency no longer has to suspend the peaceful public sphere, but coexists quite flexibly with it, was openly affirmed in 1977. However, everyone ran away from this realization. Even today, those who are otherwise most positive about the New Left and the RAF are still fleeing in panic from this realization. On the one hand, these are the green democracy and communication theorists, who knit on the myth of democratization qua protest movement and who include the RAF as an aberration from the otherwise correct path. In this milieu, violence has not only been declared a non-word by St. Habermas since 1977, but the very existence of violence has been denied even in international relations. Thus, 1977 was also the birth of the peace movement, not only because of the actualization of the basic German sensitivities of nationalism, ecologism, and antisemitism, but also out of sheer fear on the part of the left-wing protagonists of having to continue to acknowledge the truth about the violent nature of the state and the violent nature of the relationship between states. In an emergency, this can go so far that the former Schleyer hijacker Silke Meyer-Witt now offers training for peace in Kosovo as a qualified psychologist. Alongside the green pacifists, it is precisely the apologists of the strong state who continue to knit the myth of resistance. This refers to those who insist on the charitable character of the state in a completely social democratic manner and pay homage to its authority in order to chastise selfish capital. How political support for the left party and Chavism can be reconciled with a critique of the state of emergency, which is the original form of state intervention, remains a mystery until it becomes clear that these RAF friends have nothing against the state of emergency itself, but only want to change the victims. It is not the anti-Zionist fighter who should be in the crosshairs, but the agent of locust capitalism. It is as regrettable as it is logical that the icons of the RAF stand for this national social longing just as much as the entire symbolism, fashion, and emblematics of the faded New Left. But it was bound to happen if you think and speak like Ulrike Meinhof did in court in 1972. Without absolving the German people of fascism, because they really didn't know what was going on in the concentration camps, we can't mobilize them for our revolutionary struggle. End of quote. Note: anyone who wanted to serve the folkdom deserved nothing more than to be marketed to the people. Whoever says counter-revolution must have a positive reference to revolution. This does not only mean that the liberation from hardship cannot be realized under capitalist conditions of domination and exploitation, nor only that the liberation from material hardship does not eliminate misery. Even if there is no prospect of anything other than the alternative between more or less bearable conditions of reproduction and between more or more severely curtailed opportunities to devote oneself to one's preferences, at least privately and unregulated, the knowledge that all conditions in which man is a degraded, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being are to be overturned should be evident in the interventions, and not through tiresome avowals of communism. The preoccupation with what liberation could be is a private preference that can only be pursued where there is still an inkling that things do not inevitably have to stay that way in one's own life because the constraints that regulate it do not follow any natural law. However, such critical engagement cannot alleviate individual private unhappiness, not even as a sublimation, which it always is. The wish repeatedly expressed to the editors that they should name the revolutionary goal and not lose sight of the very personal damage that its absence means, leads to nothing good. At the end of such questions, all that remains is life reform or, alternatively, a Jacobin-tuned hatred of humanity that delights in phrases in which the prince's blood flows thick as a truncheon, as the Heckerlied of 1848 puts it. Only what Jews have realized, from the emergence of the Zionist movement to the Hamas war, can be considered a revolution. In this founding of a state and self-assertion as a state, everything that one believes to know and has learned to reject seems to reappear in an alienated form: nation, borders, and exclusive state people. What should be revolutionary about this? Only the minor detail that this state came into being as a reaction to the betrayal of Enlightenment and world revolution, which is not only an attempt at self-defense against Nazi fascism and asylum, but also proves to be peculiarly critical of the state in the relationship between state power and society. For Jewish nationalism is the egoism of people who can no longer believe in the invisible hand that would translate egoism into the common good. These considerations of the late comrades from the Socialist Forum Initiative from 2002 have lost none of their validity. The arming of the people is just as commonplace in Israel as the absence of martial displays. The people are Eastern and Western European, Oriental, and even African, so that those belonging to it can be defined primarily in negative terms, as those persecuted for being Jewish. However, the fixation on the history of persecution overlooks the fact that this could not possibly have survived without the development of a Jewish will to persevere, which also made Zionism possible in the first place, i.e., without a decidedly positive reference to Judaism and Jewishness. The descendants of the persecuted have self-confidently established their world and do not want to be defined merely as persecuted. Israel is not hopelessly provincial, but the manifestation of world society on a small scale. This is precisely why people who do everything they can to destroy the little that remains of society accuse the country of relentlessly carrying out on the Palestinians what nationalism has always been about and what has been done to them over 2 millennia. The Zionist state has been forced into the role of the only armed opponent of ethnic nationalism, and since its foundation has had to fight for survival with this legacy of the anti-fascist coalition against National Socialism. Almost simultaneously with the victory over Germany, decolonization became an ideology that has been calling for the final victory of peoples, ethnic groups, and communities under National Socialism ever since. Anti-colonialism did not initially draw its program from Islam or the ruling ideologies of the peoples liberated from real colonialism, but merely radicalized the accumulated madness that real socialism and Western capitalism had freely delivered to the new masters for self-understanding, or made available as a platform in the form of the United Nations. To ensure that even the last despot realized where the journey was heading after 1948, Israel, the land of the survivors, was presented to these very United Nations as an object of self-discovery for the common hatred, and a veritable people was constructed out of incited fellahs, whose suffering had already assumed genocidal proportions in 1948-49. We can only speak of counter-revolution and the associated betrayed promise of liberation on a global scale if the talk is one-sidedly not of, but for Israel. The assertion that there are two kinds of Israel, the right-wing Zionist one and the other, cannot even grasp what is happening there, starting with 10-7. An entire population, supported by fellow Arabs in Haifa or Bedouins on the Golan and in the Negev, certainly shares the unpopular Prime Minister's motto that Hamas must be completely destroyed. This did not require a mass event to prepare the population for hard times or a solemn promise to maintain peace across party lines. The dispute continues, just as the goal of the war is maintained. This is self-defense and at the same time a defiant commitment to its own state, which was founded because of the betrayal of the Enlightenment and emancipation, without ever having been militaristic or chauvinistic. Israel is not an empire of the blissful. The country's borders are not able to stop the import of post-colonial thinking, and nobody prevents the numerous academics committed to post-colonial studies from spouting post-Zionist phrases. Above all, the country is small and in some respects narrow. The constant threat, the long active military service, and the time spent in the reserves afterwards are annoying for many, as is the sometimes too familiar closeness that relatives, friends, and neighbors provide, not to mention the difficult economic situation. The constant threat, supplemented by a post-colonial ideology that makes it seem self-inflicted, and the real hardships of life wear many down and lead to temporary or complete emigration to Berlin, New York, or London. For years, many Israelis there have not only not resisted the coercion of having to be an enemy of Israel or being excluded from the hipster community as a Jew, but have often even provided the cue for resentment. How many of these critics of Israel from the new diaspora are fundamentally shaken after 10-7 is unknown. Fear does not necessarily lead to insight. It can even radicalize the disastrous post-colonial path once embarked upon. Where Udi Raz, the Berlin resistance icon with Israeli roots and a self-evidently queer identity, has made it his life's work to spread the propaganda of the murderers of Jews alongside autochthonous Yalla shouters. Just in time for the Hamas massacre, the 87-year-old New York psychologist and feminist ethicist of Jewish origin, Carol Gilligan, is not to be missed, who told Haaretz that what happened on October 7, 2023, humiliated Israeli masculinity. The answer is violence. Even after more than 2 months of war, the majority of Israelis seem to be in favor of violence against the murderers and are in agreement with the members of the government, generals, and other critics of post-Zionism who have been vilified as hardliners, without promising them unconditional allegiance. In the early summer of 2001, under the impression of the so-called Al-Aqsa Intifada, the Bahamas editorial team identified Israel's opponents as the Palestinian counter-revolution. That was 2 months before the attack on the Twin Towers, which shifted everything. Even before this first really big scare, the editors and authors did not miss the fact that the attack on Israel was carried out by Palestinian, Arab, and other Muslim perpetrators, who were instigated by an anti-Semitic world community, while at the same time the inhabitants of Western countries were reliably supplied with propaganda by the mostly non-Jewish Norman G. Finkelsteins. However, neither the extent of the violence could be measured 2 months before the attack on America, which was at least as much an attack on the Jews, nor the worldwide approval, which was somewhat delayed. Between spring 2000, when the Bahamas began its campaign against the Friends of Palestine, and August 2001, the agitation against those who then, as now, pursue the Palestinian profession proved to be precisely targeted, because anti-imperialism was targeted, which was established after 1945 as a substitute for the world revolution betrayed in 1918-19, first in the sphere of power of the Soviet Union, which, standing on the side of the oppressed peoples, liquidated so-called Zionists. We must never forget the Jewish Communist Party functionaries, Yiddish writers and Jewish doctors who were murdered for cosmopolitanism between 1948 and 1953. The caesura of September 11, 2001 also includes the disappearance of those revolutionaries who justified their betrayal of liberation with doctrinaire references to classics, whose writings were in blatant contradiction to the revolutionary practice of much later years. This made them vulnerable and forced them to face up to criticism, insofar as this was formulated within the narrow confines of doctrinaire practical fetishism. This adherence to scientific socialism made it possible for outsiders to force at least many of the partisan but irritated friends of the Volkskampf concept to abandon their hitherto solidarity-based objections to individual phenomena in favor of irreconcilable criticism of the anti-imperialist general line, by referring to the luminaries Marx or Rosa Luxemburg, whom they also held in high esteem. The Palestinian cause has always consisted exclusively of murdering as many Jews as possible, and left-wing conspirators to murder, including those of rank and dignity, have always been reliable. But while the horrific details of the torture murders of the Israeli athletes in the Munich Olympic Village in 1972 were kept secret for decades in agreement with Israel because they wanted to prevent an international outcry, weeks after October 7, 2023, the Israeli embassies in Western countries invited the press to the presentation of video footage documenting excerpts of what happened that day, as if everyone hadn't known. The boundless brutalization that is taking place under the sign of post-colonialism cannot be blamed solely on Hamas, which has proven with its atrocity that there are no more borders and no more stopping in the West.